Your father is a hidden-class holy sword berserker, the mightiest of the Empire. He once led the Imperial forces on the abyssal battlefield to fend off the invasion of foreign races, earning the title of king in a single battle. Your brother, a rare-class Dragon Knight, has been admitted to the esteemed academy in the capital. And you, with the lowest talent rating, you failed your job transition ceremony and lack even the qualification to participate in the academy's assessment. You wretched fool! You have brought disgrace to the Gu family. In the stifling hall, Gu Chen listened to the furious voices surrounding him, as a tide of memories surged into his mind. He had traversed into another world. This was a realm besieged by the abyss, where individuals could become professionals upon reaching adulthood, as the legitimate heir of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. With a mere word from his father, all the resources of the 7 cities of the north would be at his disposal. To become a god-tier professional in the future, ruling the north and inheriting the title of nobility, was but a matter of time. Yet who could fathom the sorrows concealed beneath such illustrious identity? Since his earliest recollections, he had resided in a remote border town named Lin City. To fund his education, the couple who had taken him in worked themselves to exhaustion and passed away one after the other. However, before their demise, they entrusted all their savings to him, urging him to gain admission to Lin City's top high school and become a professional. For in this world, those born in the lower echelons had but one path to alter their fate, to become professionals. At 15, Gu Chen excelled in his studies and was admitted to Lin City's foremost high school, embarking on his journey to learn the fundamentals of becoming a professional. Yet, the high school life he had yearned for was far from the idyllic dream he had envisioned. Due to his impoverished background and lack of support, he faced relentless ostracism and bullying from his peers. The harder he strove, the more wretched his existence became. Under such oppression, his outlook soured, and he gradually relinquished all hope for this world. But it was only last month that a couple approached him. It was then that Gu Chen learned of his true lineage. The man before him was his father, Gu Qinfeng, and the elegantly dressed woman was his stepmother, Qin Yun. As for his biological mother, she had passed away shortly after his birth. He bore no resentment for the injustices he had endured over the past 18 years. He only realized that he was no longer an orphan. He had family now. Subsequently, he learned that following the death of his biological mother, the abyssal races invaded the divine Xiao Empire. At that time, Gu Qinfeng, bound by military orders, could only leave his young son in the care of farmers in Lin City. He had expected to return from the front lines within 3 to 5 years, but that delay stretched into 18. Thus, for the first time since he could remember, Gu Chen encountered his father. After absorbing this explanation, his heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet there was little to say. After all, his father was a warrior of the empire. He understood the principle that a nation must exist for a home to thrive amid the abyssal invasion and the rampage of foreign races. But soon he discovered that his father and stepmother had another son. This younger brother had been raised by their parents and had now become a celebrated prodigy. At that moment, Gu Chen felt the notion of his father's forced decisions was nothing short of a jest. To protect him, they had left him in a strange city as a child. For 18 years, his father had never inquired about his well-being, consumed by the war. All those years of hardship and bullying, and his own father was fully aware of it. Yet remained unmoved. The eldest son had been cast aside to fend for himself among farmers, subjected to bullying for 18 years, while the younger son was nurtured with endless resources and emerged as a rare professional, admitted to the Empire's top academy. Alas, this poor boy truly is a pitiable soul. No wonder I have traversed here. Gu Chen sighed, feeling a semblance of empathy after glimpsing this memory. The familial affection and care that the original soul had longed for were merely a cruel jest. Though he had reunited with his father, he had never sensed even a hint of care from him. Instead, he was met with unabashed disdain and coldness. With a resounding crash, Gu Qinfeng shattered the table before him. In an instant, the gathered individuals trembled in fear, while several servants bowed their heads, rendered silent by trepidation. Unfilial son, kneel. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura surged forth, and Gu Chen felt a powerful gust strike his face as he looked up at the imposing figure. I, Gu Qinfeng, have endured a life of battle, guarding the abyssal battlefield for 18 years, slaying countless foes, and have been bestowed the title of War King of the North. And you, causing trouble in school, unable to awaken as a professional. What face do you have to call yourself my son? Look at yourself, reeking of delinquency. Where is there even a trace of my likeness? You have brought disgrace upon my face. Gu Chen furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Perhaps due to the assimilation of the original soul's memories, a surge of intense anger welled within him in response to Gu Qinfeng's reproach. Just as he was about to retort, a series of messages suddenly appeared before his eyes. Job transition system loading, entering selection interface shortly. Different choices will lead the host to entirely distinct professional careers. Please choose wisely. The system has arrived. Gu Chen was slightly taken aback, quickly suppressing his rising fury. Earlier that morning, he had failed his transition ceremony in the senior year. Could he still transition? Was it not said that each person had only one chance at a job transition? Please select your professional career. Choice 1. The prodigal son returns. Apologize to your father, gain his understanding, and strive to reinvent yourself. Job. Transition. Hidden class worldly sword immortal. Could he truly transition? Gu Chen's eyes brightened, but he would not choose that. Abandoned for 18 years, and now he must apologize to him. Surely, that was madness. Choice 2. Endure for a time of peace. Continue to be scolded by your father. Silently bear the coldness and disdain you have suffered. Job transition. Rare class ninja turtle. This is acceptable. Gu Chen's lips twitched. What a ridiculous notion. Transforming into a turtle. Having traversed into this realm, with a system at his disposal, was he to endure such humiliation? No way. Choice 3. Today I know who I am. If heaven suppresses me, I shall cleave it asunder. If earth confines me, I shall shatter it. Since you see me as a disgrace, let us sever ties, and from henceforth, we owe each other nothing. Job transition. Randomly transition to an ordinary profession, gaining a God-tier talent. Gazing at the 3 choices before him, Gu Chen had made his decision. A man of great ambition, born between heaven and earth, should not languish beneath others for long. For 18 years, he had received nothing of value from the Gu family, lived in solitude, and endured bullying. Merely surviving at the bottom was already a feat. And to be told he was a disgrace? Very well. Such a father, he could do without. The title of the War King's eldest son held no allure for him. Who cared to assume it? From this day forth, he would no longer serve. I choose 3, selection successful. Currently able to randomly transition to an ordinary profession. Upon transition, a God-tier talent will be granted. A God-tier talent. Gu Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation. Though it was merely an ordinary profession, with the blessing of a God-tier talent, his future achievements would surely be remarkable. As he prepared to explore further, Gu Qingfeng's furious voice rang out once more. You wretched fool, do you think your silence will spare you? I shall punish you to kneel in the courtyard for an entire day and night. You are not to rise without my permission.
Upon hearing that voice, Gu Chen lifted his gaze towards the figure, his eyes now imbued with a hint of coldness. Punish me to kneel for a day and a night? Do you even deserve that? Gu Chen replied with an air of indifference. In my presence, you have never fulfilled a single day of paternal responsibility, so do not presume to assume the mantle of authority before me. What do you mean by being compelled? You have nurtured your second son with utmost care, lavishing him with riches and comforts, while the eldest has been left to fend for himself, neglected for 18 years. Is this your consideration for me? Is this for my benefit? Nonsense. Gu Qingfeng's face twisted in anger, rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that this child would dare to defy him. Was he even envious of his half-brother? Short-sighted and petty, how could he, Gu Qingfeng, a man of stature, have such an unworthy son? Fury burned within him. Nonsense. Even so, this does not justify your descent into depravity. Look at yourself. You show no ambition in school, consorting with the dregs of society, and now you are not even a professional. How dare you compare yourself to your brother? What do you possess that can measure up to him? Gu Chen let out a cold laugh. Indeed, he is of great worth, your true son, raised in luxury, escorted by guards, transitioning into a rare profession, and being admitted to the prestigious academy in the capital. If your son is so exemplary, why do you seek me out? As you see, I am but a peasant, covered in filth, indulging in debauchery. Since you have established a new family, why do you come looking for me? At these words, Gu Qingfeng's breath quickened with rage, his face a mask of fury, his heart ablaze. As the quarrel between father and son escalated, Qin Yun finally spoke. With measured calmness, Gu Chen, how can you address your father in such a manner? Do you comprehend the weight of his expectations for you? Kneel and apologize to your father at once. With that, she fixed her gaze on Gu Chen, a glint of veiled mockery flickering in her eyes. The illustrious heir of the royal family, unable to return home for 18 years, had suffered the indignities of poverty in a rural town, reduced to a rogue. All of this was the doing of his stepmother. After all, the Gu family was of royal descent in the Northern Territory. As long as this legitimate heir existed, her son would never see the light of day. Thus, she aimed to ruin Gu Chen, transforming the royal heir into a pariah in the eyes of the nobility. She ensured he grew up in the countryside, mingling with unsavory characters, devoid of education and manners, tainted with vices. Meanwhile, she whispered sweet nothings into Gu Qingfeng's ear, cloaking her intentions under the guise of toughening the heir's character in this harsh environment, supposedly to prepare him for the throne. The key was that Gu Qingfeng, engrossed in warfare, remained oblivious to Gu Chen's plight, falling prey to her deceit. Over the years, under Qin Yun's cunning influence, Gu Qingfeng had bestowed all his affection upon his younger son, nurturing him with utmost care, offering him every resource at his disposal. Each day, his needs were attended to by dedicated servants, with exceptional equipment and items readily available, and even slaying monsters and leveling up accompanied by royal commanders, ensuring he was treated like royalty wherever he went. In this present day, not only has he transitioned early to a rare vocation, but he has also been accepted into the empire's foremost academy in the capital. The eldest son and the second son are, quite frankly, as disparate as the heavens and the earth. You hold such high hopes for me. Huh. I dare say the true expectations lie with your youngest son. Gu Chen coldly smiled, a visage replete with disdain. What is this attitude? Gu Qingfeng glared, rebuking him fiercely. To defy one's parents and show no respect for elders, what distinguishes you from the ruffians of the streets? With such abysmal talent and a failed vocation transition, how can you even think to compare yourself to your brother? In what way do you surpass him? Indeed, he is the favored child of destiny. How could I ever measure up to him? Gu Chan retorted mercilessly. From the very first moment you laid eyes on me, you have looked down upon me. Aside from casting blame and insults, you have never shown any concern for my well-being. In your eyes, your son ought to be like him, a celebrated genius, rather than a worthless failure like myself. I am but a commoner raised in the countryside, brimming with impudence, unworthy of your noble status as the war king of the north. From this day forth, consider me as though I were never your son. Would that suffice? Upon uttering these words, the entire hall was engulfed in a profound silence, while Gu Qingfeng's eyes blazed with fury. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Qin Yun's gaze as she sternly admonished, Gu Chen, who permitted you to speak to your father in such a manner? Kneel and apologize immediately. Observing the mockery in Qin Yun's eyes, Gu Chen remained indifferent. Kneel? This is merely an attempt to suppress me and reinforce your position as matriarch. Once I kneel, it signifies my fear of my stepmother, and from that moment onward, even the servants will look down upon me. Huh, you wish for me to kneel? What are you exactly? Even if I am not esteemed, I am still the legitimate eldest son of the royal family of the north. You, a mere secondary consort, have no right to dictate to me. At this proclamation, Qin Yun's countenance darkened considerably. The term secondary consort had long been a thorn in her side. For years, no one had dared to address her so. Now, publicly ridiculed by Gu Chen, her dignity as a noblewoman was utterly shattered. Qin Yun's almond-shaped eyes widened, brimming with a fierce murderous intent. Yet, with Gu Qingfeng present, she could only stifle her rage. Chener, no matter the circumstances, I am still your stepmother. How can you behave like this? Cease your pretentiousness. Gu Chen's expression remained icy as he interrupted her. From the very beginning, you have never regarded me with any respect. Now you feign concern. For whose benefit do you put on this charade? Scoundrel! Gu Qingfeng's furious shout was poised to reprimand. You scoundrel! Gu Chen retorted defiantly, exhibiting no trace of trepidation. If you find me so intolerable, you may as well kill me. After all, my life is but worthless. However, remember this, for 18 years, you have bestowed upon me not a shred of nurturing. Regardless of my shortcomings, you have no right to chastise me. If you believe I have brought shame upon you, then from this day forth, I shall sever all ties with the Gu family. Let us remain strangers henceforth. At these words, a spark of surprise ignited in Qin Yun's eyes, quickly followed by an overwhelming joy. Immediately, her expression shifted slightly, as if she had made a decision deep within her heart. Chener, you mustn't. Qin Yun stepped forward and knelt down with a thud. Chener, your aunt is kneeling before you. You are the legitimate heir of the Gu family, destined to inherit the Northern Kingdom's royal lineage. How can you sever ties with the Gu family? A mother kneeling before her son is an act of utmost rebellion, condemning him to injustice. If this matter were to spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Gu Chen coldly observed the scene, recalling the rumors he had heard upon his arrival at the Gu family. Throughout the entire Gu Bay city, who did not regard the young Chen as an exemplary stepmother. This Neil would render him without a place in the northern royal lineage. This Neil would inevitably shift the position of the crown prince. This Neil would leave him utterly isolated. The python swallowing the dragon. This is indeed the python swallowing the dragon. The stepmother is the python, while the brilliant younger brother is the sparrow. Gu Qingfeng, witnessing this scene, felt an eruption of rage within him. Rebellion. Utter rebellion. This is sheer blasphemy. How dare you? Wretched child. I am your father. Cannot I scold you? To publicly humiliate your stepmother? To sever ties with the Gu family? What manner of character do you possess that you are oblivious to? Without my protection, what are you worth? Huh, your protection? Gu Chen scoffed, rest assured. With your illustrious title as the Northern War King, I would not dare tarnish your name in the outside world. With a cold laugh, Gu Chen turned away and departed. Get lost. Let him roll away. From this day forth, I shall consider I never bore this son. After Gu Chen's departure, Qin Yun slowly rose, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. By forcing Gu Chen away today, her son could seamlessly ascend to the position of crown prince of the northern royal lineage. Gu Qingfeng's fury enveloped the entire Gu family estate, rendering all the servants silent and trembling. The Northern War King, renowned for his ferocity, was a figure feared even by the abyssal tribes. After venting his wrath, Gu Qingfeng finally calmed down, yet his gaze turned complex. How could his legitimate son, Gu Chen, have become the person he was today? Had he not merely favored his younger son a bit more? What was the matter? Just because his brother excelled, did he have to rebel against his father? To humiliate his stepmother? To turn his back on the family? Humph. This ungrateful wretch does not understand the value of parental gratitude. I should never have acknowledged him. Filled with indignation, Gu Qingfeng turned to one of the servants in the hall. Steward, your majesty, how may I serve you? From this day forth, remove Gu Chen from the family lineage. Upon hearing this, the steward's expression changed, revealing his difficulty in responding. What? Do you still wish to plead for that ungrateful child? The steward trembled, shaking his head repeatedly. No, your majesty, it's just what? It's just that young Master Gu Chen's name has never been recorded in the family lineage. How could Gu Chen's name not be in the family lineage? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of complexity. In these years, he had been so engrossed in warfare that he had forgotten to include his son's name in the family record. Never mind, there is no rush. We shall address the lineage matter after that ungrateful child admits his wrongs and apologizes. Yet Gu Qingfeng remained unaware that Gu Chen had already boarded the train departing from Gubiqing. He was returning to Linqing, for he was a senior at Linqing No. 1 high school. The Empire's job transfer ceremony would conclude today, and from 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the novice dungeons across various cities would simultaneously open. For those hailing from humble beginnings, altering their destiny and becoming a professional was merely the first step. The assessments of prestigious academies represented the true turning point of fate. Securing admission to the Empire's foremost institution in the capital would undoubtedly lead to limitless future accomplishments. To achieve commendable results in the assessments of these esteemed academies, one must enter the novice dungeons, slay otherworldly beasts to gain experience, and subsequently level up. The novice dungeons would only be accessible for 10 days. Even missing a single day would be an irremediable loss for Gu Chen. Thus, the most urgent matter at hand was to return to Linqing No. 1 high school before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gubiqing, where the Gu family resided, served as the nucleus of the 7 cities of the northern frontier. The distance from Gubiqing to the border town of Linqing spanned over 10,000 kilometers. In a previous life, even the fastest high-speed rail would require 2 to 3 days to reach. Fortunately, in this world, trains were powered by highly concentrated energy crystals, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would arrive back in Linqing by the early hours of the morning. In the empty carriage, Gu Chen gazed out the window, where the sunset blazed with a blood-red hue, nearly staining half the sky. In this world ravaged by otherworldly beasts and ceaseless warfare, the lands inhabited by humanity lay mostly in ruins, with only the mightiest able to seize control of their destinies. Job transfer was the sole pathway to becoming one of the formidable. System, I wish to transfer, Gu Chen silently intoned in his mind. Among the options presented by the system, he selected the third, to randomly transfer to an ordinary profession. At this moment, he was finally poised to embark on his journey as a professional. Transferring your profession. You have been transferred to the profession of summoner. How did I become a summoner? Gu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. It is well known that the summoner is the most resource-intensive profession, without exception. Had Gu Chen not severed ties with the Gu family, under the auspices of the Northern Frontier War King Gu Qingfeng, he could have accessed vast resources to cultivate him into a top-tier summoner. Even achieving invincibility among peers would not have been out of reach. After all, the summoner's greatest reliance lies in their summoned beasts. Only by acquiring elite summoned beasts or top-tier summoning skill tomes could the full combat potential of this profession be realized. Both of these necessities entail exorbitant costs. For an ordinary citizen, becoming a summoner is tantamount to walking a path of despair. Take the most basic summoning skill tome, for instance. Upon learning it, one could summon ordinary summoned beasts, and the market price typically starts at 20,000 coins. The quality of summoned beasts can be classified into 6 categories: ordinary, fine, excellent, rare, epic, and legendary. The higher the quality, the rarer the summoned beast, and the greater its potential. Although the cheapest summoning skill tome begins at 20,000 coins, which an ordinary person might manage to purchase with some effort, how much combat power can a mere ordinary summoned beast truly exert? If one cannot even conquer the novice dungeons, what future is there? Gu Chen felt a chill of despair wash over him. The reason why only half of him was cooled was due to his extraordinary talent. Activation of the divine level talent. Darkborn First Blood. Darkborn First Blood. At each level, one gains a dark bloodline, capable of transforming ordinary beings into dark creatures. To date, the highest known talent is at level. With only one individual identified, the commander-in-chief of the Jinyuan army, the foremost figure of the divine Siam military, renowned as the Shuro war god, Xiao Nanfeng. Below this level are sequentially levels, and levels. As for the divine level, it is unprecedented. Darkborn First Blood, acquiring a dark bloodline at level? If only he could have a summoned beast to experiment with. The Dark Bloodline enables the transformation of ordinary beings into dark creatures, although he has transitioned to a summoner. Without learning summoning skills, he cannot summon anything. It appears that upon arriving in Lin City, he must find a way to purchase a summoning skill book. Yet he currently possesses little over 200 coins. Over 200 coins, not even enough to acquire the most inexpensive summoning skill book. Gu Chen leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowing. He had arrived in Lin City late at night and made his way directly to Lin City First High, stealthily entering the teacher's dormitory. After knocking, a refined middle-aged man opened the door. It was Gu Chen's homeroom teacher. "Gu Chen, is that you? Where have you been this past month?" Jiang Songhua, still awake, expressed surprise and confusion. "Teacher, I have transitioned to a summoner. I wish to participate in the novice dungeon." Gu Chen stated without preamble. "A summoner?" Jiang Songhua was initially taken aback. Then his expression turned to one of melancholy. "Why did you choose to be a summoner?" Generally, students have 2 or 3 professions to choose from during their transition ceremony. Gu Chen had faced failure when awakening in Gubei City, resulting in not having a single profession, which was also a reason for Gu Qingfeng's furious outburst. While a powerful summoner can rival a combat squad, such formidable combat prowess requires substantial financial and resource investment. Without money and resources, one can only rely on the most basic summoned beasts, hardly capable of tackling even the novice dungeon. These concepts have been discussed repeatedly in school. Did you not heed a single word? Jiang Songhua's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. The resources required for a summoner's growth are like a bottomless pit. Ordinary individuals hardly ever choose this profession, save for some powerful factions. "I only had this one option," Gu Chen replied with an even demeanor. "Very well." Jiang Songhua clicked his tongue, a look of regret on his face. "I will report your transition. The novice dungeon begins at 7 tomorrow morning, so do not be late." "Thank you, teacher." Gu Chen nodded and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Jiang Songhua called him back, retrieving a skill book from his spatial compartment and handing it to Gu Chen. "This is a quality summoning book. Due to its poor quality, it has remained unsold. And now it is conveniently yours." "Poor quality? Unsold?" Gu Chen glanced at it, unconvinced. A quality summoning book would typically start at no less than 50,000 coins in the market. How could it not sell? Gu Chen's eyes flickered with gratitude as he looked at Jiang Songhua. 50,000, just like that, bestowed upon oneself? The instructor must have uttered those words out of consideration for his dignity. Gu Chen felt a wave of emotion. He had thought that after his transition to summoner, the teacher had given up on him. To his surprise, he vowed, "Teacher, this kindness shall surely be repaid in the future." As for what repayment entails, if you are fortunate enough to enter a prestigious institution, simply paying attention in class will suffice. Jiang Songhua scoffed. I mentioned in class before that those who transition to summoners are generally from noble backgrounds. In the eyes of nobles, an exquisite level summoning beast is hardly impressive. Hence this summoning tome is virtually unsellable in the market. I'm not deceiving you. It's true. Jiang Songhua emphasized the last two words. By the time Gu Chen returned to the dormitory, it was past midnight. With the opening of the novice dungeon the next day, many students had already gone home after their transition. Consequently, the dormitory was nearly deserted, save for the dormitory supervisor. Alone in the room, Gu Chen found solace in the quietude. His gaze fell upon the summoning skill book in his hands, filled with anticipation. Skill book, Bloodthirsty Bat Summon. Level 1. Quality, exquisite. Effect, contract with the Bloodthirsty Bat. Generally speaking, the first summoned beast holds great significance. Noble summoners typically opt for rare or higher-tier beasts. However, given Gu Chen's circumstances, this exquisite quality Bloodthirsty Bat is currently his best choice. Even if it is not favored by the majority of summoners, it allows him to take that crucial first step. Gu Chen's expression turned serious. Time to learn. The skill book radiated a white light, and Gu Chen felt a mysterious space connect with his consciousness, linking him to the summoning realm. A bat, entirely black and rather unsightly, materialized within the summoning space. You have successfully contracted with the Bloodthirsty Bat. Summoned beast, Bloodthirsty Bat. Quality, exquisite. Level, 1 health points, 150 attributes, strength 5, agility 4, constitution 4, spirit 5, talent, vampirism, skill, sonic attack 1. The summoned beast can wear equipment. Upon death, there is a chance of dropping equipment. If the summoned beast falls in battle, it cannot be summoned again for 1 day. Glancing at the attribute panel, Gu Chen noted that the level 1 Bloodthirsty Bat's health was even lower than that of a level 1 mage, with mediocre attack power. It was no wonder that exquisite level summoned beasts failed to impress the nobility. Jiang Songhua was indeed correct. With such a summoned beast, it was likely he would struggle even in the novice dungeon. If he could not contract a higher tier summoned beast, the path of the summoner would truly be a dead end. With this thought, Gu Chen opened the talent interface in his mind. God tier talent, Dark Bloodline, activate. In the next moment, a dark radiance blossomed before him, intertwining crimson light forming a network, appearing before Gu Chen. You have acquired Primordial Dark Bloodline. Primordial Dark Bloodline, an exceptionally pure dark bloodline that can transform ordinary beings into primordial dark beings, endowing them with unparalleled talent and abilities. Primordial Bloodline? This holds some intrigue. Gu Chen gazed upon the summoning space and seamlessly integrated the Dark Bloodline into the Bloodthirsty Bat. A vibrant crimson radiance surged forth, dazzling in its brilliance. Initial fusion of the Dark Bloodline successful. Summoned beast advanced. Bloodthirsty Bat, excellent. Dracula, epic. Dracula? The primordial vampire? And of epic caliber, no less. This is astounding. Gu Chen's face was awash with astonishment. A mere Dark Bloodline had propelled the excellent grade Bloodthirsty Bat across 3 tiers, elevating it to the epic Dracula. Is this the manifestation of a divine talent? The effects are simply extraordinary. With a single Dark Bloodline, what do nobility amount to? Even common summoners could ascend to godhood. This is merely an excellent grade summoned beast. What heights could be reached if a Dark Bloodline were to transform a legendary grade summoned beast? Beyond the primordial Dark Bloodline, are there even higher echelons of darkness? Excitement flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he hastily surveyed the summoning beast space. There stood a figure clad in a dark red suit, tall and poised, exuding an air of elegance. This young man bore a gaunt face, a pronounced nose, and deep, piercing eyes that glowed with a malevolent crimson hue. His arms hung naturally at his sides, each hand gripping a heavy black and silver pistol. The design of these firearms was identical, both being oversized handguns, utilizing ammunition far more powerful than that of ordinary pistols. Is this Dracula? Gu Chen appraised him from head to toe, nodding slightly. This appearance closely resembled his mental image of a vampire. Subsequently, he opened the summoning beast panel. Summoned beast, Dracula. Qualification, epic. Level, 1 health, 1,800, attributes, strength 28, agility 32, constitution 30, spirit 29, talent, bloodline instinct, epic, skill, deadly shot 10, epic, skill, crimson feast 10, epic, an epic talent. Maxed epic skills. Truly, as an epic summoned beast, it is as fearsome as expected. The qualification of the summoned beast has risen from excellent to epic, resulting in attribute feedback, granting the summoner an overall attribute increase of 10. When the qualification of a summoned beast is enhanced, the summoner also receives a corresponding boost in attributes. However, such opportunities are exceedingly rare, as the evolution of summoned beasts demands an exorbitant expenditure of wealth and resources. It is often more prudent to simply purchase a beast of higher qualification. Thus, this phenomenon is seldom witnessed in reality. Upon receiving an overall attribute increase of 10, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of ease and an indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. He opened his character panel. Name, Chen. Occupation, Summoner. Level, 1/100. Strength, 17. Agility, 16. Constitution, 18. Spirit, 19. Summoned Beast. Dracula 1. Epic. A look of excitement illuminated Chen's face, an undeniable satisfaction welling within him. It is worth noting that all newly transitioned Level 1 professionals have an average of their four-dimensional attributes that rarely exceeds 10. As a Level 1 summoner, his average attributes were nearing 20. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly leave other professionals feeling utterly humiliated. Typically, summoners seldom engage directly in combat. In most scenarios, they command their summoned beasts to fight on their behalf. Entering a novice dungeon accompanied by an epic-level summoned beast is akin to playing a game, is it not? Tomorrow holds great promise. On the following morning, Chen arrived punctually at the novice dungeon area of Lin City No. 1 High School. Such artificial dungeons exist in nearly every prominent high school across the Divine Xia Empire, open for merely 10 days each year and exclusively accessible to students below level 10. Despite being man-made, the creatures within are indistinguishable from those found in the abyss. Defeating these beasts yields experience points and may even result in the acquisition of equipment and items. Crucially, if one is slain by a creature within the novice dungeon, it results in actual death. Nonetheless, as the novice dungeon is designed as a trial for students, the school provides each transitioning student with a teleportation scroll, allowing them to exit the dungeon immediately if they find themselves in life-threatening situations. At this moment, a throng of transitioning students congregated at the entrance of the dungeon. Although this was the novice dungeon of Lin City No. 1, resource constraints meant that students from several lesser-known high schools were also permitted entry. Looking for a team. Level 1 warrior, equipped with a full set of novice gear. I bought too many teleportation scrolls, selling at a low price. Come and get them. Seeking a bowman or gunner, equipped and skilled preferred. Without the use of shielding items, professionals could sense each other's levels and classes through mental perception. Chen surveyed the scene, noting that most individuals were of more conventional classes, primarily here seeking teammates, which was the approach the school most advocated for clearing dungeons. After all, even the mightiest individual is limited in power. In later stages, nearly all dungeons require teamwork to complete. Rarely does a single professional conquer a dungeon alone. At this juncture, Chen's presence caught the attention of several individuals. Look, a summoner. Really, he must be a noble scion. Of course. Who would become a summoner without a fortune of several million? Great one, please team up with us. In the minds of the crowd, those who transitioned to summoners were typically from the upper echelons of society, possessing formidable strength. Thus, when Chen appeared, almost everyone regarded him with eager eyes. However, it did not take long for a few students from Lin City No. 1 to recognize him. Isn't that Chen? How did he become a summoner? A commoner daring to become a summoner? His summoned beasts must be worthless. What does a commoner know about being a summoner? What a disappointment. We were so hopeful. Following these remarks, the fervor in their gazes swiftly morphed into disdain and scorn. Once Chen's status as a commoner was unveiled, no one desired to team up with him any longer. Commoner summoners typically lack offensive capabilities and must share experience points, which would only hinder their own progress, an unthinkable burden. In truth, Chen had no intentions of forming a team and was about to approach the dungeon entrance when a voice suddenly resonated from the crowd. Chen. Upon hearing someone call his name, Chen turned to see a tall young man approaching him. Lin Yuan walked over, astonished, and clapped Chen on the shoulder. Hey, it really is you. Where have you been for the past month? Chen had few friends at school, and Lin Yuan was one of them. Oh, just handling some personal matters. Chen casually fabricated an excuse. Lin Yuan scrutinized Chen from head to toe, his expression laden with confusion. I mean, how on earth did you transition to becoming a summoner? You can barely support yourself, let alone a summoned beast. Lin Yuan had become a swordsman, a class that relied heavily on equipment and focused on single-target damage and burst attacks, making it one of the more respectable professions among commoners. Gu Chen chuckled. I had no choice but to become a summoner. Lin Yuan sighed, saying nothing further, yet his face betrayed an unmistakable concern. Gu Chen then inquired, why aren't you diving into dungeons? Your profession shouldn't make it hard to find a team, right? Lin Yuan shrugged. Well, forming a team isn't the issue, but unfortunately, I lack good equipment. You know Li Wenhui, the class monitor from the advanced class? He showed up in a complete set of rare-grade knight armor for a dungeon run today. If he enters a dungeon, he'll be slaughtering everything in sight. The quality of equipment and items is categorized similarly to the potential of summoned beasts. Rare-grade equipment is considered above average. The knight class's novice gear consists of 7 pieces: the knight's sword, shield, armor, pauldrons, trousers, boots, and gloves. One should not underestimate these 7 pieces, as an ordinary family could not afford them even if they saved for a lifetime. Lin Yuan retrieved a fine-grade greatsword, meticulously polishing it. I just exchanged this weapon using a teleportation scroll. Whether I enter the academy or a factory in the future depends on it. Without teleportation scrolls, entering a dungeon meant there was no way to retreat. It was a gamble with one's life. However, it was unavoidable, coming from a lowly background. One had to fight desperately for a chance to rise. Lin Yuan slung the greatsword across his back and asked, how about I take you along? Gu Chen regarded Lin Yuan with a peculiar expression. Did he really need assistance for a novice dungeon with his combat prowess? Yet, considering that novice dungeons had a 5-person limit, more participants would increase the difficulty, thereby enhancing the experience gained. Initially, Gu Chen had planned to solo the dungeon for a swift level up, but it seemed that teaming up might yield greater experience. Do you have a team? Gu Chen asked in surprise. Yes, Li Wenhui is the captain. I paid him 50,000. And we agreed that I would voluntarily surrender any items and equipment obtained during the dungeon run for him to agree to take me. Wait a moment. I'll ask Li Wenhui to add you to the team. He'll add me? Gu Chen asked, skeptical. Don't worry, I'll message him right now. If he doesn't add you today, I'll just leave the team, Lin Yuan replied. Lin Yuan sent a message to Li Wenhui, requesting that Gu Chen be added to the team. Soon, he received a response. Li Wenhui has denied your request and removed you from the team. Damn. He kicked me out. Lin Yuan's expression instantly soured. Is it such a crime to add one person? Gu Chen sighed as expected. One was a swordsman wielding a heavy sword, and the other a civilian summoner. It was already a stretch for an ordinary team to accommodate one of them. Any team willing to take them both would need a captain of extraordinary talent. We shall recruit ourselves, Gu Chen promptly declared. Let it be known that the summoner seeks for companions to strive for a great evaluation. Lin Yuan's expression froze in disbelief. Are you jesting? A grade evaluation can significantly enhance our scores in the Academy's assessments. Do not underestimate this advantage. The competition is fierce, and even a single point can separate thousands of candidates. If a transitioning team can secure a grade evaluation, the chances of its members gaining admission to prestigious academies will soar, even to the extent of being granted direct entry. Coincidentally, there was a quota for direct admission to the capital's academy from Lincheng No. 1 High School. In response to Lin Yuan's skepticism, Gu Chen offered a calm smile. Believe it or not, Lin Yuan wrestled with his doubts, but ultimately chose to trust Gu Chen, shouting to the crowd. The esteemed summoner seeks 4 companions to aim for a grade evaluation. Those wishing for direct admission, come forth. At his words, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Esteemed summoner? Who is that? Aiming for a grade evaluation? When did Lin Cheng produce such talent? Is it a joke? I've heard he is a transitioning civilian summoner. How laughable. Huh. If he can pass, I'll do a handstand and defecate. Does he really possess the strength for a grade evaluation? He must be too weak. No one wants to team up with him, so he's resorting to this attention-seeking ploy. Really? Only someone with water in their brain would join him. The crowd buzzed with derision, yet not a single person approached to form a team. Especially after learning about Gu Chen and Lin Yuan's backgrounds, hope for them dwindled. Some even mockingly referred to them as the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, suggesting that any ordinary team that secured even one of them would struggle to graduate. If any team had their assistants, they might as well skip the academy assessment and head straight to the factory. This is a bit much. Lin Yuan felt a surge of frustration at the ceaseless taunts. Until today, the term crouching dragon and phoenix chick had not held such connotations. Fuming, he glared at the surrounding crowd. Deciding it futile to waste time on these foolish dogs, professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Professionals? Gu Chen looked puzzled. It seems we can only hire training partners. Hoping they won't charge exorbitantly, Lin Yuan remarked as he began to operate his phone. Hiring training partners? Gu Chen fell silent at this notion. Is money so easily earned in this profession? He was leading a team to level up and had to pay others? It was absurd. Glancing around, he noticed that all the students kept a significant distance from them, indeed isolating them. Given the current situation, it appeared that aside from hiring training partners, there were no other viable options. Lin Yuan acted swiftly. Shortly after posting a message on the forum, a barrage of private messages regarding details and prices flooded in. However, as soon as the training partners learned that the captain was a civilian summoner, the conversations abruptly ceased. There is indeed an actor who privately contacted Gu Chen. Indeed, it is an actor, one who engages in idle chatter and banter, never needing to enter a combat state, and can withdraw from the instance at any moment if the situation turns perilous. In simpler terms, they lack the requisite skills and pay to gain experience. After a session, the captain reaps the majority of the experience, while the actor receives but a small fraction, yet this is still more profitable than solo play. Therefore, hiring a training partner incurs costs, while employing an actor requires payment. Gu Chen inquired with Lin Yuan about the typical fee for actors in novice instances. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, before estimating that it would be around 4,000 to 5,000 per person. Gu Chen nodded and offered 8,000, anticipating a counteroffer. To his surprise, the other party agreed immediately, though they requested that 2 individuals be included. Gu Chen readily acquiesced. 8,000 for 1 person and 16,000 for 2, a sum exceeding his annual living expenses. Indeed, money is easily earned in this profession. Once the terms were settled, Gu Chen invited the actress Lin Qingqing into the team, a female warrior. Subsequently, Lin Qingqing added another named Su Ran, a female assassin. The warrior class is rather unfriendly to commoners. Without decent equipment, leveling up can be painfully arduous. Moreover, when it comes to formal instances, warriors generally need to be at least 2 levels higher than other classes to be sought after. As for the assassin class, it is even less forgiving to commoners. With inherently low defense and fragility, they lag behind mages or archers in damage output during the early stages, making their leveling even slower than that of warriors. It is no wonder they are willing to spend money to join Gu Chen's party. It is no exaggeration to say that among the 4 individuals currently in the team, any one of them could stand on the instance square for an entire day without receiving a single invitation to form a party, unless they were to pay others. For Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, while 8,000 each may seem steep, it at least affords them the chance to clear the novice instance. However, Su Ran still harbored some reservations. Qingqing, are you truly considering joining this team? I just heard someone say that this captain is a commoner summoner. How can he dare to claim he will challenge for a high rating? We might end up losing a teleportation scroll. Lin Qingqing felt uncertain as well. Yet she found herself devoid of options. She had no funds. Other teams started at 15,000, and this was the most affordable. Furthermore, the captain had boldly proclaimed his intent to aim for a high rating, suggesting he possessed some abilities. It was worth a try. Lest they find themselves without any opportunities at all, they had sent out dozens of party requests, all of which had fallen into silence, without exception. No one was willing to team up with them unless they sought training partners, but she could not afford the market rate. Su Ran sighed in resignation. All right, let us take a gamble. Even if we lose, we have the teleportation scroll to save us. Although it was a novice instance, the mortality rate was not low, for players must exit the combat state to leave the instance. The means to disengage from combat involves either creating significant distance from the beasts or vanquishing them. A misstep could result in being ensnared by the beasts and slowly perishing. Due to the fact that the actor does not need to engage in combat throughout the entirety of the endeavor, he is able to withdraw at the first sign of trouble, making the investment of 8,000 quite worthwhile for the next dungeon. Following Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, another familiar face joined the ranks, a tall and handsome young man clad in an impressive set of elite fighter attire. Class leader, are you joining our team? Lin Yuan inquired. Astonished, Gu Chen, upon seeing the familiar visage before him, felt a wave of surprise as well. The striking fighter standing there was Wu Zi, their class leader. Wu Zi, known for his somewhat haughty demeanor, despite being of common birth, harbored a subtle disdain for those of his own social standing. His family was comfortable, yet not quite noble. Although he donned a splendid set of elite combat gear, it bore the scars of battle, clearly indicating it had been procured from the second-hand market. In response to Lin Yuan's question, he spoke with an indifferent tone. Indeed, I am joining your team as an actor. However, I must stipulate that should circumstances arise that you cannot handle, I will intervene, and I will claim 2/3 of the team's experience. At this declaration, a smile tugged at Gu Chen's lips. It was no wonder that someone as proud as Wu Zi would suddenly wish to join his team as an actor. He was merely seeking to benefit from their efforts. Although Wu Zi's attire was eye-catching, it was insufficient for him to lead a team through the dungeon and claim the experience for himself. Thus, he had set his sights on Gu Chen, betting that the commoner summoner lacked the capacity to guide the team to success. Understanding the unspoken wager, Gu Chen acquiesced to Wu Zi's terms, and after negotiating the price, swiftly included him in the team. At last, the team was complete: a warrior, a swordsman, a fighter, an assassin, and a summoner, each at level 1. Notably absent were ranged damage dealers such as archers or mages, as well as supportive roles like priests or paladins. Overall, the configuration of this team appeared somewhat perplexing. Wu Zi recognized this reality, but was indifferent. He was merely gambling that Gu Chen, as a common summoner, would falter in his leadership. When Gu Chen could no longer sustain the team within the dungeon, a slight intervention from Wu Zi would allow him to claim 2/3 of the experience for himself. This was certainly more appealing than splitting experience with those in the typical 5-person teams outside. Moreover, even if his predictions proved incorrect, and Gu Chen successfully led the team through the novice dungeon, the worst-case scenario would merely be a loss of 8,000. Rather, it could be viewed as purchasing an experience in solo dungeon clearing for that amount. Not a bad deal at all. After assessing their status and confirming readiness, they entered the dungeon. Gu Chen announced in the team channel, Lin Yuan, swordsman 1 ready. Lin Qingqing, warrior 1 ready. Su Ran, assassin 1 ready. Wu Zi, fighter 1 ready. Standing before the swirling vortex at the dungeon entrance, Gu Chen opened the options panel and selected the hard mode. Instantly, a dazzling blue light burst forth from the vortex, enveloping the 5 of them, and they vanished from sight. As Gu Chen and his companions vanished from sight, the surrounding crowd erupted into a lively commotion. To my astonishment, that commoner summoner truly led a party into a dungeon. Isn't this perilous? It seems he opted for the hard mode, and the odds are certainly stacked against him. Aiming for a high-tier evaluation? He should first focus on surviving. Mark my words, he will not last 2 hours. I only hope he emerges not as a mere pile of flesh. I've seen many stubborn souls, but this reckless endeavor is a first for me. Truly, he brings ruin upon himself and others. You have entered the novice dungeon, ruins of the temple. Amidst the rubble at my feet, moss and vines clung to the scattered stones. While the surroundings bore witness to crumbled walls and towering stone pillars, the air thick with an ancient and mysterious ambience. Gu Chen stood amidst the ruins, instinctively recalling fragments of information regarding the temple. Historical records indicate that this temple is the origin of the profession's exploration of class transitions, believed to conceal the path to higher-tier professions. However, the site of the temple has long been eroded by the abyss, plagued by foreign entities, leaving only shattered remnants. This novice dungeon aims to recreate the authentic scene. Is this truly the legendary temple? It resembles the descriptions in historical texts precisely. Lin Yuan unsheathed his great sword from his back, gripping it with both hands, his curious gaze surveying the surroundings. Behind him stood a female warrior and an assassin. If one were to judge solely by appearance, Lin Qingqing appeared as a pure and charming young girl. Yet, her physique was that of solid muscle. Towering nearly 6 feet tall, a veritable iron tower of a woman. Su Ran, in contrast, exuded grace and delicacy, trailing closely beside Lin Qingqing, their figures presenting a striking contrast. Gu Chen gestured for Lin Yuan to sheath his greatsword, then turned to the 4 companions beside him, saying, "From here on, I will handle the monsters. Stay close behind me, refrain from wandering off, do not seize dropped items, and certainly do not engage the enemies. These are basic tenets of conduct for adventurers. Should be manageable, yes?" "Of course," Su Ran replied, though she inquired further, "But are you truly serious about striving for a high-tier evaluation as a mere summoner?" Gu Chen offered a faint smile, raising his hand as the contract array materialized before them. A tall figure, cloaked in dark red robes, emerged into view. exuding an aura of cold malevolence that instantly enveloped the surroundings. Dracula inclined slightly towards Gu Chen, executing a formal noble bow, then cast a shadowy gaze over the others, dismissing any perceived threats with a subtle nod. Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Goodness, is that a summoned creature? In human form? Lin Qingqing and Su Ran shuddered under the weight of that ominous gaze, instinctively retreating a step. Only Wu Zi grasped the significance, exclaiming in disbelief, an epic-level summon. Is it truly an epic-level creature? He glanced at his own average attributes, which barely exceeded 15 points, even with equipment bonuses. Meanwhile, Dracula's average attributes approached 30 points, nearly double his own. Did this imply that this summoned creature could utterly dominate him? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuan scrutinized the summon's statistics and silently sheathed his great sword, his expression filled with complexity. An epic-level summon, indeed. In such a small place as Linqing, one could almost consider it the pinnacle of existence. Lin Yuan gazed in astonishment. Are you truly aiming for a top-tier evaluation? Gu Chen turned his head. What do you think? Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. I thought you were just joking. Lin Qingqing replied. So did I. Su Ran added, me too. At that moment, a series of heavy footsteps echoed ominously from behind the dilapidated door. Emerging from the ruins were several corpses clad in tattered armor, wielding long swords. Alien race, fallen guardian, level 1 health, 500 attributes, strength 9, agility 7, constitution 9, spirit 7, skill, heavy strike. These were once the valiant defenders of the temple before the abyssal invasion, now grotesquely transformed by its corrupting influence after death. Although these were merely the first wave of monsters with low attributes, their numbers were not to be underestimated, as 7 or 8 appeared all at once, effectively blocking their path. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and the others discreetly retreated a few steps, creating distance from Gu Chen and entering observation mode. Gu Chen remained calm, his expression serene as he uttered, kill. Dracula swiftly loaded his dual pistols, the oversized black barrels aimed forward, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Deadly shot. Dracula's pistols are loaded with high-caliber explosive rounds, dealing critical damage upon hitting vital points of the target. Bang! The gleaming explosive round struck the foremost guardian with lethal precision. Crack! The head of the fallen guardian shattered like a crushed watermelon, dark, viscous blood splattering across the ground. Killed fallen guardian 1. Experience 8. Holy crap! Exclaimed Wu Zi, who had always prided himself on his composure, unable to contain his astonishment at the sight. Though the fallen guardian was merely a level 1 creature, it was not something that novices could dispatch with such ease. Truly, the power of an epic summoner was astonishing. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged incredulous glances, sharing a knowing smile. They had indeed encountered a master. At a mere 8,000 credits per person, it was a lucrative deal. With a single strike, the summoned beast was able to annihilate a fallen guardian. Perhaps this dungeon run could indeed yield a top-tier evaluation. Only by securing a top-tier evaluation in a challenging dungeon could they qualify for the infernal dungeon, and upon conquering it, they might earn an even higher evaluation. This was incredible. The excitement surged within Lin Yuan as he rolled up his sleeves. To them, it seemed that Dracula had merely fired a shot at random, resulting in such terrifying damage. In reality, it was the power of the deadly shot, skill that allowed him to eliminate the fallen guardian in one hit. For an ordinary practitioner, such feats were not so easily achieved. The fallen guardians, being undead creatures, possessed a high immunity to physical attacks. And coupled with their 500 health points and formidable armor, they were far beyond the capability of novices to defeat. There were a total of 13 fallen guardians in the first wave, and the strategy suggested was to employ a kite tactic, drawing 1 or 2 monsters at a time while retreating and attacking, which would typically take about 40 minutes. However, in just a minute, Dracula had already fired 3 shots, each one a perfect headshot, swiftly eliminating 3 fallen guardians in succession. Had it not been for the cooldown on skills, the first wave of monsters would have been entirely vanquished. The damage dealt was astonishing. Is this truly a summoner? How could they possess such formidable strength? Lin Qingqing could not help but exclaim, feeling as though her worldview had been completely shattered. Wu Zi smirked slightly, speaking in a nonchalant manner. It's only natural. The epic-level summoned beasts are exceptionally powerful. If I were equipped with an entire set of epic gear, I could single-handedly conquer the dungeon. This implied that Gu Chen's achievements were entirely reliant on his summoned beasts. Lin Yuan approached with a sly grin, posing a question. So, where's your epic gear? Wu Zi's expression faltered, falling silent. If he possessed epic gear, would he still be standing here? He turned his gaze towards Gu Chen's silhouette, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Epic-level summoned beasts are worth their weight in gold. Not only he, but even the class president of the advanced group, Li Wenhui, could not afford them. How could an ordinary citizen like Gu Chen possibly achieve this? Meanwhile, Dracula moved like a specter, fearlessly charging forward. The talent, bloodline instinct, not only endowed him with extraordinary physical strength and regenerative abilities, but also granted him acute senses. In his eyes, the movements of the guards were sluggish, akin to those of tortoises. Even when surrounded, none of the guards could graze the hem of his garments. At such close quarters, every shot fired by Dracula struck true, each shot resulting in a critical hit. With each gunshot, a guard's skull was shattered. Kill, fallen guard 1. Experience, 9. Kill, fallen guard 1. Experience, 7. Kill, fallen guard 1. Experience, 8. Several guards lingering at the back had yet to approach when they were obliterated by high explosive rounds. As the final shot rang out, the ground was awash in thick, black blood, and the entrance to the ruins lay strewn with the bodies of fallen guards. Level up, level 2, 6,200. Strength, 27. Agility, 26. Stamina, 28. Mentality, 29. Summoned Beast. Dracula 2, Epic. He leveled up. A notification appeared before Gu Chen, filling him with delight. You may now acquire a Dark Bloodline talent. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Gu Chen promptly activated his talent, and the familiar pitch-black radiance blossomed before him, followed by crimson light intertwining like veins, appearing within his line of sight. You have acquired Descendant of the Dark Bloodline. Descendant of the Dark Bloodline, capable of transforming ordinary beings into dark entities and allowing the original dark beings to undergo a bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening? Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although this descendant bloodline might not rival the original, it certainly did not disappoint. Without hesitation, he integrated this descendant bloodline into Dracula's being. Bloodline awakening successful. Summoned Beast. Dracula, Epic. Level 2, follows Summoner's level. Health, 3,200. Attributes, Strength 38, Agility 42, Constitution 40, Spirit 39. Talents, Bloodline Instinct, Epic. Blood Shadow Fury, Epic. Skill, Lethal Shot 10, Epic. Skill, Crimson Feast 10, Epic. With a single Bloodline Awakening, Dracula's health nearly doubled. With a further enhancement of 10 to all attributes, in addition to acquiring a new talent, Blood Shadow Fury. Each time Dracula uses a skill to slay a target, the cooldown of that skill is reset. Remarkable. A kill reset. As long as a skill is used to eliminate a target, its cooldown can be refreshed. It is nothing short of a divine technique. If employed against lower-level abyssal guards, it could unleash an infinite barrage of attacks. Though it may seem lengthy, it merely takes a few breaths. Under Gu Chen's direction, Dracula continued to forge ahead, with Lin Yuan and the others closely following. The temple ruins, though not particularly vast, featured a labyrinthine network of paths, where one misstep could lead to dead ends, wasting precious time. After traversing several severely damaged sculptures, the group arrived at a relatively open plaza. The square lay in ruins, the flower beds shattered beyond recognition, and the blackened soil was overrun with tangled dry grass. The fountain at its center had also dried up beyond semblance. Further ahead stood a decapitated human statue, its hue grim and its surface marred with cracks. Wu Zi surveyed the surroundings and timely interjected. The strategy guide mentioned that a level 4 guard lurked behind this statue. It would be prudent to avoid engaging it, lest more guards be summoned. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Despite his disdain for Wu Zi's self-important demeanor, he had perused several guides before entering the novice dungeon. The wisest course of action was to avoid provoking that level 4 guard, as doing so would significantly escalate the difficulty of their quest. If it were an ordinary adventurer, they would undoubtedly adhere to the guide's advice. However, Gu Chen was no ordinary adventurer, especially upon hearing that more guards would be attracted. A glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. Having just acquired the kill reset talent, how could Dracula let such an opportunity slip away? In a swift motion, Dracula delivered a powerful kick to the human statue, his nearly 40 strength shattering it into pieces. As the rubble fell, a deep, thunderous roar echoed, and a colossal shadow emerged from the debris. Alien race, Abyssal Guard, level 4, health 2,400 attributes, strength 38, agility 20, constitution 40, spirit 30, skill, oath sword, skill, ultimate judgment thud. Thud. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, the level 4 Abyssal Guard materialized before the group. It was a massive corpse clad in pitch-black armor, with murky eyes peering out from beneath the shadow of its helmet, exuding an aura of desolation. Before the statue, he unsheathed his long sword from his waist, the blade as dark as ink pointing skyward. A black aura rippled from the sword's tip, expanding outward like concentric waves. Oathblade, summon nearby Abyssal Guardians to attack the intruder. Simultaneously, disturbances arose from all directions as a dozen guardians emerged from the surrounding stone walls and corners. Lin Qingqing surveyed her surroundings, her expression turning grim. How could so many guardians appear so suddenly? Su Ran exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. That level 4 guardian is activating a skill." Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched, instinctively gripping the heavy sword on his back, seeking a semblance of security. Wu Zi swiftly retreated to the open ground behind, distancing himself from the battlefield. Such a scene was far beyond what a level 1 fighter could contend with, even clad in an exceptional combat outfit. If the novice dungeon was already this challenging, what horrors awaited in the abyss? As they spoke, Lin Yuan and the others also began to withdraw. It was no wonder no one had been willing to team up with them before. Now he understood that even 10 of him would likely fall before that level 4 Abyssal Guardian. With 2,400 health points, 38 strength, and the ability to summon allies. Was this something a level 1 practitioner could handle? Lin Yuan gazed at the level 4 Guardian, clad in chilling armor, feeling utterly devoid of the will to resist. It was terrifying. Even if he unleashed his maximum damage, he would only be able to scratch the surface. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. Had I known the level 4 Guardian was this formidable, I would never have joined your team. Lin Yuan chuckled. Indeed, if it weren't for old Gu, we might have perished here today. Lin Qingqing smiled faintly, a wave of relief washing over her. Su Ran remained silent, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Though the level 4 Abyssal Guardian was powerful, it paled in comparison to Dracula. They beheld the dark red figure, hauntingly weaving through the throng of guardians. The black and silver heavy pistol spitting fire. With each gunshot, a guardian fell to the ground, and thanks to the reset from Bloodshadow Fury, the cooldowns became irrelevant. In mere moments, a significant number of low-level guardians lay dead. Thank goodness we have a summoner, otherwise, a typical level 1 party would likely have been wiped out by that level 4 Abyssal Guardian. Lin Qingqing remarked, analyzing the attributes of the guardian. Not necessarily. Gu Chen's voice chimed in beside her. As long as the team includes a warrior and a paladin, alongside a cleric, defeating the level 4 Abyssal Guardian is well within reach, albeit it may take more time. Lin Qingqing paid little heed to Gu Chen's explanation. Her expression peculiar as she asked, "What brings you here?" Gu Chen smiled. "The battle over there is too chaotic. It's easy to get caught in the crossfire." Su Ran interjected, "Aren't you supposed to be responsible for killing monsters?" Gu Chen pointed to Dracula, who was currently engaged in combat with a group of Abyssal Guardians. "He is indeed." Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly strange. They are merely actors, and it is entirely reasonable for them to remain distant from the combat zones. To my surprise, the team leader, Gu Chen, has also arrived here. Su Ran revealed an innocent and naive expression, asking, "So, you simply command summoned beasts to slay monsters without engaging in battle?" Gu Chen shrugged, responding, "Isn't that the way of summoners?" Su Ran nodded, acknowledging the logic, yet felt a sense of disorientation. A difficult mode dungeon? This seems rather effortless. Gu Chen casually perched himself on the edge of a flower bed, observing the fierce clashes in the plaza, while his experience points surged upwards. Kill of the Fallen Guardian 1. Experience 8. Kill of the Fallen Guardian 1. Experience 9. Kill of the Fallen Guardian 1. Experience 9. Upon leveling up, the damage of Deadly Shot significantly increased. Even without striking the head, a single shot could obliterate the Guardian's body, resulting in an instant kill. Coupled with the effect of skill reset, within mere seconds, all the summoned Guardians were vanquished. As the ground became littered with the corpses of the Guardians, the level 4 Fallen Guardian finally made its move. It let out a low growl, and the dark long sword in its grasp erupted with blinding black light. Skill, Ultimate Judgment, activated. A massive black blade descended from the heavens, akin to a bolt of black lightning, aimed directly at Dracula's head. With a swish, Dracula vanished in an instant, evading the oncoming black sword. The next moment, it reappeared before the level 4 guardian like a specter, raising its arm. The icy muzzle of its gun was pointed directly at the guardian's forehead as it pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire resonated, the bullet striking the guardian's head. Though it did not shatter the skull, it inflicted nearly a third of its health. Without a kill, the skill reset could not be triggered, and Deadly Shot entered its cooldown period. However, the substantial damage to the guardian's head triggered a stunning effect. The level 4 guardian leaned on its black sword, its gaze vacant, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. How could Dracula let such an opportunity slip away? A crimson glow enveloped its body, and sanguine energy erupted from within, spiraling toward the level 4 guardian. Crimson Feast, detonate the target's blood, causing significant explosive damage. If the target's health is below 50, an additional damage equal to 30 of Dracula's maximum health is inflicted. Boom. The level 4 guardian trembled violently, a dense mist of blood erupting from its form. It staggered, its health plummeting to a quarter. Shortly thereafter, another crimson light radiated from its body. If the target's health is below 50, an additional damage equal to 30 of Dracula's maximum health is inflicted. The additional damage condition activated. Damage erupted. Bang! The level 4 guardian exploded on the spot, blackened flesh scattering everywhere. Kill of the fallen guardian 4, experience 75. Level 2, 193,200. Experience surged dramatically. Just one more level 1 guardian would suffice for another upgrade. At this moment, Chen was elated. He had anticipated that leveling up would be swift upon entering the instance, but he did not expect it to be this rapid. It appeared that once they cleared the dungeon, he would smoothly reach level 5, thereby enabling him to contract a second summoned beast. 2 skills to defeat a level 4 guard. It was simply astounding. Lin Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. This was an epic level summoned beast, truly unbelievable. Seated by the flower bed, Lin Yuan slapped his thigh and stood up abruptly, inflicting nearly 3,000 damage with 2 skills. Wasn't that extraordinary? Such terrifying damage could hardly be matched, even by Li Wenhui from the elite class, Wu Zi remarked, his expression a mix of emotions. Be confident. Remove the doubt. Did you not see that old Gu's last skill already overflowed with damage? Lin Yuan replied, brimming with pride. Li Wenhui, a retribution knight focused on explosive and sustained damage, could not possibly inflict such damage even at level 4. Lin Qingqing shook her head in disagreement. Regarding their discussion, Chen remained noncommittal, judging purely by damage. The skill, Deadly Shot, combined with Crimson Feast, could only reduce a level 4 guard's health by 3/4. To achieve a direct kill was still a considerable gap. The reason for the immediate defeat lay in the fact that Chen's summoned beast, after several evolutions, had amassed a health pool of 200, effectively sweeping through its peers of the same level. Currently, Dracula's maximum health was nearly 1,000, enabling substantial additional damage. Thus, he was able to vanquish the level 4 guard directly. In contrast, a typical summoned beast of the same level would possess around 700 health, even with additional damage. It could only severely wound the guard, not defeat it outright. Therefore, the previous feat was primarily reliant on the epic level summoned beast. After surveying the battlefield and confirming that no equipment or items had dropped, Chen led the group deeper into the ruins of the temple. Passing through the plaza, they arrived at the inner courtyard. Dracula took the lead, raising his weapon and swiftly dispatching a wandering guard within the courtyard. Defeated the Guardian of the Abyss, experience 8, level up, level 3, 1386, strength 37, agility 36, vitality 38, mentality 39, summoned beast, Dracula 3, epic. Current talent, you may acquire a Dark Bloodline. Upon seeing this prompt, a spark of excitement ignited in Chen's eyes. Positioned perfectly between the plaza and the inner courtyard, with no immediate threats, he activated his talent, and a familiar crimson light appeared before him. You have acquired Dark Bloodline, First Generation. Dark Bloodline, First Generation can transform ordinary beings into dark beings, and also allows First Generation dark beings to merge bloodlines for a star upgrade. The star upgrade of a summoned beast is akin to a minor evolution. Without hesitation, Gu Chen initiated the fusion. Bloodline fusion successful. Summon Beast Star upgrade. Epic Dracula. Level 3, corresponding to Summoner's level. Health points, 4,200. Attributes, Strength 58, Agility 62, Constitution 60. Spirit 59. Talents, Bloodline Instinct Epic. Blood Shadow Fury Epic. Skills, Fatal Shot 10 Epic. Skills, Crimson Feast 10 Epic. Talent Bloodline Instinct Enhanced. Bloodline Instinct. Blood grants the vampire enhanced physical prowess and recovery abilities. Dracula gains 10 permanent health points with each target slain. Epic 1 star. All attributes increase by 20. Health surpasses the threshold of 4,000. Most importantly, after the star upgrade, the talent, Bloodline Instinct, has been reinforced. With a single kill, one can acquire 10 permanent health points, a testament to its formidable power. A spark of excitement ignited in Gu Chen's eyes. Currently, at level 3, how terrifying would Dracula's health be at level 10? At 30? At 50? Moreover, the additional damage from Crimson Feast correlates with Dracula's maximum health. Thus, the higher Dracula's health, the greater the additional damage of this skill. It has synergized. Simply astounding. One can envision that this skill will continuously strengthen alongside Dracula's growth, with no upper limit. Once health reaches a certain pinnacle, instant kills would become a possibility. After the star upgrade, Dracula's strength has been enhanced, allowing ordinary attacks to instantly eliminate level 1 guards. Utilizing Fatal Shot, one could also dispatch level 2 guards effortlessly. When encountering level 3 guards, the Mozambique shot technique would come into play. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Even deities would shake their heads in disbelief. As for level 4 guards, apart from the one slain previously in the square, no others have been encountered. Progressing through the inner courtyard, the speed of monster elimination is astonishingly swift. Level 1 guards yield 8 experience points. Level 2 guards grant 16 experience points. Level 3 guards provide 35 experience points. And level 4 guards offer 72 experience points. This is merely an average. The actual experience gain will fluctuate around this value. It took approximately an hour to traverse from the inner courtyard to the end of the corridor. The primary reason for the delay was the intricacies of navigating the terrain, with frequent stops and the time required for guard respawns. Without these factors, it would likely have taken only half an hour. At this moment, everyone stood at the entrance of the main hall. The battle was finally about to commence. Gu Chen, with a serious expression, pushed open the heavy double doors and stepped inside. The main hall serves as the temple's core area, adorned with the most exquisite architectural style and decoration, yet regrettably, it now lies in ruins. The statues and idols once worshipped within have long since been destroyed, their forms utterly unrecognizable, leaving only remnants. As Gu Chen and the others entered the hall, a layer of indistinct black mist rose from the surroundings, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps echoing from the rear of the main hall. Boom, boom. As the light dimmed, the ground trembled slightly, and an unprecedented, formidable presence drew near. Lin Yuan instinctively climbed atop a half-formed statue, positioning himself on a shattered shoulder, deliberately removing himself from the fray. Observing his actions, others followed suit. Scaling higher ground. Although the main hall was expansive, one could never be certain of where guards might spawn. A competent performer knows that the first priority is to evade combat. Gu Chen was also busy, with his attributes significantly enhanced. He effortlessly ascended to the apex of a column. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire scene. From behind the main hall, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall charged forth. Alien race, Sinking Guardian, level 5, health 2,900, attributes, strength 48, agility 29, constitution 48. Spirit 37, skills, Sword of Oath, skills, ultimate judgment, a level 5 guardian with nearly 3,000 health. The colossal being wielded a black longsword, advancing menacingly towards Dracula. Without hesitation, Dracula raised his gun and fired. The bullets from his standard attack were not to be underestimated, striking the guardian's head in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. With an agility of 60, Dracula surpassed even that of a level 5 assassin. In a mere breath, he emptied 2 magazines, reducing the guardian's health by 1/5. Skill connection initiated. Deadly shot, unleashed high explosive bullets that soared from the barrel like a streak of silvery lightning, instantly embedding themselves in the guardian's brow. Though not a headshot, the guardian's health plummeted to half. As before, The substantial damage struck the head, triggering a stunning effect. The Guardian, in mid-charge, faltered and halted in place. Without a moment's pause, Dracula activated Crimson Feast, a blood-red energy spiraling forth to collide with the Guardian's chest. A burst of damage ensued, followed by a secondary explosion. Boom. The Guardian's form convulsed violently, its health depleted, and it exploded into a mass of blackened flesh. Sank Guardian 5 slain, experience gained, 113 impressive. Lin Yuan, perched upon the statue's shoulder, wore a look of astonishment. The level 5 Guardian had been discussed in strategy guides. The only viable approach was to kite it. Given its near 3,000 health and nearly 50 in strength, once ensnared, the entire team would face annihilation. Yet, Dracula had effortlessly dispatched it with a combination of ordinary attacks and skills, not even allowing a single skill to be unleashed. In that moment, concepts of extreme positioning and kiting tactics seemed trivial in the face of absolute power. Lin Yuan marveled. Indeed, the epic summoned beasts were fearsome beyond measure. Even Li Wenhui from the elite class, the most talented practitioner in lynching, would likely struggle to achieve such prowess. At that moment, with the level 5 Guardian vanquished, the lower-level Guardians that were meant to spawn alongside it finally emerged. From every unexpected corner, figures clad in chilling armor began to appear. Bang! The first guard to appear had barely taken a step when he was met with a fatal shot to the head. Bang! 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 Dracula, wielding dual pistols, stood amidst dozens of guards, relentlessly firing, ensuring that none could approach within 3 meters of him. As soon as any dared to draw near, they were swiftly dispatched with a bullet to the skull. The speed of his executions was astonishing, transforming the scene into a veritable bloodbath. Once all the guards had been eliminated, a notification of level advancement materialized before Gu Chen. Level up, level 4, 1680. Strength, 47. Agility, 46. Vitality, 48. Mentality, 49. Summoned Beast, Dracula 4 Epic. Talent. A Dark Bloodline can currently be acquired. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Gu Chen's face. The initial wave of adversaries had been thoroughly vanquished, leaving no room for hesitation as he activated his newfound talent. You have acquired Royal Blood of the Dark Bloodline. Royal Blood of the Dark Bloodline, capable of transforming ordinary beings into dark entities, and also allows for a bloodline advancement of first-generation dark beings. The prospect of enabling a first-generation bloodline to evolve was indeed a remarkable boon. It appeared that the royal blood corresponded to the legendary tier, while the first-generation bloodline aligned with the epic tier, and the descendant bloodline was linked to the rare tier. Gu Chen contemplated promoting Dracula to a legendary-level summoned beast. However, a fleeting thought made him reconsider. Upon reaching level 5, he would be required to contract a second summoned beast. Should he utilize the royal blood now, and if he were to attain a descendant bloodline at level 5, the quality of his second summoned beast would be significantly diminished. Conversely, by preserving the royal blood for now, even if he were to only receive a descendant bloodline at level 5, he could still bestow the royal blood upon the second summoned beast. In such a scenario, the first summoned beast would be epic, while the second would be legendary, drastically enhancing their combined combat prowess. The descendant bloodline, meanwhile, could be utilized for a bloodline awakening on the summoned beast, effectively serving as a form of enhancement, further amplifying their strength. Thus, for the sake of prudence, Gu Chen resolved to temporarily withhold the use of the royal blood. Nevertheless, this upgrade had significantly fortified Dracula. Dracula, Epic, Level 4 in accordance with the Summoner's level. Health, 5,620. Attributes, Strength 70, Agility 74, Vitality 72, Mentality 71. Following his third level, Dracula had dispatched a total of 12 level 1 guards, 7 level 2 guards, 2 level 3 guards, and 1 level 5 guard. Consequently, out of the 5,620 health points, 220 were accrued through these kills. While modest, every little bit contributes to the whole. In addition to the increase in health, this upgrade yielded 12 points to all attributes. Following this enhancement, his basic attacks, skills, and attack speed all saw a corresponding rise. Now, a mere pull of the trigger enabled Dracula to effortlessly eliminate level 2 guards, while his fatal shot could instantly slay level 3 guards. The Mozambique technique had already been employed against level 4 guards. With these two skills seamlessly intertwined, he could dispatch a level 5 guard in the blink of an eye. Within the current dungeon, Dracula had unequivocally ascended to the pinnacle of combat strength, a force to be reckoned with. A glimmer of combat fervor flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he prepared to advance, only to discover that Dracula had already ceased his actions. The main hall stood desolate. The first wave of monsters had been vanquished. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and others leaped down from the shattered sculptures. Wu Ziyi stepped forward and announced, "The first wave is complete. We shall wait for another 15 minutes, at which point the second wave of guardians will emerge alongside us. As long as we defeat them, we can clear the level." Although Wu Ziyi had a somewhat arrogant demeanor, it was undeniable that he had invested considerable effort into the strategy. Lin Yuan boldly inquired, "So, we merely need to wait here?" Ignoring Lin Yuan, Wu Ziyi turned to Gu Chen and asked, "Once we clear this dungeon, the difficulty levels will be unlocked. You will undoubtedly choose the Hell difficulty, correct?" The novice dungeon presented 4 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell, corresponding to grades 1 through 4. According to the rules, one could only select levels 3 and 4 after achieving a grade 2 evaluation. Gu Chen nodded, stating, "I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications. Next time, I will opt for the Hell difficulty dungeon to secure a grade 4 evaluation." Wu Ziyi responded with a cautious hum and tentatively inquired, "Will you still take me along next time?" Gu Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Not taking me." Wu Ziyi's expression reflected disappointment. "It's hard to say." Gu Chen replied coolly. "Hard to say? What does that mean? Is that a polite refusal?" Wu Ziyi asked in confusion. What could be so hard to say? Before Gu Chen could respond, Lin Yuan's voice cut in. "What else could it mean? It's a Hell difficulty dungeon. The challenge is off the charts. No professional team has ever succeeded in clearing it. One misstep, and everyone could perish within." "I am not afraid," Wu Ziyi quickly asserted. "This isn't merely a matter of fear." "What is it then?" "It requires additional payment." Wu Ziyi pondered this for a moment, realizing that mentioning payment at this juncture was not unreasonable. After all, he and Gu Chen had little camaraderie. Despite 3 years as classmates, they had scarcely exchanged words. To be blunt, until today, he would not have greeted Gu Chen even if they passed each other on the street. The sole person in their group who shared a bond with Gu Chen was Lin Yuan. It was evident that once this dungeon was cleared, Gu Chen's accomplishments would undoubtedly shatter the records for novice dungeon completions. At that time, those wishing to team up with Gu Chen would be numerous. While Gu Chen would likely continue to bring Lin Yuan into the Hell difficulty dungeon, whether he would include Wu Ziyi remained uncertain. Thus, from a different perspective, proposing payment at this moment presented a preemptive opportunity. Waiting until after the dungeon to discuss payment might offer no chance at all. "How much?" Lin Qingqing interjected. "For the Hell difficulty novice dungeon, it's 100,000 per person," Gu Chen stated. From 8,000 to 100,000, Wu Ziyi's eyelids twitched, nearly doubting his own hearing. "Not too expensive," Lin Qingqing mused, quickly declaring, "Take me," and Su ran along. "I will borrow money after we exit the dungeon." "My goodness, 100,000? And you say that's not expensive?" Su Ran exclaimed, covering her lips in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. 100,000 is indeed a substantial sum. Yet consider the evaluation of the novice dungeon and the rewards for successfully completing the Hell level. Is it truly exorbitant? Su Ran let out a soft acknowledgement and murmured, "But we lack the funds." "Borrow then," Lin Qingqing suggested thoughtfully. "With so many loan platforms available now, simply expressing your need for a loan will entice them to offer you funds eagerly. Securing a high-level evaluation could grant additional points in the academy assessments. And coupled with the rewards from the Hell level completion, gaining admission to a prestigious institution would be nearly assured. For individuals like them, who could spend an entire day in the dungeon square without forming a party, investing 100,000 would lead them to a higher education within 10 days. It was an opportunity that seemed almost too fortuitous to be true. Wu Ziyi made his decision. "Count me in. Once we exit the dungeon, I will transfer the funds to you." Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, unable to afford even the basic adventurer's gear, nonetheless accepted without hesitation. Recognizing that Wu Ziyi's financial situation was far superior to theirs, leaving no reason to decline, Gu Chen nodded in agreement, as if sealing the deal. Yet, Lin Qingqing seemed somewhat anxious, reiterating, "It's settled then. You mustn't tee back out once we exit the dungeon." Gu Chen shook his head, assuring her, "Rest assured. Even if they outside offer 1 million, I will not join them." Su Ran, taken aback, inquired, "Why not?" Gu Chen answered candidly, "When I was forming a party in the square, they mocked and derided me. even colluding to isolate me. I want them to regret their actions, to realize that underestimating me was their gravest error. Since they dismiss me, I reciprocate by refusing to engage with them. The high-level evaluation and hell-level rewards are now lost to them. I have never considered repaying malice with kindness. I am one who holds a grudge. The literal interpretation of his words might suggest a narrow-mindedness unfit for greatness. However, Gu Chen's forthright declaration lent an air of audacity and nonchalance. Su Ran and Lin Qingqing nodded vigorously, resonating with his sentiments. They wholeheartedly endorsed Gu Chen's perspective. Amidst their banter, 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. Inside the main hall, a deep roar erupted from the altar above, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. They had arrived, accompanied by a wave of fallen guardians. Other race, black-robed steward. Level, 7 health, 9,100, attributes, strength 86, agility 79, constitution 86. Spirit 81, skills, gray mist curse, skills, dark assault, skills, damage transfer. From the altar emerged a towering figure clad in a black robe, its features obscured. Behind it stood 2 level 5 guardians, 3 level 4 guardians, 4 level 3 guardians, and 18 level 1 guardians. The black-robed steward was tall and slender, humanoid, yet lacking normal proportions. Its entire form was shrouded in the black robe, rendering its true visage indistinguishable. Buzz. The black-robed steward raised his hand, the wide sleeves billowing in the wind, and with his movements, tendrils of gray mist began to manifest in the air. Silently, the entire main hall became shrouded in a hazy gray fog, rendering the surroundings lifeless and dull. Despite their elevated position, Gu Chen and his companions could not escape the enveloping mist. In an instant, everyone's vision was obscured, their minds clouded, and their limbs felt as heavy as lead. The gray mist curse had made its entrance, eagerly unleashing its power. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bit into his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to partial awareness. Although the black-robed steward was merely level 7, its attributes, bolstered by unique characteristics, approached an astonishing 90 across the board, with its health exceeding the formidable threshold of 9,000. Such attributes surpassed even those of the epic one-star Dracula, bordering on the grotesque. Attack first, refrain from using skills, Gu Chen commanded decisively. Given Dracula's speed, the guards would not even graze the hem of its cloak. Thus he chose to momentarily disregard the low-level guards and instructed Dracula to engage with basic attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Within the gray mist, Dracula was least affected. Almost instantly upon receiving the command, the icy muzzle belched forth flames, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the black-robed figure. Suddenly, a radiant white light erupted from the steward's form. The flurry of bullets struck its body. No damage. Its health bar remained utterly unaffected. The previous assault had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Meanwhile, a level 5 guard nearby was inexplicably struck, his health plummeting by a fifth. The skill, damage transfer. As long as there were fallen guards in proximity, the black-robed steward could transfer any damage inflicted upon itself to the guards. Gu Chen was not the only one well-versed in strategy. He had diligently studied the guides. The black-robed steward's ability to redirect damage to the guards meant that they would not truly perish. If a guard's health hit 0, they would fully revive after a minute. This minute constituted the cooldown for damage transfer. It was precisely this mechanic that escalated the difficulty of the novice dungeon, coupled with the steward's 9,000 health points. Novice players would have to evade the guard's relentless pursuit while gradually whittling down the steward's health. Even well-coordinated novice teams would require 3 to 4 hours to defeat the black-robed steward, and that was considered swift. It was not uncommon for players to spend 2 or 3 days conquering the novice dungeon. Bang, bang, bang. Dracula repositioned and unleashed another series of basic attacks at the black-robed steward. Damage transfer. No injury. The health bar remained unchanged. However, the level 5 guard beside him saw his health rapidly deplete, vanishing in an instant. The guard collapsed to the ground, entering a state of apparent death. The crystalline white light representing damage transfer faded from the black-robed steward, signaling the skill's cooldown. Roar. The black-robed steward let out a furious growl, sweeping its skeletal gray-white arm toward Dracula. The surrounding guards seemed to have received orders, swiftly charging towards Dracula. Bang, bang, bang. A series of basic attacks and skills. As soon as the guards approached, 1 or 2 fell in quick succession. Faced with the onslaught, Dracula's gaze was as cold as steel. He maneuvered, aimed, and fired. He resembled an emotionless killing machine, gracefully navigating the battlefield, each shot resulting in a guard's head being blown off. Killed Abyss Guard 3, experience 31, killed Abyss Guard 4. Experience 75, killed Abyss Guard 1, experience 8. Was this Dracula a summoned beast or a professional? His prowess in slaying monsters was on par with that of a gunslinger. He surpassed the gunslinger in sheer capability. I ask you, can a level 4 gunslinger blow the head off a level 2 Abyss Guard? Not only that, but could he single-handedly reload, predict shots, fire while moving, and switch targets seamlessly? Had his mastery of firearms reached its zenith? It was utterly outrageous. Perhaps Dracula should offer classes to the gunslinger, harvesting a fortune without fail. Amidst casual banter, Dracula's figure flickered and appeared behind a level 3 guard. Deadly shot, boom. The head of the level 3 guard exploded instantaneously, a swift kill. Killed Abyss Guard 3, experience 29. Without hesitation, he fired, unleashing a barrage of basic attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The health of the black-robed steward plummeted rapidly, losing a fifth of it in the blink of an eye. Enraged, the black-robed steward let out a roar, his long fingers beckoning in the air, summoning a crescent-shaped shadow of darkness. Hum! A deep tremor resonated through the air. Skill, Dark Invasion. The crescent shadow vanished into thin air, appearing before Dracula without warning. There was no escaping it, nor did he intend to evade. In an instant, the black crescent pierced through him, causing his body to shudder as he lost over 1,600 health points. Fortunately, after several enhancements, Dracula's health had neared the 6,000 mark. Enduring this skill was somewhat painful, yet bearable. Simultaneously, Dracula's attacks were fully charged and ready to unleash. He sought to replenish his health. Deadly shot, activated. Almost simultaneously, 2 gunshots rang out, 2 gleaming silver bullets whistling through the air, piercing the black mist and striking the head of a level 5 guard. Killed Abyss Guard 5, experience 121, with the absence of being selected by damage transfer. The guard could be killed outright. Eliminating a level 5 guard was akin to depleting a health pack from the black-robed steward. Skill kill, cooldown reset. Without a moment's hesitation, Dracula continued to unleash his skill. Deadly shot. Another 2 bullets soared forth, almost simultaneously embedding themselves into the forehead of a level 4 guard. Killed Abyss Guard 4. Experience 75. In just a few short seconds, all level 4 guards had been slain, leaving only 1 level 5 guard remaining, the one previously selected by damage transfer, who had entered a pseudo-death state after having his health drained. The state of apparent death is a defense against immune attacks. Thus, Dracula's silhouette flickered and materialized beside the black-robed steward. Simultaneously, his eyes ignited with a crimson glow. That crimson feast unleashed a surge of sanguine energy that spiraled from Dracula's being, sweeping toward the black-robed steward. A thunderous boom echoed. The black-robed steward staggered violently, his health plummeting drastically, yet he remained above half health, rendering any additional damage ineffective. With another flicker, Dracula shifted positions and unleashed deadly shot with precision. In a swift motion, as 2 gleaming silver bullets tore through the black mist, the level 5 guardian, previously in a state of apparent death, abruptly opened his eyes, radiating a dark red luminescence, and revived fully. The black-robed steward emitted a sharp shriek and activated a skill. Damage transfer manifested once more, enveloping him in a crystalline white light. The impact of deadly shot struck the black-robed steward without inflicting any harm upon him. Meanwhile, the level 5 guardian, just revived, suffered a grievous loss, with 2/3 of his health obliterated. With deadly shot on cooldown and crimson feast also unavailable, Dracula swiftly reloaded his magazine and unleashed a barrage of ordinary shots at the black-robed steward. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere breath, 2 magazines were expended. All damage was redirected, leaving the black-robed steward utterly unscathed. Furthermore, he initiated Eclipse of Darkness. Once more, a black crescent moon subtly materializing above him. Dracula dispatched a nearby level 1 guardian with a swift kick, completed his reloading, and continued his assault on the black-robed steward with a relentless series of basic attacks. In the next moment, the black crescent moon loomed before him. Unfazed, Dracula drew upon his vampiric instinct, which endowed him with formidable regenerative capabilities. The 600 health points lost to Eclipse of Darkness were nearly half restored. Even should he endure another skill, he could withstand it. In an instant, the black crescent passed through him, while Dracula's relentless strikes rained down upon the black-robed steward. A faint, crisp sound resonated as the crystalline white light enveloping the black-robed steward shattered instantaneously. The level 5 guardian was slain once more, this time in true death. With the effect of damage transfer broken, Dracula shifted positions again, locking onto his target with dual pistols, and 2 brilliant silver bullets whistled forth. Deadly shot struck true, piercing the black-robed steward's forehead and dealing substantial damage. Consequently, the black-robed steward succumbed to a state of dizziness due to the headshot. Dracula surged forward, a shadow cloaked in rich sanguine energy. The Crimson Feast activated. The spiraling blood energy collided with the black-robed steward, causing his health to diminish sharply, falling below half. Following this, additional damage erupted, a vibrant crimson light blooming upon the black-robed steward. With a resounding boom, the figure of the black-robed steward erupted violently, disintegrating into a scattering of blackened flesh and blood. Dracula's initial wave of basic attacks merely diminished the steward's health by 1/5. Following this, a barrage of basic attacks and the Crimson Feast ensued. However, due to the absence of triggered additional damage, the steward's health was only reduced to slightly above the halfway mark. Once the cooldowns were restored, a sequence of basic attacks, Fatal Shot, Crimson Feast, and additional damage was unleashed. This sustained assault dealt approximately 6,000 points of damage, obliterating the black-robed steward entirely. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the main hall. The expressions on Lin Yuan and his companions were profoundly varied. Despite their awareness of Dracula being an epic-level summon, they were nonetheless rendered speechless by his recent display. Nearly 6,000 damage. Could such a feat truly be accomplished by a level 4 summoner? Even a dragon knight harnessing the power of a dragon could scarcely achieve this. A strong sense of unreality washed over Lin Yuan and his companions. Such terrifying damage would likely dominate even within a hell-level dungeon. Contemplating this, a knowing smile spread across their faces. It appeared that the evaluation of the novice dungeon was assured, and the first completion rewards for the hell-level dungeon were also secured. At last, they had encountered a true deity. Kill the black-robed steward. Experience 555. Loot acquired. Black Steward's Emblem X1. Loot acquired. Black Steward's Robe X1. Level up. Level 5. 505. 1080. Strength 57. Agility 56. Vitality 58. Mentality 59. Summon Dracula 5. Epic. Talent. Current ability to acquire a Dark Bloodline. You have successfully cleared the temple ruins. Hard level. Rewards. Dungeon Chest X1. Hard level. Practitioner experience 500. Completion successful. Will exit the dungeon in 60 seconds. 59, 58, 57. Had they truly cleared it? Lin Qingqing's gaze reflected a hint of bewilderment. It felt rather swift. From the moment they entered the dungeon until now, only a little over 2 hours had passed. They had chatted and laughed the entire way, never feeling any pressure or difficulty. Lin Yuan, hands on his hips, burst into hearty laughter. A hard-level dungeon? Rubbish. I shall challenge the hell level. Lin Qingqing glanced over, exasperated. There were few left like Lin Yuan who had yet to be humbled by the dungeon's trials. Gu Chen glanced at the time and then addressed Lin Qingqing and the others. Once we exit, make sure to attend to your own matters promptly. Let us reconvene at the dungeon entrance at 2 o'clock this afternoon. All right. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi nodded in agreement. Normally, practitioners must maintain a heightened state of mental concentration when navigating dungeons, which places a significant toll on both stamina and mental fortitude. A single dungeon run, involving both traversal and combat, could leave one utterly exhausted. Therefore, it is customary to rest for a day post-dungeon to ensure ample energy for the next endeavor. However, Gu Chen was different. He had been orchestrating the summons throughout the battle, experiencing minimal personal exhaustion. If one were to speak of consumption, it would only be in the context of feeling dizzy and fatigued while ensnared in the misty curse. Even this trivial expenditure dissipated entirely after the demise of the dark-robed steward. Thus, for Gu Chen, this dungeon posed no burden whatsoever. He could easily undertake 10 such instances. As for the reason he did not immediately plunge into the hellish-level dungeon, it was twofold. Firstly, he wished to afford Lin Qingqing and her companions some time to secure funds, and secondly, he needed to deliberate upon the selection of his second summoned beast. After all, Having just vanquished the dark-robed steward, he had ascended to level 5. Before long, the minute countdown concluded, and Gu Chun and his 4 companions were transported to the dungeon square. It was still not yet 11 o'clock, yet the square was teeming with people. Even more crowded than in the morning, the majority of whom were awaiting to form parties. Look, a team has just been teleported out. How could it be so swift? The novice dungeon had only been open for just over 2 hours. Such a brief span of time could not possibly allow anyone to clear it. According to past records, the quickest completion took no less than 8 hours. Just over 2 hours? They must not have even breached the temple gates. Indeed, they must have been unable to succeed, thus using a teleportation scroll to exit. Quick, look there, isn't that Gu Chun? Ha ha, I suspected as much. It is indeed him, the commoner summoner. No wonder he emerged after just over 2 hours. It seems that for commoners who choose the summoner profession, it truly is a dead end. What if they actually cleared it? First and foremost, he is a commoner summoner. Secondly, emerging from the dungeon in less than 3 hours. How could such a scenario possibly lead to success? The notion that commoners selecting the summoner path is a futile endeavor has become an established consensus among all adventurers. Just as everyone was mocking Gu Chun, convinced he had failed to conquer the dungeon and had been compelled to teleport out, an announcement from the novice dungeon administration hushed the square into silence. Congratulations to the novice adventurer team for breaking the historical clearance record of the temple ruins, hard level. Clearance time, 2 hours, 35 minutes. 13 seconds. Team leader, Gu Chun, summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, swordsman, Lin Qingqing, warrior, Su Ran, assassin, Wu Zi, martial artist. Rewards, 500 experience points, 1 personal achievement. 1 historical record gift box, silence. The vast dungeon square fell into an eerie stillness. Due to Gu Chun's remarkable achievement in shattering the historical record, this announcement would be displayed before every novice adventurer. It is not uncommon for records in novice dungeons to be broken, especially with the continuous development of the adventurer system and the steadily increasing capabilities and combat prowess of new adventurers. Typically, every time a rare combat class emerges, the dungeon records are reset. However, this particular clearance time was utterly outrageous, surpassing the previous fastest record by more than 5 hours. 2.5 hours to conquer the novice dungeon. This accomplishment, even if it liberated the imagination of all novice adventurers, was beyond the realm of belief, particularly given the exceedingly lackluster configuration of this adventurer team. The captain is a civilian summoner, accompanied by 4 teammates, a swordsman, a warrior, an assassin, and a martial artist. This particular configuration of professions is utterly incapable of executing any effective synergy. Speaking of coordination, it dawned upon some that previously, Gu Chun had struggled to find allies, as he had ventured into the dungeon with actors. In essence, this dungeon run was akin to a solo endeavor for him. A solo run. With this realization, the expressions on the faces of the onlookers became increasingly animated. To tackle a dungeon independently, especially one of a challenging caliber, is a feat that even the most gifted professionals might find insurmountable, wouldn't it? In an instant, the gazes of the crowd turned fervent towards Gu Chun. Among them, the first to express admiration were the students from Linsheng No. 1 High School. Brother Chen, you've broken the record for solo runs. Congratulations. Brother Chen, you are my idol. Might you take me along next time? Brother Chen, this card contains 100,000. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Brother Chen, you've worked hard in this dungeon. Let me treat you to lunch. Gu Chun, I have feelings for you. May I be your girlfriend? Amidst the flattery and ingratiation from those gathering around, Gu Chun remained indifferent, striding directly towards the plaza's edge. You didn't invite me before? How amusing. Now, I shan't take you along either. Though Gu Chun was not vindictive, he was certainly not magnanimous. To repay malice with kindness? But how does one repay kindness? At that moment, a youth clad in a mage's robe rushed forward, blocking Gu Chun's path. Brother Chen, do you remember me? I have transitioned to a mage. Shall we tackle the dungeon together next time? A mage? Worthless, Gu Chun replied disdainfully. No, I am a mage. A primary combat profession. How dare you look down on me? Is being a mage so impressive? I possess a rare great staff, with 3 fireballs. I can slay a level 1 guard. Am I not formidable? Not impressive, Gu Chun dismissed him with a glance. The youth was momentarily taken aback, and the sensation of being disregarded incited his indignation. Gu Chun, what are you being so arrogant about? You merely cleared a challenging dungeon. Do you truly believe yourself to be strong? I am a mage. Countless professionals vie to team up with me. How dare you decline my invitation? You are finished. You will undoubtedly struggle against higher-level dungeons, and you will surely regret it. Is he truly that agitated? Gu Chen scoffed, not even turning back as he continued towards the plaza's exit. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, visibly aggrieved. Is that person unwell? Is it such a crime to not join him? Is that worthy of such a reaction? Quite normal, Gu Chen chuckled. In his eyes, teaming up with me is a privilege. With a slight achievement, I have become arrogant, and thus I am ungrateful. He continued, even those who approach me to curry favor. Though they displayed no overt reaction to my indifference, each of them secretly resents my success. The better I perform, the more discomfort they experience. Yet no matter how much they suffer, they will not reveal it, for they wish to conceal their regret. Lin Yuan observed the crowd around them, whispering and pointing at Gu Chen, and mused, in plain terms, they simply cannot handle it. Is it so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Gu Chen remained unfazed, declaring, they are merely a troop of buffoons. I find myself inferior to them. They would trample upon me. Should I surpass them, envy would consume their hearts. Thus, when confronted with such individuals, it is best to disregard them entirely. Once I lead you all to achieve a high-ranking evaluation, they will come to realize the magnitude of their folly, particularly that mage from earlier, who presumed it a privilege for me to join his party. How amusing. When we next emerge from the hellish dungeon, the regret festering within him will be magnified infinitely. He will surely chastise himself for not being more courteous, for not inviting me to join his party at the earliest opportunity. Yet, what is missed is irrevocably lost. Had he remained as resolute as before, I might have deemed him worthy of respect, but a sycophant, who, upon being disregarded, succumbs to indignation, earns my disdain from the depths of my being. Indeed, Lin Yuan cast a glance at the figure behind him. His exclusion from our group was to be expected, while our refusal to include him rendered us ungrateful. How absurd. Upon leaving the dungeon plaza, Gu Chen first returned to the school dormitory, while Lin Yuan made his way to a nearby stir-fry restaurant to procure meals for the two of them. Moments after Wu Zi exited, he promptly transferred 100,000 into Gu Chen's account before hailing a taxi and departing. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran wasted no time in seeking loans. With less than 3 hours remaining until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the pressure of 200,000 weighed heavily upon them. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Chen first claimed the experience rewards issued for breaking the record in the dungeon. Experience, 500, level up, level 6, 531880. Strength, 67, agility, 66, constitution, 68. Mentality, 69, summoned beast, Dracula 6, epic. Current talent, 2 Dark Bloodlines available, having reached level 5. The second summoning slot has been unlocked, allowing him to summon a second creature. To his surprise, breaking the dungeon record granted him an additional 500 experience points. Coupled with the experience gained from vanquishing the black-robed steward and the second wave of guards, he leveled up just in time. Thus, he is now able to acquire 2 Dark Bloodlines through his talent. However, Gu Chen refrained from hastily activating his talent, as the matter of the summoning books remained unresolved. After conquering the challenging dungeon, he obtained a difficult dungeon treasure chest and a historical record gift box. Treasure chests typically yield random equipment or items, while the gift box is distinct, likely to contain items corresponding to the profession. Should he uncover a summoning book, it would alleviate many complications. Presently, he possesses a mere 120,000, and even if Lin Qingqing and Su Ran succeeded in borrowing funds, his total assets would barely exceed 300,000, sufficient only for lower-tier summoning books. If he could unearth superior equipment, perhaps he might trade it at the exchange for a summoning book. With this in mind, Gu Chen opened his spatial inventory. Dungeon treasure chest. Hard difficulty upon opening. One may receive a piece of equipment or item of excellent grade or below. Historical record gift box. Upon opening, one may receive a piece of equipment or item corresponding to the current profession. Gu Chen glanced over and opened both rewards. Opened dungeon treasure chest. Hard difficulty. Received equipment. Hurricane Warhammer 1. Excellent grade. Opened historical record gift box. Received summoning book 1. Fine grade. Oh my. A summoning book has appeared. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled. It truly seemed that thoughts manifested into reality. Skill book. Dream Demon Summon. Level 5. Quality. Fine. Effect. Contract with the Dream Demon. If Gu Chun were to invest all his resources, he might exchange for an excellent grade summoning book at the marketplace. However, upon reflection, the slightly inferior quality of the summoned beast posed little concern for him. Even a fine grade summoner, after merging with the Dark Bloodline, could ascend to epic grade and provide him with significant attributes. Moreover, the Dream Demon, being incorporeal, possesses remarkable immunity to physical attacks, making it a rare energy entity summoner. Should it merge with the Dark Bloodline, its power would undoubtedly amplify. You are the one I choose. Gu Chun grasped the summoning book and directly learned it. The book radiated a dazzling light, forming a formation, and soon after, an ethereal shadow emerged within the summoning space. You have successfully contracted with the Dream Demon. Summoned Beast, Dream Demon, Quality, Fine, Level 6, follows the summoner's level. Health points, 2,980. Attributes, Strength 46, Agility 56, Constitution 43. Spirit 58, Talent, Enter Dream. Skill, Mental Binding 1. The summoned beast can wear equipment. Upon the death of the summoned beast, there is a chance for equipment to drop. If the summoned beast falls, it cannot be summoned again within a day. The Dream Demon, an energy entity, possesses low strength among its four-dimensional attributes, while its spirit is paramount. Aside from its innate high immunity to physical attacks, it lacks any remarkable features. The level 6 Dream Demon even pales in comparison to a level 3 Dracula. After all, it is a fine grade, so one cannot expect too much. Thus, Gu Chun accessed the talent interface, activated his abilities, and directly acquired 2 Dark Bloodlines. You have obtained Descendant of the Dark Bloodline. You have obtained Primordial Dark Bloodline. Combined with the royal blood of the Dark Bloodline he obtained at level 4. He has now accumulated 3 Dark Bloodlines. After careful consideration, Gu Chun resolved to use the Primordial Bloodline to elevate the Dream Demon-esque quality to epic grade, followed by utilizing the Descendant Bloodline for a blood awakening. As for the Royal Bloodline, it would be employed on Dracula, advancing it to a legendary grade summoned beast. Primordial Dark Bloodline fusion successful. Summoned beast advancement. Dream Demon Fine Nightmare Sovereign Epic. As Gu Chun anticipated, the Primordial Bloodline enabled the summoned beast to advance to epic grade. The original Dream Demon transformed into an eerie shadow resembling a phantom, ethereal and elusive. Within the shadow, a pair of icy eyes flashed with chilling brilliance, penetrating the soul and reaching deep into the heart. Summoned Beast, Nightmare Sovereign. Qualification, Epic. Level 6. Health points, 4,560. Attributes, Strength 68, Agility 76, Constitution 62. Spirit 78. Talent, Unspeakable Epic. Skill, Annihilation Strike 10 Epic. Skill, Nightmare Bind 10 Epic. With an epic level talent complemented by fully developed epic level skills. Gu Chun's heart swelled with joy as he immediately commenced the Bloodline Awakening. Dark Bloodline Descendant Fusion successful. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening. Level 6. Health points, 6,580. Attributes, Strength 79. Agility 86. Constitution 85. Spirit 90. Talent, Unspeakable Epic. Skill, Annihilation Strike 10 Epic. Skill, Nightmare Bind 10 Epic. Skill, Deep Dream 10 Epic. Following the Bloodline Awakening, the Nightmare Sovereign's health surged to 6,580, surpassing the 6th level of the Abyssal Guardian by nearly 3,000 health points. Among its 4 attributes, Spirit stood out prominently, and combined with its talent and skills, it was truly a natural spell assassin. Unspeakable, the Nightmare Sovereign's form is ethereal and elusive, allowing it to traverse freely between dreams and reality, granting it exceptional damage resistance against physical attacks. Annihilation Strike, utilizing dreams to approach the target unit. It launches a lethal attack that inflicts substantial damage. Nightmare Bind, for every 10 points of spirit, it can summon a Nightmare Servant. The target afflicted by the Nightmare Servant will receive multiplied damage. Deep Dream, constructs a deep dream within a designated area, inflicting significant continuous damage on any target ensnared within. The first skill excels in single target burst damage, while the second skill doubles the inflicted damage. The third skill specifies that the target unit refers solely to enemies targeted by the Nightmare Sovereign, not indiscriminate attacks on both allies and foes. Gu Chun observed that the Nightmare Sovereign could currently summon up to 9 Nightmare Servants. Should all 9 servants attach to a single unit, that unit would endure 9-fold damage when struck by the Nightmare Sovereign. In terms of damage calculation, the Nightmare Sovereign merely needs to combine 2 skills to potentially annihilate the Black-Robed Steward, a level 7 creature. The burst damage of the Nightmare Sovereign is terrifyingly formidable. At that moment, another notification appeared. Summon Beast qualification elevated from good to epic, bestowing attribute feedback. Summoner all attributes. Tengu Chen felt a surge of elation, as if a wave of refreshment coursed through him, invigorating his entire being. The attribute feedback from the summoned beast was akin to granting him a level up. An exhilarating experience indeed. Yet, this was not the end. Gu Chen summoned the royal bloodline and fused it within Dracula. Thereupon, within the summoned beast space, Dracula radiated a crimson glow, surrounded by a rich hue of blood, accentuated by brilliant golden light. The successful fusion of the Dark Bloodline monarch, summoning beast advancement, the legendary tale of Dracula. The epic Bloodlord, summoning beast, Bloodlord, level 6, health points, 8,600, attributes, strength 114, agility 118, constitution 116, spirit 115. The summoning beast's quality has ascended from epic to legendary, receiving attribute feedback, with the summoner's all attributes increased by 100. Talents: Bloodline Instinct Epic, Bloodshadow Fury Epic, Frenzied Blood Legend. Skills: Lethal Shot 10 Epic. Skills: Crimson Feast 10 Epic. Skills: Bloodline Legacy 10 Legend. New talent: Frenzied Blood Legend. New skill: Bloodline Legacy 10 Legend. Frenzied Blood. When the Bloodlord's health drops below 30, Wrath can be triggered, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. Bloodline Legacy. The Bloodlord can consume their own health to transform deceased units into Bloodline descendants. Impressive. Gazing at the summoning beast's attribute panel, Gu Chen felt a surge of satisfaction within. Is this truly a level 6 summoning beast? It is difficult to fathom. All 4 primary attributes exceed 100, surpassing the level 7 Black-Robed Steward by a considerable margin. As for health points, although it falls short by a few hundred compared to the Black-Robed Steward, this disparity is primarily due to the Steward's health bonuses. However, this is inconsequential. The Bloodlord has only just reached level 6. Once he ascends to level 7, he will undoubtedly dominate the level 7 adversaries. From fine to epic, he gains 10 attribute feedback. From epic to legendary, he acquires 100 attribute feedback. Level 6, 531880. Strength 177. Agility 176. Constitution 178. Spirit 179. Summoning Beast. Bloodlord 6 Legend. Nightmare Dominator 6 Epic. With all 4 primary attributes hovering around 178. Gu Chen's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. He had not anticipated that he could now overpower the Black-Robed Steward merely with his own attributes. Should he possess a complete set of equipment, he could effortlessly conquer the difficult tier of Novice Dungeon solo. Speaking of equipment, Gu Chen opened his spatial inventory. After defeating the Black-Robed Steward, he had acquired the Black Steward emblem and the Black Steward robe, in addition to the Hurricane Warhammer obtained from the treasure chest. Black Steward emblem. Quality: excellent. Effect: shields against external scrutiny, preventing others from obtaining the wearer's character information. Note: effectiveness diminishes when level disparity is too great. Black Steward robe. Quality: excellent. Attributes: Spirit 5. Constitution 5. Effect: the robe provides the wearer with a magical shield, with shield value equal to the wearer's spirit multiplied by 10. These are indeed valuable items. The emblem can thwart others from prying, while the robe grants a shield capable of absorbing 1790 damage. The key point is that the robe's shield value will increase in tandem with my spirit, which is quite significant. Gu Chen donned the Black Steward robe and affixed the emblem to his collar. He then accessed the professional trading platform on his phone and listed the Hurricane Warhammer for sale. The attributes of this weapon are commendable, in addition to its inherent bonuses. It possesses a defensive skill, making it suitable for classes proficient in hammers, such as warriors, paladins, and monks. As for the price, being a weapon of superior quality, it may not fetch an exorbitant sum, yet a listing of 100,000 should not be considered excessive. Shortly after its acquisition, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and Lin Yuan entered, carrying a stack of takeout boxes. Old Gu, come. For lunch. We have 8 dishes and a soup prepared. Lend me a hand. At 1:45 p.m., Gu Chen and Lin Yuan arrived at the plaza of the Novice Dungeon. The square was still bustling with students, the vast majority of whom were waiting for suitable teammates to form parties. Is there a seasoned player heading into the dungeon? I'm a monk equipped with fine-grade gear. I guarantee I'll be obedient. Seeking archers or gunners. Those with equipment and skills will be prioritized. Look, a summoner. Oh, it's Chen. He just cleared the hard-level dungeon this morning. What brings him back? Is he the one who soloed with 4 actors? As Chen approached, countless gazes were drawn toward him, and the crowd instinctively parted to clear a path. Summoner Master, please take me along. I have a full set of warrior equipment. Chen, weren't you looking for teammates earlier? Can you take me? Brother Chen, we're old classmates. Let us team up. Chen appeared unfazed, deliberately ignoring the flurry of entreaties around him as he leisurely made his way to the dungeon entrance. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Chen, I initially held you in low regard, but since you've proven your worth with the hard-level dungeon, you do possess some utility. Therefore, my team has an opening. Prepare yourself to join us in the dungeon. A voice filled with arrogance and disdain echoed through the crowd. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, then turned to see who dared to speak to Chen in such a manner. Meanwhile, a strikingly handsome youth donned in rare-grade knight armor stepped forward to confront Chen. Li Wenhui, the class leader of the elite class at Linqing No. 1 High School, hailed from a well-off family and had chosen the rare class of Retribution Knight. In terms of profession, background, and wealth, he overshadowed Chen in every aspect. He stood before Chen with an air of superiority, rightfully so given his standing. While I permit you to join my team, do not rejoice prematurely. Should you underperform and hinder our progress, I shall not hesitate to blacklist you. Li Wenhui's demeanor radiated an unmasked sense of superiority. What he framed as an invitation to join the party felt more like a condescending act of charity, as though he were granting a monumental favor. Chen raised an eyebrow, not incensed but instead displaying a peculiar smile. So, this display of superiority is directed at me? How flattering. Li Wenhui, from the esteemed Li family of Linqing, signified wealth and privilege. This, of course, indicated opportunity, a ripe target for exploitation. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Chen's eyes. It would be a disservice not to seize the moment and capitalize on his arrogance. What are you waiting for? Follow me. Li Wenhui tilted his head slightly, signaling Chen to follow. Chen, however, wore a look of disdain. No way, my friend. I just soloed a hard-level dungeon this morning. Am I supposed to assist you now? Have you lost your mind? Or have I? Li Wenhui snorted coldly. What does hard-level even mean? I am leading a team into a hell-level dungeon now. Hell-level. Do you understand? At the mention of those 3 words, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, their gazes shifting towards Li Wenhui with newfound respect. To date, there had been no record of successful completions for the hell-level novice dungeon in Lin City. Given Li Wenhui's profession and background, his bold declaration suggested he was exceptionally confident this time. In an instant, countless envious and jealous eyes turned towards Chen. That was a hell-level dungeon. Although Chen had managed to solo a hard-level dungeon, it paled in comparison to the challenge of a hell level. Being able to join Li Wenhui in this endeavor was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Yet, Chen appeared nonchalant. So what? So what? Humph. In all of Lin City, there are only a handful of teams capable of tackling a hell-level dungeon. If you choose not to join my team, it will be your loss, understand? How coincidental. Chen smirked. I happen to want to venture into a hell-level dungeon as well. And you think you can lead? Li Wenhui scoffed, utterly unconvinced. You? I hardly believe it. Don't believe me? Chen replied carelessly. Since we are both aiming for a hell-level dungeon, why not make it a wager? What kind of wager? The one with the higher completion rating wins. Li Wenhui burst into laughter, as though he had heard a joke. Are you sure? You might find yourself suffering a crushing defeat. At that moment, one of Li Wenhui's lackeys whispered, Li Xiao, Chen's bravado suggests he has some backing. It would be wise not to engage in a bet with him. Am I afraid of him? Li Wenhui shot back, his eyes narrowing. Just a commoner from an ordinary class who got lucky with a single dungeon run. Does he really think he is a god? Chen, visibly impatient, interrupted. Stop the chatter. If you're too afraid to wager, just say so. Who was Li Wenhui? Born into privilege, proud in demeanor, and possessing a rare class. He was hailed as a genius. How could he endure such an affront? Afraid? What a joke. Li Wenhui retorted sharply. I fear you won't even be able to afford the stakes. Chen maintained his calm demeanor. I bet 500,000. Is that sufficient? What? 500,000. Li Wenhui's brow furrowed slightly, suspicion flickering in his eyes. How could a student from an ordinary class have that much money? Caught off guard, he realized that while his rare knight's armor was worth over $1 million, it was family resources. He had saved several $100,000 himself. But that was meant for upgrading equipment and buying skill books. Losing was out of the question. He was a rare class retribution knight, equipped with rare grade armor. How could he possibly lose? As this thought crossed his mind, a look of unmasked disdain crossed Li Wenhui's face. Fine, I'll accept your bet. But it has to go through the trading platform. Among professionals, dueling was not prohibited. On the contrary, to encourage such practices. The trading platform had developed a betting system specifically to prevent the losers from engaging in dishonest behavior. Li Wenhui proposed to engage in a trading platform, harboring concerns that Gu Chen might not withstand the consequences of defeat. Without uttering a word, Gu Chen retrieved his phone, logged into the trading platform, and initiated a wager. He transferred 500,000 into the account, subsequently establishing the rules and criteria for the bet, which he sent to Li Wenhui. Very well. Li Wenhui confirmed with a nod of satisfaction, also transferring 500,000 to the platform. With the stakes confirmed, the wager was immediately activated. There was no turning back now. A triumphant smile spread across Li Wenhui's face. Who would have thought that he could earn 500,000 from a bet against a commoner? To his astonishment, the two individuals truly placed their bets. A summoner and a paladin wagering against each other. What audacity! The crowd buzzed with speculation, leaning towards the notion that Gu Chen would indeed lose. They should not forget, after all, that Li Wenhui's teammates were all top students from prestigious high schools. As for Gu Chen's companions, they were unknown, rumored to be actors. Actors? The crowd echoed with skepticism, yet Gu Chen's face bore an unmistakable grin. At that moment, he shared the same exhilaration as Li Wenhui, astonished that a mere wager could yield 500,000. It was utterly unexpected. Just then, three figures emerged outside the instance plaza: Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi. Though Lin Qingqing possessed a striking beauty, it was her commanding presence that carved a path through the crowd, with Su Ran and Wu Zi following closely behind. Before they could approach, she spotted Li Wenhui standing alongside Gu Chen. This is bad. Lin Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. How could Gu Chen be standing with Li Wenhui? Were they forming a team? Upon hearing this, Su Ran's face paled with panic. They had painstakingly borrowed 200,000 and already transferred it to Gu Chen. Was he intending to join Li Wenhui's team? What would happen to their money? That was 200,000. Wu Zi also noted the unfolding situation, his brow furrowing slightly. Although 100,000 was a considerable sum, he was far more concerned about accompanying Gu Chen into the Hell Level instance. Missing out on this exceptional player would be a far greater loss than the 100,000. Quickly, let us hurry over, Wu Zi urged gravely, prompting the trio to quicken their pace. At the plaza, by the entrance to the instance. After the wager had taken effect, Li Wenhui wore an expression of triumph. Gu Chen, I initially regarded you with disdain upon learning you were a summoner, believing that a commoner choosing this path was destined for failure. However, you have proven your worth through your abilities. Thus, I have decided to take you into the Hell Level instance, allowing you to broaden your horizons. After all, possessing a record in a Hell Level instance could pave the way for you, even if you do not gain admission to a prestigious institution. You could at least pursue a career as a sparring partner, which is certainly preferable to working in a factory, wouldn't you agree? I am genuinely trying to help you, yet you fail to recognize my goodwill. Li Wenhui's words dripped with condescension and arrogance. As Lin Qingqing and her companions drew nearer, they could not help but laugh at Li Wenhui's remarks, their earlier tension dissipating in an instant. What a false alarm. This is hilarious. Li Wenhui intends to take Gu Chen into the instance? What a twist. He believed that teaming up with Gu Chen would broaden Gu Chen's horizons. Who, after all, was truly ungrateful? Ha ha ha. With Li Wenhui speaking this way, I felt reassured. Given Gu Chen's temperament, he would undoubtedly refuse to join him. The three of them shared laughter, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief, as their futures were now intricately linked to Gu Chen. As long as Gu Chen remained, their prospects were promising. Ha ha ha, old Gu, did you hear that? Li Wenhui is doing this for your own good. If you fail to gain admission to a prestigious institution, you could always become a sparring partner. Lin Yuan stood beside Gu Chen, chuckling heartily at the paternalistic lecture. Am I permitted to laugh? Li Wenhui's expression suddenly darkened. Although you haven't granted me permission to laugh, I simply cannot contain myself. Ha ha ha. Amusement danced across Lin Yuan's face. With Gu Chen around, he hardly regarded Li Wenhui. The prodigy from the elite class, as a threat. What does a rare profession matter? As soon as Gu Chun summoned his creature, it could obliterate him in an instant. Silly dog, what pride do you have? Lin Yuan placed his hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. Who dares to provoke us? As long as Gu Chun is present, everyone in the dungeon square, one and all, is mere refuse in Lin Yuan's eyes. Isn't it amusing? Wait until I conquer the hell-level dungeon. You shall see who has cause to weep. Li Wenhui left with a grim expression after uttering these words, as his team still required one more member and he needed to find a suitable professional swiftly. At that moment, Lin Qingqing and her companions approached Gu Chen. Great one. Su Ran and I have transferred the 200,000 to you, Lin Qingqing announced. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi collectively contributed 300,000 to Gu Chun. At noon, after Gu Chun listed the Hurricane Warhammer on the trading platform, he also uploaded the teleportation scroll, with the two items fetching a total of 200,000. Altogether, that amounted to the 500,000 from the wager. Gu Chun led the four to the entrance of the dungeon, selecting the hell difficulty of the temple ruins from the dungeon interface. Warning, the current selection is hell difficulty. Challengers will enter the historical temple. The difficulty is extreme, and the mortality rate is exceedingly high. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. The current team's average level is too low. It is recommended to reform the party. No. Entering the hell-level dungeon of the temple ruins. Please wait. A dark red glow erupted from the spatial vortex at the dungeon entrance, and in an instant, Gu Chun and the others vanished from sight. The onlookers around them were left in stunned silence, the crowd initially quiet before erupting into chaos. No way. Gu Chun actually entered the hell-level dungeon. Has he lost his mind? Is he seeking death? He just cleared the hard level and immediately turned around to enter hell level. The leap is too vast. Gu Chun is bewildered. How dare he solo the hell level? Who bestowed such courage upon him? He's doomed. Not even Jesus can save him. Mark my words. If he manages to come out alive, I will live stream myself standing on my head while. On the other side, Li Wenhui also learned of Gu Chen's entry into the hell level dungeon. However, he harbored not a shred of concern. A mere civilian summoner, accompanied by 4 performers to tackle the hell-level dungeon. Was this not farcical? Huigu, we have recruited a new member. He is a thunder mage, a rare profession akin to yours, and he is en route. Fine, grant him 3 minutes to prepare. After that, we shall descend into the hellish dungeon together. Li Wenhui's lips curled into a cold smirk. His team boasted 2 rare professions, whereas Gu Chen's party comprised 4 mere performers. How can they compare? There is no need for comparison at all. Gu Chen is doomed. Ah, what is this? A fog is rising, a gray mist. I feel dizzy, utterly drained. This gray fog is imbued with cursed power. Upon landing, we are instantly afflicted with a state of weakness. Is this the hellish dungeon? Standing at the entrance of the ruined temple, the air thick with gray mist, Lin Yuan and his companions appeared pale, their bodies burdened as though filled with lead. The hellish dungeon mirrors a true historical account. In essence, the environment they now inhabit is the actual temple ruins. The previously conquered challenging dungeon was, at best, a diluted version. This gray mist resembles the skills of the black-robed steward within the main hall, suggesting a connection to the abyssal beings. This temple is likely under siege by them. Lin Qingqing surveyed the temple's entrance. It is not merely likely. This temple has indeed been invaded by the abyssal entities. Wu Zi interjected, stating, based on historical texts and strategies, all individuals within the temple have been tainted by the power of the abyss. The black-robed steward we encountered in the challenging dungeon was one such individual. Although we are now in the hellish dungeon, we must re-enter the temple and revisit the previous narrative. Upon entering the main hall, we must not only vanquish the black-robed steward but also locate a sealed heart. Following this, we shall proceed to the sanctum, where we will confront the Red Priestess, the ultimate challenge of the nightmarish dungeon. Only by defeating her and retrieving the sealed blood can we deem the nightmarish dungeon complete. After conquering the sanctum, we shall advance to the altar. What transpires there and what awaits us remains unclear. Wu Zi succinctly outlined the forthcoming stages, information he acquired through paid channels. Truly commendable, the class leader, though here to act, has diligently prepared for the task at hand. Lin Yuan felt a headache brewing, massaging his temples as he muttered. This sounds rather challenging. By the final stage, we lack even a strategy. Wu Zi nodded. After all, no novice would choose a hellish dungeon, and even if they did, no one has ever succeeded. Su Ran's expression darkened as she instinctively glanced at Gu Chun. Do you have confidence, Great Master? One can only ascertain after engaging in battle, Gu Chun replied nonchalantly, summoning a figure clad in a dark red gown that materialized from thin air. In an instant, the Bloodlord emanated a formidable aura, an evil presence cascading outward, causing hearts to race and spines to chill. Old Gu, has your summoned beast advanced? Lin Yuan gazed in astonishment at the figure in the dark red attire. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing and the others turned their heads. They had just completed a challenging dungeon, and now the summoned beast had undergone an evolution? Such an extraordinary growth rate. Who would believe it if told? As the crowd gazed intently, the familiar visage of Dracula had transformed into something more imposing and majestic, emanating an aura of chilling darkness that penetrated the soul. A mere exchange of glances unleashed a tide of overwhelming terror, inducing an almost suffocating sense of dread. Wu Zi narrowed his eyes, eager to inspect the attributes of the Blood Lord. However, he was met only with a series of question marks. Gu Chun had configured the summoned beast's information to remain confidential, allowing outsiders to view only its name, level, and health bar. Specific life values remained concealed. After all, the attributes of a legendary summoned beast were astonishing. At just level 6, its four-dimensional attributes had already exceeded 100, with health nearing 9,000. This was no mere summoned creature, but a force to be reckoned with even in novice dungeons. Faced with the puzzled gazes of his companions, Gu Chun chose to forego explanations and issued a command to the Blood Lord, directing it towards the temple's grand entrance. Simultaneously, the first wave of the Abyssal Guardians emerged from behind the door. The legendary Blood Lord, possessing formidable vampiric instincts, zeroed in on a figure lurking within the depths of the mist, raising its weapon and firing. Bang! A single shot obliterated the target, dealing over 3,000 damage. The Guardian, barely peeking from the fog, was instantly annihilated. Killed Abyssal Guardian 5, experience 113 goodness. That was a level 5 Guardian, and it was dispatched in an instant? Lin Yuan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Just then, a towering Guardian clad in black heavy armor, wielding a colossal golden sword, stepped forth. Standing over 3 meters tall, resembling a hill, the Guardian's sword radiated a formidable aura, flanked by a cadre of level 5 Guardians. Race, Abyssal Guardian Elite. Level, 6, Health, 11,500, Attributes, Strength 80, Agility 73, Constitution 92, Spirit 75, Skills, Mist Curse, Skills, Iron Guard, Skills, Oathblade, Skills, Ultimate Judgment. Is this a joke? An elite Guardian. Lin Qingqing's face was a portrait of shock. Heavens! Over 10,000 health. Can this truly be just a Guardian? Su Ran delicately covered her lips, overwhelmed with astonishment. Wu Zi interjected. The hellish dungeon replicates historical scenes. So this elite Guardian with a health pool exceeding 10,000 is merely a gatekeeper? Upon hearing this, the group's eyelids flickered. If even the elite foes were mere sentinels, what sort of challenges lay ahead? At that moment, the elite Guardian let out a thunderous roar, brandishing its golden sword and charging towards the Blood Lord. With eyes narrowed and murderous intent surging, the Blood Lord raised its weapon and fired. Bang! The gleaming silver bullet was deflected by the Guardian's obsidian armor, inflicting a paltry 300 damage, merely 2% of its total health. Iron Guard. The heavy armor allows the Abyssal Guardian Elite to resist 90 damage, with total damage intake not exceeding 50 of its maximum health. What an impressive skill. Alas, it was up against the Blood Lord. The maximum health of the Elite Guardian is 5,750, which is equivalent to half of its total life force. For other challengers, this formidable health resembles that of an indomitable bull. Even if the Elite Guardian stood still and refrained from retaliating, it would be a daunting task to breach this defense. Ordinary challengers must rely on their agility to exhaust the duration of its skills and wait for them to enter cooldown. However, for the Bloodlord, merely 2 shots would suffice to dismantle the heavy armor. Without a moment's hesitation, a resounding bang echoed as the second bullet whistled through the air, striking the Elite Guardian squarely. The Guardian's body trembled, and cracks rapidly spread across its armor, shattering it. With the heavy armor breached, the Elite Guardian let out an enraged roar, its golden greatsword pointing skyward, radiating a blinding golden light. The skill Ultimate Judgment was unleashed, accompanied by a thunderous boom. The golden blade descended from the heavens, poised to cleave the Bloodlord with unstoppable force. Yet, being a legendary summoner, the Bloodlord's keen senses had already detected the impending assault. Just as the golden blade was about to strike its crown, it evaded with an ethereal grace, retreating several meters effortlessly. Boom! The colossal golden blade crashed down, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. In the midst of this chaos, the Bloodlord's counterattack surged forth once more. Bang! With the armor shattered, this shot alone inflicted over 3,000 damage on the elite guardian. Following swiftly, another bullet sliced through the air, hitting the guardian squarely between the eyes. Bang! The high damage struck its head, instantly triggering a stunning effect. The elite guardian stood momentarily paralyzed, stripped of its ability to resist. Seizing this rare opportunity, the Bloodlord unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, raining down upon the elite guardian. While the shots did not target its forehead or vital points, the sheer power of the Bloodlord rendered even its basic attacks terrifyingly potent. Bang! 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 The elite guardian's health plummeted rapidly, and after a few shots, its towering form collapsed, its health completely depleted. In the span of merely 3 to 5 breaths, an elite foe with over 10,000 health was vanquished. With the greatest threat neutralized, the Bloodlord vanished in a flash, charging into the encirclement of level 5 guardians. Raising its hands, it unleashed a torrent of gunfire from its black and white heavy pistols, the sound echoing like a relentless downpour, as the ground was littered with the shattered bodies of the fallen guardians. In mere moments, the first wave of guardians was utterly annihilated. Kill. Sinking Guardian Elite 6. Experience. 468. Loot acquired. Steel Heavy Armor X1. Loot acquired. Healing Potion X3. Kill. Sinking Guardian 5. Experience. 111. Kill. Sinking Guardian 5. Experience. 118. Kill. Sinking Guardian 5. Experience. 115. Kill. Sinking Guardian 5. Experience. 109. A blue glow emanated from the corpse of the elite guardian, and Gu Chen's eyes brightened with anticipation. What a rare fortune. The first wave of enemies had dropped equipment. He picked up the steel heavy armor and examined it closely. Steel heavy armor. Quality. Excellent. Level restriction. 6. Attributes. Constitution 30. Strength 5. Effect. The steel heavy armor can reduce damage by 15 for the wearer. A level 6 piece of equipment, classified as excellent. Grants an impressive 30 points to Constitution and 5 points to Strength, while also mitigating 15 points of damage. Quite remarkable indeed. Heavy armor is typically donned by warriors or knights, and once he ventures out, it should fetch a handsome price on the trading platform. The ease with which money can be earned in this profession rekindled a familiar thought within Gu Chen. Throughout his life, he had endured poverty, and even after joining the Gu family, he had faced disdain. During his month in Gubei City, although residing in the Gu estate, the splendor and wealth felt utterly disconnected from him. The one solace he found was the absence of worry over daily meals. A chill flickered in Gu Chen's gaze at the mention of the Gu family. Just yesterday, Gu Qingfeng had deemed his class change a failure, publicly humiliating him before Qin Yun and the other servants of the Gu household, reducing him to a mere disgrace. Today, he had transformed into a summoner with divine-level talent, his future seemingly limitless. The Northern War King, the Holy Sword Berserker, the Empire's mightiest? In the face of his divine talent, those titles were trivial. One day, he would become a figure whom Gu Qingfeng could only look up to, and that day would not be far off. Stowing the steel heavy armor into his personal space, Gu Chen turned his attention to another spoil. Healing Potion. Quality. Excellent. Effect. Upon consumption, it provides resistance against the Mist Curse for 10 minutes. The four-dimensional attributes of the Bloodlord had surpassed 100, rendering the Mist Curse's effects negligible upon him. Gu Chen's attributes far exceeded those of his peers, only suffering a faint impact, especially since he was not engaged in battle. Thus, the healing potion held little value for him. However, for other professionals, the healing potion was an invaluable treasure. Just one dose could negate the Mist Curse for 10 minutes, completely dispelling any debilitating effects. Carrying it was akin to possessing a purification spell. In the heat of battle, this would prove crucial. Therefore, Gu Chen was confident that if this item were listed on the trading platform, it would undoubtedly command a good price. He stored 3 healing potions in his personal space, while the Bloodlord had also dispatched all the guards at the temple entrance. Level up. Level 7, 322680. Strength 187. Agility 186, Constitution, 188, Spirit, 189, Summoned Beast, Bloodlord 7 Legendary, Nightmare Sovereign 7 Epic, Current Talent, can acquire a Dark Bloodline, level 7. If news of this leveling speed were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite envy in countless individuals. Thanks to the attribute feedback bonus, Gu Chen's overall attributes had approached 200 points, exceeding double that of his contemporaries. This was indeed impressive. If he were to enter the arena for an 11-person battle, even without relying on his summoned beasts, he would be capable of sweeping away his peers. As Gu Chen activated his innate talent to acquire the Dark Bloodline, a deep crimson glow blossomed before his eyes. He yearned for a royal bloodline. For another royal bloodline would elevate both of his summoned beasts to legendary status, ensuring a high probability of success in this hellish dungeon. You have obtained, descendant of the Dark Bloodline, alas. It appears he was overly ambitious. Obtaining a royal bloodline is no trivial feat, as it is the very essence that can advance epic-level summoned beasts to legendary tier. Even within the entirety of the Divine Xia Empire, known legendary summoned beasts number merely a handful. Their rarity is one aspect, compounded by the fact that few practitioners choose the vocation of summoner. Descendant of the Dark Bloodline can awaken the bloodline of the original dark creatures once, or enhance the attributes of royal dark creatures once. There's no need to ponder further. Attribute enhancement holds little significance for the Bloodline Monarch, yet Bloodline Awakening could bestow new talents or skills upon the Nightmare Sovereign. Gu Chen seamlessly integrated the Descendant Bloodline into the body of the Nightmare Sovereign. Integration of the Descendant Bloodline successful. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening. Level 7. Health points 7,950. Attributes: Strength 99, Agility 106, Constitution 105, Spirit 110. New talent: Dreams Come True. Epic. Dreams Come True. The cooldown of the Nightmare Sovereign skills is reduced by 50, while skill consumption, energy expenditure, and the impact of negative effects are diminished by 80. This talent truly embodies the phrase dreams come true. Not only is the cooldown halved, but all consumption and negative effects are significantly reduced by 80. Such an effect is indeed unparalleled, even among legendary summoned beasts. It is evident that the Nightmare Sovereign, being an energy entity, enjoys such extraordinary advantages. Other summoned beasts would not be so fortunate. Subsequently, the Bloodline Monarch entered the temple, with Gu Chen and the others closely trailing behind. Upon stepping into the temple's plaza, a denser gray mist enveloped them instantly. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically as they felt the effects of the gray mist curse intensify, their weakened states exacerbated. Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Despite his attributes having surpassed 100, granting him resistance far exceeding that of his peers, the gray mist curse still diminished all his attributes by 25. As for Lin Yuan and the others, their faces turned ashen, dragging themselves along as if half their life force had been siphoned away. At that moment, Su Ran, walking beside Lin Qingqing, displayed a pained expression, seemingly unable to withstand the gray mist curse any longer. Her eyes rolled back, and her frail form collapsed straight to the ground. Su Ran. Lin Qingqing hurriedly rushed forward to support her, only to find that she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Gu Chen approached to assess Su Ran's condition. Her constitution was far too frail. He understood that assassins are typically delicate, yet he had not anticipated Su Ran's constitution to be this weak. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of the gray mist curse, she had fainted. In that instant, the true difficulty of the hellish dungeon was laid bare before them. The pervasive gray mist curse was truly terrifying. If challengers lacked sufficient constitution, they would not even require adversaries to intervene. Merely taking a few steps would lead to their demise. No wonder no newcomers have been able to conquer the hellish novice dungeon over the years. Is this truly bearable for fledgling adventurers? What should we do? If it were another team, in a situation like Su Ran's, the only option would be to use a teleportation scroll to extract her, as she has already lost her ability to move. Should the intensity of the gray fog curse continue to escalate, it is highly likely that she would perish here. Lord Gu Chen, I can carry Su Ran. May she continue to accompany us. Lin Qingqing pleaded earnestly. She and Su Ran had borrowed a staggering sum of 100,000 yuan to follow Gu Chen into the hellish dungeon. 100,000. For a commoner just graduated from high school, that is an astronomical figure. Should they withdraw midway, Su Ran's only recourse would be to work in a factory, likely spending years tightening screws to repay this immense debt. Sigh. What a hassle, Gu Chen lamented. Observing Gu Chen's demeanor, Lin Qingqing's expression darkened. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Chen raised a hand, summoning a ghostly figure shrouded in black mist. The Nightmare Sovereign. The figure grasped Su Ran, and, in an instant, the space before them shattered like glass, drawing Su Ran into the rift. The Dreamscape. The Nightmare Sovereign could traverse the dream realm at will. By pulling Su Ran into the Dreamscape, she would naturally be shielded from the Gray Fog curse. The Dreamscape exists as a completely independent space, severed from the reality, where nothing that transpires can affect the real world. Thus, once Su Ran entered the Dreamscape, she swiftly regained her strength. Where am I? Su Ran gazed around in confusion. Although she could clearly see the scenes within the dungeon, those in the real world could not perceive her. Where is Su Ran? Lin Qingqing asked, equally perplexed. Upon hearing Lin Qingqing's voice, Su Ran instinctively moved towards her. However, after only a few steps, she found herself back at her original position. A flicker of panic crossing her face. Without hesitation, she activated the assassin's ghostly dash, sprinting towards Lin Qingqing, yet the distance between them only widened. Gu Chen, through his connection with the Nightmare Sovereign, sensed the situation within the dream. Enough, you may all enter as well, he waved his hand. Within the Dreamscape, you will be unaffected by the Gray Fog curse. I shall release you once the fog dissipates. No sooner had he spoken than the void before them shattered. Dark fissures extending towards Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Wu Zi. Immediately, a grotesque hand formed from the black mist emerged from the rupture, splitting into 3 arms that pulled the 3 of them into the Dreamscape. Everything within the Dreamscape mirrored the dungeon's scenes, the only distinction being that the 4 of them could not interact with Gu Chen, as they existed in 2 separate dimensions. The weakened state has truly vanished? Lin Qingqing exclaimed upon entering and spotting Su Ran, filled with both excitement and astonishment. Gu Chen said, "This is the Dreamscape? How did we arrive here?" Lin Yuan gazed incredulously at the ghostly figure. The Nightmare Sovereign, indeed a summoned creature, has surprisingly allowed Gu Chen to contract a second summon so swiftly. Not only an energy entity, but also a rare spatial type. Wu Zi instinctively sought to examine the attributes of the summoned beast, yet was met with a myriad of question marks. Thus, the dream is a skill of the Nightmare Sovereign? Are we ensnared within the skill? What kind of skill can endure for such an extended duration? While the Nightmare Sovereign can traverse freely between dreams and reality, maintaining the dream state for such a prolonged period demands an immense expenditure of energy. Previously, the Nightmare Sovereign would have been incapable of such a feat, however. Following the awakening of its bloodline, its innate talent, dreams come true, reduces its consumption by 80, significantly enhancing the sustainability of its abilities. After ensuring the safety of Lin Yuan and his companions, the Blood Clan Sovereign continued to forge ahead, with Gu Chen and the Nightmare Sovereign trailing closely behind. As they delved deeper, the debilitating effects of the Gray Mist curse intensified. Upon reaching the plaza, Gu Chen felt his attributes diminish by 30. What does this signify? Originally, his 4 primary attributes were nearing 200, but now they have plummeted to just over 140, causing a noticeable deceleration in his movements. The Blood Clan Sovereign was similarly affected. The weakened state severely compromised their combat effectiveness, as what once could be dispatched with a single bullet now required 2 shots to fell a level 5 guard. As Gu Chen entered the plaza, numerous sinking guards emerged from all directions, spawning almost with every few steps taken. Moreover, with every few spawns, an elite guard would appear, differing only in levels. For instance, they encountered a level 7 elite guard at the temple's entrance, and just moments ago, the Blood Clan Sovereign had vanquished an 8-level elite guard. Now, directly before Gu Chen, a level 9 elite guard approached him. Alien race, sinking guard elite, level 9, health 16,000, attributes, strength 80, agility 87, constitution 122, spirit 95, skills, Gray Mist curse, skills, Iron Guard, skills, Giant Axe Strike, skills, Whirling Bloodblade. This level 9 elite guard resembled a small giant, clad in ominous black heavy armor that exuded authority, with a health pool of 16,000 and all attributes exceeding 100. Undoubtedly, this was the most formidable alien entity Gu Chen had encountered since entering the dungeon. As the level 9 elite guard advanced, the surrounding gray mist thickened, blurring even the features of the elite guard. In its grip was a blood-colored giant axe, its handle linked to a dark iron chain. The the remainder of which coiled around its extraordinarily robust arm. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the mist. Giant axe strike. Without warning, the blood-colored giant axe was hurled forth, its keen blade slicing through the air like a massive crimson lightning bolt, aimed directly at the Blood Clan sovereign. The gray mist curse unleashed by the level 9 elite guard diminished the sovereign's attributes by 40. In an instant, the Blood Clan sovereign's speed fell below normal levels, and before it could evade, the razor-sharp axe blade struck true. Swoosh! A ghastly wound manifested upon the body of the Blood Clan sovereign, with blood splattering violently, nearly cleaving it in two. Fortunately, this elite guardian excelled in physical resilience, and while its offensive power was relatively modest, it nonetheless inflicted over 4,000 points of damage upon the Blood Clan Lord. Upon reaching level 7, the Blood Clan Lord's health had surpassed 10,000. Thus, it could be said that a single skill from the elite guardian had stripped nearly half of the Lord's vitality away. With a sinister countenance, the Blood Clan Lord emitted a tormented roar. Such was the terror of a level 9 elite guardian. Wu Zi gazed at the nearly depleted health bar of the Blood Clan Lord, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was the first time the summoned beast had sustained such grievous harm. Indeed, the hellish dungeon was truly formidable, Lin Qingqing lamented. How can the elite guardian be so powerful? Should we send the Nightmare Sovereign in as well? Lin Yuan instinctively glanced at the ghostly shadow. Within the dream realm, the four observers felt their hearts leap into their throats as they watched the unfolding battle. However, in the square, Gu Chun remained composed and unflappable. Despite the effects of the gray mist curse diminishing the Blood Clan Lord's attributes and hindering its ability to evade the elite guardian's skills, it was still a member of the Blood Clan. For them, as long as the injury was not fatal, any wound could be rapidly mended. This was not merely a skill, but rather an instinct. With a muted groan, the Blood Clan Lord wrenched free the massive axe embedded in its flesh. In the next moment, the flow of blood from the wound ceased, and the grotesque injury began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate. In the blink of an eye, the horrifying wound had returned to its former state. Were it not for the dark crimson stains still lingering on its attire, one could scarcely envision that mere seconds ago, it had nearly been severed in half by that blood-red axe. Though the wound had healed, its health bar remained perilously close to the halfway mark. However, under the influence of its Blood Clan instinct, talent, its vitality was swiftly recovering. Observing this, Gu Chun resolved not to squander any more time and retrieved a vial of healing potion from his spatial storage. Healing potion, upon absorption, it can counteract the gray mist curse for a duration of 10 minutes. The Blood Clan Lord accepted the potion without hesitation, swallowing the glass vial whole. In the next instant, a layer of white energy erupted around its form, banishing its weakened state in an instant. With a furious roar, the Blood Clan Lord dispelled its previous lethargy. Thanks to the effects of the healing potion, its attributes surged back to their peak state in no time. Bang! Bang! Deadly shot. Two gleaming silver bullets sliced through the gray mist, striking the elite guardianess head almost simultaneously. The elite guardian staggered, losing nearly 7,000 points of health as its vitality plummeted to the vicinity of the half-health threshold. Bang! Bang! With two more shots, another deadly shot was unleashed. Generally, skills are subject to cooldown mechanisms and cannot be executed consecutively. However, upon advancing to legendary status, Deadly Shot had undergone a significant enhancement. Previously, a single silvery white pistol fired a bullet imbued with skill effects. Now, it unleashed 6, equating to an entire magazine. Each bullet inflicted over 3,000 damage. And after 5 shots, the elite guard was left with a mere sliver of health, poised to fall with just one more shot. However, in its moment of impending demise, the elite guard's obsidian armor suddenly radiated an ominous glow. The skill activated, Iron Guardian, granting the near-fallen elite guard formidable damage mitigation. The skill activated, Bloodblade Reversal. And with the newfound protection, the elite guard grasped a chain, swinging a massive axe in an attempt to deliver a final, devastating blow. Yet, the Vampire Lord was already at the zenith of power. There was no way he would be passive. Bang! 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 The black pistol fired a couple of rapid shots, swiftly shattering the Iron Guardian's damage reduction. In an instant, the Vampire Lord's figure flickered, appearing like a specter behind the elite guard. Just as the bloodied great axe was hurled forward, a gleaming silver bullet struck the elite guard squarely in the back of the head. Bang. Kill. Fallen Guard Elite 9. Experience 795. Loot acquired. Whispering Orb 1. Whispering Orb. Quality. Rare. Effect. Each kill or assist grants 1 layer of Whisper of the Fallen. Each layer provides a 5 bonus to all attributes. Note: the effect of the Whispering Orb must be actively cast. Upon casting, layers reset to 0. And the attribute bonus lasts for 1 minute. Note: if the wearer dies, layers reset to 0, a rare grade orb. Each kill or assist accumulates a 5 bonus to all attributes. Unlike conventional orbs, the effect of the Whispering Orb necessitates active casting. This means that even if 20 layers are accumulated, granting a total of 100 to all attributes, if not actively cast, the bonus will not be received. Furthermore, upon casting, layers reset to 0, and the bonus effect lasts only for 1 minute. Gu Chen pondered for a moment and decided to equip the Whispering Orb to the Nightmarish Sovereign. Firstly, the Nightmarish Sovereign could effortlessly traverse between dreams and reality, exhibiting superior survivability, making it less prone to death and conducive to accumulating higher layers. Secondly, the Nightmarish Sovereign's Deep Dream could inflict area of effect damage over time, maximizing the orb's effect within the 1-minute duration. Once equipped, the Vampire Lord continued to forge ahead. After traversing the courtyard and dispatching a cadre of guards, Gu Chen arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Pushing open the heavy double doors, a tall figure cloaked in a black robe materialized beside a colossal, collapsed statue in the center of the hall. Otherworldly, black-robed steward elite, level 13 health, 35. 000. Attributes: Strength 125, Agility 127, Constitution 132, Spirit 135. Skills: Gray Mist Curse. Skills: Darkest Assault. Skills: Damage Transfer. It was once again the black-robed steward, albeit with an elevated level. Level 13, with an average of 130 in attributes, and health soaring to 35,000, though the skills remained unchanged. The figure had grown more imposing and shadowy, and the curse of the gray mist within the main hall intensified. Gu Chen could sense that his weakened state had suppressed all his attributes by 40. Fighting in such a condition would have his combat power. Fortunately, the Lord of the Blood Clan had already administered a healing potion, rendering him immune to the gray mist curse for 10 minutes. Otherwise, venturing forth to slay monsters in a weakened state would be futile. Meanwhile, within the vast expanse of the main hall, numerous submerged guards emerged from the corners. In the blink of an eye, over 50 imposing figures clad in armor appeared beside Gu Chen. Within the dreamscape, Lin Yuan and the others were taken aback by the countless guards surrounding them. So many? The main hall was not like this last time. Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow. It's impossible to count them. This is utterly terrifying. Su Ran exclaimed. We've truly encountered a grave predicament, Wu Zi remarked gravely. What shall we do? With so many monsters, even with the Nightmare Sovereign, we stand no chance. Lin Yuan lamented. In the challenging dungeon, the black-robed steward had only about 20 guards in attendance, with the highest level among them being merely 2 level 5 guards. However, the number of guards had now doubled, with all being at least level 5, and some reaching levels 7 and 8. It is important to note that the black-robed steward possessed a damage transfer skill. These 50-plus submerged guards were not merely lackeys, but a veritable reservoir of health. A level 5 guard has a health pool of 2,900, a level 6 guard boasts 3,500, a level 7 guard 4,200, and an 8-level guard 5,000, calculating an average health pool of 4,000 per guard. The total sum of health among these guards amounts to approximately 200,000. This implies that the black-robed steward itself has a health pool of 35,000, supplemented by an additional 200,000 in health reserves. It is akin to a blood cow. No, it is even beyond that. It is a veritable blood bank. What are we to do? With over 200,000 in health, wouldn't that risk the barrel of our guns bursting? Lin Yuan expressed his concerns. That might not be necessary. A voice resonated nearby. Turning to look, Lin Yuan was surprised to see Gu Chen had also materialized within the dream. Old Gu, how did you get in here? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. The ensuing battle may become chaotic, and I fear collateral damage, Gu Chen replied coolly. The ensuing battle may become chaotic? Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the four turned to observe. They saw the Lord of the Blood Clan, with fingers poised in a grasp, unleashing 5 crimson beams of blood from his palm. which instantaneously penetrated the corpses of the guards outside the main hall. In the next moment, the guards' lifeless eyes opened, emanating an ominous crimson light as they slowly rose from the ground. Blood Clan Inheritance. The Lord of the Blood Clan can expend his own life force to transform deceased units into bloodline descendants. The Lord of the Blood Clan sacrificed 5,000 life points, resurrecting 5 corpses as bloodline guards, causing his health to drop to above half. The level of the bloodline guards corresponded to their former selves, 3 at level 7 and 2 at level 8. The bloodline guards positioned themselves behind the Lord of the Blood Clan, their scarlet pupils fixated menacingly upon the submerged guards, revealing a savage and bloodthirsty demeanor. Kill. The Blood Lord gently uttered a word, prompting the blood guards to charge ferociously into the fray, wielding long swords and heavy axes against the opposing guards. With their formidable physique and regenerative abilities, the blood guards possessed an innate advantage in combat. Under normal circumstances, they would dominate. However, under the influence of the Grey Mist Curse, the level 7 and 8 blood guards could only target the lowest-ranked level 5 guards first. Meanwhile, the Blood Lord remained active, his gaze fixed on an 8-level guard attempting to assault the blood guards. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of silver bullets whizzed through the air like lightning, striking the 8-level guard with precision. Killed Sinking Guard 8, Experience 616. The 5 blood guards fought valiantly against the odds, and soon, one by one, the sinking guards fell to the ground. Killed Sinking Guard 5, Experience 113. Killed Sinking Guard 5, Experience 113. Killed Sinking Guard 6, Experience 234. Killed Sinking Guard 6. Experience 234. What? I leveled up. In the dream realm, Lin Yuan, observing the battle, was suddenly startled, his face lighting up with joy. Gu Chen glanced over. Not only Lin Yuan, but Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi had also leveled up to level 5. As for himself, he was nearing level 8. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were ecstatic, for they had barely traversed half of the dungeon. Achieving level 5 without any effort was something they would have never dared to imagine before. I wonder how Li Wenhui is faring? Lin Qingqing suddenly recalled Gu Chen's wager. It must have gone terribly wrong. Lin Yuan remarked. Li Wenhui completed the hard-level dungeon this morning. He was only level 4 and thought he could tackle the hell-level dungeon with just a rare grade knight set? It's hard to say. Wu Zi interjected, analyzing. Li Wenhui not only possesses a rare grade set, but he is also a talent at level 4, and his team's class composition is far superior to ours. He has a talent at level 4? Why wasn't I aware of this? Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. It is normal. For commoners, many channels of information are closed off. Wu Zi slightly raised his head. So how do you know? Aren't you a commoner as well? Me? Humph. Not all commoners are the same. While the group engaged in their conversation, Gu Chen utilized a life restoration potion, fully reviving the Blood Lord's health. Subsequently, Bloodline Inheritance was cast once more, transforming 5 corpses into blood offspring, 1 level 6 guard, 2 level 7 guards, and 2 level 8 guards. Why not convert more blood offspring at once? Because the Blood Lord still needed to contend with the level 13 Black Robe Steward, maintaining over 50 health to prepare for any sudden assaults. The converted blood guards retained the fundamental attributes of the sinking guards while gaining the innate abilities of the Blood Clan, resulting in a significant enhancement in combat power. With heightened senses, speed, and exceptional regenerative capabilities, nearly every blood guard could confront 1 or 2 sinking guards directly, even under the suppression of the Grey Mist Curse. As the battle raged on, the number of Blood Clan guards steadily increased, and the fallen guards began to find themselves at a disadvantage, with only a dozen remaining to hold their ground. Meanwhile, the assault from the Blood Lord intensified, and after several rounds, the health of the Black Robe Steward plummeted below half. Within the main hall, merely 6 fallen guards remained. 25 Blood Clan guards against 6 fallen guards created a favorable situation for the attackers. The clash of swords and axes relentlessly diminished the health of the fallen guards, and soon, one of them collapsed to the ground. Kill count, Fallen Guard 9. Experience earned, 521. Level up, level 8, 134850. Strength, 197. Agility, 196. Vitality, 198. Mentality, 199. Summoned Beast, Blood Lord level 8 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign level 8 Epic. A talent offering a Dark Bloodline is currently available. What a thrill. A glimmer of joy sparked in Gu Chen's eyes. After leveling up, The Bloodlord's health was fully restored. The Bloodline Inheritance activated once more, causing the Bloodlord's health to plummet as 5 guard corpses rose from the ground, their eyes igniting with a bloodthirsty crimson glow. The number of Blood Clan guards surged again. Chen activated his talent to acquire the Dark Bloodline. You have acquired Dark Bloodline, First Generation. Dark Bloodline, First Generation allows for 1-star upgrade of a first-generation dark creature, or a Bloodline Awakening for a Royal Blood Dark creature, star upgrade. After careful consideration, Chen infused this Dark Bloodline into the Nightmare Sovereign. Summon Beast Star upgrade successful. Nightmare Sovereign, Epic, Level 8, Health 11,150, Attributes, Strength 119, Agility 126, Vitality 125, Mentality 130, Talents, Unspeakable. Dreams Come True, Skills, Annihilation Instant Kill Epic, Skills, Nightmare Bind Epic, Skills, Deep Dream Epic, Skill Nightmare Bind has been enhanced. Nightmare Bind. For every 10 points of mentality, 1 Nightmare Minion can be summoned. The Nightmare Minion can temporarily bind the target in place, and targets ensnared by multiple Nightmare Minions will suffer multiplied damage. After the skill enhancement, Nightmare Bind now included a controlling effect, capable of momentarily immobilizing the target. Moreover, if 2 Nightmare Minions ensnared a target, it would incur double damage. 5 would mean 5-fold damage, and 10 would mean 10-fold. However, the source of the damage must be the Nightmare Sovereign to yield such multiplicative effects. Otherwise, it would be ineffective. This is quite impressive. Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, this skill merely allowed the Nightmare Minions to attach to the target without any controlling effects. Now, the ability to bind the target in place made a significant difference. With a thought, Chen summoned dark mist around the Nightmare Sovereign. 3 shadows darted forth, ensnaring the remaining 3 fallen guards. The control effect was triggered unexpectedly, ensnaring 3 Abyssal Guardians, rendering them immobile, and they were brutally slain by the nearby Bloodline guards. Immediately, 3 shadows erupted from the corpses of the Guardians. Returning to the side of the Nightmare Sovereign. Abyssal Guardian 8 slain, experience 235. Abyssal Guardian 9 slain, experience 518. Abyssal Guardian 8 slain, experience 230. Assistance Judgment activated. You have accumulated 3 layers of Whisper of the Dead. What a thrill. This is precisely the desired effect. The cost of summoning the Nightmare Servants is negligible, yet it allows the Nightmare Sovereign to accumulate charges for the Death Whisper spell while entering the Dream Realm. Truly a 2-fold advantage. Incredible. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't merely the fact that Chen had accumulated 3 layers of Whisper of the Dead with a simple maneuver. Rather, he was profoundly shaken by the scattered corpses of the Guardians within the main hall, that amounted to a staggering 200,000 health points. They were obliterated without a trace. With this, the Black-Robed Steward was merely a trivial challenge. Lin Yuan paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that he might have become a bit overconfident. After all, that was an elite monster of level 13. With average attributes of 130 and a health pool of 35,000, even wielding a heavy sword, he wouldn't be able to slay it in a day. How could it be considered trivial? He hadn't even consumed any alcohol before entering the dungeon. How could he feel so intoxicated? At that moment, all the Abyssal Guardians had been vanquished, leaving the Black-Robed Steward unable to transfer damage through minions. Meanwhile, the Bloodline Lord's healing potions had long since worn off, and it was grappling with the effects of weakness in a desperate battle against the Black-Robed Steward. Just then, the Bloodline Lord abruptly abandoned the fight and swiftly retreated. The Bloodline Guards, however, seemed to have gone mad, fearlessly charging toward the Black-Robed Steward. The first to reach him was a level 9 Bloodline Guard. Without a word, it detonated itself. Indeed, it was a self-detonation. With a resounding boom, it dealt a blow of 2,000 health points to the Black-Robed Steward. Following closely, the second Bloodline Guard arrived, then the third, and the fourth. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed like thunder, causing the main hall to tremble. The health of the Black-Robed Steward plummeted dramatically, descending like a cliff, dwindling to nothing in mere moments. Beneath the bloodied black robe, a towering figure collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly still. Elite Black-Robed Steward 13 slain. Experience 1573. Loot acquired. Summoner Skill Book 1. Loot acquired. Doppelganger Doll 1. Loot acquired. Healing Potion 3. Loot acquired. Life Restoration Potion 2. a summoner skill book. What extraordinary fortune. Gu Chen's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly opened his inventory. Skill book, complete link, class, summoner, level, 5, quality, rare, effect, fully links the user's status with summoned units, sharing beneficial effects and mitigating detrimental effects. This skill is indeed quite remarkable. The consumption is shared with the summoned beast, reducing it to 1/3, while the benefits become threefold. Although no equipment was dropped this time, the rare occurrence of obtaining a class skill book is still a commendable feat learning skill. A layer of purple light radiated from the summoning book before it vanished. You have learned a new skill, complete link. Finally, a skill at last. Gu Chen mused inwardly. Skills for summoners are exceedingly scarce, especially in a remote town like Lingcheng, where no corresponding skill books are available for purchase. Hence, apart from the basic summoning abilities, this marks his first professional skill. Next, Gu Chen turned his attention to another piece of loot. Substitute doll, quality, rare, effect, upon activation. It can absorb 3,000 points of damage for the user. This value equates to 34 times the maximum health of an ordinary level 8 professional, yet, for Gu Chen, it is merely a little over double. While somewhat modest, it serves well as a shield. Gu Chen promptly activated the substitute doll and adorned it upon himself, subsequently placing the remaining spoils into his personal space. At that moment, the Blood Lord seemed to notice something and handed Gu Chen a glass vial stained with grime. What could this be? Curiously, Gu Chen looked over and discovered that the vial contained a heart, which was still slowly pulsating. Quest item, sealed heart. Gazing at the murky, dark fluid within the vial, Gu Chen felt a momentary wave of physiological discomfort. Sealed heart. Type, quest item. Description, a heart extracted from a witch, originally intended to be sacrificed to the deity in exchange for the power to resist the abyss. But unexpectedly. For now, this quest item would be stored away. Gu Chen placed the sealed heart into his personal space. Following the defeat of the black-robed steward, the gray mist curse became significantly diluted, and the weakening effects were greatly reduced. Gu Chen sought a clean spot within the main hall to release Lin Yuan and the others from their dream state, allowing a brief respite. The primary aim was to restore the Blood Lord's health, while simultaneously converting additional bloodline descendants. After all, in the haste to eliminate the black-robed steward, he had self-destructed 8 bloodline descendants at once. An hour later, the Blood Lord had fully regained its vitality. Behind it stood 30 figures, all enveloped in a dense aura of blood, representing the current limit of the Blood Lord's transformation abilities. Among them were 1 level 13 Blood Steward and 29 Blood Guards, including 4 at level 9, 6 at level 8, 9 at level 7, and 10 at level 6. Transforming units below level 10 into bloodline descendants consumes 1,000 health points, with self-destruct damage amounting to 2,000. For units below level 20, it consumes 2,000 health points, with self-destruct damage reaching 3,000. As for those below level 30, it remains unclear. Once prepared, Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Sovereign, and Lin Yuan along with the others entered the realm of dreams once more. With the descendants of the bloodline clearing the path ahead, Gu Chen swiftly arrived at the end of the main hall, standing before 2 imposing iron gates. Pushing open this door would lead him into the sanctum, the final stage of the nightmarish dungeon. Defeating the entities within and locating a sealed vial of blood would ensure a successful clearance. However, given that this was a hellish dungeon, the sanctum could only be considered an appetizer. The true challenge lay beyond, at the altar. A level 6 blood guard pushed open the grand door, and under the protection of the bloodkin, Gu Chen stepped into the sanctum. As he entered, the density of the gray mist surged again, the debilitating effect striking him with renewed force, causing his attributes to plummet once more. Such a terrifying curse of gray mist explained why no novice adventurer had ever cleared a hell-level dungeon. Gu Chen's complexion noticeably paled. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and the others were already within the dream. Otherwise, he would surely be on the brink of death. In the center of the sanctum stood a gaunt figure, hunched and shrouded in dark crimson robes. According to the strategy guide, this was the Red Priest of the sanctum. Beneath the hood, the Red Priest's face was obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes flickering with fervor and cruelty. Its skin was as pale as parchment, marred by black markings, as if malevolent incantations were coursing over its surface. As the bloodkin gathered in the center of the sanctum, a deep purple radiance suddenly erupted from the crystal orb held by the Red Priest. With a roar, dense purple energy coalesced into spectral skulls surrounding the Red Priest, writhing and howling in the void. Alien race, Red Priest Elite. Level, 15, Health, 72,000. Attributes, Strength 140, Agility 147, Constitution 162. Spirit 150, Skills, Curse of Grey Mist, Skills, Wraith Impact, Skills, Life Sacrifice, Skills, Death Echo. Indeed, they had truly descended into hell. With average attributes of 150, coupled with a staggering health pool of 72,000 and the debilitating effect of the Curse of Grey Mist, even an ordinary adventurer would feel a chill run down their spine. Such a vast health pool would surely be insurmountable for the current state of the Bloodline Lord. With this thought in mind, Chen retrieved a healing potion from his spatial inventory and applied it to himself. The healing potion took effect, dispelling the weakened state immediately. Simultaneously, Chen activated a skill. Comprehensive Link. Establish a complete link between oneself and summoned units, sharing beneficial effects and mitigating detrimental effects. In the next moment, the Bloodline Lord, previously in a weakened state, along with the Blood Guards, regained their vigor, their conditions rapidly improving. Chen then turned his gaze towards the ephemeral figure beside him. It is your time to shine. The Nightmare Sovereign also returned to its peak state, transforming into a shroud of black mist that surged into the void, heading towards the Red Priest. In the heart of the sanctuary, the crimson-robed priest swung his voluminous sleeves, and 3 vengeful skeletal spirits soared into the sky, effectively neutralizing the bullets fired by the Blood Lord. The foremost Blood Guards charged towards the Crimson Priest, their long swords and heavy axes descending mercilessly. However, in the next moment, one of the vengeful skeletons surged forward, reducing the leading Blood Guard to a heap of brittle bones. Following this, several more skeletal spirits emerged, rushing towards the remaining Blood Guards. At that instant, a vast expanse of shattered, pitch-black rifts materialized in the void, swallowing the skeletal spirits whole. The Nightmare Sovereign revealed its form, shrouded in a swirling haze of nightmarish minions. In the blink of an eye, these minions transformed into shadows, darting towards the Crimson Priest. Nightmare Binding. For every 10 points of mental energy, 1 nightmare minion can be summoned. These minions can ensnare their target briefly, and a target entangled by multiple minions will suffer multiplied damage. 1, 2, 3. Within a single breath, 10 shadows encircled the Crimson Priest, the damage multiplier reaching its zenith. The black mist surrounding the Nightmare Sovereign thickened, and it suddenly vanished into the realm of dreams. In the next moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind the Crimson Priest. Phantom Execution. Approach the target unit through the dream and launch a lethal strike, inflicting substantial damage. The skill was activated. Phantom Execution struck its target, erupting in a surge of devastating damage. Immediately thereafter, the 10 shadows entwined around the Crimson Priest quivered violently, unleashing the tenfold damage of Nightmare Binding. Boom. Beneath the crimson robe, the hunched figure stiffened as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. 28,000. The combined effects of the Nightmare Sovereign's 2 skills unleashed a staggering 28,000 points of damage. The Crimson Priest's health plummeted, losing over 40 points in an instant. Wow, 28,000 damage. Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. How can this be? Isn't the Nightmare Sovereign a summon just contracted by Chen? How can it be even more formidable than the Blood Lord? Witnessing the Crimson Priest's health bar diminish by more than half, he could no longer contain his disbelief. This kind of damage could obliterate anyone, provided they weren't the target. Lin Qingqing also wore a look of surprise. The Crimson Priest had 72,000 health points. It seemed insufficient to withstand the might of the Nightmare Sovereign. Wu Zi, too, found it hard to believe. The 4 individuals within the dream realm were utterly flabbergasted, their expressions akin to having encountered a ghost. A freshly transitioned summoner had unleashed a staggering 28,000 damage using their summon. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed such an absurdity was possible. Roar. The Crimson Priest, grievously wounded, radiated an aura of terrifying power. Surrounded by a dozen skeletal spirits, it let out a chilling wail as they surged towards the Nightmare Sovereign. Just then, the Blood Lord launched a sudden assault, unleashing a flurry of bullets that accurately struck the Crimson Priest's head. Bang, bang, bang. A tremendous surge of damage erupted at the center of its forehead, instantly rendering the Crimson Priest dazed. The skeletal wraiths charging towards the Nightmare Sovereign suddenly halted, losing control, and began to flit about like headless flies, colliding with the surrounding walls and sculptures. The elite creature, the red-robed priest, was only momentarily stunned for a second. However, in the context of the ongoing battle, that brief moment proved sufficient. Without hesitation, the Nightmare Sovereign unleashed its most potent skill, transforming a designated area around the red-robed priest into a deep dream. Within this realm, the red-robed priest let out an agonizing roar, its form morphing like clay, elongating, flattening, twisting, and disassembling. With each passing second, it endured the severe damage inflicted by the deep dream. Its health began to plummet. While it did not drop by over 40 in an instant as before, the decline was steady, continuous, and visibly swift. Awakening from its stupor, the red-robed priest frantically attempted to flee the deep dream. Yet, how could the Blood Lord allow such an opportunity to slip by? Although both resided within the deep dream, the Blood Lord remained entirely unaffected. In a flash, it appeared in an advantageous shooting position. Deadly shot, it activated. A barrage of silver bullets whistled like lightning, causing the red-robed priest's health to plummet by 24,000 in an instant. Lin Yuan and the others were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Not only were they silent, but their entire worldview was upended. The Nightmare Sovereign dealt 28,000 damage, while the Blood Lord inflicted 24,000. What was happening? Were summoned creatures now assessed in the tens of thousands in terms of damage? Was it not claimed that choosing a summoner as a commoner was a path to ruin? How could Gu Chen be so formidable? Was it possible that commoner summoners were the strongest class? Had this world deceived them? The four exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Was this truly an 8th-level practitioner? Which 8th-level practitioner could deal such damage? Not merely 20,000, but 24,000. The overlooked digits could result in death several times over. If one were to participate in the Academy assessment, the prestigious Jing Academy would hardly be a challenge. Not necessarily, Wu Zi interjected, expressing his disagreement. Dungeon monsters have a hate mechanism, thus they focus their attacks on summoned creatures. However, in typical scenarios, how should one combat a summoner? The answer is simple: eliminate the summoner first, Lin Qingqing declared. Indeed, when facing a summoner, the priority should be to eliminate the summoner. In a genuine assessment, as long as the attack focus is directed at Gu Chen, the battle could be resolved with ease. After all, he is merely an 8th-level novice practitioner, they concluded. Lin Yuan scoffed lightly, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. So, what makes you believe you can evade the Blood Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign, approach Gu Chen, and slay him? Just find a tank teammate to draw the summoned creatures away, came the response. Then the question arises, what sort of tank can withstand 24,000 damage in a single second? Even with a full set of epic armor, could they endure it? Wu Zi turned away, falling silent. Lin Yuan smirked, opting not to pursue the conversation further. There are always individuals who believe they can succeed where others have failed. This is a malady that requires remedy. At the center of the sacred sanctuary, the Blood Lord unleashed twin guns, spewing fiery tongues of destruction, inflicting wave after wave of damage upon the Red Priestess, who found herself ensnared in a profound slumber as her health plummeted rapidly. Soon, the battle neared its conclusion, with the Red Priestess's vitality dwindling to a mere 10 points. Just as the Blood Lord prepared to command the Legion of Blood Guardians to self-destruct, a terrifying surge of energy radiated outward, forcing the Blood Lord to retreat repeatedly. With a thunderous roar, the Red Priestess was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Her crimson robes, seemingly animated by an unseen force, transformed into a hue as vibrant as blood itself. In an instant, her aura surged, shattering the confines of her deep slumber. Ascending into the air, she extended her fingers toward the Blood Lord, grasping at the void. In that fleeting moment, countless dark purple wraiths surrounded the Blood Lord, voraciously eroding his form. A grimace of agony crossed the Blood Lord's visage as he was assailed by a blinding light, his body visibly disintegrating before the eyes of onlookers. His health bar plummeted dramatically, losing over 3,000 points in an instant. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly commanded the Blood Lord to withdraw from the center of the fray, while the Blood Guardians surged forward to draw the ire of their foes. It was imperative to note that the Blood Lord was left with just over 10,000 health points. Should the Red Priestess raise her hand again, she could easily obliterate him. A dozen Blood Guardians rushed forward but found themselves ensnared by an invisible force, unable to reach the Red Priestess. Suddenly, she emitted a heart-rending shriek, her crimson garments swirling as if ignited by flames. The blood guardians caught in her grasp ignited in a blinding radiance, disintegrating into dust. The light seemed to be summoned, swirling around her and being absorbed into her very being. Bathed in this piercing brilliance, the Red Priestess ascended like a deity, reborn from the flames. Her previously frail and hunched figure transformed into one of towering stature, her once emaciated limbs now robust and powerful. From a mere 10 health points, her vitality surged to 60 in an instant. She had resurrected, and in her rebirth, she had grown stronger. This was the Red Priestess's skill, sacrifice of life. Gu Chen's expression shifted, and he commanded the remaining blood guardians to retreat at once. When the Red Priestess's health fell below 10, she would sacrifice herself and all around her to restore her state and exponentially amplify her damage. In this state, she would also continuously activate Death's Echo, a skill akin to a domain. Within the confines of Death's Echo, adversaries would suffer catastrophic critical damage, their health plummeting steeply. With a thunderous roar, the Red Priestess darted into the midst of the retreating blood guardians. Almost immediately, countless wraiths surged forth from her, descending upon the surrounding guardians. Boom, boom, boom. The blood guardians struck by the wraiths scarcely had time to scream, as they were instantaneously corroded into mere piles of bones. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 20 or so Blood Clan guards were utterly vanquished. The descendants of the Blood Clan were completely obliterated. The moment the Blood Lord retreated, Gu Chen swiftly administered a vial of life-restoring potion. After the sacrifice, the Red Priestess became terrifyingly powerful. As soon as the 20 guards entered the range of Death's Echo, they were annihilated in an instant. Such damage would likely be insurmountable even for the Blood Lord. It was imperative to avoid entering her skill range. The foremost priority now was to buy time for the Nightmarish Sovereign. The cooldown of skills was tied to energy, and by restoring more energy, the Red Priestess could be ensnared in a profound dream. A piercing howl erupted from the Red Priestess, and suddenly, figures began to materialize within the sanctuary. As the temple guards refreshed once more, this time, it was not a mere dozen or 20, but a multitude, an overwhelming swarm, too numerous to count. The guards surged forth en masse, their chilling cries echoing from all directions. Fall back. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen turned and fled with his 2 summoned beasts. In such a dire situation, the only recourse was to draw them out and fight. Otherwise, if the temple guards blocked the path and the Red Priestess closed in, escape would become impossible. The Red Priestess had already set her sights on the Blood Lord, her speed astonishing as she closed in almost instantaneously. The Nightmarish Sovereign, sensing the urgency, unleashed a shadow that swiftly enveloped the Red Priestess, binding her in place. The Nightmarish minion bore no health points. It was essentially a skill manifestation, thus could not be slain, only dispelled by purifying abilities. Seizing the opportunity while the Red Priestess was ensnared, the Nightmarish minion and the Blood Lord felled the surrounding guards as they retreated hastily alongside Gu Chen. Truth be told, a cold sweat had broken out on Gu Chen's back. The sheer number of guards summoned by the Red Priestess was overwhelming, nearly sealing off the entire sanctuary. Despite the Blood Lord and the Nightmarish Sovereign systematically dispatching foes, the ground was strewn with guard corpses, yet such a terrifying quantity could not be contained. The 2 summoned beasts formed a protective barrier around Gu Chen, attacking the obstructing guards while retreating. The Nightmarish Sovereign, surrounded by swirling black mist akin to flames, would strike down a guard ensnared by the Nightmarish minion with each flicker of its presence. However, the rate of elimination was far too sluggish. Against the relentless tide of the fallen guards, its efforts were rendered futile. A blaze of fury ignited within the Nightmarish Sovereign. This battle was meant to be its debut. Yet it had descended into such a predicament. Surrounded by foes, retreat seemed impossible. Suddenly, Gu Chen halted his retreat, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. It's enough now. What do you mean enough? We need to run. The Red Priestess is going to catch up. The 4 individuals within the dream exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his sudden change in demeanor. Gu Chen, however, fixed his gaze upon the Nightmarish Sovereign, or more precisely, on the orb of magic swirling beside it. From the moment the Nightmare Sovereign vanquished the Guardian, Gu Chen had fixated on the layers of Whispering Dead. Now, precisely at the 20th layer, it had reached its zenith. Each layer of Whispering Dead granted a full attribute enhancement of 5, culminating in a total of 100 at the 20th layer. an enhancement that doubled all attributes. Gu Chen nodded in affirmation as the Nightmare Sovereign wasted no time and directly activated the effect of the spell orb. A surge of dark luminescence erupted from the whispering spell orb, casting its eerie glow upon the Nightmare Sovereign. In the next instant, a thick black mist enveloped the Sovereign, causing an explosive surge in attributes that resulted in a dramatic doubling of its size. Die! The Nightmare Sovereign ascended into the air, unleashing a furious roar as a barely perceptible pale gray energy radiated outward from Gu Chen, expanding in all directions. Deep Dream. Under the influence of the whispering spell orb, the Nightmare Sovereign's attributes were doubled, its vigor surged, and it reconstructed the Deep Dream once more. Surrounding Gu Chen, several approaching fallen guardians disintegrated like scattered building blocks, reduced to mere fragments upon the ground. The effect of the whispering spell orb is activated. The Nightmare Sovereign gains a 100 attribute enhancement, lasting for 1 minute. Though the duration was a mere minute, it sufficed for the Nightmare Sovereign. The guardians trapped within the Deep Dream possessed no capacity for resistance. Whether they were the lowest level 5 guardians or the highest level 10 guardians, all were crushed into fragments by the terrifying power of the dream. The only distinction was a mere few seconds of survival time. Defeated Fallen Guardian 6, experience 589. Defeated Fallen Guardian 8, experience 852. Defeated Fallen Guardian 9, experience 923. Defeated Fallen Guardian 7, experience 694. A series of kill notifications materialized before Gu Chen's eyes, and his experience bar soared as if propelled by a rocket, swelling by over 2,000 within a mere 10 seconds. He was on the verge of leveling up to level 9. Observing the multitude of slain fallen guardians, Gu Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. However, he was acutely aware that the Nightmare Sovereign could only maintain this prowess for 1 minute. If all the attacks were squandered on these minions, once the minute elapsed, the Scarlet Priest would be beyond saving. Eliminate the Scarlet Priest. Gu Chen commanded urgently. The black mist surrounding the Nightmare Sovereign surged tumultuously as one by one, the nightmarish servants transformed into shadows, swiftly ensnaring the Scarlet Priest. Each shadow represented a doubling of damage. 10 shadows culminated in 10-fold damage. This was the pinnacle of the skill, Nightmare Binding. Within the Deep Dream, the form of the Scarlet Priest began to twist and blur. Following the doubling of the Nightmare Sovereign's attributes, Deep Dream unleashed an explosion of 10-fold sustained damage. The Scarlet Priest's health bar plummeted at a visibly alarming rate, its body twisting, compressing, and blurring, shattering into a cascade of crimson fragments, much like the earlier fallen guardians. Defeated the Elite Red Priest, experience gained, 2731, loot acquired. Sacred Robe of the Priest, rare grade 10, loot acquired. Sacred Grimoire, rare grade 10, loot acquired. Sacred Trousers, rare grade 10, level increased. Current level, 9,122,6900. Strength, 207. Agility, 206. Constitution, 208. Spirit, 209. Summoned Beasts, Bloodlord 9. Legendary, Nightmare Sovereign 9. Epic. Talent, a Dark Bloodline available. At level 9, just one more level until level 10, allowing for the contract of a third Summoned Beast. Gu Chen was not in a rush to activate his talent. Similar to when he was at level 4, he decided to reserve this Dark Bloodline for the third Summoned Beast as a contingency. He then turned his attention to the 3 pieces of equipment acquired, the Sacred Robe, the Sacred Grimoire, and the Sacred Trousers, all of which were rare grade 10 items. This already constituted a quality above average, and being part of a set, they would undoubtedly command a price exceeding $1 million on the trading platform, and would likely be snapped up instantaneously. Sacred Robe, quality, rare, level requirement, 10 attributes, Constitution 35, Physical Defense 10, Magical Defense 20. Effect, the Sacred Robe provides a shield with all attributes 10. Priestly Set, Sacred Robe, Sacred Grimoire. Sacred Trousers, a shield with all attributes 10. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled. Currently, his total attributes amounted to 830, which meant the Sacred Robe could grant him a protective shield of 8,300. Just one piece of equipment could provide over 8,000 in shield strength, surpassing the health of an ordinary level 8 Abyss Guardian. Even when facing the level 15 Elite Red Priest, he could withstand 2 of its skills. Moreover, this equipment also enhances his Constitution by 35, Physical Defense by 10, and magical defense by 20, making it quite remarkable. Most importantly, this piece is part of a set. Although the Red Priest poses a challenge, one must admit, the rewards are indeed enticing. Next, he examined the other two pieces of equipment. Sacred Grimoire, quality, rare, level requirement, 10, attributes, spirit 30, energy recovery 25, spell damage 30. Effect, when the wearer or allied units have all skills on cooldown. It replenishes energy for allied units once. Priestly set, sacred robe, sacred grimoire, sacred trousers, a tome of magic that enhances spirit, increases damage, and restores energy. It is undeniably exceptional. Previously, all attacks from the Red Priest were executed through this grimoire, which evidently provided a significant boost to its damage output. Priestly trousers, quality, rare, level restriction, 10 attributes, agility 15 effects, movement speed 25, immunity to a single slowing effect. Priestly set, priestly robe, priestly tome. Priestly trousers. The effectiveness of the priestly trousers is rather modest, primarily enhancing movement speed and providing immunity to a single instance of slowing. However, when confronted with the entangling effects of nightmarish minions, they prove inadequate. Furthermore, this immunity to slowing can only be applied to oneself, rendering it ineffective for allied units, which means it is entirely disconnected from summoned beasts. This limitation significantly diminishes the value of the equipment. Nonetheless, this is to be expected, as the priestly set is strictly categorized as mage equipment rather than summoner gear. The fact that the priestly tome can replenish the energy of allied units is already commendable. Subsequently, Chen shifted his attention to the effects of the complete three-piece set. Priestly set, priestly robe, priestly tome, priestly trousers, set attributes. Constitution 50, Spirit 50. Agility 50, set effect. Perform a sacrificial ritual on the target unit, granting the sacrificer a damage multiplier of 10 for a subsequent period. Cooldown, 24. This is rather formidable. In simple terms, the greater the number of sacrifices, the more significant the subsequent increase in damage. Chen recalled the scene in which the Blood Priestess power surged after sacrificing several Blood Guardians. No wonder it could eliminate all Bloodline descendants in an instant. Its skill received a multiplicative damage bonus. If this were employed by the Blood Sovereign, it could unleash unimaginably terrifying damage. After securing the three-piece level 10 set, a minute had already elapsed. Within the sanctum, the pale gray boundary representing the deep dream began to shatter. Seizing this moment, Chen utilized the power of the dream to traverse through countless fallen guardians, arriving beside a towering frame. Within the frame, dark red liquid flowed in an erratic, slow manner, resembling an animated display. Chen reached out and removed the painting from the wall, then examined the item information. Sealed blood. Type, quest item. Description, blood extracted from the witch, sealed within this mural by the Blood Priest using a special method. Having acquired the quest item, Chen wasted no time and immediately dashed towards the passage leading to the altar. The Blood Sovereign and the nightmarish Overlord followed closely behind, repelling a multitude of pursuing fallen guardians as the three figures ventured deeper into the corridor, advancing toward their ultimate goal. The gray mist seems to have dissipated. Could the Blood Priest be the source of the mist? He had been too preoccupied with evading the throngs of fallen guardians to notice this detail. After progressing through the corridor for a while, Chen sensed an unusual change within himself. Upon checking his status, indeed, the weakened state had completely vanished. Fortunately, the curse of the gray mist had lifted. Otherwise, this final trial would have been exceedingly precarious. Upon examining the spatial confines at his disposal, it became evident that only a single vial of healing potion remained, the rest having been expended in the fierce confrontation with the crimson-robed priest. Should the gray mist linger at the altar, a formidable battle would undoubtedly ensue. The corridor was shrouded in dim light, and along the way, 10 level 10 black-robed attendants emerged. The Sovereign of Nightmares, in conjunction with the Blood Lord, swiftly annihilated them all. Upon reaching the corridor's end, Chen found himself in the company of not only the Blood Lord and the Sovereign of Nightmares, but also 10 level 10 blood attendants. Subsequently, Chen liberated Lin Yuan and his companions from their dreamlike prison. With the gray mist having fully dissipated, they regained their freedom. Positioned between the sanctum and the altar, it was an opportune moment to pause and recuperate. I am finally free. I felt utterly uncomfortable in that dream, Lin Yuan remarked, stretching against a nearby wall. Now I truly comprehend the terror of hellish levels. Had I been among those countless fallen guardians, escape would have been impossible, Lin Qingqing lamented from beside him. I can firmly assert that Li Wenhui and his group will undoubtedly falter in the hellish level instance. The crimson-robed priest is utterly fearsome, and ordinary adventurers would surely perish. Wu Zi added, a hint of trepidation in his voice, listening to Lin Yuan and the others converse. Gu Chun withdrew the Blood Lord and the Sovereign of Nightmares into the summoning space, allowing the two summoned beasts a moment of respite. He then sought a relatively flat stone slab and leisurely reclined upon it. Glancing at the time, he noted that 3 hours had elapsed since his triumph. It was indeed time to pause and gather his strength. He felt little fatigue himself. However, the Blood Lord had been engaged in combat throughout. And though rejuvenation through leveling could restore health, its energy had waned considerably. The Sovereign of Nightmares had expended its energy even more severely, having unleashed all its abilities and subsequently doubled its attributes, leaving it drained after the effects subsided. Energy, unlike health points, is not as easily quantified and can only be gradually restored through appropriate rest. Gu Chen's gaze shifted toward the distant altar, the ultimate destination of the hellish level instance. Thus far, no newcomer had ever completed this level. Historically, nearly all who entered the hellish instance had perished. At this moment, Gu Chun had not only shattered the previous records, but had become the sole individual to behold the finish line. As for the entrance to the instance, due to Gu Chun and Li Wenhui sequentially entering the hellish novice instance, the crowd in the square had swelled to a staggering number, surpassing even that of the guards within the sanctum. Although it was the season for rigorous academic assessments, the prospect of waiting 2 or 3 hours to witness which of Gu Chun or Li Wenhui would falter first was undeniably enticing. Indeed, 2 or 3 hours seemed a mere trifle. Historically, the record for those who ventured into the hellish level instance stood at 6 hours and 43 minutes, reaching the challenge presented by the crimson-robed priest within the sanctum. However, those were merely 9th or 10th level players, for the novice dungeon was exclusively accessible to those below level 10. It was rather perplexing that individuals like Gu Chun and Li Wenhui, one at level 5 and the other at level 4, dared to venture into the hellish dungeon. Thus, it was widely believed that 2 to 3 hours would suffice to determine a victor. Curiosity is inherent in human nature. Everyone was eager to witness this wager worth millions and discover who would ultimately emerge triumphant. 3 hours had elapsed, yet both hellish dungeons continued to operate, indicating a fiercely contested battle. Since the novice dungeon was a fabricated arena, it displayed an active status as long as the challengers had not all perished. This provided insight into whether the teams inside were still progressing. I surmised that Gu Chun was nearing his limits. Indeed, it was quite an achievement for an ordinary civilian to endure this long while accompanied by 4 skilled players. Li Wenhui must have already reached the main hall, for as the class leader of an elite group, he was accompanied by top-tier students. I believe Gu Chun to be remarkably strong. After all, what ordinary civilian could last this long in a hellish dungeon? It was hard to say. Perhaps he was hiding in some corner, merely buying time. The crowd buzzed with fervent speculation while the entrance to the dungeon remained eerily silent. Half an hour passed, and nearly 4 hours had gone by since Gu Chun and Li Wenhui entered the hellish dungeon. Both dungeons still indicated they were in operation, heightening the crowd's intrigue. The difficulty of a hellish dungeon was manifestly evident, and the fact that both Gu Chun and Li Wenhui had persevered for such an extended period shattered all expectations. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly erupted at the dungeon's entrance, and a figure was teleported out. One had emerged. Yet, why was there only one? The crowd's expressions shifted to one of complexity. Regardless of the team, if 5 entered and only 1 emerged, it signified that the other members had perished within, indicating a brutally fierce battle had ensued. As the light quickly faded, a weakened figure stumbled and collapsed to the ground. The crowd gazed in anticipation, speculating about the identity of the individual. Surely it must be Gu Chen? Indeed, the 4 skilled players had fallen, leaving him as the sole survivor. Alas, what a tragic fate. No, it was Li Wenhui. How had he emerged? Shock. How could this be possible? Li Wenhui was drenched in blood, his rare-grade equipment marred with the scars of battle. His complexion was pale, and he appeared utterly disheveled, as though he had merely half a life remaining. Yet, as he steadied himself and beheld the astonished faces of the crowd, a surge of intense pride welled within him. I breached the main hall and inflicted over 20,000 damage on the level 13 black-robed steward. Who could rival my prowess? After more than 2 hours of arduous combat, the team he led had successfully penetrated the main hall. However, the black-robed steward was, after all, a level 13 elite monster. And coupled with the over 50 fallen guardians that emerged simultaneously, Li Wenhui's team was ultimately forced to retreat steadily under relentless pressure. In the end, he framed the newly recruited Thunder Mage as bait, employing his entire team to delay the onslaught of the black-robed steward while he seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Only after extricating himself from combat mode did he manage to teleport away. Though his abandonment of his comrades was indeed a despicable act, he consoled himself with the thought that survival was paramount. Only by living could one aspire to become the mightiest of professionals. The crowd around him began to murmur in hushed tones, incredulity etched upon every face. Shouldn't Gu Chen have emerged first? How could it be Li Wenhui? Li Wenhui absorbed the expressions of those around him, lifting his head slightly, akin to a triumphant general, interpreting their astonishment as reverence and adulation. He then turned to the sycophant who had been waiting outside and inquired, "What is the status of Gu Chen's dungeon? Has he perished within?" The sycophant's face stiffened somewhat. "Gu Chen, he is still progressing through the dungeon." "What?" Li Wenhui's smile instantly faltered, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. "Repeat that." "It has been nearly 4 hours. How can he still be progressing?" For a moment, Li Wenhui found it hard to accept this reality. His team boasted 2 rare classes, far superior to Gu Chen's troop, and yet they had come perilously close to annihilation. Gu Chen's team had entered the dungeon before him. How could they still be advancing? Perhaps Gu Chen's team is taking longer to defeat monsters, the sycophant suggested quietly. Li Wenhui paused, his expression softening slightly. "That makes sense. I have already engaged the black-robed steward in the main hall, while Gu Chen's group might still be entangled with the fallen guardians in the plaza. They are simply not on the same level." "Very well. After all, the wager concerns the completion rating, not the duration of their survival. Sycophant, set up my tent here. I shall await Gu Chen's emergence to witness his defeat firsthand." Upon hearing Li Wenhui's words, those nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is about the completion rating. Gu Chen's prolonged survival does not necessarily correlate with a high rating. I have always said that Gu Chen must be cowering in the dungeon, stalling for time. A civilian summoner with 4 performers might not have even entered the temple's gates yet. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a possibility. Li Wenhui reclined within his tent and accessed his team's completion records. Though they had not successfully completed the dungeon, the system would still provide a rating, albeit a modest one. Level? It seems a bit low. Li Wenhui frowned slightly. However, considering it was a hell-level dungeon where ordinary transition students often perished, his survival and attainment of a level rating was already commendable. A smile crept onto Li Wenhui's face as he envisioned himself winning the wager of 500,000. "Gu Chen, what rating will you achieve? Level? Or perhaps level? Hee, I suspect you might meet your demise within, in the ruins of the temple." Upon exiting the corridor of the sanctuary, Gu Chen reclined on a stone slab, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Were the circumstances within the instance visible to the outside world, one might assume he was merely stalling for time. Though Lin Yuan and the others found themselves in a state of ennui, they did not remain idle. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Chen restored the vitality of his summoned beasts, the quartet, spurred by an impulsive urge, collectively vanquished a solitary black-robed steward. The process of slaying the creature proceeded with relative ease, yet it proved to be time-consuming, spanning over 10 minutes. For 4 individuals to take such a duration to defeat a mere level 10 foe, during which Wu Zi even sustained some injuries. They profoundly grasped the sheer terror of Gu Chen's combat prowess. After resting for over an hour, both summoned beasts had nearly regained their full energy. Gu Chen summoned forth the near-perfect Blood Lord and the nightmarish Sovereign, casting his gaze towards the altar in the distance, which had not been mentioned even in the strategy guides. He sensed the end was nigh. "Let us proceed." The Blood Lord led the way, accompanied by 10 blood stewards, while Gu Chen, Lin Yuan, and the other 5 walked in the center, with the nightmarish Sovereign bringing up the rear. As they neared the altar, an invisible pressure enveloped them, causing Lin Yuan and the others to freeze momentarily, instinctively halting their advance. "What is amiss?" Gu Chen noted the peculiar demeanor of his companions. "It's nothing. I just suddenly feel short of breath," Lin Yuan replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Gu Chen then shifted his attention to Lin Qingqing and the others. observing that their expressions also betrayed a sense of fear and heaviness. This is mental oppression, Gu Chen deduced, directing his gaze towards the altar, the source of this overwhelming force. With Lin Yuan and the others possessing mental attributes around 60, while the entity within the altar undoubtedly exceeded 150. Their proximity rendered them susceptible to its influence. Your attributes are insufficient. Retreat to the periphery, Gu Chen instructed them before continuing forward with his summoned beasts. As they approached the altar's edge, a horrifying wave of pressure erupted from within, and abruptly, the sky dimmed. Gu Chen instinctively looked up. No, it was not the sky darkening. Rather, a vast expanse of purplish-black light surged into the heavens, erupting from above the altar as if to devour all in its vicinity. Accompanying this was a potent stench of decay, rolling forth with the pulsating purplish-black radiance. Wherever it passed, vitality withered, flora succumbed to desolation, and an aura of death pervaded the atmosphere. Gu Chen did not falter. Instead, he advanced resolutely, recognizing the unmistakable signs of activation emanating from the altar. "Why have you betrayed me?" A chilling voice resonated in his ear, a woman's tone laced with profound resentment and unwillingness. The purplish-black light, imbued with the essence of death, continued to spread outward, while simultaneously, a semi-transparent gray shield materialized around Gu Chen. Effect of the Black Steward's robe provides the user with a magical shield, with shield value equating to 10 times the user's total attributes. Current shield value, 8,300 crack. 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 The purplish-black light struck the shield, immediately fracturing it with ominous black fissures. Snap. The shield shattered. Under the oppressive violet-black radiance, the shield value exceeding 8,000 could barely withstand 2 breaths. Gu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively retreated a step. The void behind him fractured dramatically, pulling him into a dreamlike realm, narrowly evading the encroaching violet-black glow. Simultaneously, figures clad in black robes emerged from behind the altar, and a cacophony of anguished voices resonated around him, sending a chill down his spine. Gu Chen furrowed his brow. These black-robed acolytes that had emerged from the altar were all of level 15. With health exceeding 50,000, they possessed the formidable abilities of Mist Curse and Damage Transfer, a power that was nothing short of terrifying, while 2 or 3 might be manageable. The current situation presented a daunting challenge. At least a dozen black-robed acolytes had emerged from the altar, and their numbers continued to swell. To eliminate the entity deep within the altar amidst the onslaught of these acolytes seemed nearly impossible. The Nightmare Sovereign would restrain the black-robed acolytes, while the Blood Lord would assault the altar. Gu Chen's gaze fixed intently on the flickering shadow deep within the altar. Only by vanquishing it could he hope to succeed. A thick cloud of black mist emanated from the Nightmare Sovereign, whose spiritual attribute had reached 142, enabling the summoning of 14 nightmare minions. In an instant, shadows surged forth like bolts of black lightning, striking the newly emerged black-robed acolytes. Meanwhile, 10 blood priests forged ahead, clashing with the black-robed acolytes at the altar's edge. One black-robed acolyte lunged forward, positioning itself defiantly at the altar's brink. The Blood Lord, with a fierce countenance, unleashed deadly shot. A barrage of silver bullets whistled through the air, forcing the black-robed acolyte to stagger backward, its health plummeting rapidly. The onslaught reduced its health by 24,000, nearly half of the acolyte's total vitality. Observing the diminished health bar, Gu Chen's expression shifted. Did this imply that the maximum health of these black-robed acolytes was less than 50,000? Instinctively, he surveyed his surroundings, despite the prolonged presence of the black-robed acolytes. The mist had yet to materialize. A spark of realization illuminated Gu Chen's eyes. The Red Priest had been the source of the mist, and with its demise, the Mist Curse would no longer manifest. With the threat of the Mist Curse eliminated, relief washed over him. Blood Lord, dismantle the altar. The Blood Lord activated Crimson Feast, swiftly dispatching the black-robed acolyte before him. Kill confirmed, cooldown reset. Seizing this opportunity, the nearby blood acolytes surged into the altar, engaging the surrounding black-robed acolytes in combat. The Blood Lord's figure flickered, appearing spectrally at the altar's depths, dual pistols aimed at the violet-black shadow, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Bang! 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 The bullets fell like torrential rain, unleashed with a ferocious intensity, yet were deftly swatted aside by an almost imperceptible shadow. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, observing a gaunt female figure rising gracefully from the depths of the altar. Her skin was withered, her body resembling aged parchment, riddled with creases. The skin taut against her bones, akin to that of a desiccated corpse. At the hollow of her sunken chest, a gaping wound was a chilling sight, its jagged edges suggesting a brutal incision by some malevolent force. She lifted her eyelids, and from her eyes poured forth an abyss of darkness, a miasma of decay emanating from her very being. Race, Fallen Witch, Level, 15 Health, 158,000. Attributes, Strength 185, Agility 180, Constitution 215, Spirit 220, Skills, Withering, Skills, Damage Transfer, Skills, Wraith Strike, Skills, Life Sacrifice. Upon observing the attributes panel, Gu Chen's countenance darkened immediately. A staggering health of 158,000. It was utterly outrageous. The Fallen Witch, this was indeed the culmination of a hellish dungeon. Though she was merely level 15, she possessed an astonishing health pool and an average attribute score exceeding 200. Such statistics alone would deter even the most talented of adventurers. Bathed in the aura of the altar, the withered corpse raised its frail arm, bony fingers pointing ominously toward the direction of the Blood Clan sovereign. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. The purplish-black aura coalesced into grotesque, contorted faces, unleashing a wailing shriek as they surged toward the Blood Clan sovereign. Wraith Strike conjures vengeful spirits to unleash a mental assault on the target, potentially inducing a state of confusion. Confusion state. Units in a state of confusion lose control over their actions and indiscriminately attack surrounding targets. The howls of despair reverberated as the wraiths pierced the form of the Blood Clan sovereign, releasing a powerful mental shockwave. Boom! The Blood Clan sovereign's body trembled, and under the oppressive spirit of the Fallen Witch, with a staggering score of 220, it was cast into a state of confusion. Its body swayed, launching indiscriminate attacks at its surroundings, as several nearby Blood Clan attendants fell victim to a barrage of bullets. Confusion state? Gu Chen's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. He swiftly retrieved a potion from his spatial storage and consumed it. Dispelling Potion, upon use, dispels all abnormal states and grants 5 seconds of immunity to such conditions. This vial, priced at 5,000, had been purchased by Gu Chen at the trading platform prior to entering the dungeon, originally intended to counter the Grey Mist curse. However, after defeating an elite monster and acquiring a healing potion, he had not utilized it until now. In an instant, the confusion state was dispelled, and the Blood Clan sovereign's expression froze, its eyes regaining their luster. Subsequently, a chilling murderous intent erupted from its elongated gaze. It was the Blood Clan sovereign, a being perched atop the pinnacle of the Blood Clan hierarchy. How could its dignity be so desecrated? With its faculties restored, the Blood Clan sovereign charged forward. Without uttering a word, it pulled the trigger against the Fallen Witch atop the altar, unleashing its skill with fervor. Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast. The skill connections unleashed a frenzy of damage. However, the Fallen Witch remained utterly unscathed. Gu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The Fallen Witch boasted average attributes exceeding 200, rendering her damage absorption capabilities the most formidable encountered thus far. Yet even so, it was inconceivable that she had withstood 2 skills from the Blood Lord without even the slightest hint of injury. At that moment, Gu Chen suddenly noticed a faint, imperceptible layer of crystalline white light emanating from the Fallen Witch. Damage transfer. Gu Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Withdraw. He promptly issued a command to the Blood Lord, but it was already too late. A vast expanse of purple-black light erupted from the altar, and a miasma of decay swept through the surroundings like a tempest. The retreating Blood Lord was engulfed by the purple light, as if struck with immense force. Crashing to the ground, an unsettling sound echoed as the Blood Lord's body began to decay, flesh rapidly rotting away, pieces falling to the earth. Withering releases death energy to assail the target, inflicting substantial ongoing damage. In a mere breath, the Blood Lord's health plummeted, losing over 5,000 life points in an instant. Half of its body had already begun to rot, its dark blood splattered across its form. Without hesitation, Gu Chen retrieved 2 bottles of life-restoring potions, replenishing over 4,000 health points. However, the skill inflicted continuous damage, just as he replenished 4,000 health. over 3,000 was lost again after 3 seconds. Truly, this was a hellish dungeon, with damage levels that were simply explosive. Not only could it transfer damage received, but it also possessed such terrifying damage skills. Had that skill been directed at him, he would likely have perished instantly. With this thought in mind, Chen promptly withdrew, distancing himself from the battlefield once more. The summoner's combat style was to command the overall situation, leaving the fighting to the summoned beasts. If he were to fall, it would all be over. Damn it! This is a freak of nature. From a distance, upon witnessing the Blood Lord's health bar significantly depleted, Lin Yuan could not contain his expletive. Continuous damage can achieve such devastation? Is this for real? Lin Qingqing was left speechless. If she were to engage, she would surely perish 2 or 3 times within a second. It was no wonder that there had never been a record of clearing a hell-level dungeon with such terror. How could one possibly succeed? Su Ran furrowed his brow and spoke up. The question is, with such formidable strength, how are we to proceed? Wu Zi voiced the concern that weighed heavily on his mind. As those words hung in the air, the four exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Throughout their journey, Gu Chen's might had become unmistakable. However, in the face of this ultimate adversary, the disparity between them became evident. In that moment, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. His jaw clenched, and his cheeks puffed out. Whether or not they could successfully clear the hell-level dungeon was no longer his concern. His gaze fell upon Gu Chen. A hint of worry etched upon his face. He wondered if Gu Chen could withstand this. Indeed, they had encountered a formidable challenge. Gu Chen also sensed the terrifying power of the fallen witch. Though somewhat challenging, he remained imbued with confidence. The matter was not grave. A chilling voice echoed through the still air as the fallen witch descended slowly from above the altar, enveloped in a miasma of decay. Her form surrounded by a swirling haze of dark purple energy. She resembled a desiccated corpse, with a gaping cavity in her chest that was both shocking and grotesque. Devoid of any trace of blood, her entire being shrouded in a pallid gray, exuding an aura of death. It was as if all her blood had long since evaporated. Observing this scene, Gu Chen furrowed his brow, reflecting upon the task item he had previously acquired. It was evident that some unspeakable events had transpired within this temple. The witch had been drained of her blood and had her heart extracted, her remains interred within this very altar. Was such a gruesome act truly within the capabilities of this temple? Gu Chen could not be certain, as he lacked the full picture. However, it was clear that the witch had endured unimaginable agony in her life. With hollow eyes, the fallen witch scanned her surroundings, her obsidian gaze sweeping over Gu Chen and the Blood Lord in the distance, before settling on the nightmarish sovereign engaged in combat with a cadre of black-robed attendants. A potent wave of resentment erupted upon her visage. "You all shall perish." The frigid voice reverberated in the air, akin to the anguished wails of countless lost souls. An aura of death emanated from the fallen, which as her feet gradually lifted from the ground, propelling her forward towards the nightmarish sovereign. The nightmarish sovereign unleashed nightmare binding, valiantly resisting the onslaught of over a dozen black-robed attendants, rendering it impossible for further reinforcements to advance. It understood that eliminating the nightmarish sovereign was paramount to consolidating its own power. "Do not let her approach," Gu Chen shouted, immediately discerning the fallen witch's intent, and promptly issued commands to the blood attendants. They surged forward, attempting to intercept her. Yet, the fallen witch remained unfazed, nonchalantly gesturing as she unleashed her skill. A cascade of death-laden energy descended, striking the blood attendants, their health instantly obliterated, their flesh melting away like snow under the sun, leaving behind naught but a heap of blackened bones. The skill, Withering, had previously stripped the Blood Lord of over 4,000 health points in a mere breath, and now it had annihilated 5 blood attendants in the blink of an eye. The fallen witch treated them as inconsequential as crushing an ant, continuing her flight towards the nightmarish sovereign. However, at that moment, 5 shadows materialized around her like wraiths. The fallen witch momentarily hesitated, but it was only a fleeting pause, as she regarded the blood attendants with disdain. Such beings were beneath her notice, as she had already demonstrated her capability to eradicate them with ease. Yet, just as she prepared to cast her skill again, boom. Without allowing her a moment to react, the 5 blood attendants simultaneously detonated in a self-destructive explosion. A crimson explosion enveloped the fallen witch, momentarily consuming her figure. Though the fallen witch possessed the ability to transfer damage to nearby minions, Such skills were not without cooldowns. Consequently, the self-detonation of the 5 Bloodline stewards resulted in a direct loss of 5,000 health points. Before the reverberations of the explosion had subsided, shadows darted swiftly towards the fallen witch, swiftly entwining themselves around her form. In the blink of an eye, the effect of nightmare entanglement had escalated to the 10th layer. The Nightmare Sovereign executed its moves with precision, weaving a profound dream around the fallen witch. Any enemy unit caught within would endure continuous damage. Coupled with the entanglements of 10 nightmare minions, the damage inflicted upon the fallen witch surged tenfold, her health bar plummeting at a visibly alarming rate. Blood loss. The health points dwindled by over 10,000 each second. This spectacle ignited a spark of excitement in Lin Yuan's eyes. Such damage. How could anyone dare to claim that a civilian summoner is weak? This was no mere display of strength, it was an aberration. How could a newly transitioned individual unleash such terrifying damage? As the group beheld the fallen witch's rapidly declining health, their expressions oscillated between astonishment and elation. Yet, Wu Zi's countenance remained grave. One must not forget that the fallen witch possessed the skill of life sacrifice, which had yet to be employed. The terror unleashed by the Red Priestess post-sacrifice was fresh in their memories. Should the fallen witch invoke her own sacrifice, the implications were too dreadful to contemplate. Silence fell over the group, their faces betraying a shadow of concern. The profound dream enveloped the trapped fallen witch, who emitted a chilling scream as a potent force of death erupted from within her, resisting the encroaching dream's influence. As the intensity of her deathly power surged, the deep dream began to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. After all, the fallen witch was at level 15, while the Nightmare Sovereign had only just reached level 9. Given such a vast disparity in levels, the ability of Deep Dream to ensnare her and inflict substantial ongoing damage was indeed remarkable. As the fallen witch's deathly power intensified, it seemed she was on the verge of dismantling the Deep Dream and liberating herself entirely. Gu Chen promptly interjected, invoking the Whispering Orb. The Nightmare Sovereign grasped the intent and activated the orb's effect. Emerging from the corridor of the sanctuary, the effect of Whispers of the Dead had accumulated to 8 layers. Earlier, while the Bloodline Sovereign had charged into the altar, the Nightmare Sovereign had dispatched numerous black-robed stewards. Now, the layers of Whispers of the Dead had escalated to 20. Whispering Orb effect activated. The Nightmare Sovereign receives a 100 boost to all attributes, lasting 1 minute. The Nightmare Sovereign ascended into the air, its attributes soaring to double their previous values, black mist swirling chaotically around it, akin to black flames dancing freely. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a formidable power from its ghostly form, an unstoppable force akin to a torrential flood. In an instant, the power of death was thoroughly suppressed, and the fallen witch was utterly trapped within the depths of her dream, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. With attributes doubled, the damage from skills surged dramatically, and the fallen witch's health began to plummet, losing over 20,000 life points almost every second. Whoosh! A shadow flickered, and the Blood Lord emerged within the profound dream. He had come to deal damage. Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast. 2 skills were unleashed in succession, followed by a barrage of basic attack bullets that poured mercilessly upon the fallen witch. In the blink of an eye, her health plummeted by more than 70,000. Incredible! Lin Yuan felt a rush of excitement as his cheeks flushed red. He had not anticipated that the Blood Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign could combine their efforts to inflict such devastating damage. If this were to spread, it would be utterly astonishing. In less than 10 seconds, the fallen witch was left with merely over 30,000 health points. A monstrous being indeed. How could Gu Chen be so formidable? I am now eager to know which class at the same level could withstand such terrifying damage. The Whispering Orb was merely a rare grade equipment. How could it confer such a fearsome enhancement? Wu Zi observed the battlefield and spoke solemnly. The Whispering Orb is just one aspect. The crux lies in the overwhelming strength of Gu Chen's summoned beasts. For instance, when your attribute is 1, using the Whispering Orb will only grant you an enhancement of 1. However, when your attribute is 100, the Whispering Orb can provide a boost of 100. In essence, the stronger the user, the greater the enhancement in combat power. If the Whispering Orb were donned by Gu Chen, it would not unleash such terrifying damage. Wu Zi's gaze fell upon the figures of the Blood Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. Thus, it was not that the summoner was strong, nor that Gu Chun was strong, but rather that his summoned beasts were powerful. Initially, Lin Yuan concurred, but upon hearing this, he grew discontent. For a summoner, the strength of their summoned beasts inherently reflects their own prowess, does it not? Wu Zi turned his head, his expression suddenly darkening. This is bad. The witch has begun to sacrifice. His words caused the expressions of the crowd to change in unison. Immediately, a fierce and violent aura of death erupted from the fallen witch. Several nearby black-robed attendants suddenly emitted deep, guttural howls, and then their bodies seemed to be consumed by an invisible flame, transforming into blinding light that entered the fallen witch's form. Once the sacrifice commenced, it triggered a chain reaction, causing dozens of black-robed attendants around to simultaneously dissolve, swiftly turning into beams of light. The fallen witch's body acted like a magnet, continuously drawing in the sacrificed attendants. Her form rapidly expanded, the once withered flesh visibly plumping as if nourished by life itself. Simultaneously, her health ceased to collapse and began to surge rapidly. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. Her recovery speed was nothing short of astonishing. She remained ensnared within the depths of a profound dream, and without the continuous damage of skills, one could only fear her recovery would be even more pronounced. Oh, the fallen witch emitted a piercing shriek of death, as an inexhaustible force of mortality emanated from her being, coalescing into countless vengeful skeletons that frenziedly assailed the barriers of the dream. Boom! The depths of the dream began to tremble violently, a wave of chaos sweeping through. The nightmare sovereign's form quivered, the black mist that enveloped it scattering chaotically, as if struck by an overwhelming force. Anger surged within it, and just as it prepared to retaliate, a sudden wave of weakness rose from within, intensifying by the moment. Time was up. The effect of the deathly orb lasted but 1 minute. The nightmare sovereign's attributes plummeted in an instant, its power began to wane, and in the blink of an eye, it reverted to its normal size. Subsequently, with a sharp crack, the profound dream that had imprisoned the fallen witch shattered like fragile glass. The fallen witch was freed. In her state of sacrifice, a torrent of deathly energy swirled around her, voraciously absorbing the sacrificial light from the black-robed steward, causing her health to recover at an astonishing rate. Above the altar, dense black clouds churned and roiled, a storm rampaging. With a wave of her hand, the chilling aura of death radiated from her, sweeping outward. The force of death coalesced into a multitude of grotesque tendrils, wildly extending and striking out. The nightmare sovereign flickered, appearing beside Gu Chun, pulling him into the dream to evade the overwhelming onslaught of black mist tendrils. The Blood Lord, witnessing this, hastily retreated, but was a moment too late, struck by a colossal black mist tendril. Boom! His body was sent reeling like a cannonball, flesh corroded, revealing stark white bones in an instant. 8,000. Merely being struck by the black mist tendril caused the Blood Lord to lose over 8,000 health points. His health plummeted by 60%. Should he suffer another blow, death would be inevitable. Observing this scene, the four outsiders displayed expressions of utter despair. They had thought the end was near, only to witness the emergence of such a grotesque skill as sacrifice, which not only inflated her health, but also augmented her combat prowess to a terrifying degree. Each black mist tendril dealt over 8,000 damage. How could they possibly contend with that? Even the Blood Lord was reduced to a mere sliver of health with a single strike, and the Nightmare Sovereign had lost the boon of the deathly orb. How could anyone withstand the terrifying might of the sacrifice state? In that moment, Wu Zi's resolve began to waver. He felt fortunate to have refrained from entering combat, allowing him the option to retreat at any moment. Nevertheless, he did not immediately activate the teleportation scroll, for the situation had yet to reach its final act. Do not despair, it has merely been Gu Chen battling all along. For a summoner to endure to this extent is already remarkable, Lin Qingqing remarked, though a glimmer of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Hell level. This was a hell level novice dungeon, and thus far, no one had ever succeeded in clearing it. They had managed to reduce the final foe to a near ruinous state, yet still found themselves unable to triumph. Lin Qingqing sighed, a bitter expression crossing her face. Su Ran remained silent, yet her expression unmistakably revealed a hint of disappointment. She and Lin Qingqing had borrowed 200,000 in loans to join this team, with hopes of securing initial rewards and high evaluations to gain admission to a prestigious institution. Now, It appeared that all their aspirations had dissolved into mere illusions. The fallen witch had entered a state of sacrifice, experiencing a surge in both health and combat prowess, reaching her zenith. Meanwhile, the Blood Lord had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, unable to venture closer. The Nightmare Sovereign, having sustained an extended deep dream state under doubled attributes, was nearing the end of his endurance. As for the Bloodline descendants, they had long since perished. At this juncture, Gu Chen's defeat was inevitable, with no possibility for a comeback. Just one final tremor remained. I must assist old Gu, Lin Yuan shouted, brandishing his long sword as he charged forward. Come back. Are you seeking death? Wu Zi exclaimed, grabbing hold of Lin Yuan. Do not hinder me. I can turn the tide. Lin Yuan bellowed. Turn the tide? Can you slay the black-robed steward or the fallen witch? You will merely become fodder. Earlier, the four of them had struggled to defeat a single black-robed steward at the altar. Now, Lin Yuan believed he could single-handedly turn the tide? Nonsense. I do not care. My brother is over there. Lin Yuan shouted passionately. It is precisely because he is there that we have a chance. Wu Zi's expression was grave. Gu Chen was in a combat state, unable to use the teleportation scrolls as long as he remained under constant attack. However, they, as actors, had not engaged in battle and could leave using the scrolls. If you charge in, you will enter combat and lose the ability to teleport away. Lin Yuan, do you wish to die? I do not, Lin Yuan replied, turning back, but I damn well do not have a teleportation scroll. With a sly grin, determination ignited in his eyes as he raised his long sword and rushed forward, as if he truly believed he could turn the tide. Just as he said, his brother was there. This is madness, Wu Zi exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he shouted, You will die? You will die? Yet, the next moment, he noticed Lin Qingqing grasping her battle sword, her eyes ablaze with unrestrained combat fervor. Wu Zi furrowed his brow slightly. You too wish to seek death? Lin Qingqing clutched a black iron shield in her hand. Seek death? What if we truly can turn the tide? People will die? You truly will not retreat? Lin Qingqing tilted her head, revealing a faint smile. Actually, I do not possess a teleportation scroll either. With that, she lifted her sword and shield, charging forward without hesitation. Wu Zi's expression grew increasingly complex. He almost thought he was hallucinating. Could these few individuals truly attempt to turn the tide against a hell-level dungeon's final boss? What a farce. With a sigh, he turned to Su Ran beside him. Are you leaving or not? I have 2 teleportation scrolls. I can lend you one. Su Ran's hand shimmered with light. What a coincidence. I also have 2 teleportation scrolls. As she revealed them, one belonged to her, and the other to Lin Qingqing. Wu Zi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Lin Qingqing's silhouette. Wait, what is the purpose of all this? Why venture forth to meet death when a teleportation scroll is at hand? Su Ran remained silent, stowing the scroll in her spatial pocket, and then drew forth a dagger meant for assassins. Simultaneously, her form began to wane, entering a state of concealment. A gentle breeze brushed past her as she pursued the silhouette of Lin Qingqing. Wu Zi was driven to the brink of madness. Lunatics. They are all lunatics. Each one of them rushing forth to their demise. What madness is this? Damn it. Do they truly wish for death? I desire to live. Only by surviving can one become the mightiest of practitioners. Wu Zi shouted in the direction the others had departed, desperately venting his frustration. To live. As he uttered those final 2 words, it was as if he had expended every ounce of strength, collapsing onto the ground. He retrieved the teleportation scroll and activated it, departing the dungeon without hesitation. Don't fear, old Gu, I am on my way. Trust in me, I can turn the tide, Lin Yuan proclaimed, sword in hand, as he dashed towards the ominous black tendrils of death's essence. Lin Yuan, halt. Gu Chen's expression tightened as he lunged forward, lifting Lin Yuan as one would a fledgling chick, halting his clumsy assault. Good heavens. Turn the tide? Are you merely seeking to offer your head? With Lin Yuan's meager health, a mere brush from those black tendrils would spell instant demise. Gu Chen set Lin Yuan down, just as Lin Qingqing and Su Ran caught up. What are you doing here? Gu Chen asked, irritation evident in his tone. To assist you, Lin Yuan replied instantly. Assist me? Didn't you claim you were incapable? Lin Qingqing interjected. Who? Me? Gu Chen retorted, momentarily taken aback. What makes you think I cannot fight? You cannot. Lin Qingqing asserted, a smirk playing on her lips. Gu Chen, incredulous, laughed in disbelief. Who said I cannot? Su Ran then displayed her innocent, naive gaze. Did you not recall summoning both of your beasts back? I was avoiding damage. Gu Chen replied, exasperated. In a state of sacrifice, my skills were enhanced. I couldn't possibly leave my summoned beasts to take damage. As Gu Chen glanced at the trio before him, he suddenly realized something was amiss. By the way, where is Wu Zi? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Wu Zi, well, it's not entirely our fault, they began. Team information, member Wu Zi, the combatant, has exited the team. At that moment, they received notification of Wu Zi's departure, prompting Lin Yuan to recount the earlier events. Let it be. If he wishes to leave, that is his choice, Gu Chen remarked nonchalantly, turning his attention back to Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. What compelled you to stay? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qingqing replied, your demeanor is too composed. Unlike one caught in dire straits. I sense you possess a hidden card. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Gu Chen queried. Lin Qingqing's gaze swept around before settling on the nearly depleted Blood Lord. It is this. In the past, when the Blood Lord was injured, you would be the first to heal him. However, now that he is on the brink of death, you have yet to tend to him. Though I cannot fathom your reasoning, it is uncharacteristic of your usual approach. In Gu Chen's eyes, a glimmer of approval emerged. Congratulations, you answered correctly, Lin Qingqing observed keenly, realizing that Gu Chen intentionally allowed the Blood Lord to remain in a weakened state. After all, as a legendary summoning beast, if its performance mirrored that of the epic Nightmare Sovereign, it would be utterly disappointing. Upon advancing, the Blood Lord acquired a legendary talent, Frenzied Blood. Frenzied Blood. When the Blood Lord's health falls below 30, it can unleash an enraged enhancement, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. How does one comprehend this doubling of attributes? For those not mathematically inclined, it is simply understood as multiplying all attributes by 12, resulting in an overall enhancement of 3 times. This was Gu Chen's ultimate trump card. The overwhelming strength of the Fallen, which stemmed from 3 key aspects: high attributes, substantial health, and a sacrificial state. Currently, the Blood Lord's average attributes were nearing 180, and when tripled, its combat power would surge to a terrifying level. Even in the sacrificial state, the Fallen which would be forcefully overwhelmed. Suddenly, a disconcerting sound echoed as the Nightmare Sovereign was struck by a tendril of black mist. Although it was an energy entity with substantial resistance to physical attacks, this tendril, formed from the essence of death, inflicted elemental damage. As soon as the black mist tendril made contact with the Nightmare Sovereign, it split into dozens of identical tendrils, ensnaring it completely. The Nightmare Sovereign's health plummeted as it was corroded by the essence of death, instantly losing 2/3 of its life force. At that moment, the Blood Lord received Gu Chen's command and charged unhesitatingly towards the altar where the Fallen Witch resided. A wave of deathly aura surged forth like a tidal wave as the Blood Lord transformed into a dark red streak of blood light, boldly plunging into the fray. Upon encountering the aura of death, the Blood Lord's health dipped below 30. Consequently, its talent activated, and a vivid crimson light erupted from its form. An unprecedented surge of terrifying power emanating from the depths of its bloodline, filling every corner of its being. The blood light rapidly coalesced, and in the next moment, a grotesque figure engulfed in blazing blood flames appeared beside the Nightmare Sovereign. The black mist tendrils swiftly lunged forward. However, upon contact with the Blood Lord, they were incinerated by the blood flames, dissipating into nothingness. This was not a matter of the blood flames countering the essence of death, but rather an absolute display of overpowering strength. The Nightmare Sovereign seized a fleeting opportunity to vanish, retreating into the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, the Blood Lord transformed into a shadow of blood, charging directly towards the altar where the Fallen Witch stood. A look of trepidation crossed the Fallen Witch's face. Despite her sacrificial state, the current presence of the Blood Lord exuded a formidable sense of impending doom. Withering, wraith impact. Perhaps due to the sacrificial enhancement, the Fallen Witch's abilities seemed to have no cooldown, unleashing one after another, each laden with potent death energy, ruthlessly bombarding the Blood Lord. Unflinching, the Blood Lord advanced boldly, enduring the onslaught of damage. Blood exchange. As ever, it remains ferociously domineering. This is its combat style. One skill after another descends upon the Blood Clan Lord, indeed inflicting damage. Yet, in the state of blood frenzy, its defense, constitution, and life recovery speed experience a dramatic surge. While it cannot achieve invulnerability, all wounds heal at a visibly rapid pace. The bloodline fluctuates, rising and falling, consistently hovering around 30. Simultaneously, the Blood Clan Lord raises its arms, with one black and one silver barrel already locked onto the fallen witch ahead. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets enveloped in blood flames erupts forth, dense as rain, nearly materializing, roaring like an enraged dragon, violently detonating upon the body of the fallen witch. The fallen witch emits a wretched scream, her health plummeting, losing 30 to 40,000 life points in mere seconds. Around the altar, the black tendrils formed from the aura of death begin to show signs of collapse. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others are profoundly shaken. Though the Blood Clan Lord's ferocious and fierce attacks strike the fallen witch, they resonate within their hearts, plunging the three into silence. What is happening? The less health the Blood Clan Lord possesses, the more ferocious it becomes. It rescues the Nightmare Sovereign with one strike, and then directly crushes the sacrificial state of the fallen witch with another. This battle is somewhat incomprehensible. The three exchange bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. However, this does not hinder the smirks of schadenfreude that appear on their faces, for someone is destined to regret their choices. In an instant, the altar is shrouded in a torrent of firepower, the damage from the blood flame bullets incessantly scorching the body of the fallen witch. Her form is riddled with wounds, her health nearing complete depletion. With a swift motion, she grasps into the void, summoning several black-robed attendants to form a makeshift shield in an attempt to resist the onslaught. Yet, it proves utterly futile. The potency of the blood flame bullets is immense. A single shot can obliterate a black-robed attendant, their darkened flesh raining down upon the altar, failing to stir any waves. The result of the Blood Clan Lord's doubled attributes is a unilateral suppression, enduring the skills unleashed by the fallen, which while unleashing its own relentless assault. As her health descends to the brink of annihilation, the Blood Clan Lord presses its dual guns downward, two scarlet blood flames swirling around its form, unleashing unprecedented, frenzied power. Crimson Feast, the blood flame spiral, akin to an apocalyptic storm, carries an overwhelming force, charging directly at the fallen witch. With the Blood Clan Lord having firmly locked onto her, she finds herself unable to evade this ultimate strike. Boom. Her body struggles amidst the tempest of blood flames, the surface cracking with fine fissures, her figure becoming increasingly slender, stretching out. Her 158,000 life points have been entirely depleted. However, she does not succumb to death outright. Instead, she reveals a ghastly visage, frantically contorting within the blood flame storm. You shall all perish. It is you who have betrayed me. The fallen witch's furious roar pierces the air, yet in that moment, she suddenly realizes that she has lost control over her own body. Gu Chen pressed down the Blood Lord, and from the moment the blood was reduced to zero, the battle was irrevocably concluded. What followed was a reenactment of history. The blood flame storm had completely subsided, and the altar was filled with flickering lights and shadows. Soon, a throng of familiar figures emerged, guards, black-robed attendants, and red-clad priests. Numbering nearly 100, the abyss had invaded, and the corruption was spreading everywhere. Many had already succumbed to the gray mist. Who could save us? I do not wish to perish. Where is the deity? Our God, where is he? Red-clad priest, did you say that drinking blood could dispel the gray mist? Is that true? Are you questioning the divine decree? Only by consuming the blood of the saintess can one resist the gray mist. Only by sacrificing the heart of the saintess can we save the temple. What are we waiting for? The saintess is kind-hearted. To save the temple, she would surely sacrifice herself. Enough of this. All guards, follow me. We must locate the saintess. The red-clad priest stood at the highest point, gazing down upon the crowd, her face betraying not a hint of emotion. The faces of several black-robed attendants had contorted, and through their frenzied eyes, it was evident they had lost their rationality. The history of the temple continued to unfold amidst the lights and shadows. Within the main hall, a group of black-robed attendants brought the saintess before the red-clad priest. High priest, the influence of the abyss upon you has grown increasingly severe. You must accept the purification ritual. No, saintess, you do not understand. The red-clad priest revealed a visage as withered as bone, startling the saintess. This is not corruption. It is the power of the divine. The abyssal beings are not invaders. They come to aid us in pursuing the footsteps of the divine. What? How could that be? High priest, you have been tainted by the abyss. Come with me. The red-clad priest seized the saintess by her hair, his expression sinister, eyes glinting with malevolence. I have said, this is not corruption. The abyss is the divine's guidance, a miracle. High priest, the abyss is eroding your sanity. Do not succumb to evil. The red-clad priest's face twisted as he fixed his gaze on the saintess, his eyes ablaze with wicked light. Saintess of the temple, ha ha ha. I demand you assist me in my cultivation. No, high priest. You have been corrupted. Someone help. The saintess immediately cried out for assistance from the black-robed attendants. Yet those individuals had only numbness and madness in their eyes. The scene shifted, revealing a naked female corpse upon the altar. The corpse was pallid, devoid of any trace of blood, with a gaping wound at the chest, violently torn open, yet the ghastly injury bore no bloodstains. The red-clad priest stood beside the corpse, his eyes reflecting malice and madness. Behind him, nearly 100 black-robed priests and guards knelt, their gazes reverent. The red-clad priest looked up at the towering statue, muttering incantations in a prayer-like manner. The group behind him gradually lifted their heads, appearing deranged, utterly oblivious to the absurdity of their actions, instead displaying expressions of ecstatic delight. As the sacrificial ceremony concluded, the red-clad priest raised a glass vial filled to the brim with blood. The prostrate clergy gazed with fervor upon the liquid, viewing it as a sacred elixir, their faces suffused with intense longing. Just then, an earth-shattering sound erupted, and the temple began to tremble violently. The abyss has erupted, and alien forces are invading the temple en masse. A surging black mist emerges from all directions, transforming into a harbinger of death that relentlessly devastates the temple's architectural complex. Outside the temple gates, a tempest of black and crimson rages across the sky, resembling an apocalyptic scene as the overwhelming alien army advances. The atmosphere gradually darkens, heralding the approach of a terrifying storm. Is this it? Lin Yuan's expression mirrored that of someone who had swallowed a fly. What kind of instance is this? A tale of a group of perverts who killed a woman? Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow. Despite having completed the level, an inexplicable sense of frustration lingered. Su Ran was profoundly dissatisfied with this conclusion. Gu Chen, too, found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 quest items he had acquired earlier. He retrieved the 2 glass vials from his personal space. One sealed a heart, and the other contained blood. Notice, quest item triggered, sealed heart. Option 1. Return the heart to the fallen witch, and the saintess will be temporarily revived, sacrificing herself to end the abyssal invasion. Sealed blood. Option 2. Pour the blood into the altar, purifying the temple's corruption, granting the clergy the power to combat the abyss. If no choice is made, history will repeat itself, the abyss will invade the temple, and all shall be consigned to destruction. Please make your choice. Is this really all? This time, it was Gu Chun who wore a bewildered expression. Returning the heart would temporarily revive the saintess, but she would lose her powers and could only end the invasion through self-sacrifice. Conversely, pouring the blood into the altar would cleanse the temple's taint, empowering those within to resist the abyss. Regardless of the choice made, the invasion would be thwarted and the temple's inhabitants would survive. Thus, it seemed that throughout this ordeal, only one woman had perished, a woman who bore no guilt. This conclusion left a bitter taste. Must we decide? Lin Yuan abruptly asked from the side. Should they repel the abyss or allow history to repeat itself? Since the instance had concluded, perhaps it would be better to exit and let the deranged zealots face annihilation. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged glances, directing their focus toward Gu Chun as the decision rested upon him. Feeling their gaze, Gu Chun turned to inquire. What do you think? I abstain, Lin Qingqing stated decisively. Let the temple be destroyed by the abyssal creatures. Su Ran concurred with a nod. After all, those clergy members are a bunch of lunatics and perverts. Gu Chen pondered for a moment. Having come this far, abstaining did not seem appropriate. Thus, a choice had to be made. He approached the altar, moving toward the barely breathing fallen witch, observing her cracked form and ghastly wounds, his expression stiffening slightly. After a brief pause, Gu Chen spoke in a tone both somber and indifferent. I offer you a heart, granting you a fleeting revival. Yet you must sacrifice yourself to resist the abyss. By pouring your blood into the altar, you shall perish entirely. Yet bestow upon the temple the strength to combat the encroaching abyss. So, Is resisting the abyss truly of such paramount importance? They drain your blood and extract your heart, seeking not but the mere continuation of existence. Within the entire temple, who genuinely cares about thwarting the invasion of the abyss? The fallen witch trembled slightly, the darkness in her eyes dimming somewhat. What do you wish to convey? Gu Chen crouched down, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he returned the sealed heart to the witch, followed by the sealed blood. This gesture left Lin Yuan and the others somewhat bewildered. Having completed these actions, Gu Chen exhaled deeply. In truth, what I wish to express is quite simple. Once you are dead, what does it matter if the floods rage? The heart can grant you a temporary revival. The blood can restore your strength. Take them both. During your final moments, you may choose to live for yourself. Before the abyssal beings invade, seek vengeance for grievances, repay enmities, and ensure those who have caused you harm pay the price, allowing them to perish in despair and anguish. Just as you have. Moreover, you can deceive those abyssal beings outside, for when they breach the temple, it shall be too late. You will have avenged yourself and toyed with the invaders before your demise. How splendid would that be? Upon realizing the implications, Lin Yuan and his companions instinctively nodded in agreement, finding satisfaction in this outcome. They had already endured the arduous dungeon. They did not wish for a conclusion that felt so constraining. Everyone yearns for a gratifying narrative, who desires to endure the agony of a tragic tale. Gu Chen unsealed the two vials and then rose, leisurely making his way toward the altar. Although none of this was real, he still wished to afford the fallen witch an opportunity for personal vengeance. The true ending of the dungeon mattered little to him, as it did to anyone else. Each individual yearns to witness the conclusion they desire. And at this moment, this was the ending Gu Chen wished to behold. With the heart and blood in her possession, the fallen witch's form radiated a luminous glow, and in an instant, she transformed into countless shimmering particles that soared into the ethereal imagery above the altar. Within the vision, a multitude of clergy were struck with horror at the impending invasion of the abyss. Suddenly, the corpse of the witch began to levitate slowly, a vibrant heart pulsating at her chest, and with the resurgence of blood, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from within her. The saintess's eyes gradually opened, filled with brutality and resentment as she gazed down upon the crowd, her voice imbued with an uncontrollable, intense murderous intent. Time is of the essence. I hope to slay you all before the abyssal beings conquer the temple. High priest, do you not pride yourself as a servant of the divine? I shall escort you to meet your god. As the dungeon's curtain fell, a series of messages appeared within Gu Chen's vision. Defeated the fallen witch, 15. Experience, 5317. Level up, level, 10, 123, 414500. Strength, 217. Agility, 216. Constitution, 218. Spirit, 219. Summoned beasts. Blood Clan Sovereign, level 10 Legendary. Nightmare Overlord. Level 10 Epic. Talent, currently eligible for a Dark Bloodline. Congratulations, you have cleared the temple ruins on Hell level. Rewards, 3000 class experience. 1 Hell level dungeon chest. Dungeon concluded. Exiting the current scene in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dungeon Square. Ever since Wu Zi emerged, an increasing number of individuals have gathered. Everyone is acutely aware that the dungeon betting contest is nearing its conclusion. Anticipation glimmers in their eyes as they await the climactic moment of humiliation. Considering the passage of time, Gu Chen must be nearing his demise, right? I have long asserted that a common summoner challenging a hell-level dungeon would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Now, not only has he lost his life, but he has also incurred a debt of 500,000. I wonder, after Wu Zi has been out for so long, why is Gu Chen still alive? The surrounding crowd buzzes with speculation, while Li Wenhui has already folded up his tent. After a brief respite, he has nearly regained his strength. Standing at the entrance of the dungeon, a smile of triumph dances on his lips, impossible to conceal. Listening to the crowd's disparagement of Gu Chen, Li Wenhui remains silent. In moments like these, it suffices for him to maintain an air of superiority. If he were to belittle Gu Chen, he would only be perceived as lacking in grace. However, upon noticing Wu Zi standing outside the dungeon, lost in thought, he cannot resist approaching. Observing the smile on Li Wenhui's face, Wu Zi raises an eyebrow, questioning his presence. What do you want? Though I am a coward, you have no right to mock me. Li Wenhui waves his hand dismissively. No, I have no time for such trivialities. I merely wish to ascertain where Gu Chun has progressed to. Wu Zi's expression darkens. What does that concern you? Li Wenhui sighs. His tone serious. Very well, let us simplify the inquiry. You have been out for quite some time. Why is Gu Chun still alive? This statement causes Wu Zi's expression to stiffen noticeably. Ever since his exit, he has been mired in self-reproach and psychological conflict, oblivious to the passage of time. Now, with Li Wenhui's question, a sudden pang of anxiety grips his heart. Could it be that Gu Chun has turned the tide? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is a hell-level dungeon. Having reached such a critical juncture, Gu Chun must have exhausted all his trump cards. How could he possibly stage a comeback? At that moment, a massive screen above the dungeon entrance suddenly illuminates. Significant news. The Temple Ruins hell-level dungeon achieves its first clear. Clear time, 5 hours, 27 minutes. 36 seconds. Team information. Captain, Gu Chun, Summoner. Members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman. Lin Qingqing, Warrior. Su Ran, Assassin. Rewards obtained. 3,000 professional experience. 1 personal achievement. 1 first clear reward box. Evaluation of this clear. In an instant, the dungeon square fell into a profound silence. The scene appearing as though it had come to a standstill. This stillness persisted for several seconds before it was finally shattered by a voice. No way. Am I seeing things? The hell-level dungeon has actually been cleared? This is the first clear. How on earth did he manage that? Someone pinch me. Wait, you actually did? The announcement appeared at the moment of final death, so Gu Chun and his companions remained within the dungeon. Confusion and astonishment were etched across every face. Even disbelief lingered in the air. Some frantically rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they had misperceived or were merely dreaming. Yet, none doubted the authenticity of the announcement. The notice was linked to the dungeon system, ensuring absolute accuracy. Thus, Gu Chun, an ordinary summoner, had successfully cleared the hell-level novice dungeon with not 4, but 3 actors. It's all an illusion. I won't be fooled. A portly individual clad in sportswear bellowed in frustration. How is it possible to clear a hell-level dungeon? Wasn't it said that ordinary summoners were doomed? Had they deceived him? Who was it that said Gu Chun would perform a handstand if he succeeded? Come on. Let us see it. Handstand performance could wait. Someone proficient in mathematics, please calculate the psychological shadow area Wu Zi currently possesses. No need for calculations. He must be regretting it to the core. Ha ha ha. What a pure fool. Truly a sight to behold. He chose this path himself. Who could he blame? The road he selected must be walked to completion, even if on his knees. The chatter and laughter echoed without restraint or hesitation. These individuals were deliberate in their mockery. While Gu Chun's success was enviable, Wu Zi's failure provided even greater amusement. Especially in cases like this, where one witnesses another's rise only to see their downfall. It becomes a source of endless delight. From the moment he fled the dungeon, the rewards of the hell-level dungeon slipped through his fingers. The evaluation. The first clear rewards from the hell-level dungeon. Either of these would be a monumental opportunity for an ordinary novice. Yet he, unremarkable, had inadvertently forfeited both, an unimaginable loss, rendering the magnitude of his psychological shadow area unfathomable. There was no doubt. Wu Zi was genuinely remorseful. At this moment, his gaze was vacant, his face a canvas of regret and self-reproach. From the time he exited the dungeon to the announcement's release, merely about 15 minutes had elapsed. However, this brief interval felt to him like a descent from paradise to hell. The cascade of rewards and achievements listed in the announcement seemed painfully glaring to him. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. The rewards and glory that should have been his had dissipated into thin air in an instant. Such a tragic fate. Snap. Wu Zi, consumed by anger, struck himself sharply across the face, leaving amidst the mocking gazes of onlookers, filled with resentment. The crisp sound of the slap jolted Li Wenhui, who had been in a daze, back to reality. Gu Chun had conquered the hell-level dungeon, a feat that seemed utterly fantastical to him. Yet, he could not dispute it, as the completion information was explicitly stated in the announcement. 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 36 seconds. An exceptional rating. This achievement was not merely astounding in Lin City. It was a phenomenal presence throughout the entire northern region. Could a common summoner truly possess such strength? The rating was indicative of a crushing victory. I have come to a realization. We have been deceived all along. Commoners transitioning to summoners are indeed the mightiest. The community buzzed with excitement. It was clear that Gu Chun was the one to be revered. In the dungeon square, Gu Chen's reputation underwent a dramatic transformation. The scorn he once faced was now replaced with adulation. Li Wenhui, who had previously been worshipped, had now become an inconsequential bystander. A bitter expression marred his face. Although Wu Zi had become a laughingstock, he had merely lost face, while Li Wenhui had suffered a financial blow, 500,000. While he hailed from the Li family of Lin City, he was not the heir. For him, 500,000 was not pocket change. It was intended for upgrading and enhancing equipment. A complete rare-grade knight set was worth over $1 million, not mere trifles to be discarded after a few levels. It was a critical asset for gaining entry into prestigious academies. Having lost 50,000, if his father learned of this, he would surely face dire consequences. If only he had not engaged in that wager with Gu Chen. A profound sense of regret blossomed within him, but it was too late. The decision to conduct the wager through the trading platform had been his own proposal. Once the money entered the platform, the bet was irrevocably in effect. Not even the head of the Li family could retract it. Gu Chen needed not utter a single word to him. A few taps on his phone would transfer the funds into his account. Gu Chen, you are going to ruin me. Just as Li Wenhui was engulfed in regret, Gu Chen and his companions finally emerged from the dungeon. Upon exiting, they were immediately greeted by a throng of reporters wielding cameras and microphones. After all, it was the season for job transitions, and the various novice dungeons were among the reporters' favorite hotspots. The emergence of a prodigious professional breaking dungeon records was one of the most exhilarating stories for the youth. Gu Chen, I am a reporter from the Professionals Evening News. Could you share your feelings about being the first to conquer the Hell-level dungeon? Gu Chen, here is Lin City TV. Why did you choose to become a summoner? Gu Chen, you have won your wager against Li Wenhui. How do you plan to handle the 50,000 wager? What on earth? Is this your first day as a reporter? Is that the kind of question you ask? A dozen reporters surrounded Gu Chen, along with 1,000 transitioning students, making him acutely aware of what it truly meant to be the center of attention. The crowd gathered in the square was enveloped in a wave of envy, for this was a rare opportunity for an individual to demonstrate their prowess in front of an audience. Setting aside other considerations, seizing this surge of attention could transform his fortunes as effortlessly as the act of consuming a meal or quenching one's thirst. Such immense wealth awaited. The wheels of fate were turning in Gu Chen's favor. However, Gu Chen had no intention of squandering time with the reporters and promptly nudged Lin Yuan forward. This was Lin Yuan's first encounter with such a spectacle, yet he displayed no signs of trepidation. Clearing his throat, he seized the nearest microphone and, indifferent to the audience's interest, began to deliver his inaugural remarks. Seizing this chance to bask in Gu Chen's spotlight, he aimed to elevate his own status to that of a semi-celebrity. With notoriety came the promise of wealth, making the pursuit of riches as effortless as partaking in a meal. Meanwhile, Gu Chen seized this opportunity to discreetly slip away. With the announcement of the dungeon's conclusion, the wager had already been settled, and Li Wenhui's bet of 500,000 had been deposited into his account. Within his spatial inventory, hellish treasure chests and first clear gift boxes shimmered enticingly. Gu Chen's heart raced with anticipation. It was time to unveil the treasures. Ascending to level 10, the third summoned beast's rank had been unlocked. Yet, Gu Chen was unhurried. He would first unveil the treasures before anything else. The hellish treasure chest from the novice dungeon was guaranteed to yield a 5-star rare equipment. The hellish first clear gift box was bound to provide a rare grade item, with a high probability of being class exclusive. With a heart brimming with excitement, Gu Chen opened the treasure chest. You have opened the hellish dungeon treasure chest. Acquired weapon, fallen spell, orb, quality, rare. Level restriction, level 10. Class restriction, mage class. Attributes, spirit 150, casting speed 50. Skill damage 50. Effect, each time a skill hits a target, a death tentacle will emerge beside the target. Lasting 2 seconds, death tentacle. Inflicts 3,000 points of true damage to the target and applies a slowing effect. This spell, orb, was impressive, not only enhancing skill damage, but also contributing an additional 150 to his spirit attribute. Gu Chen's face lit up with delight, thoroughly satisfied. With a spirit attribute of 219, the spell, orb, nearly doubled his spirit, an extraordinary boon. Moreover, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of the fallen witch's death tentacles. For a summoner, the skills of their summoned beasts were intrinsically linked to their own prowess. The Bloodlord's deadly shot could unleash 6 projectiles imbued with skill effects in one go. Upon striking the target, 6 tentacles would emerge. The Nightmare Sovereigns, Nightmare Entanglement, now had the ability to summon 14 Nightmare Servants to ensnare the target, thus generating an additional 14 tentacles. In essence, by commanding both summoned beasts to unleash their skills, Gu Chen could conjure a total of 20 death tentacles. Each death tentacle inflicted 3,000 points of damage, culminating in a staggering total of 60,000 points. With an attack speed of 1 per second, this damage would effectively double. A staggering 120,000. Truly terrifying. It is noteworthy that even the ultimate fallen witch in a hellish dungeon possesses a maximum health of only 158,000. Astonishingly, a mere spell sphere, endowed with a special skill, can inflict a staggering 120,000 damage upon the target. The fallen witch is left severely weakened. Gu Chen feels an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. This is primarily due to the unparalleled synergy between the spell sphere and his current circumstances. The rare 5-star spell sphere can only be deemed as moderately exceptional, with its accompanying skill being rather conventional. In the hands of other magic practitioners, it might only yield a slight enhancement in combat capability, as most practitioners typically master no more than 3 or 4 skills. However, in Gu Chen's grasp, the damage skyrockets. Such terror is almost breathtaking. He himself is tempted to draw a sharp breath. As he places the fallen spell sphere into his equipment slot, Gu Chen eagerly opens the first completion gift box. You have opened the first completion gift box. Hell level. Acquired item. Attribute fruit. Quality. Rare. Level restriction. Level 10 effect. All attributes 100. A level 10 attribute fruit. Granting 100 to all attributes. Remarkable, indeed. The augmentation from attribute enhancement is multifaceted, influencing aspects such as health, energy consumption, and skill cooldowns. Moreover, the higher the attributes of a summoner, the greater the damage dealt by their summoned beasts, creating a harmonious interplay. Thus, Gu Chen does not hesitate, consuming the attribute fruit without delay. Its flavor is sweet and refreshing, reminiscent of a juicy peach. Subsequently, a surge of robust energy courses through his limbs and body. You have consumed the attribute fruit. All attributes 100. Gu Chen feels a profound revitalization within, his entire being brimming with strength, capable of shattering stars with a single punch. Of course, this sensation is merely an illusion brought about by the rapid enhancement of his attributes. He then sheds his black butler robe, donning the sacrificial set obtained from vanquishing the Crimson Priest before accessing his character panel. Name: Gu Chen. Class: Summoner. Level: 10, 723-414500. Strength: 317. Agility: 316. Constitution: 318. Spirit: 469. Talent: Darkblood Initial God Level. Skill: Comprehensive Link 5 Rare. Equipment: Fallen Spell Sphere. Sacrificial Set: Summoned Beasts. Blood Lord 10 Legendary. Nightmare Ruler 10 Epic. Excellent. With his current 4-dimensional attributes, Gu Chen is practically invincible at this level, even against second-tier practitioners. He possesses formidable combat potential. This instills him with newfound confidence as he prepares to venture into the wilderness. Having cleared the novice dungeon, entering other dungeons will require a significant fee. Aside from the novice dungeon, all other artificial dungeons necessitate payment, as they demand a high concentration of energy crystals for maintenance and operation. Without financial contribution, these dungeons would have long ceased to function. Gu Chen has accumulated a modest fortune, yet he does not intend to enter a dungeon. Instead, he chooses to venture into the wilderness and descend into the abyss, which is the fastest route to leveling up. The abyss, situated above the wilderness, represents a manifestation of the alien invasion into this world. The dungeons are constructed as replicas of the abyss, with the vast majority situated within urban confines. This arrangement spares adventurers the arduous trek through treacherous wilderness to level up. The wilds are teeming with hostile foreign entities, presenting myriad dangers. A moment's inattention could result in a fatal encounter with these ferocious beings, rendering the peril more daunting than that of hellish dungeons. Gu Chen has resolutely decided to venture into the wilderness. However, before embarking on that journey, he must finalize his selection of a third summoned beast. Upon accessing the adventurer's trading platform, Gu Chen discovered 5 level 10 summoning skill books: Unicorn, Earth Demon Turtle, Treant, Gargoyle, and Mountain Eagle. The Unicorn represents a mage-type summon. The Earth Demon Turtle serves as a tank, The Tran embodies a warrior type. The mountain eagle is akin to an assassin, and the gargoyle stands as a support type. Notably, the gargoyle is not a conventional enhancement support. Rather, it specializes in debilitation. It cannot bestow shields, healing, or damage boosts upon allies but can afflict enemies with poison, curses, and weaknesses, recalling the palpable dread induced by the Curse of Grey Mist. A formidable debuff that could elevate a being to near-divine status. Chen reflected on the capabilities of his current two summons, the Vampire Lord, capable of enduring and striking, and the Nightmare Overlord, adept at explosive damage. The addition of a debuff support would render his team even more formidable. Thus, the choice became clear, the Gargoyle. After careful deliberation, Chen invested 150,000 in acquiring the Gargoyle's summoning book, an excellent deal for such a high-quality item. Quality summoning books are scarce, with those that do enter the market typically absorbed internally by major guilds. Chen, lacking noble status and membership in a guild, found it remarkable to procure a high-quality summoning book. Fortunately, although he could not acquire more superior tomes, his divine talent enables him to enhance the quality of his summons through the Dark Bloodline. Both level 9 and level 10 summons possess the original Bloodline, allowing him to elevate his third summon directly to an epic 1-star status. Delight swelled within him. The prospect of the Gargoyle merging with the Dark Bloodline was indeed promising. Instant deliveries are a rarity on the Adventurer's trading platform. The seller of the Gargoyle summoning book was not located in Lin City, necessitating a transfer from a distant locale, and time was of the essence. Subsequently, he purchased several consumables that might be required upon exiting the city, awaiting their arrival alongside the summoning book the following day. Afterward, Chen logged into a short video platform, initially expecting that his successful completion of a hellish dungeon would generate considerable buzz in Lin City, leading to a flurry of related content. However, after scrolling through several videos, he found no mention of himself whatsoever, and even the news of the dungeon's first completion eluded him. A sense of confusion washed over him. Not only the short video platform, but also major media outlets seemed to have fallen into a state of silence. What could be the cause? Had the internet been severed? Chen pondered this, but chose not to dwell on it excessively. After all, he had already secured the rewards for conquering the hellish dungeon, and his ranking was duly recorded. His reputation, ultimately, was of little consequence. Now, he merely awaited the confirmation of his reserved spot from the school. The following day arrived. As noon approached, Chen received a package sent by the professional platform. Upon extracting the summoning scroll and confirming its accuracy, he proceeded to study it. You have successfully signed a contract with the Gargoyle, Summoned Beast. Gargoyle, quality, excellent, level, 10, health points, 6,220, attributes, strength 85, agility 90, constitution 94, spirit 95, talent, excellent stone form, skill, petrification 1 excellent. Subsequently, Chen infused 2 primal dark bloodlines into the Gargoyle's body. Primal dark bloodline fusion successful. Summoned beast advancement. Gargoyle. Excellent undead golem epic. Summoned beast star upgrade successful. Undead golem epic. Undead golem epic. Level 10. Health points 13,500. Attributes. Strength 145. Agility 140. Constitution 157. Spirit 158. Talent. Unyielding epic. Skill. Utter exhaustion 10 epic. Skill. Black Death Plague 10 epic. Skill. End of Magic Forbidden Domain 10 epic. The Gargoyle advanced to an epic level Undead Golem, initially possessing an epic talent and 2 epic skills. As for the third skill, it was acquired after the star upgrade. Unyielding. When the Undead Golem is in a stationary state, its defense and recovery increase, and it becomes immune to all negative effects. Utter exhaustion. Applies a state of exhaustion to nearby targets, reducing all their attributes by 50 and increasing the damage they receive by 50. Immune to negation. Black Death Plague. Infects a target with a plague, reducing the healing effects they receive by 90 and causing continuous health loss. Immune to negation. End of Magic Forbidden Domain. The Undead Golem establishes a forbidden domain centered around itself, within which all targets' consumption surges tenfold, similar to the Nightmare Sovereign. The targets mentioned in the skills do not include both allies and enemies. Only the targeted adversaries count as targets. A complete array of debuff skills filled Chen with exhilaration. Particularly, the third skill, End of Magic Forbidden Domain, which could amplify enemy consumption tenfold, was simply terrifying in its power. Just imagine, if a mage from the opposing side merely casts one spell, their spirit would be depleted by more than half. Or if an opposing warrior launched an attack, they would be left utterly fatigued. Some formidable skills, under the influence of the tenfold consumption, would become utterly uncastable, leaving the enemy helplessly gaping. This was indeed formidable. After reviewing the skills and talents once more, Gu Chen, feeling utterly satisfied, closed the summoning panel, filled with confidence for the upcoming wilderness journey. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon picking it up, he saw it was a call from his homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua. Gu Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Since it was Jiang Songhua calling, it must pertain to the matter of being recommended to a prestigious academy in the capital. After all, he had already achieved a high assessment in the Hell-level dungeon, and there was only one recommendation spot available at Leeching No. 1 High School, which was undoubtedly destined for him. However, as soon as he answered the call, Jiang Songhua's irate voice echoed through the receiver. Gu Chen, your recommendation quota has been blocked by the bureaucratic fools at the municipal office. I ask you, what are your thoughts moving forward? The aggressive tone momentarily stunned Gu Chen, prompting a smile to break across his face. It was his recommendation that had been revoked, yet somehow it felt as if Jiang Songhua was the true victim. Oh, but of course, if Gu Chen were to be recommended to the prestigious academy in the capital, Jiang Songhua, as the homeroom teacher, would experience a significant elevation in status, identity, and reputation. In this light, indeed, the homeroom teacher could be seen as the victim. Gu Chen then inquired, Teacher Jiang, before you lose your temper, why has the municipal office obstructed my recommendation? Jiang Songhua erupted in anger, exclaiming, they believe that summoners possess little potential for growth and are not worthy of focused cultivation. Those imbeciles. They are utterly ignorant of the challenges posed by hell-level dungeons. Insufficient potential, unworthy of cultivation? This reasoning struck Gu Chen as somewhat implausible. He pressed further. Since they have denied me, to whom has the recommendation quota been allocated? Surely it cannot be left unassigned. It would be absurd for it to be left unused. Considering that such quotas are a fixed resource allocated from above, and to waste it would be a folly. The recommendation quota has temporarily fallen into the hands of the Li family. Temporarily? Does this mean that Li Wenhui is to be recommended? What does temporarily signify? Li Wenhui is merely a collateral branch. This quota should be contended for by the heir of the Li family. The heir of the Li family? Who might that be? Li Renjia. Jiang Songhua inhaled deeply on the other end of the line and slowly articulated. He has been sent to Gubei City since childhood to receive the finest resources of the northern region. He has transitioned into the rare profession of a psychic and can be considered a genius. However, Gubei City is the epicenter of the northern region, teeming with talent, and Li Renjia, despite his abilities, cannot secure a spot on the recommendation list. Thus, the Li family seeks to obtain a recommendation quota from Lin City. A hint of disdain flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. It seemed that he was merely a beggar. After being bullied in Gubei City to the point of starvation, he had come to this small place, Lin City, to seek alms. The crux of the matter was that he had now found himself entangled with this situation. Gu Chen committed the name to memory and continued, Teacher Jiang, you mentioned that the recommendation quota has temporarily fallen to the Li family? Indeed, this is what I heard from the principal, so do not let it slip out. If Li Renjia can achieve a hell-level dungeon rating before the academy assessment, the quota will be firmly his. Conversely, there remains a significant possibility that it could still be awarded to you. A significant possibility? Gu Chen scoffed. He had no affection for such uncertainties. It was clearly his. Yet it felt as though he were to be the recipient of someone else's charity. So, Teacher Jiang, you are calling to inform me that my recommendation quota has been obstructed? No, I am informing you that Li Renjia may very well seek your collaboration, offering you certain advantages in exchange for your assistance in clearing the hell-level dungeon. Understood. I will certainly not acquiesce to that. No, you do not comprehend. You are but a commoner. Why would you confront the nobility? Have you ever crossed paths with the Li family? You must acquiesce. Jiang Songhua sighed and remarked, I understand your feelings of frustration. However, the current circumstances are beyond your control. If Li Renjia seeks you out, seize the opportunity to extract greater benefits from him. As you know, the Li family is the foremost clan in Lincheng, a truly affluent household. You must take advantage of this opportunity to thoroughly best Li Renjia. Best Li Renjia? Understood. Gu Chen nodded, committing his mentor's counsel to memory. Just then, a commotion arose at the door. Moments later, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Li Wenhui. Cousin, this is Gu Chen's dormitory, Li Wenhui stated, stepping aside. At the entrance stood a youth clad in a formal robe, possessing striking features. The young man's demeanor was haughty, exuding an air of superiority that seemed to disdain all around him. He crossed the threshold, surveying the room with an elevated attitude, ultimately fixing his gaze on Gu Chen. "I am Li Renjia. You must have heard my name," he proclaimed. "If not, that is of little consequence. I am here to discuss a collaboration with you." Li Renjia extended a finger, his demeanor arrogant as he declared, "Guide me through the hell-level dungeon and secure a grade A evaluation, and I shall grant you an epic-tier piece of equipment." Gu Chen regarded him with keen interest, recognizing the shrewdness of the proposition. Even if one were to conquer a hell-level novice dungeon, the rewards would typically yield only top-tier rare equipment from treasure chests. For Li Renjia to offer an epic item was a substantial proposition. Had Jiang Songhuan not informed him of the underlying details beforehand, he might have genuinely considered it. However, now, the notion of exchanging an epic-tier item for a guaranteed admission slot to the prestigious Jing Capital Academy was utterly ludicrous. When Gu Chen remained unmoved, Li Renjia's gaze did not waver as he extended another finger. 2 items. Truly, as the leading family in Linqing, they were indeed affluent. Gu Chen scoffed inwardly. Epic-tier equipment generally began at a valuation of tens of millions, equating to over 20 million in exchange for an admission slot to the academy. Is 20 million a lot? To an ordinary person, it was a sum that could not be earned across several lifetimes. Yet, juxtaposed with the benefits of attending the Jing Capital Academy, the disparity was glaring. Not to mention, merely completing a few academy dungeons could yield returns far exceeding that figure. With a cold smile, Gu Chen retorted, "You want me to guide you for a grade A evaluation while simultaneously displacing my admission slot? Is this your notion of collaboration?" A flicker of surprise crossed Li Renjia's eyes. Gu Chen was aware of his intentions? "Well, knowing is better than being ignorant," he said darkly. 2 epic-tier items is my final offer. I advise you not to be ungrateful." Unfazed, Gu Chen replied, "I too extend an opportunity to you. Produce 2 epic-tier items as an apology in return to Gubiqing. I shall consider you inconsequential and let you go." Li Renjia's expression turned frosty, and he barked, "Gu Chen, do you believe that having cleared the hell-level dungeon intimidates me? You are mistaken. In Gubiqing, your level would not even be considered refuse. Li Wenhui, teach him a lesson." Li Wenhui froze, his expression startled. "Me?" His eyes darted. After all, Gu Chen was a master who had conquered the hell-level dungeon. How could he possibly be tasked with confronting him? However, confronted with the fierce gaze of Li Renjia, he could only grit his teeth and throw a punch at Gu Chen's face. Yet, for someone like him, merely a pawn, Gu Chen posed no threat whatsoever. He could effortlessly resolve the situation even without summoning a beast. With a resounding thud, Gu Chen sent him flying with just his innate abilities. Li Wenhui let out a pained scream, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Dare to retaliate? Seeking death, Li Renjia glared, his face contorted with rage. In Gubei City, he was subservient. But in Lin City, he would strike back fiercely. Li Wenhui was his cousin. How could a commoner dare to strike one of the Li family in his presence? Was that not courting death? Gu Chen, I advise you to be wise and kneel to apologize immediately. If you please me, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you will find yourself at odds with the Li family of Lin City. Gu Chen scoffed, dismissing the Li family as inconsequential. Anger flickered in Li Renjia's eyes. How audacious. Just as his words fell, slap. Gu Chen retaliated with a backhand, his foot crashing down on Li Renjia's fair face. Li Renjia felt dazed, his fury surging as humiliation engulfed him. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Gu Chen's grasp. You dare to tread upon my face. The Li family of Lin City will not let you off easily. Li Renjia's murderous intent surged within him. How could a mere bumpkin from Lin City dare to humiliate him in such a manner? He desired Gu Chen's demise, and he wished it to be a most agonizing end. Gu Chen pressed down harder, grinding Li Renjia's face against the concrete, transforming that once pristine visage into a bloody mess. What of the Li family of Lin City? If they wished to mold him into a soft target, they must be prepared for the bloodshed that would ensue. Stop! Li Wenhui shouted anxiously from the side. Do you wish to provoke an everlasting feud with the Li family of Lin City? Gu Chen raised his gaze, his eyes icy, brimming with a chilling malice. One glance sent a shiver down Li Wenhui's spine, a cold sensation racing from his back to the crown of his head. Did Gu Chen intend to kill? How dare he? Impossible, Absolutely impossible. Li Renjie merely sought your admission quota. You would go so far as to take his life? Surely that cannot be. Present 2 pieces of epic-level equipment, and I might allow you a swifter end, Gu Chen replied coldly. Indeed, today he intended to kill. To slay Li Renjie as a warning. The Li family, relying on their power to seize his admission quota, was an undeniable fact. Could this be tolerated? Just because Gu Chen lacked influence, could he be oppressed by the nobility? Should he be regarded as an ant, easily crushed? Today, the Li family sought his quota, and he acquiesced. What would they demand tomorrow? His life? In the eyes of the Li family, Gu Chen was merely a lowly insect to be crushed at will. They considered their demand for his quota as a sign of respect. Should he refuse, he was ungrateful, and should he dare to resist, he had sealed his own fate. Therefore, rather than being slowly boiled alive by the Li family, it would be far better to eliminate Li Renjie first and deliver a resounding slap to the face of the Li family. As for that guaranteed admission slot, given his capabilities, even without the guarantee, his acceptance into the prestigious academy in the capital was as certain as fate itself. You boy, I find it hard to believe you would dare to kill me. Should I perish, your end would be most gruesome. For the Li family of Lincheng would not forgive you. Before he could finish his words, Gu Chen crushed Li Renjie's throat with a single kick. Li Renjie's eyes widened in disbelief, the spark of life rapidly extinguishing, leaving him unable to close his eyes in death. Until his last breath. He could not fathom that Gu Chen truly had the audacity to act. Cousin, Li Wenhui stood in shock, witnessing the scene unfold before him as Gu Chen eliminated his cousin, the heir to the Li family. Moreover, after dispatching Li Renjie, Gu Chen did not relent. His gaze turned menacingly towards Li Wenhui. A shiver coursed through him, regret flooding his heart. He had thought that with Li Renjie's transition to a mentalist and his upbringing in Gu Biqing, he would easily overpower Gu Chen. Little did he expect that Gu Chen would not even summon a beast. With a mere flick of his hand, he had killed him. Gu Chen was not a bloodthirsty individual. He refrained from attacking Li Wenhui. Shaking off the blood from his soles with a disdainful expression, he declared, "Return and inform the head of the Li family that my possessions are beyond your grasp, and you lack the life to claim them." With that, the void before Gu Chen shattered, a hand of black mist extending forth, gently pulling him in, and his figure vanished in an instant. The nightmarish sovereign whisked Gu Chen away, leaving behind a dazed Li Wenhui and the lifeless body of Li Renjie. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, Li Wenhui finally emerged from the grip of overwhelming terror. Then, a piercing scream echoed throughout the dormitory building. A life has been lost. Li Renjie is dead. Someone, come quickly. Shortly after Gu Chen's departure, Li Wenhui's cries attracted the attention of the dormitory supervisor, who was patrolling the building. Upon arriving, the supervisor was immediately confronted with the sight of the corpse on the floor, his face contorting in shock. Who committed this act? The supervisor demanded, directing his gaze towards Li Wenhui. It was Gu Chen, Li Wenhui replied, trembling. Gu Chen. At the mention of this name, disbelief washed over the supervisor. He was all too familiar with this student, an orphan, bereft of support, who, during every holiday, could not afford accommodation and had to sneak into the dormitory. Initially, upon discovering this, the supervisor had expelled him several times, but later, after understanding his plight, he chose to turn a blind eye. Just then, several middle-aged men clad in black appeared in the corridor of the dormitory. The leader, with a grave countenance, hastened to Li Renjie's corpse. After confirming the fatality, a palpable aura of vengeance radiated from him. Who did this? Who dared to slay the heir of the Li family? I shall tear him to shreds. Witnessing this scene, the supervisor's expression turned wary. He recognized the man as Wang Chongshan, the steward of the Li family, a level 29 peak assassin. It was known that Wang Chongshan had once been renowned, but had suffered severe injuries in the abyss, leading him to take on the role of a steward within the Li family. However, despite this, a peak second-tier assassin in a small place like Lincheng is not to be underestimated. In the entirety of Lincheng No. 1 High School, apart from the principal, it is likely only the vice principal who could suppress him. Unfortunately, neither of the principals is present today. The dormitory supervisor stepped aside. The death of the Li family's heir is beyond his purview. Upon seeing Wang Chongshan's arrival, Li Wenhui felt as if he had encountered a savior and hurriedly recounted the earlier events. Gu Chen, how dare a mere commoner kill the heir of the Li family? I will ensure you find no resting place. After declaring this, Wang Chongshan produced a lantern from his spatial inventory, and under its light, a faint trace of energy emerged, indicating the direction in which Gu Chun had fled. Pursue him. A newly transitioned student cannot have gone far. Bring him back. I want him to accompany the young master in death. With a command, Wang Chongshan dashed out, followed by several men in black, chasing after the guiding light. On the other side, after leaving the school, Gu Chun hailed a cab at a secluded intersection, heading directly towards the outskirts of the city. The vehicles here are powered by energy crystals, traveling swiftly along designated lanes. Within minutes, Gu Chun arrived near the city gate. According to the laws of the Divine Xia Empire, those who have not reached level may 10th not exit the city alone. At least one accompanying level 10 or higher practitioner is required. The young guard at the city gate spotted Gu Chun's somewhat youthful face from afar and mocked him, saying, "Another student attempting to sneak out of the city, huh? Let us see if I can catch you." The captain of the city guards glanced at Gu Chun and smacked the young guard on the back of the head, scolding, "What is wrong with being a student? Even if he is a student, he has already reached level 10, while you, after so long in the military, have only attained level 9 without even passing the entrance exam for a prestigious academy. Are you really going to apprehend him?" Gu Chun bore the black steward emblem, and the captain, being a second-tier practitioner, could easily discern his level. Level 10? Impossible. The novice dungeon just opened yesterday, and a student reached level 10 today? Is this even human? The other young guards turned to look at Gu Chun, their eyes filled with envy. It was only the second day, and he had already reached level 10. Such an achievement is unprecedented. If all goes well, this student's admission to the capital's academy is a certainty. They were far too eager to curry favor with such a genius. Stopping him now would be foolish. Gu Chun passed through the city gate without any hindrance. Meanwhile, in the Li family estate, Patriarch Li Xiao received the news of his beloved son Li Renjie being murdered in the dormitory of Linxing No. 1 High School. The living room was in disarray, and the servants outside knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Li Xiao's expression was as dark as thunder, his forehead veins bulging. "Gu Chun, a lowly insect dares to slay my son. Mobilize everyone. Search every inch of the ground. Even if we must overturn Linxing, we will find him. I will personally kill that wretch to honor my son's spirit in the afterlife." Li Xiao ground his teeth, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, wishing nothing more than to tear Gu Chun apart. At this moment, Gu Chun had successfully exited the city. As he passed through the pale blue light curtain beneath the city gate, the once bright and sunny sky abruptly darkened. Gu Chun cast his gaze around, only to be met with a thick shroud of black and gray mist, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Anything beyond 5 meters appeared indistinct, and 10 meters was the utmost limit. Instinctively, he glanced back, observing that the entire city was enveloped in a hemispherical, translucent light barrier, surrounded by an endless expanse of black fog, isolated from the world beyond. Is this what the wilderness looks like? It seemed even more treacherous than described in textbooks. Gu Chun reached out to grasp the thin black mist before him, and the murky vapor slipped through his fingers. No one knew how this ominous mist had come to be. It had existed since the earliest recorded history. Naturally, the abyssal races had always been present as well. Upon entering the wilderness, one must confront the grim reality of these beings, where danger surged exponentially. Not only must one remain mentally alert at all times, but one must also be wary of potential ambushes lurking within the fog. Thus, utmost vigilance was imperative. Gu Chun produced a map and summoned the Blood Lord to lead the way toward the abyss, swiftly vanishing into the mist. Before long, a low, rumbling roar echoed from afar. Following the sound, he peered through the fog and faintly discerned figures of adventurers engaged in combat with the abyssal creatures. After traveling 1 kilometer from the city gate, the wilderness began to teem with these beings. Gu Chun spotted the silhouette of an abyssal creature wandering 5 meters ahead, and a series of information materialized before his eyes. Corrupted Warlock, level 10 health, 11,350, attributes, strength 93, agility 98, spirit 65, constitution 75, skill, bite. This was a level 10 creature, its body grotesquely decayed, tattered clothing stained with mottled blood, surrounded by swarming insects and a nauseating stench. Assessing its attributes, the corrupted warlock primarily relied on physical offense and defense, with commendable constitution and a health pool exceeding 10,000. Its agility surpassed that of most peers, even exceeding that of assassins. This implied that once ensnared by it, the outcome would be a relentless struggle for survival. Generally, Adventurers would refrain from engaging such monstrosities unless they were entirely confident. However, such trepidation was foreign to Gu Chen. Without hesitation, the Bloodlord unleashed its skills. A flurry of silver bullets striking the corrupted warlock, swiftly depleting its health. Kill corrupted warlock 10, experience 626, a mere 626 experience for slaying the corrupted warlock? How disappointingly scant. Gu Chen paused momentarily, nearly doubting his own eyes. Upon closer inspection, he noted it was an ordinary creature. That alleviated his concern. Having vanquished numerous elite monsters in hellish dungeons, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to dealing with mere ordinary foes. With each level gained, the experience required for advancement only escalated. To ascend from level 10 to level 11, one requires a total of 14,500 experience points, including the experience overflow gained from slaying the fallen witch, as well as the rewards from completing and achieving first-time victories. He now needs an additional 7,266 experience points to level up. This implies that he must defeat 12 more corrupted warlocks to achieve the next tier. For the moment, this seems manageable, but what of the future? Will it become necessary to slay hundreds or even thousands of foreign creatures to gain a single level? After traversing through the hellish dungeon, ordinary foes no longer pique his interest. The wilderness is predominantly inhabited by such mundane adversaries, rendering their defeat a poor investment of effort. It appears imperative to hasten his journey to the Jinyuan army stronghold. The Jinyuan army, stationed upon the wild expanse, engages in perpetual conflict with alien foes, guarding the abyss and representing the most elite forces of the Divine Summer Empire. Within the Jinyuan army stronghold, one can both accept and post wilderness missions. For exceptionally powerful practitioners, there exists the possibility of an exceptional enlistment into the Jinyuan army, granting access to military subsidies. However, Gu Chen's motivation is not merely the tasks or the military benefits. Rather, it is the opportunity to inquire about the fundamental information regarding several nearby abysses, thus selecting one that aligns more suitably with his capabilities. Glancing at the map, he resumed his journey deeper into the wilderness. Before long, faint sounds of slicing air emerged from the dark mist trailing behind him. Gu Chen remained oblivious, yet the Bloodlord was the first to take notice. Someone was pursuing them, and at an alarming speed. Could it be members of the Li family? So soon? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. Almost as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow materialized at the edge of the dark mist not far away. Following this shadow, 3 more figures emerged, their formidable auras bearing down upon him like an overwhelming tide. 5 second-tier practitioners at once. Gu Chen's expression shifted, revealing a hint of gravity in his gaze. Gu Chen, how dare you slay the young master of the Li family? Surrender immediately, or I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. The voice of Wang Chongshan echoed from the mist, having advanced from 10 meters away to close proximity in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of these peak second-tier practitioners left Gu Chen with little time to react, as Wang Chongshan appeared directly before him. Following closely were 4 middle-aged men clad in black. Wang Chongshan, a level 29 assassin, was flanked by 3 level 23 warriors and a level 22 priest. Gu Chen's lips twitched. This assembly could easily conquer a dungeon. Were they intent on treating him as their next quest? How much had they earned from the Li family for pursuing him all the way from Lin City into the wilderness? Gu Chen, do not harbor delusions of resistance. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape death. Comply and return with us to Lin City, and perhaps you may receive a complete corpse. Otherwise, the Li family will ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension. Enough of your prattle. With just your 5 second-tier practitioners, you cannot hope to slay me. Gu Chen retorted coldly. The adversaries had an entire tier of levels above him and possessed guiding lanterns. Escape was futile. Instead of fleeing in desperation, it would be wiser to consolidate his strength for a desperate fight. Humph, arrogant and ignorant. I shall first cripple you. Wang Chongshan bellowed. Whoosh. A series of shadowy projectiles, glimmering with a sinister sheen, sliced through the obsidian fog, aiming directly for the vital points of Gu Chen. At that moment, a colossal figure materialized out of thin air, the bone golem. Its imposing physique radiated authority, standing like a titan before Gu Chen, constructed from ancient stones. Its body was interwoven with ethereal blue flames that flickered coldly at the joints. Its limbs were robust and sharply defined, with cryptic runes and sigils etched onto the stone surface, emanating an aura of mystery and invulnerability. Facing the barrage of projectiles, the bone golem remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The projectile struck its rugged stone form, erupting into a cascade of blinding sparks, and its health promptly diminished by 30 points. It stung, yet it was bearable. After all, this was an attack from a level 29 assassin, while the bone golem was merely level 10. When in a stationary state, the golem's defenses and healing capabilities surged, making it a remarkable feat to withstand such an assault without perishing. Subsequently, the golem's health began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace, a rate that could rival even that of the Bloodline Sovereign. Erupting in dazzling blue flames, it unleashed a furious roar towards the shadows ahead. In the next heartbeat, 3 layers of dark radiance burst forth from its form. Exhaustion inflicts exhaustion on nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50 and increasing damage taken by 50, immune to negation. Black Plague infects a target with a plague, reducing healing effects by 90 and causing ongoing health loss, immune to negation. Forbidden Domain. The bone golem defines a restricted area centered on itself, amplifying all consumption within the domain by 10-fold. Confronted by a throng of second-tier professionals, Chen immediately commanded the bone golem to unleash its full array of skills. As the debuffs took effect on Wang Chongshan and his companions, their expressions shifted to one of sheer horror. What sorcery is this? It has halved all my attributes. Cough. Cough. Why do I feel so unwell, and why is my health plummeting so rapidly? Stay calm. Behold my great purification spell. Damn. These negative effects cannot be purified. Heal me, my health is spiraling downwards. I am already healing. Do you not feel it? What? The healing effect has dwindled to a mere 10? Wang Chongshan, accompanied by several bodyguards from the Li family, advanced with great fervor, but the moment the bone golem appeared, their resolve instantly waned. Attack! Chen, standing behind the bone golem, uttered a single word softly. In the next instant, the Bloodline Sovereign and the Nightmare Master sprang into action. 2 figures, one crimson and one ebony, swiftly arrived before the 2 warriors. One warrior's face blanched, and he thrust his shield forward, adopting a defensive stance, casting the courage shield upon himself. This was the most commonly employed defensive skill of warriors. As levels increased, so too did their defensive strength. Almost as soon as the courage shield formed, a barrage of silver bullets whistled through the air, colliding with the shield. Crackle! Crackle! The shield of courage that this warrior took pride in lasted but a fleeting second before it was utterly shattered. The Bloodlord's gaze was frigid as he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets upon the warrior. The shield disintegrated, the armor crumbled, and the warrior's health plummeted. Under the effects of the undying golem's skill, all attributes of the targets were reduced by 50%, damage taken increased by 50%. Healing effects diminished by 90%, and life points continued to wane. Most critically, their consumption skyrocketed 10-fold. Despite being a level 23 warrior, a full 13 levels above Chen, the reduction rendered him equivalent to a mere level 14 warrior. Furthermore, under the strain of the 10-fold consumption, he could muster only enough energy to cast the most rudimentary of courage shields. As he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, he was horrified to realize that he was devoid of the necessary state. How could this be? Bang, bang, bang. In his astonishment, a series of bullets struck the warrior's head, causing it to explode. Thud. The headless corpse collapsed heavily to the ground, forever bewildered as to why he could not unleash his skills. Simultaneously, 10 nightmarish servants ensnared another warrior, while the nightmarish overlord materialized behind him, executing a silent ambush. Phantom Annihilation unleashed a singular explosion of 10-fold damage. The warrior barely had time to react before he fell lifelessly to the ground. In the span of a breath, 2 second-tier warriors lay as cold corpses. The remaining warrior, witnessing the grim fate of his comrades, was overtaken by an unprecedented terror. With a courage shield enveloping him, he turned and fled. Yet, after merely 2 steps, a shadow ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the Blood Lord continued to pull the trigger. Dual pistols spitting fire, bullets raining down upon the warrior's back. The last warrior fell. 3 warriors met their grim demise in succession. Even Wang Chongshan, a pinnacle second-tier fighter, turned pale with fear. However, he dared not flee, terrified of meeting the same fate as the previous warrior, who had been struck down by the combined might of 2 summoned beasts. In the current predicament, only a desperate struggle could afford a glimmer of hope. A resolute determination crossed Wang Chongshan's face as he summoned his most formidable skill, vanishing in an instant and launching an unimaginable assault towards Gu Chen. As an assassin, he understood the weaknesses of all professions. To combat a summoner, one must first eliminate the summoner. Even with his attributes diminished by 50%, he was still equivalent to a level 17 assassin, while Gu Chen was merely at level 10. With his current capabilities, if he executed his finishing move, he could certainly slay Gu Chen on the spot. Although the head of the Li family had ordered Gu Chen to be captured alive at that moment, Wang Chongshan could not concern himself with such orders. Die! With a fierce shout, Wang Chongshan appeared before Gu Chen, launching his lethal strike. A menacing short blade materialized, radiating a fierce crimson light. This was his finishing technique. Even under the suppression of his attributes, it could deliver nearly 10,000 points of damage in a single blow. Typically, a level 10 practitioner possesses a maximum health of around 8 to 9,000, and as a magic-type class, Gu Chen's vitality is even lower. The vicious dagger transformed into a blade capable of piercing all, mercilessly striking Gu Chen. A staggering damage value of 9,999 emerged. Wang Chongshan's face erupted with unprecedented excitement. A single strike of 9,999. An explosive damage. A sinister smile crept across his face as he envisioned Gu Chen being slain by his blow. However, the ritual robe adorning Gu Chen radiated a faint glow. That lethal strike had inflicted no damage upon him, merely impacting the protective shield. It hadn't even shattered the shield. Ritual robe, attributes. Constitution 35, physical defense 10, magic defense 20. Effect, provides a shield with all attributes at 10. What is Gu Chen's total attributes now? The three-piece ritual set grants an aggregate of 80 attribute points, and with the complete set bonus, it adds another 150 points. The attribute fruit contributes an additional 400 points, and with his level 10 advancement, he already possesses 870 total attributes. Thus, Gu Chen's current total attributes amount to 1,500, rendering his shield value a formidable 15,000. Although a single strike of 9,999 is powerful, it falls short against Gu Chen. How is this possible? A look of intense shock crossed Wang Chongshan's face. He is a level 29 assassin. Even with half of his total attributes suppressed, it should be impossible for him to be outmatched by a mere level 10 novice. Furthermore, his most potent strike failed to breach the opponent's defenses. At this moment, Wang Chongshan was utterly astounded. You are merely a hired hand for the Li family. Why risk your life? Gu Chen spoke with a hint of disdain. Wang Chongshan's eyelids twitched. His immediate reaction was to activate a skill to flee. Phantom Dash, activate. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. It couldn't be activated? Energy depleted? Simultaneously, 10 shadows materialized around him, ensnaring him in place. Wang Chongshan was on the brink of collapse. Unable to fight back or escape, he gazed at the contemptuous smile on Gu Chen's face, a profound fear surging within him. In that moment, enlightenment struck him, and he was filled with regret. The one who dies is a member of the Li family. He is merely a wretched worker. Why risk everything? Gu Chen, I implore you to spare my life. I did not intend to harm you. It was the Li family that compelled me. He turned towards Gu Chen, kneeling in supplication, tears streaming down his face, utterly surrendering. Please, spare me. As long as you grant me my life, all that I possess shall be yours. No sooner had he spoken than his figure was enveloped by the black mist emanating from the Nightmare Sovereign. Oblivion instant kill. In an instant, tenfold damage erupted. Wang Chongshan's face was etched with profound fear and unwillingness as his lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground. By killing you, all that you own shall also be mine. Gu Chen's gaze remained indifferent. With the battle concluded, the Blood Clan Sovereign expended 15,000 health points, transforming the 5 corpses on the ground into Bloodline descendants. These 5 second-tier Bloodline descendants not only retained their previous levels and attributes, but also possessed the innate abilities of the Blood Clan. Moreover, the self-detonation damage of the second-tier Blood Clan reaches an astounding 5,000 points, serving as an exceptional aid in critical moments. Subsequently, Gu Chen commanded the descendants of the Blood Clan to retrieve all the equipment that had fallen to the ground. Healing Staff, excellent grade, level 20, Holy Robe, excellent grade. Level 20, Hurricane Greatsword, excellent grade, level 20, Hurricane Armor, excellent grade, level 20, Fong Blade, rare grade. Level 25. Except for a rare short blade belonging to the assassin class, all other equipment was of excellent quality. This is understandable, as they were merely laborers, toiling tirelessly for meager gains. Rare-grade equipment starts at 1 million. It would be a miracle if they could afford it. In addition, there were some items and materials, the majority of which held little value for Gu Chen, yet he could at least sell them on the trading platform for some currency. Thus, he collected all these items into his personal space. Finally, he was left holding a scroll radiating a blue aura. First-tier skill scroll, quality, excellent, effect, randomly acquire a first-tier skill of the respective profession. With a chance to obtain skills already mastered, the first-tier skill scroll is priced at 100,000 on the trading platform. Gu Chen had not previously considered such scrolls, given their inherent randomness, which often results in low-quality or redundant skills. Typically, rare or hidden professions in need of higher-tier skill books would require skill scrolls. As a summoner, an ordinary profession, utilizing a skill scroll would be a poor investment. However, now that he possessed one for free, he deemed it wise not to let it go to waste. He unleashed his mental energy, and as the scroll activated, a dazzling light burst forth before Gu Chen's eyes. Almost immediately, he felt a peculiar energy manifesting as waves of warmth, swiftly flowing into his body. You have acquired a new skill, Displacement Swap. Excellent. Displacement Swap. The summoner can exchange positions with summoned units, allowing 2 summoned units to swap places as well. This displacement skill not only applies to summoned beasts but also encompasses the descendants of the Blood Clan, significantly enhancing its operability. The next time an assassin approaches for an attack, Gu Chen could instantly swap positions with a Blood Clan descendant. Imagine, after an assassin expends tremendous effort to reach Gu Chen, the next moment, they find themselves facing a Blood Clan descendant instead. Then boom. Self-detonation. The assassin would be utterly bewildered, their head spinning. A smile graced Gu Chen's face as he began to anticipate the next adversary attempting to assassinate him. Ignoring the remnants of battle scattered across the ground, he summoned the nightmarish overlord and the undead golem into his summoned beast space, then glanced at the map. Continuing deeper into the wilderness, the clues left by Wang Chongshan had come to a halt here. Shortly after, a group of guards from the Li family arrived at the scene. There were footprints leading forward, indicating they had fled deeper into the wilderness. Deeper into the wilderness? Was Gu Chen about to descend into the abyss? What would they do? Continue the pursuit? Continue the pursuit? In the depths of the wilderness, an abyssal invasion has occurred, teeming with perilous alien entities, rendering the place fraught with danger. To claim that survival is a mere 1 in 9 would be an understatement. Who among you dares to venture forth? Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads in unison. A common guard earns but a few thousand coins a month. Would they risk their lives for such meager compensation? Are they out of their minds? The head of the family has issued a stern decree, demanding the retrieval of Gu Chen. What shall we do now? In light of this, let us send someone back to Lin City to report to the family head, stating that Gu Chen has fled into the depths of the wilderness, while Wang Chongshan and his men are pursuing him with all their might. We shall remain at the periphery to provide support. Very well, let it be so. After a brief discussion, they selected 2 individuals to hasten back to Lin City, while the others remained stationed at the wilderness's edge, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. 20 minutes later, at the Li family estate in Lin City, Li Xiao received word that Gu Chen had escaped the city and ventured into the wild. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. A mere level 10 newly minted professional has eluded capture by the Li family and has made his way into the wilderness? What are you all doing? Li Xiao's fury surged, his countenance marred by irritation. The gathered guards and servants bowed their heads in shame, too embarrassed to utter a word. How dare a lowly commoner take the life of my son? This is intolerable. All members of the Li family, mobilize at once. I care not what means you employ. Whether alive or dead, that wretch must be returned to me. Furthermore, I demand a bounty across the entire region. Whoever brings me Gu Chen's head shall be rewarded with the freedom to select any epic 5-star set from the treasure pavilion. Li Xiao ground his teeth, each word escaping his lips laced with intense hatred. In that moment, it became evident to all that Gu Chen was as good as dead. The entire Li family mobilizing, and a bounty being issued throughout the land. Surely, not even a mosquito could slip into the depths of the wilderness unnoticed. After all, an epic 5-star set is worth millions. Such a sum would undoubtedly ignite fervor not only in Lin City, but throughout the entire Northern Territory. Indeed, once this exorbitant bounty was announced, It sparked a sensational discourse across the 7 cities of the north within mere minutes. The vast majority of professionals, even if they devoted their entire lives to dungeons or the abyss, would never amass a complete epic 5-star set. Yet now, capturing a mere level 10 professional could yield treasures worth millions. Such an opportunity is truly rare and coveted. In an instant, throngs of professionals surged toward the wilderness of Lin City, hoping to uncover any trace of Gu Chen. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Gubei City, ever since Gu Chen severed ties with the Gu family and left in a fit of fury, the Gu estate has fallen into an unprecedented silence. This was primarily due to Gu Qingfeng. Following the tumultuous events of that day, Gu Qingfeng has grown distant from his concubine, Qin Yun, refusing to engage in conversation with her. He has sequestered himself in his study, dismissing all servants, neglecting military affairs, and abstaining from food and drink, shunning all contact with the outside world. To this day, he has remained in solitude for 2 full days and nights. Now, he no longer possesses the extraordinary aura of his former self. An air of despondency and loss envelopes him. Reflecting upon Gu Chen's scathing reprimands from that day, his heart sinks into a state of bewilderment. The esteemed war king of the northern realm, revered by the subjects of the empire, a hero in the eyes of the world, has reached a point of severing ties with his own son. This engenders an unprecedented sense of defeat within him. Gu Chen, the legitimate heir of the Gu family, had been so stringent merely to subject his son to greater trials. Was there truly fault in this, Your Majesty? The voice of Steward Gu He echoed from outside the door. Did I not instruct that all trivial matters be dismissed? Do not disturb me. Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed, a fierce anger manifesting upon his countenance. He was unwilling to engage with any affairs at present. No, Your Majesty. I have urgent news to report regarding the eldest young master. What has happened to him? Before the words could fully escape, Gu Qingfeng abruptly exited his chamber, his tiger-like eyes slightly quivering. Could it be that Gu Chen has returned, acknowledging his errors and wishing to atone? Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted from gloom to brightness. After all, he is his beloved son. If Gu Chen were to willingly confess his mistakes, would he truly hold onto the grievances of the past? Despite Gu Chen's obstinate nature, his lack of ambition, and his inability to even become a professional, as long as his son is willing to return, what harm is there in a father providing for him a lifetime? Observing Gu Qingfeng's eagerness, Gu He felt a tremor in his heart and hurriedly spoke. Your Majesty, we have just received news from Lin City. The eldest young master has slain the heir of the Li family and subsequently fled into the wilderness. His whereabouts remain unknown. The Li family has issued a bounty across the realm. Whoever can bring back the eldest young master's head shall be rewarded with a complete set of epic 5-star gear. The eldest young master must be fleeing from the Li family's pursuit, driven to desperation to escape into the wilderness. You must act swiftly, lest it be too late. Gu He's voice quivered with palpable fear, unable to continue. The wilderness is fraught with peril. Even seasoned professionals face near certain death therein. Gu Chen, having failed his vocational transition, is merely an ordinary man fleeing into the wilderness under the Li family's relentless pursuit. How could he possibly survive? As the last words left his lips, a terrifying aura erupted from Gu Qingfeng, sending Gu He sprawling to the ground. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned to ice, his eyes ablaze with unabashed murderous intent. A bounty across the realm? Pursuing my son? Preposterous. Has the Li family of Lin City grown so brazen as to commit such treachery? Issuing a bounty for the son of the war king of the northern realm is akin to trampling the dignity of the royal family into the dirt. The murderous intent within Gu Qingfeng surged. This was his son being hunted by the Li family, driven into the wilderness. Even a first-tier professional might struggle to survive there, let alone Gu Chen, a mere commoner. This is utterly unacceptable. Gu Qingfeng's fury ignited, yearning to obliterate the Li family and eradicate their lineage. Just as his wrath reached its zenith, a graceful figure glided into the hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gu Qingfeng's face momentarily reflected displeasure. Yet he still managed to speak. Are you aware that the Li family of Lin City is pursuing Gu Chen? I have just received the news as well. Qin Yun maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the attitude of the other party. Gu Chen had slain the heir of the Li family in lynching. This incident would undoubtedly require an explanation to the Li family. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's gaze turned icy. In the northern territories, the Gu clan reigns supreme. A mere Li family is but an ant that can be crushed at will before the royal lineage, with a single word from him. The the Li family could be reduced to ashes. The esteemed war king of the Northern Territories needs to provide an explanation to the Li family? It is nothing short of a farce. Even if he were to offer one, would the Li family dare to accept? Gu Qingfeng cast a cold glance at Qin Yun, his eyes filled with disdain. Is it the Li family's representatives seeking an explanation from you? No. Qin Yun shook her head. After all, Gu Qun is the legitimate son of the Gu family. Should his act of murder become public knowledge, it would tarnish the royal family's dignity. This matter must be resolved swiftly to mitigate its impact. Your Majesty, the deceased is the heir of the Li family. If we do not provide an explanation, the royal family's actions may dishearten the Li clan. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned utterly frigid. Very well. The dignity of the royal family, is it? My son is being hunted by the Li family, his life uncertain, and you speak of royal dignity? Remember this. The dignity of the royal family is something I carved out on the battlefield, not something to be earned through apologies. If the actions of the royal family will cause the Li family to feel disheartened, then let us send their entire clan into the abyss of the fiery demons. I wish to see if the Lord of the fiery demons can warm their hearts. Gu Qingfeng shot a glare at Qin Yun, reprimanding her coldly. If you truly care for the dignity of the royal family, then cease to belittle yourself. It is disgraceful for you to kneel like a mother in such a manner. Tears welled in Qin Yun's eyes as she bowed repeatedly. Your Majesty, I merely wish for the family to reunite. I do not wish to see Chen sever ties with the Gu family. Realizing the coldness in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, Qin Yun finally understood that her earlier act of kneeling had been excessive. With this thought in mind, she hastily added, Your Majesty, I was indeed foolish earlier. Even if Chen has killed the heir of the Li family, why should we owe them any explanation? Since we have yet to ascertain Chen whereabouts, it indicates he is safe for the time being. Let us set forth immediately to Linqing and demand an apology from the Li family. They must return Chen to us. Gu Qingfeng's expression softened slightly as he nodded. At least you understand the gravity of the situation. He then turned to Guhi beside him and spoke in a serious tone. Gather the royal guards. We shall proceed to the Li family in Linqing. If anything happens to my son, I shall ensure the Li family faces utter annihilation. Yes, Guhi, filled with excitement, exhaled deeply and quickly departed to summon the royal guards. The journey from Gubei City to Linqing spans 1,000 miles. May we arrive in time. Otherwise, it may not only be the Li family that faces a bloodbath, but the entire Linqing as well. On the following day, as dawn broke, this remote border town of Linqing was engulfed in unprecedented commotion. A multitude of adventurers from afar flooded into the city, seeking information related to Gu Chun through various channels, then banding together to venture into the wilderness in search of his whereabouts. So many adventurers. It is my first time seeing such a crowd on the streets of Linqing. They must have come for the Li family's bounty. I dare say Gu Chun is doomed this time. Bounty. What is going on? Are these individuals not the ones brought in by the Linqing cultural tourism? Are you a local? The affairs of the Li family in Linqing have become quite the spectacle, and you are unaware? Alas, I just emerged from a dungeon this morning. Please hold on while I watch a video to catch up on the gossip. Along the street leading to the city gate, small eateries were filled with onlookers, both ordinary citizens and numerous low-tier professionals. The wilderness is far too perilous for such groups. They remain within the city, eagerly discussing the details of the ever-increasing flow of people venturing outside. Incredibly, the heir of the Li family was slain by a commoner. Whose subordinate is this? I heard it was a transfer student from Linqing First High School, with no affiliations, named Gu Chun. As for why he would kill Li Renjia, that remains unclear. I recall that Gu Chun conquered the hellish-level novice dungeon and received a top-tier evaluation. He was surely destined for a reserved spot at the prestigious academy. Why would he jeopardize such a promising future by offending the Li family? What? A top-tier evaluation? Have you been drinking? To date, no one has cleared the hellish-level novice dungeon in Linqing. You should pay more attention to the news. I even like the video showcasing Gu Chun's top-tier evaluation. Let me check, what? The video has been taken down? That's impossible. Let me see. Oh, indeed, it cannot be found. How can this be? I suspect you are all conspiring to deceive me. Listening to the conversations around them, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran wore expressions of deep concern. Am I mistaken? Our achievement of a top-tier evaluation has been suppressed. Aside from the transfer students present that day, almost no one in Linqing knows that the hellish-level dungeon has been cleared. If even the locals are unaware, then the outside world is even less likely to know. The only entities capable of such interference are either the municipal government or the Li family, Or perhaps a collaboration between the two, speculated Lin Qingqing. It seems that Li Renjie was unable to secure a reserved spot in Gubei City, indicating that the Li family had their sights set on Gu Qin's reserved spot from the very beginning, which is why they suppressed the news of our dungeon clearance. So many professionals have entered the wilderness to hunt Gu Chen. If he is captured, it will surely spell doom for him. Let us move. We must find Gu Chen before the Li family does, or we will be in serious trouble, Lin Yuan decisively declared. The trio quickly agreed and set off towards the city gate. The number of professionals entering the wilderness was increasing, yet the danger appeared to have significantly diminished. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the distant city gate, followed by the appearance of a colossal ship-like shadow on the horizon, accompanied by a thunderous roar that ascended to the heavens. Soon, a massive warship hovered above Liqing, with numerous armored warriors standing upon it, the Gu family flag flapping vigorously in the wind. Simultaneously, a resounding voice echoed across the skies of Liqing. The War King has arrived. Let the idol stand aside. The War King has arrived? Which War King? Are you from the Abyss? Which other War King could it be but the War King of the Northern Realm, Gu Qingfeng? What? Are you referring to that pillar of the Empire? He is a legendary figure. Why has he come? Unclear, judging by his direction. It seems he is heading towards the Li family. An airborne warship, the Gu family flag. Gu Qingfeng did not even make an appearance. Yet the tens of thousands of citizens of Lin City erupted in fervor. Excitement and exhilaration coursed through the crowd. The very king of the 7 cities of the northern frontier had graced Lin City with his presence today, bestowing an unparalleled glory upon all those gathered. Soon, the flying warship descended upon the Li family estate. Beneath the royal banner, a cohort of warriors clad in black armor stood like proud javelins, exuding an atmosphere of iron-blooded ferocity that made it nearly impossible for anyone to gaze upon them directly. Gu Qingfeng emerged from the command room, positioning himself before his loyal guards as he cast his eyes upon the Li family below. Beside him stood Qin Yun and the steward, Gu He. It was Gu Qingfeng. My heavens, it was indeed the War King himself. What had transpired? How could such a prominent figure arrive in Lin City? The warship hovered above the Li family estate. Was this a summons directed at them? Could it be possible that Gu Chen is the son of Gu Qingfeng? Do you take me for a fool? Gu Qingfeng has but one son, Gu Ci, who not only awakened a rare profession ahead of time, but was also admitted to the prestigious academy in the capital. How could Gu Chen possibly be his son? Never mind, speculating is futile. Let us hurry to the Li family estate and see for ourselves. At this moment, Lin City could be described as a ghost town, with everyone rapidly converging towards the Li family's direction. Outside the Li family manor, the throngs of people were countless. Shoulder to shoulder, the streets, trees, railings, eaves, and rooftops were all filled to capacity. The flying warship loomed overhead, drawing nearly half the population of Lin City to its presence. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran also arrived near the Li family estate, gazing at the flag of the Gu family fluttering boldly in the wind. A bold thought suddenly surged in Lin Yuan's mind. Gu Chen, Gu Qingfeng. Could it be that Gu Chen is Gu Qingfeng's son? Under the shadow of the warship, which loomed like a steel beast, the Li family estate was completely enveloped. Meanwhile, feeling an overwhelming pressure from the outside world, an agitated Li Xiao stepped out from his study into the courtyard. Looking up, he happened to see a dignified figure descending from the warship, gracefully approaching the courtyard. At that moment, Li Xiao's eyelids twitched, and he felt a rush of blood surge through him. An overwhelming tremor penetrated his very soul, causing him to collapse to the ground. The War King, Li Xiao, in his ignorance, was unaware of the War King's presence. Please forgive my transgressions. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice cold as he demanded, Li Xiao, hand over my son. If I do not see my son today, I will annihilate your entire family. As his words rang out, hundreds of black-armored warriors swiftly descended from the warship, encircling the Li family estate with military precision. Gu Qingfeng's words were unequivocal, clearly stating that Gu Chen was indeed his son. Outside, those who had previously speculated about Gu Chen's identity erupted in astonishment. This was explosive news. They had guessed correctly. Gu Chen, he was actually of royal blood from the northern frontier. Lin Qingqing turned to Lin Yuan, her face a mask of disbelief. Don't look at me. I was deceived as well. I thought he was so poor he could barely afford a meal. Yet who would have imagined his father is the War King of the northern frontier? Lin Yuan's expression was a tapestry of complexity. He had been deceived by his closest brother. They had agreed to live as commoners. Yet he was the son of the War King of the North? What an exhilarating sensation. His brother hailed from the most powerful family in this land. From this moment forth, he would embrace an entirely new identity. Lin Yuan, brother of the War King's son of the North. Was this not the very definition of soaring to new heights? An overwhelming fortune had finally come his way. Meanwhile, a tempestuous aura enveloped the entire Li family estate, as if everything within was on the brink of being reduced to ashes. Li Xiao trembled in fear, prostrated on the ground, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding. I swear on my life that the young master is not here at my Li family home. Li Xiao was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why Gu Qingfeng would orchestrate such a grand display to seek someone. Gu Qingfeng's son, Gu Xi, was said to be studying in the capital. How could he possibly come to the Li family to demand a person? Though the Li family was the foremost lineage in Lin City, given his status. Even if he endeavored to curry favor with Gu Xi, the latter would likely not grant him an audience. That young master possessed an extraordinary background, even with tenfold courage. Li Xiao would not dare to show the slightest disrespect, let alone confront him. Li Xiao, you possess an audacious spirit. I warn you, if my son suffers even the slightest harm, prepare for your family's annihilation. Qin Yun descended from the warship, standing behind Gu Qingfeng, her voice sharp with rebuke, revealing the depth of her fury. With Gu Qin's fate hanging in the balance, she could not afford to entertain any further schemes. Gu Qingfeng stood nearby, his countenance ashen, embodying a tempest ready to erupt. The distance from Gubei City to Lin City spanned thousands of kilometers. After receiving the news last night, he had journeyed tirelessly, arriving just as dawn broke. This meant that his son had been wandering the wilderness throughout the night. The wilderness was fraught with peril, with hostile forces rampant. A misstep could lead to a dire fate. Gu Qingfeng's expression hardened, his fury surging within him. His own son was being bullied, pursued, and had fled into the wilds, with his whereabouts still unknown. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, lamenting that the Li family had indeed bitten off more than they could chew. Gu Qin killed your son. You pursue him, and yet you escalate it to a full-blown bounty across the realm, making the entire North aware of it. Now you have invoked Gu Qingfeng's wrath. The Li family is surely doomed. Li Xiao trembled violently. Qin Yun's words drained the color from his face. As Gu Qingfeng's wife, her words carried weight, reflecting his will. Li Xiao had no doubt that should Gu Qingfeng issue a command, those royal guards would eliminate his entire family without hesitation. At that moment, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind, his heart shattered, every muscle quaking with fear. He was terrified. Yet, Gu Xi was truly not at the Li family estate. The entire North was aware that Gu Qingfeng and his wife had only one son, Gu Xi. Gu Xi is not at the Li family. He repeated fervently. He is truly not here. This truly threatens his very existence. Your Highness, please forgive my transgression. I vow before heaven that the young master is truly not in the Li household. I have never laid eyes on the esteemed Gu Xi. May the king and the princess see the truth. Outrageous. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng was instantly consumed by rage. Gu Xi? Who claimed he was here to seek Gu Xi? After all this time, Li Xiao had yet to realize the true purpose of his visit. Observing that Li Xiao remained oblivious to the situation, Gu Qingfeng could no longer contain the fury boiling within him and unleashed a powerful kick. Gu Chen was currently fleeing for his life in the wilderness. He could not afford to waste time here. The pursuit of Gu Chen by the Li family must be halted at once. Otherwise, should Gu Chen perish in the wild, not even the annihilation of the Li family would suffice to quell his wrath. Li Xiao was sent flying by the force of the kick, his body soaring back like a sack of sand, crashing into the main building of the manor, reducing it to ruins. Amidst the debris, pain coursed through him, rendering him incapable of even gathering a modicum of strength. This exemplified the might of the War King of the northern frontier, who had defended the Abyss battlefield for 18 years, single-handedly repelling countless foes and earning his title through bloodshed. Faced with such an overwhelming force, even Li Xiao, a fifth-tier berserker, found himself utterly powerless to resist. Li Xiao, heed my words. Gu Chen is my son. Should any misfortune befall him in the wilderness, I shall not only eradicate the Li family, but also ensure that all who participated in the pursuit pay the ultimate price alongside my son. As these words, heavy with murderous intent, resonated, every face within and outside the Li manor froze in shock. Goodness, how fortunate I am that my level is insufficient to accept the Li family's bounty. For the first time in my life, I find being low-level a blessing. What a close call. I had intended to head to the Li family for the task this morning, but thankfully I overslept. Oh no. I just accepted a bounty. And I only did it for the thrill. Why should I be condemned alongside them? The crowd erupted in chaos. Some laughed heartily, while others turned ashen. The bounty hunters who had come for the reward stood dumbfounded. They had believed Gu Chun to be their opportunity, only to discover he had become their doom. If anything were to happen to Gu Chun, all who participated in the pursuit would meet their demise. They had merely coveted the Li family's bounty, never expecting it would cost them their lives. Li Xiao, you worthless scoundrel, your son deserves this fate. Damn it, if I survive this calamity, I shall ensure the downfall of the Li family. Enough of the curses. We must hasten to leave the city and find him. If anything befalls Gu Chun, we are all doomed. Among the crowd, a multitude of high-tier professionals turned and swiftly made their way towards the city's exit. No one dared to question Gu Qingfeng's words, nor did anyone think to escape in this moment. The one speaking was the king of the northern frontier. With a mere command, all who hunted Gu Chun would be marked as wanted criminals. Finding Gu Chun was their only hope. Meanwhile, upon hearing the name Gu Chun, Li Xiao's expression morphed as though he had seen a ghost. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be Gu Chun? He is merely a peasant's son, orphaned from a young age. How could he possibly be the offspring of Gu Qingfeng? Li Xiao's face was devoid of expression, rendered speechless by shock. His mind a blank canvas. The very person he had placed a bounty on for pursuit was none other than the son of the war king of the north. How could this be? It was utterly absurd. Had he known earlier that Gu Chun was the son of Gu Qingfeng, he would not have dared utter a word of dissent, even if Gu Chun had slaughtered his entire family. Li Xiao's complexion turned ashen at the mere thought of chasing after Gu Qingfeng's son, a wave of unprecedented fear washing over him. He could scarcely contemplate what fate awaited him. Just then, a figure rushed in from outside, squeezing into the Li family estate. Report to the master. News from the wilderness indicates that Gu Chun is fleeing towards the Lin Yuan Pass. Li Xiao's body trembled violently, his eyes first igniting with a flicker of hope, only to dim swiftly thereafter. Gu Chun was still alive. But why was he fleeing towards the Lin Yuan Pass? That place had already been tainted by the abyss. A land rife with brutal alien creatures, fraught with peril. A mere first-tier professional, if he were to unwittingly stray into the polluted territory, surrounded by these creatures, it would be tantamount to courting death. Immediately notify all professionals who accepted the bounty to cease their pursuit and make haste towards the Lin Yuan Pass. They must retrieve Gu Chun before he enters the polluted land. Li Xiao bellowed these orders, akin to a ferocious beast cornered with no escape. Upon hearing this news, those around him reacted as if the apocalypse had arrived. The Lin Yuan Pass. The reason it had succumbed to the abyssal corruption was its proximity to the buried bone dungeon, the only first-tier abyss in the wilderness surrounding Lin City. A first-tier abyss, though seemingly not formidable, was still the abyss. It posed dangers far exceeding those of hell-level dungeons. How could Gu Chun have fled there? Even if he were to avoid the abyss, the vicinity of the buried bone dungeon was swarming with alien beings. It was practically a death sentence. Even teams of first-tier professionals, well prepared, could meet utter annihilation. One could only imagine what fate awaited Gu Chun in such a dire situation. It was hopeless. The Lin Yuan Pass lay perilously close to the first-tier abyss. Even a level 20 warrior would not dare to enter alone. Was fate conspiring against him? Enough with the idle chatter. Let's leave the city at once. If we hurry, we might still manage to bring him back. Li Xiao, you better wait for me. If I survive this, I shall turn your Li family upside down. The buried bone dungeon. The first-tier abyss. Each on its own was terrifying enough. Now they were compounded. The horror was overwhelming. Though news of Gu Chun's survival had reached them, to the onlookers, he seemed to be walking step by step towards his demise. No, that was incorrect. The wilderness was labyrinthine. The closer one got to the Lin Yuan Pass, the more formidable the alien creatures became. Why would he flee in that direction? Was he seeking his own destruction? Lin Yuan retrieved a map from his spatial storage, growing increasingly aware that something was amiss. At that moment, Lin Qingqing also glanced over, her eyes reflecting a look of confusion. The path to Lin Yuan Pass is ill-suited for escape. Why would he choose this direction when he is clearly being pursued? At that moment, Su Ran pointed to Lin Yuan Pass on the map, then slightly adjusted the angle downward. Gu Chun possesses a strong sense of purpose in his actions. I sense he is neither fleeing nor heading towards Lin Yuan Pass. A delicate, fair hand descended, resting upon 4 small characters. He has reached level 10. Could it be that he intends to delve into the first-tier abyss burial dungeon? Su Ran's words instantly illuminated Lin Yuan and Lin Qingqing's expressions. The first-tier abyss is accessible only to practitioners below level 20. Well, would you look at that? Everyone believed he was being hunted. I nearly thought he had fled into the wilderness as a last resort. It appears, however, that this clever lad Gu is determined to enter the abyss. To brave the abyss at level 10, he truly lives up to his title of a deity. Lin Qingqing exclaimed in admiration. Let us go quickly. We must reach the teleportation array at once. Lin Yuan suddenly came to a realization. Pulling Lin Qingqing, and Su ran through the crowd. The first-tier abyss presents a fortune of experience. They simply must cling to Gu Chen's coattails. After extricating themselves from the throng, Lin Yuan and the others did not head straight to the teleportation array. Instead, they sought to borrow money first. Teleportation incurs a fee, and particularly for a passage to the abyss, the cost is notably steep. Many would rather spend their coins on dungeon runs within the city than venture into the abyss. However, for Lin Yuan and his companions, the allure of the burial dungeon was irresistible. After all, the teleportation array would directly transport them to the plaza at the abyss entrance, sparing them encounters with the alien races in the wilderness. If they could reach the abyss entrance first, they would undoubtedly be able to tail Gu Chen. Accompanying Gu Chen into the abyss would minimize their risks while maximizing their rewards. Having experienced this once before, there was no way they would easily relinquish such an opportunity. In stark contrast to the excitement of Lin Yuan and his friends, Gu Qingfeng's expression was ashen. Upon learning that Gu Chen was fleeing towards Lin Yuan Pass, an overwhelming fury surged from within him, nearly driving him to madness. Lin Yuan Pass had been invaded by the abyss 50 years prior, and it had since become a desolate wasteland. The nearby burial dungeon was notorious for its high mortality rate, with its difficulty crushing 90% of the second-tier abyss in the Divine Xia Empire. Even at level 15, he had not dared to enter the burial dungeon, let alone Gu Chen. Li Xiao, you shall perish. In a fit of rage, a radiant sword appeared beside Gu Qingfeng, blindingly bright like the sun, wielding the power to annihilate as it struck towards Li Xiao. Yet, Li Xiao was pierced by the sword's light, his health depleting instantly, and the entire Li family estate crumbled under the force of this strike. Li Xiao's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Die? However, in the next moment, a blinding holy light emanated from his corpse. The resurrection cross. Upon being slain, one can revive in place, regaining 30 health points. Priced at 10 million each on the trader's platform, how could Li Xiao, the head of the Li family in Lin City, possibly lack such a life-saving artifact? Your Majesty, spare me. I acknowledge my crimes and beseech you for mercy. As soon as Li Xiao revived, he fell to his knees at Gu Qingfeng's feet, repeatedly bowing his head. In that moment, he paid no heed to his injuries. The terror of death rendered him tremulous. Having just died, he was on the brink of madness. The resurrection cross could only take effect once within a 24-hour period. Should Gu Qingfeng strike him again, he would surely meet his end. In his desperation, Li Xiao mustered the courage to plead, Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Young Master Gu Chen is still alive. Grant me a single day, just one day, and the entire Li family will mobilize to ensure the young master's safe return. You? Scoffed Gu Qingfeng. The holy sword in his hand turned intangible as he ascended, heading towards the floating warship. The Imperial Guard shall secure the Li family. Without my express command, no one is permitted to enter or exit. I have declared that if my son suffers any harm, not only will the Li family face annihilation, but all involved shall perish. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. His voice thundered, causing those present to tremble, their faces blanching in fear. Gu He and Qin Yun swiftly ascended the floating warship, the colossal steel beast churning through the clouds as it sped towards the Lin Yuan Pass, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. With Gu Qingfeng departing on the warship, armored warriors stationed at the Li family estate prevented anyone from escaping. The pressure of death receded like a tide, and Li Xiao, trembling, rose to his feet, his visage wrought with despair. Reflecting on past events, his pallor deepened. At this moment, he no longer lamented the loss of his son. While a son could be reborn, offending Gu Qingfeng was a grave sin that could lead to the obliteration of his clan. To secure a mere spot at the capital's academy, the Li family had pursued Gu Qingfeng's son into the wilderness, and now Li Xiao regretted it profoundly. Yet, if given another chance, who could have anticipated that a peasant boy, raised in Lin City for 18 years, would turn out to be Gu Qingfeng's son? Even if faced with a knife at his throat, he would never have believed that Gu Chen was the son of Gu Qingfeng, head of the family. What shall we do now? To the ancestral hall. What significance does the ancestral hall hold that it outweighs the survival of the Li family? We must offer incense to our ancestors, hoping that they will bless Gu Chun amidst the wilderness, ensuring his safe return. Li Xiao, disregarding his injuries, limped towards the direction of the ancestral hall. The Imperial Guard stood watch at the door. There was no escape now, only the hope that the spirits of their forebears would protect the Li family. Gu He, have you uncovered the truth? What is the nature of the connection between Chun and the Li family? Gu Qingfeng stood atop the floating warship, his mind in turmoil. In his recollection, Gu Chun had always been lackadaisical and unruly, a hopeless case of mud that could not be molded. But why has he become so radical this time? Even going so far as to kill Li Renjia and flee into the wilderness? Is he employing such extreme measures to force a compromise from himself? Or perhaps there are deeper secrets at play. Your Majesty, we have uncovered that the root of all this turmoil stems from the Li family's attempt to usurp the guaranteed admission quota for young Master Gu Chen. A guaranteed admission quota? Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly. After all, Gu Chun is not even a professional. What right does he have to such an opportunity? Could it be that some esteemed principal from a prestigious institution has learned of Gu Chen's failure to transition careers and is attempting to win favor through such underhanded tactics? Indeed, although the young master failed to transition in Gubei City, for reasons unknown, he managed to successfully transition upon returning to Lin City. What? Such a thing has occurred? A look of astonishment erupted on Gu Qingfeng's face. While such events are not unheard of, they are exceedingly rare. And it is astonishing that it has transpired with Gu Chun. What? Gu He, this is hardly a time for jest. Qin Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had never heard of such an occurrence. Your Majesty, Your Highness, after the young master transitioned to a summoner, he and his 4 teammates entered the novice dungeon, the temple ruins, where they ascended to level 10 within a day and cleared a hell-level dungeon that had remained unconquered for decades. Gu He conveyed the gathered information with clarity. Clearing the hell-level dungeon would grant a level rating, and according to Lin City's regulations, students who achieve such a rating will be awarded a guaranteed admission quota to the capital's prestigious academies. The heir of the Li family, Li Renjia, unable to secure a guaranteed admission to the capital's academy, wielded the Li family's influence to suppress news of the young master's triumph in the hell-level dungeon, attempting to seize the young master's quota for himself. The cause of death is rather straightforward. Li Renjia and his cousin Li Wenhui sought out the young master in the dormitory of Lin City No. 1 High School, coercing him to assist them in conquering the hell-level dungeon. When the young master refused, he killed Li Renjia and subsequently fled to the wilderness. Li Renjia was a level 13 mentalist, a rare profession, yet inexplicably, he was easily countered by the level 10 young master. After hearing the butler Gu He's account, the agitation within Gu Qingfeng was swiftly replaced by profound shock. Successfully transitioning, ascending to level 10 within a day, clearing a hell-level dungeon, obtaining a level rating, and securing a guaranteed admission quota to the capital's academy. Furthermore, he even accomplished the extraordinary feat of slaying an opponent 3 levels higher than himself in a rare profession. Such an achievement, not only in Lin City, but even in Gubei City, would overshadow the vast majority of talented professionals. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. All of this, was it truly accomplished by Gu Chun, his son Gu Chun? Upon hearing Gu He's words, Gu Qingfeng gazed down at the vast clouds beneath the warship, his astonishment lingering long without abating. His son is, against all odds, a prodigious talent? A shadow of despair crossed his face, his eyes filled with regret. Had he only shown a bit more leniency towards his son in the past, Gu Chun would surely not have found himself in such a dire situation, exiled to the wilderness. Could it be that he has been mistaken all along? Observing Gu Qingfeng's expression, Gu He let out a faint sigh. It is widely acknowledged that Gu Ci, the son of the Northern War King, is a prodigious talent, having not only transitioned to a rare profession ahead of schedule, but also secured admission to the prestigious academy in the capital. Yet, few are aware of the prodigious resources that Gu Qingfeng has invested in Gu Ci's development. Only 2 types of individuals can ascend to the rank of Dragon Knight: those who possess the bloodline of dragons, or those who have been blessed by the dragon god. Gu Ci, however, lacks any dragon lineage. To ensure his successful advancement, the resources expended on him throughout his upbringing could rival the military budget of the Northern Territories for an entire year. It is no exaggeration to assert that had these resources been amassed upon a mere pig, it could have attained a staggering health pool of 1 million. And what of Gu Chun? The entirety of the Gu family's investment in him amounts to merely the monthly living expenses during his brief stay at the Gu residence. In stark contrast, Hu truly embodies the essence of an extraordinary genius. With a sigh, Gu continued, "Your Majesty, have you not always believed that the eldest young master has succumbed to a life of debauchery, akin to a piece of mud that cannot be molded?" Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly. "Is there perhaps more to this story? I have discovered that the eldest young master grew up in the home of peasant farmers, enduring a life of hardship, often subject to the bullying of privileged offspring. Despite these adversities, his academic performance remained exemplary. It was only after entering high school that both farmers passed away, leaving him utterly alone and struggling for survival. Consequently, he was compelled to traverse between various merchants, toiling for a meager monthly wage of a few hundred coins, often skipping school to work instead. We have mistakenly perceived his lack of ambition as self-indulgence. But we were wrong. It is not that he lacks ambition. It is that he cannot afford to be ambitious. Did you not once despise his apparent decline and neglect of studies? He is not foolish. He is acutely aware that diligent study now could secure him a prosperous future, even if he cannot transition to a higher profession or gain entrance to an elite academy. Yet he cannot. For every day he attends school, he forfeits income and faces hunger. The prospect of a better life years hence is too distant for him. If he does not skip school to earn money, he risks starvation within a week. At this point, a complex expression crossed Gu Hie's face, a mixture of pity and irony. The son of Gu Qingfeng, the legitimate heir of the northern royal family, has nearly descended to the brink of starvation. It is unfathomable to consider the multitude of hardships he has endured over these 18 years. Silence enveloped the room. Gu Qingfeng's expression grew rigid, plunging him into a profound and inexpressible silence. Initially, he had struggled to comprehend how Gu Chen, with such a timid disposition, could have slain Li Renjia. But now, understanding dawned upon him. A peasant's child, targeted by the foremost family of Ling City, what fate could await him? Subjugation, control, a future devoid of hope. The news of the hellish dungeon's clearance had been thoroughly suppressed, with the coveted recommendation slot seized. That was the perfect illustration of his plight. Faced with such oppression, even with unparalleled talent, he remained ensnared within the grasp of the Li family. Thus, only two paths lay before him: to bow in servitude, willingly becoming a pawn of the Li family, or to sever ties, confronting them in a desperate struggle for survival. Evidently, Gu Chen has opted for the latter. He is not compelling anyone through such extreme measures. Rather, he is merely striving for survival, attempting to seize the scant gifts that fate has bestowed upon him. For him, the mere act of existing has already consumed all his strength. Gu Qingfeng inhaled deeply, his heart quivering violently as if pierced by a myriad of steel needles. He could hardly believe that for the past 18 years, Gu Chen had been living in a state of abject humility, caught in the crevices of life. He had initially thought that suffering would serve as a form of tempering for Gu Chen, but he was mistaken. Suffering is simply suffering, not worth pursuing, and it certainly would not render Gu Chen any more exceptional. It is no wonder that Gu Chen chose to sever ties with the Gu family. In this moment, Gu Qingfeng recognized his own folly. His heart swelled with a tempest of sorrow and rage, a fierce fire igniting from the depths of his being. How audacious of the Li family of Lin City to dare bully my son, Gu Qingfeng. I shall ensure the annihilation of the Li clan. Gu Qingfeng turned to gaze upon the ethereal sea of clouds beneath the warship, directing his sight toward Lin City, his eyes radiating a bone-chilling intent to kill. Gu He, notify the royal guards. I command the complete eradication of the Li family. Leave not a single soul. Yes, Gu He responded promptly, without hesitation, relaying the orders to the commander of the royal guards. At the very moment the message was delivered, hundreds of royal guards stationed outside the Li residence drew their sharp swords and charged toward the estate. Soon, the entire Li family within the manor met a gruesome fate. This was merely a fraction of the Li clan, as most had already fled into the wilderness. However, it mattered not, for those were the ones who had pursued Gu Chen and were already marked for execution, with no escape route available. This is the northern region. Those whom Gu Qingfeng wishes to eliminate would find it nearly impossible to evade. Deep within the wilderness, as Lin Yuan and the others had surmised. Although Gu Chen was heading toward the Lin Yuan Pass, his true destination lay south of it, within the burial dungeon. Brother Chen, look, if we continue on this path, we will reach the Lin Yuan Pass. 50 years ago, it fell victim to an invasion from the abyss and has since become the territory of alien races. Last year, 5 teams entered to undertake missions, primarily composed of 4th-tier powerhouses, yet only 3 emerged alive. Amidst the black mist, a youth of noble attire and extraordinary demeanor walked alongside Gu Chen. The young man's name was Su Xia, whom Gu Chen had met at the Jinyuan army base. Unlike other adventurers in the wilderness, Su Xia was not there to slay the alien races. He had come to the Jinyuan army base in search of a rare material. This material is exclusively produced in the first-tier Abyss burial dungeon and serves as a core component for crafting level 10 epic gear. Upon learning of Su Xia's desire to forge epic-level equipment, Gu Chen recognized that he had encountered yet another affluent individual. After exchanging a few words, Su Xia expressed his willingness to offer 800,000 for the material, should Gu Chen procure it. Su Xia glanced at the compass in his hand for a moment, then tilted his body, pointing toward a region shrouded in black mist. Brother Chen, that direction leads to the burial dungeon. If we were to walk, it would take at least 3 hours to reach. As he spoke, Su Xia snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a swirling black mist coalesced, revealing a sleek, deep blue sports car upon the ground beside me. However, if I were to take my floating coupe, it would only take half an hour at most. A floating coupe? Observing the luxurious vehicle before me, resembling a deep blue beast, Gu Chen's lips twitched slightly. How did such a grand automobile come into existence? It was neither an equipment nor a prop, and my spatial storage was incapable of accommodating it. By the way, what is your profession? A spatial mage? Su Xia chuckled. I failed my job transfer. I'm just an ordinary person. Let us get in. The burial dungeon is just around the corner. As his gaze shifted, Gu Chen noticed a subtle glimmer on Su Xia's finger. It was a dark silver ring, a spatial ring. The burial dungeon, situated deep within the wilderness, ranks among the most challenging of the first-tier abysses. Yet this does not deter the multitude of adventurers gathered at the Abyss Square, eager to challenge its depths. In both instances of dungeons and abysses, the risks are directly proportional to the rewards. The higher the difficulty, the greater the mortality rate, and the more substantial the rewards upon completion. Moreover, when adequately prepared, the Abyss offers a significantly higher cost-effectiveness compared to dungeons. After all, dungeons charge exorbitant fees for entry. For instance, the first-tier Hell-level dungeon in Lin City charges 3 million per person per attempt. This price is undeniably steep, as the operation and maintenance of dungeons require considerable funds, and the powers that control these dungeons profit from them as well. The same holds true for novice dungeons. Albeit the laws of the Divine Summer Empire afford a 10-day free trial for newly transferred students, serving as a form of special consideration for the student demographic. At this moment, the Abyss Square was bustling with a multitude of adventurers, much like the Dungeon Square, where most were seeking to recruit teammates. Presently, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran had arrived at the entrance of the Abyss. In the wilderness, there was no communication. Even they were unaware of Gu Chen's whereabouts. However, they were sufficiently astute to remain by the Abyss entrance. Thus, anyone entering the Abyss would inevitably pass right under their watchful eyes. As Lin Yuan observed the crowd, where numerous signs were raised high, he suddenly seemed to recall something while drowsing. Right, we only have 3 people. Even if we wait for Lao Gu, that would only make 4. Shouldn't we recruit another member? The more team members we have, the greater the experience bonus. A missing person equates to a loss in experience. Indeed, while the Great One hasn't arrived yet, let us recruit someone first. After all, first-tier Abyss actors are rather hard to find, Lin Qingqing suggested. Hard to find? I recall there being plenty of actors in novice dungeons. Why would first-tier Abyss actors be scarce? Lin Yuan countered. Novice dungeons are relatively simple, and newly transferred students lack combat power, all striving to reach higher levels before their academy assessments. Thus, there are naturally more actors available. However, the first-tier Abyss is quite different. Several powerful professionals collaborating to conquer it yields far greater rewards than those obtained through employing actors. Moreover, second-tier professionals in the Abyss tend to compete for experience, with few willing to assume the role of an actor. I see, you are watching the Abyss entrance here. I shall inquire further. Lin Yuan nodded, somewhat comprehending, and glanced at a group of professionals seeking teammates. He then approached a level 12 swordsman, believing that conversing with fellow swordsmen might be more straightforward. Hey, we are in need of one more teammate. Interested in joining us? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the swordsman turned his head, instinctively glancing at Lin Yuan's level. A flicker of disdain briefly crossing his features. Level 6, not even qualifying for the first tier, and he dares to venture into the first-tier Abyss? Is he courting death? The swordsman, disinterested in engaging further, retorted brusquely, You must be an actor, right? Your level is too low. Have your team leader come speak with me. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow. Oh really, you think you're so high and mighty? A level 12 swordsman flaunting superiority? Were it not for his inability to best the opponent, Lin Yuan would have drawn his sword by now. Hello, I am the team leader. Do you require something? A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind, prompting Lin Yuan to turn around, his eyes sparkling with delight. Simultaneously, the swordsman's gaze shifted to Gu Chun, momentarily stunned, before revealing unabashed contempt. Level 10? A summoner? Are you jesting with me? Gu Chun remained unfazed. Is there a problem? He added, let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not descend into the abyss. It leads to swift demise. The swordsman, displaying evident impatience, waved his hand dismissively. Be off with you. This place is no domain for high school students. Such a waste of time. With that, he moved aside, seemingly eager to avoid any further entanglement with Gu Chun. Old Gu, I have finally awaited your arrival. Lin Yuan exclaimed with delight. Gu Chun was equally surprised. Wherever there was a teleportation array, communication could be restored. He had initially intended to send a message to inform Lin Yuan of their descent into the abyss. However, upon arriving at the abyss square, he was greeted by Lin Yuan's presence, thus saving considerable effort. Old Gu, you truly accomplished something grand this time. Were it not for the arrival of the War King in Lin City, I would have never known. Do not mention him. I have severed ties with the Gu family. He had traversed the wilderness for nearly a day and night, encountering numerous professionals along the way, from whom he learned of events transpiring in Lin City. He even guided a few professionals who sought to hunt him down. After all, the wilderness was shrouded in dense fog, severely limiting visibility. And he was accompanied by the Blood Lord and a host of bloodline descendants. That spectacle certainly did not resemble a mere exile in the wilderness. Of course, this was merely an isolated instance. After departing from the Jinyuan army's base, he was still noticed by those with ulterior motives. Nonetheless, it was precisely this that led Lin Yuan and the others to deduce Gu Chen's intentions, prompting them to arrive at the Abyss Square in advance. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly shuddered, his eyes ablaze with intense astonishment. Old Gu, you have severed ties with the Northern royal family? Lin Yuan's mind was a blank. His tongue felt as if it had been tied in knots, as if he had lost the ability to articulate. After all, it was a royal family. Do you understand what it means to be of royal blood? Others would shamelessly vie for favor, yet here you are, severing ties? Observing Gu Chen's serious demeanor, Lin Yuan's expression morphed into one more grotesque than tears, his molars nearly shattering from the pressure. That was the royal family of the Northern realm. I was on the verge of becoming a brother to a royal scion. The wealth and nobility were boundless. Damn it, this is more unbearable than death. Gu Chen interjected. By the way, isn't our team lacking one member? I happen to have brought a friend. He gestured towards Su Xia, interrupting Lin Yuan's lamentations. Lin Yuan's expression instantly normalized as he turned to Su Xia, but upon seeing him, he nearly lost control of his emotions once more. Su Xia, astonishingly, was not a professional. Wait, my friend, you dare to venture into a first-level abyss without being a professional? Su Xia, unfazed, retorted, what? Are the standards for joining your team as an actor so high? Must one be a professional? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Indeed, an actor in the team does nothing. What difference does it make whether one is a professional? Moreover, since Su Xia was not a professional, he would not siphon off experience points. Yet his presence would grant the team an experience boost for 5 members. With this realization, Lin Yuan's lips nearly stretched to his ears. You must join our team. Su Xia entered the team. Previously, no professional team had ever taken a failed class transfer ordinary person into the abyss. This was an incomprehensible act to others. However, for Gu Chen, bringing an ordinary person was no different from bringing a professional, as he would be the one doing all the work. The others merely needed to cheer. Furthermore, Su Xia was not devoid of merit. He hailed from Wan City, and the burial dungeon lay right at the border of Wan City. This meant he was, paradoxically, the most familiar with the abyss among them. However, upon learning that Gu Chen intended to enter a nightmare-level abyss, he was taken aback. Nightmare level? Su Xia momentarily struggled to process this. Brother Chen, are you sure we shouldn't start with a normal level? Or even a hard level would suffice? Gu Chen paused, realizing he had only mentioned entering the burial dungeon without specifying whether it was normal or nightmare level. We indeed are heading into a nightmare level abyss. If you find it too perilous, you may withdraw from the team now. Of course, I can refund your money, and if we gather any materials later, You can come to me to purchase them. Worst case, we can find another person. With so many around in the Abyss Square, surely we can find an actor. Su Xiao appeared conflicted, uncertain whether to continue. The nightmare-level Abyss presented a challenge greater than a hell-level dungeon. There would be no opportunity to escape by using a teleportation scroll once danger loomed. More often than not, by the time one recognized the peril, it was already too late. Many professionals had been slain by abyssal entities before they could even utilize their teleportation scrolls. The difficulty of the Abyss far exceeds that of the dungeon by several magnitudes. One might say that the dungeon is a preserved scenario, while the Abyss is strikingly real. Su Xiao wore an expression of deep conflict. Why must he choose the nightmare level? This is, after all, the Abyss. Gu Chen, with an air of resignation, replied, only by conquering the nightmare level can one unlock the hell level. Unlike the novice dungeons, the first-tier Abyss is notably more open, allowing direct selection of the nightmare level without the need to commence from the hard level. Su Xiao's expression froze, his mind seemingly malfunctioning. What did this tone, this expression signify? Were it not for the nightmare level restriction, would you dare to plunge directly into the hell level? Are you quite certain you can succeed? Absolutely. Such confidence? I might withdraw midway. The last person to withdraw may already be regretting it. A look of turmoil crossed Su Xiao's face. For a commoner who had failed to change classes to enter the nightmare level of the Abyss was virtually unheard of. One might even say it was tantamount to courting death. Initially, he merely sought materials. Yet Gu Chen offered him an opportunity to form a party and delve into the Abyss, a chance he could hardly refuse. For someone unable to become a professional, the allure of the Abyss was unimaginably profound. Yet, the nightmare level of the Abyss was also exceedingly perilous. In truth, I merely desire a material. Su Xiao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, ultimately unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. Very well, I shall join. Lin Yuan stepped forward, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Congratulations. Taking risks is a form of wisdom. With determination set, Gu Chen wasted no time, moving to the entrance of the Abyss, opening the interface, and selecting the nightmare level. Warning, the current selection is of nightmare difficulty. Challengers will face an Abyss that is nearly real, with substantial difficulty and a high mortality rate. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. The current team's average level is too low. It is advisable to reform the party. No, entering the Buried Bones Abyss at nightmare level. Please hold on. The entrance to the Abyss was similar to that of a dungeon. A swirling vortex of space emitted a sanguine glow, and soon after, Gu Chen and the four behind him vanished from sight. Simultaneously, all professionals within the Northern Territory received an immediate notification from the professional platform. Notice, Gu Chen, holder of the Lincheng level evaluation, has led a team of professionals into the Buried Bones Abyss at nightmare level. A simple notification sent shockwaves throughout the Northern Territory. What in the world? Lincheng? Level evaluation? Gu Chen, that name sounds familiar. Isn't he the summoner pursued by the Li family? The son of the Northern War King? Is this madness? Gu Chen, merely a level 10 summoner, dares to venture into a first-tier Abyss? Isn't this courting death? Even if he is the son of the Northern War King, it is implausible for a level 10 to conquer the nightmare level of the Abyss. No. Did you not see the crux of the matter? Gu Chen obtained the Lincheng level evaluation. The residents of Lincheng denied such claims. Gu Chen indeed conquered the hell level of the Temple Ruins dungeon, and his level evaluation is genuine. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Have I crossed over? Did Gu Chen truly conquer the hell level dungeon? Is the level evaluation authentic? Why pose these questions to me? If one has inquiries, they ought to direct them to the municipal hall of Lin City. Swiftly, one should contact the Lord's hotline to inquire why our Lin City has finally produced a recipient of a prestigious evaluation, yet they have refrained from reporting it. Since the conversation has ventured this far, I find myself compelled to ask, why, now that Gu Chen has achieved this esteemed evaluation? Must he engage in a destructive confrontation with the Li family? The municipal hall of Lin City, the Lord's office. Su Lai is currently under immense pressure. As the highest-ranking official of Lin City, he has never before felt such despair since embarking on his political career. Indeed, it is despair. Initially, upon learning that a remarkable evaluation recipient had emerged among the city's transitioning professionals, he was overjoyed. Such an evaluation not only signifies a guaranteed admission to the prestigious academy in the capital, but also implies that he could secure additional resources from the Northern Territories, serving as an affirmation of his governance. Just as he intended to report this matter to Gubei City, a request for an audience from the Li family arrived. Li Xiao merely made a modest request to delay the application process for the guaranteed admission by a few days. As for other matters, the Li family would handle them. Su Lai, of course, wished to understand the Li family's intentions. However, even as the lord of the city, he was reluctant to offend the Li family, the foremost aristocracy of Lin City. From his perspective, as long as the city could gain an additional guaranteed admission to the academy, the identity of the recipient of this evaluation was of little consequence. Delaying the procedural timeline by a few days was a common practice and certainly not a breach of protocol. Thus, he readily acquiesced. The following day, Li Renjie was murdered. Although Su Lai was taken aback, he managed to maintain his composure. However, today, with the arrival of Gu Qingfeng, Su Lai found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. Subsequently, Gu Qin's identity was revealed. He was, in fact, the son of Gu Qingfeng. In that moment, panic enveloped Su Lai. As a mere city lord, he had inadvertently obstructed a royal prince's path to guaranteed admission. Even if his life were forfeit, it would not atone for this transgression. Just moments ago, he received news that the Li family had been annihilated. At that instant, Su Lai's vision darkened, and he could almost foresee his own demise. His heart raced with anxiety, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet he suddenly realized that with the entire Li family perished, he alone held knowledge of these events. Thus, if he could swiftly secure the guaranteed admission for Gu Chen, he might yet land safely. With this thought, Su Lai immediately seized the telephone on his desk. Secretary Li, initiate emergency procedures. Immediately ensure that the guaranteed admission is assigned to Gu Chen, and widely publicize the successful completion of the Hell-level novice dungeon. Hurry, act swiftly. It must be done quickly, Su Lai exclaimed, never before having exhibited such a lack of composure. However, before his words had fully left his lips, a striking notification appeared on the screen before him. Notice, Lin City's esteemed evaluation recipient Gu Chen has led a team of professionals into the nightmarish burial grounds. Gazing at the information, Su Lai's eyelids twitched, and the expression on his face became utterly frozen. It was over. Everything was lost. With this revelation, his attempt to conceal the delay in the admission process had become utterly untenable. As a gentle sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, Gu Chen and his companions found themselves in a damp, dimly lit cavern, where the air was permeated by a pungent odor reminiscent of fermented decay, lingering in their nostrils long after their arrival. This scent was utterly repulsive. Lin Yuan cursed vehemently, hastily covering his mouth and nose, his stomach churning violently. Gu Chen frowned, while Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were taken aback, succumbing to dry heaves, instinctively shielding their mouths and noses, their faces contorted in expressions of unbearable discomfort. Although the acrid stench posed no immediate threat, it would undoubtedly impair their combat efficacy. Among the group, only Su Xia appeared unfazed, for he had donned a metallic mask without anyone noticing. Observing the reactions of his companions, Su Xia promptly retrieved 4 identical masks from his spatial ring. Here, put these on. This is my design, the 99 model breathing mask, capable of purifying the air within the dungeon, complete with communication, night vision, and automatic tracking features. A breathing mask, model 99? Lin Yuan quickly grabbed one and placed it over his face. The acrid odor was swiftly filtered out, replaced by a refreshing breeze that invigorated his senses. In an instant, the world transformed into a more pleasant realm. Gu Chen, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran quickly followed suit, exhaling in unison as relief washed over them. I recall that the latest model on the market is the 98 model produced by the Eternal Life Group. What is this 99 model? Lin Qingqing inquired. The 99 model is an upgraded version of the 98. It is scheduled for pre-sale at the Eternal Life Group's product launch 3 months from now. Su Xia's voice resonated from within the mask. What? This is the latest breathing mask. It hasn't even been released to the public yet? How did you acquire it? Lin Qingqing pressed. The Eternal Life Group is the nation's leading technology conglomerate, commanding substantial orders from the Jinyuan army due to their advanced weaponry, surpassing several military-industrial groups. The Su family is the actual power behind the Eternal Life Group. It is rumored that a core figure within the Su family possesses exceptional research capabilities, bestowing significant technological advantages and commercial value upon the Eternal Life Group, establishing it as the designated partner of the Jinyuan army. Wait, your surname is Su? Lin Qingqing's tone was laced with astonishment. Could you be the prodigy of the Su family? The one who developed extraordinary weaponry capable of vanquishing the abyssal races, securing substantial contracts for the Eternal Life Group with the Jinyuan army? I do not consider myself a genius, but the Jinyuan army is indeed quite pleased with my designs. Su Xia replied with a smile. At that moment, the gazes of the others towards Su Xia subtly shifted. It was indeed him. It was said that the Su family's security level for him was equivalent to that of the family patriarch. How could such a pivotal figure accompany Gu Chen into the abyss? Collecting materials? What materials could be so precious that they required the presence of a core member of the Su family? Although Gu Chen was curious, he did not dwell on it. Everyone harbored their own secrets. They were merely a team traversing the abyss together. With the unbearable stench alleviated, he promptly summoned the Blood Clan sovereign. From the wilderness to the burial dungeon, the Blood Lord has reaped considerable rewards. A low, ominous growl emanated from it, and immediately, a multitude of blood-colored figures emerged within the dungeon. 50 Bloodline descendants appeared, representing the current limit of transformation. The Blood Lord had reached level 11, and the transformed Bloodline descendants could not exceed level 10 of its own rank. Among these progeny, the highest level was 21, while the lowest stood at 15. The unexpected arrival of these Bloodline descendants startled Lin Yuan and the others, nearly leading them to believe they had fallen into an ambush set by an alien race. Fear not, it is my skill. Gu Chen called back the 4 who were preparing to retreat. What? Su Xia exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a summoner could possess such an array of summoned beasts. There is but one summoned beast, the rest are summoning units. Gu Chen explained briefly before commanding the Bloodline descendants to clear the path ahead. Soon, a deep, guttural roar resonated in the darkness, as a lizard-like humanoid creature emerged from the shadows. Its grotesque and battered head was smeared with blood, and its crimson eyes glinted with a savage light. Its limbs were short and stocky, severely disproportionate, with decaying flesh covering its body, and in some places, stark white bones were exposed. Is this an orc? I've never seen such a diminutive and hideous orc. Almost without waiting for Gu Chen's command, the Blood Lord activated its skill, bullets illuminating the dark dungeon like lightning, striking the orc with a cacophony of sound. The orc, known for its strength and resilience, moved swiftly. However, the Blood Lord's skill was akin to a bolt of lightning, leaving no opportunity for evasion. In an instant, the orc's health was depleted, collapsing to the ground amidst a wail. Kill. Beast Corpse Fusion Body 13. Experience 1560. A level 13 alien was effortlessly dispatched by the Blood Lord's singular skill. This scene filled Su Xia's face with profound astonishment. In the nightmare level abyss, aliens were significantly enhanced, incomparable to the ordinary ones found in the wilderness. Although it was only level 13, being eliminated by a single skill from a summoned beast was utterly incredible. After all, the Beast Corpse Fusion Body boasted nearly 40,000 health points. To deplete such a substantial amount of health with one skill was simply absurd. In that moment, Su Xia suddenly realized that with Gu Chen's prowess, he might indeed be capable of conquering the nightmare-level dungeon. Upon the demise of the Beast Corpse Fusion Body, 6 tendrils of death coalesced from black mist beside its corpse. This was an accompanying skill of the Fallen Sphere. Each time a skill was successfully used on a target, a death tendril would manifest. Deadly Shot could fire 6 bullets imbued with skill effects, hence the appearance of 6 death tendrils. However, the duration of the death tendrils was merely 2 seconds. Just a single breath, before dissipating into black mist. Beast Corpse Fusion Body. What a cumbersome name, Lin Yuan remarked, gazing at the grotesque alien corpse on the ground. In truth, it was merely a failed experimental subject. Su Xia began. The burial dungeon was once a site of cruel punishment for the dwarves, where countless souls perished. Subsequently, a voodoo shaman arrived, fusing dwarven corpses with Orcish remains, creating these grotesque chimeras of half-dead and half-beast. As he spoke, Su Xia distributed 4 vials of antidote among the group. The attacks from these beastly corpses inflicted toxic damage. Should one unfortunate enough to be struck fail to use the antidote immediately, they would succumb to a poisoned state, suffering continuous health loss. Gu Chen took a vial of antidote, its green liquid shimmering like emeralds. Antidote. Upon use, it swiftly dispels the poison afflicting the user. On the trading platform, the antidote costs 3,000 coins per vial, a rather steep price. Thank you, Gu Chen said as he stored the antidote in his personal space, commanding the Bloodline warriors to continue leading the way. As they walked, he remarked, I acquired some strategies at the Jinyuan military outpost. The ultimate location of the nightmare-level abyss remains uncertain, shrouded in secrecy, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. However, One strategy indicated that to trigger the finale, one must exterminate every last one of the other races on these 3 floors. None shall remain. If even a single creature eludes destruction, the conditions for the finale's appearance cannot be met. Thus, to secure record-breaking rewards after the completion, one must strive for unparalleled speed in slaying monsters. Although the nightmare-level abyss is fraught with peril and carries a high mortality rate, records of successful completions emerged decades ago. Therefore, if Gu Chen aspired to claim substantial rewards post-clearance, he would have to aim for record-breaking achievements. But this is the abyss. Is it truly so easy to break records? Presently, the highest score for the nightmare-level abyss stands at 6 hours and 47 minutes, held by Liang Yi, the current Lord of Wanqing. This record was set by Liang Yi and his team at level 19, a feat that approaches the limits for ordinary professionals, with any faster pace being nearly impossible. Yet for Gu Chen, stagnation was not an option. As they traversed the dungeon, dark corners occasionally birthed beastly chimeras. For Gu Chen and his companions, this posed no danger, given the numerous bloodline descendants leading the way. Bang! A shot rang out, striking the beastly corpse's head, dealing over 8,000 damage. The beastly corpse could be classified as an undead creature, having been formed from the fusion of orc and dwarf remains, exhibiting formidable resistance against both physical and magical damage. In the wilderness, a bullet from the Bloodline Lord could inflict approximately 12,000 damage on a level 13 creature. However, against the beastly corpse, only around 8,000 damage was dealt, illustrating its considerable defensive prowess. Fortunately, the Bloodline Lord's damage output was sufficiently high, and with the reset upon kills, as long as they were not elite creatures, most foes were dispatched in an instant. Gu Chen summoned the nightmarish overlord to assist the Bloodline Lord in the slaughter. Meanwhile, the Bloodline descendants scoured every corner of the dungeon, leaving no hidden beastly chimera lurking in the shadows unscathed. Although the nightmarish overlord's base attack may not rival that of the Bloodline Lord, with the aid of the nightmarish minions, it could unleash tenfold damage, swiftly obliterating level 13 beastly chimeras. Bang! The Blood Clan Sovereign pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets that transformed the beast corpse amalgamation into a sieve. Simultaneously, the Nightmare Lord flickered and swiftly executed a kill. Kill Beast Corpse Amalgamation 13, Experience 1560, Kill Beast Corpse Amalgamation 13. Experience 1573, the rate of experience accumulation was evidently accelerating, in stark contrast to the mere 500 or 600 experience points obtainable from the alien creatures in the wilderness. Slaying these foes in the abyss yielded threefold the experience. Furthermore, the presence of the Blood Clan descendants greatly enhanced the speed of both pursuit and extermination. As the Blood Clan descendants advanced deeper into the dungeon, Gu Chen and his companions soon arrived at a desolate expanse littered with bones. With every step they took, the dry bones beneath their feet creaked incessantly. Was this the main prison? Had they arrived so swiftly? Could they be nearing the Beast Corpse clan leader? Su Xia surveyed the surroundings and quickly recognized their location. The Bone Burial Dungeon comprised 3 levels, with the first level, the main prison, being the initial challenging area. Here resided a high-level elite beast corpse, the remains of the former dwarf clan leader, a formidable adversary. Su Xia immediately declared, to confront the beast corpse clan leader, "We must first eliminate all the beast corpse amalgamations in the periphery, otherwise, we risk being besieged upon entering the main prison." However, something felt amiss. Even with 50 Blood Clan descendants clearing the path, their entry into the main prison seemed too rapid. Had they lost their way? A look of confusion crept into Su Xia's eyes as he glanced at his companions, only to find Gu Chen's expression serene, showing no signs of distress at their premature arrival in the main prison. Typically, in the abyss, one would prioritize slaying ordinary alien creatures first, reserving the elite ones for last, thereby diminishing the difficulty of the encounters. Thus, previous adventurers entering the Bone Burial Dungeon would first cleanse the periphery of beast corpse amalgamations, and only after eradicating all the ordinary beasts would they venture into the main prison to confront the beast corpse clan leader. This strategy not only lowered the challenge, but also allowed for experience gains during the process. Once the ordinary alien creatures in the periphery were eliminated, the strength of the beast corpse clan leader would significantly diminish. This was because the clan leader possessed a skill that attracted monsters. As long as it was engaged in combat, it could continuously summon beasts from the periphery into the main prison. If the adventurers were ambushed by the amalgamations throughout the dungeon, there would be no escape. Hence, most adventurers refrained from entering the main prison prematurely. At that moment, Chen spoke up. The Bone Burial Dungeon is peculiar. We must eliminate all the alien creatures across the 3 levels of the dungeon to trigger the final conditions for emergence. In other words, any oversight of a single alien creature would result in a significant expenditure of time searching for it. Unless we vanquish all the beast corpses, we shall never witness the ultimate outcome. Thus, I conceived another approach, to first engage the main prison, utilizing the gathering skill of the beast corpse chieftain to summon all ordinary beast corpses from the first level of the dungeon. This way, we could eliminate all the beast corpses in the shortest possible time. What? Su Xiao's expression changed dramatically. You intend to slay the beast corpse chieftain first? All the surrounding beast corpses will pour in. How will we manage then? Do not panic. We shall proceed as necessary, Chen replied with a wave of his hand. The towering figure of the undead golem materialized within the main prison, emanating a black luminescence that spread outward, imposing the utter exhaustion status upon all present beast corpses. Immediately thereafter, the Nightmare Sovereign soared forward, weaving a profound dreamscape within the main prison, encompassing all the beast corpses within its grasp. As the deep dream unfolded, piercing screams echoed throughout the main prison. The dream energy inflicted continuous, substantial damage upon all the beast corpses confined within. Their life force plummeted at an alarming rate, losing nearly 10,000 health points every second. Witnessing such an exaggerated effect, Su Xiao's eyelids twitched violently, an overwhelming sense of unreality flooding his mind. Beside him, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran exchanged satisfied glances at Su Xiao's expression. Indeed, it was this very state, 3 parts confusion, 3 parts shock, 3 parts incredulity, and a final touch of existential doubt. Lin Yuan recalled the first time he beheld Chen in battle. He, too, had displayed a similar expression. The area damage, while not an instant kill, could easily vanquish a horde within mere breaths. It was akin to a grass-cutting game. Though the beast corpses in the main prison were also ordinary alien creatures, they were level 16 entities, their health tripled. It seemed somewhat unrealistic to expect them to be instantaneously annihilated by the deep dream. Moreover, the formidable beast corpse chieftain had yet to make its appearance. At that moment, a series of muffled thuds reverberated through the darkness, followed by rhythmic tremors throughout the dungeon. A potent, ruthless aura suddenly erupted, drawing near. A stout, black-furred beast corpse, grotesquely adorned with decaying flesh and animal hide, emerged from the shadows. Its body was marred by extensive stitched scars, resembling a patchwork corpse. Su Xiao's expression shifted abruptly. It had emerged, the beast corpse chieftain. Alien, beast corpse chieftain elite. Level, 17 health, 121, 500. Attributes, strength 190, agility 177, constitution 192. Spirit 170, skills, beast blood boiling, skills, corpse venom, skills, summon beast corpses, a level 17 elite alien. Chen's gaze subtly altered, revealing a hint of gravity upon his countenance. This beast corpse chieftain was nearly comparable to the fallen witch of the temple ruins. Yet, this was merely the first trial of the buried bone dungeon. What human refuse dared to intrude upon this forbidden ground, courting death? The visage of the beast corpse chieftain twisted with a savage ferocity. With a thunderous roar, boiling foul blood erupted from within. An overwhelming aura instantly engulfing the entire main prison, effortlessly countering the deep dream. During this time, the multitude of ordinary beast corpses surrounding them seemed to respond to a signal, frantically charging towards Chen and his companions. Su Xia observed this scene, her complexion paling, and she even contemplated retrieving a teleportation scroll. Given the current situation, it appeared that Chen was at a loss to contend with such an overwhelming number of beast corpses. Just then, a thought crossed Chen's mind, and the skeletal golem erupted with 3 layers of black light. 2 beams of darkness struck the beast corpse chieftain, inflicting the statuses of utter exhaustion and black death plague. All attributes were reduced by 50, while damage taken increased by 50. Healing effects were diminished by 90, and it continued to lose health over time. The 3rd beam transformed into a dim shadow, radiating from the golem itself, instantaneously enveloping the entire main prison. Within the range of the forbidden area of magic, the consumption of all targets surged tenfold. With the simultaneous activation of these three skills, a comprehensive weakening ensued. The chieftain's overwhelming power was immediately halved, and the depths of the dream realm unleashed terrifying dream energy, beginning to disassemble the numerous beast corpses within the main prison. Despite the chieftain's high health, it was destined to become a lifeless entity under such overwhelming debilitation. Kill Beast Corpse Fusion 15. Experience 1957. Kill Beast Corpse Fusion 15. Experience 1960. Kill Beast Corpse Fusion 15. Experience 1952. With a series of harvests, experience points surged upwards as if propelled by a rocket. The Beast Corpse fusions fell in droves, and before long, Gu Chen's level ascended to 12. Level up. Level 12. 323421600. Strength 337. Agility 336. Vitality 338. Mentality 509. Summoned Beasts. Bloodlord 12 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign 12 Epic. Skeletal Golem 12 Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline available. No one shared the experience. This rapid ascent in level was astonishing. As the five ventured into the abyss, the difficulty escalated, and correspondingly, the experience also increased, with nearly 90% of it accruing to Gu Chen. This was precisely why he was insistent on bringing the actors into the abyss. Such a kill rate was beyond the imagination of other practitioners. Merely the initial wave of beast corpses charging in had directly elevated his level. A piercing scream abruptly shattered Gu Chen's thoughts. Increasing numbers of beast corpse fusions were being dismantled by dream energy into fragments, and the beast corpse chieftain erupted with furious wrath. Dark red, tainted blood surging from its body, flooding the dream realm in an attempt to breach this layer of dreams. Yet, with the skeletal golem holding the line, all resistance was destined to be futile. No matter how fiercely the chieftain assaulted the depths of the dream realm, its attributes could not free it from captivity. The dream energy incessantly deconstructed its form, and the health points continued to dwindle. As its life force plummeted and escape from the dream realm proved impossible, the chieftain let out a harrowing roar, summoning all beast corpses to come to the main prison's aid. This was precisely the scene Gu Chen had eagerly anticipated. The roar of the beast corpse chieftain reverberated through the dimly lit dungeon. Chaotic shouts erupted from the darkness as numerous beast corpse amalgamations surged forth from all directions, frantically charging into the main cell. The moment these ordinary beast corpses crossed into the threshold of the main cell, they were engulfed by a shroud of black light. Their attributes halved and their injury effects amplified by 50%. Subsequently, there was no suspense whatsoever. Swathes of ordinary beast corpses were torn to shreds by the energy of dreams, transforming into precious experience points that entered Gu Chen's experience bar. The mass death of the beast corpses was devoid of any semblance of rationality. They exhibited no instinctual fear. Almost frenzied, they recklessly plunged into the main cell, only to be shredded into fragments by the deep layers of dreams within mere steps. Was this the monster summoning ability that instilled fear in professionals? Before Gu Chen, they were merely moths drawn to a flame. Witnessing this spectacle, the beast corpse chieftain let out a thunderous roar, madly charging towards Gu Chen. Even with its attributes diminished, its speed remained astonishing. However, the Blood Clan Lord was ever vigilant, standing guard beside Gu Chen. Despite possessing a shield with a value exceeding 10,000, he did not neglect to command his summoned beasts for protection. The Blood Clan Lord raised his dual pistols, pulling the trigger at the oncoming beast corpse chieftain. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets struck the beast corpse chieftain, yet only managed to deplete over 30,000 of its health. Had this been a beast corpse amalgamation with 40,000 health, it would have been obliterated instantly. Truly, it was an elite otherworldly creature, even with its attributes halved. It barely lost 30,000 health when withstanding a skill from the Blood Clan Lord. However, that was not the end. The skill of the fallen orb took effect. 6 death tentacles rapidly sprouted around the beast corpse chieftain, mercilessly striking it and momentarily slowing its advance. Snap! Snap! The death tentacles could only exist for 2 seconds. Attacking once per second, each tentacle inflicted 3,000 damage, totaling 18,000 from all 6. In just 2 seconds, that amounted to 36,000. Coupled with the previous skill damage, in the blink of an eye, the beast corpse chieftain lost nearly 70,000 health. Lin Yuan and the others watched in horror. Nearly 70,000. Such damage was terrifying. The Beast Corpse chieftain had a total health of just over 120,000, and with the Blood Clan Lord's intervention, it had been reduced to a mere fraction of its vitality. Nevertheless, despite its health being depleted by more than half, the Beast Corpse chieftain did not relent. It charged forward like a ferocious beast, disregarding any attacks, relentlessly pursuing Gu Chen. After all, it was an elite otherworldly being. Although the Blood Clan Lord's skill unleashed an extraordinarily high damage output, it could not halt its onslaught. Old Gu, as the Beast Corpse chieftain bore down upon Gu Chen, Lin Yuan and the others shouted nervously. To them, this was Gu Chen's first encounter with an otherworldly creature. It is well known that the greatest flaw of a summoner lies in their lack of combat prowess. All strength is concentrated in their summoned beasts, rendering their own health and defenses exceedingly fragile. Once an otherworldly creature closes the distance, it spells doom for the summoner. Yet, in the following moment, shadows suddenly materialized, entwining around the Beast Corpse clan leader. The frenzied momentum abruptly faltered, and before it could draw within 3 meters of Gu Chen, it was ensnared in place by the binding effects of the nightmarish servants. Simultaneously, the 10 nightmarish servants' entanglements caused the sustained damage inflicted upon the Beast Corpse clan leader to surge tenfold. Boom. Blood burst forth. The Beast Corpse clan leader was trapped, its remaining vitality collapsing at an astonishing rate, dwindling to nothing in the blink of an eye. Within the main prison, the Beast Corpse clan leader was reduced to a heap of dark crimson fragments, while the summoned beast corpses perished within the depths of the dream, leaving only a ground strewn with powder. Kill of Beast Corpse clan leader Elite 16. Experience 5725. Loot acquired. Dwarven King Ring 16 rare. Loot acquired. Mithril Armor 16 rare. Loot acquired. Enhancement Stone 10 rare. Level up. Level 13. 1369433200. Strength 347. Agility 346. Constitution 348. Spirit 529. Summoned Beasts. Bloodlord 13 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign 13 Epic. Undead Golem 13 Epic. Current talent. Obtain a Dark Bloodline, rising to level 11 in the wilderness. After slaying the first wave of alien creatures in the burial dungeon, he ascended to level 12, and now, having cleared an entire floor of the dungeon, he directly reached level 13. Indeed, the abyss is fraught with peril, yet replete with reward. He decided to take a moment to rest here. Gu Chen turned to Lin Yuan and the others, uttering a brief remark before refraining from delving deeper. Advancing further would lead to the second floor, where the difficulty of the burial dungeon escalates significantly with each layer. After all, they were currently in a nightmare-level abyss, and Gu Chen planned to enhance his summoned beasts first, activating his talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Royal Bloodline. A spark of ecstasy ignited in Gu Chen's eyes. It had finally appeared. The previous 2 upgrades had yielded only the Bloodline of Descendants, which he had refrained from merging with his summoned beasts. Now, acquiring the Royal Bloodline meant he would once again gain a legendary-level summoned beast. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to advance the Undead Golem to the legendary level. There was no other reason. The comprehensive debuff effect was simply irresistible. If he were to elevate it to the legendary level, one could hardly fathom the formidable suppression the Undead Golem would impose on his adversaries. As for the 2 bloodlines of descendants, he would bestow them upon the Nightmare Sovereign, allowing it to undergo 2 awakenings of its bloodline. Bloodline awakening successful. Nightmare Sovereign Epic. Level 13 Health 21 300. Attributes: Strength 179, Agility 186, Constitution 185, Spirit 190. Skill Annihilation has been enhanced. Annihilation. Approach the target unit through the dreamscape and launch a lethal strike. For every target killed, the damage of the next skill increases by 1. Note: if the summoned creature dies, the damage bonus resets. Skill Deep Dream has been enhanced. Deep Dream constructs a profound dream within a designated area, inflicting significant continuous damage on those ensnared within. For every target that perishes, all other targets in the Deep Dream will experience a 1-second stun. With a health pool of 21,000, although it does not surpass that of certain elite beings, it remains exceedingly rare. This rarity is attributed to the health bonuses that elites possess, making it challenging for others to rival them in this regard. Following the awakening, not only have health and core attributes been augmented, but the skills, Annihilation, and Deep Dream have also received enhancements. Upon executing a target with Annihilation, the damage of the subsequent skill escalates by 1, allowing for cumulative increases as long as one remains unscathed. Regrettably, had Deep Dream been the skill enhanced instead, each target slain would amplify its damage by 1, propelling the Nightmare Sovereign to formidable heights. After all, Deep Dream is an area of effect damage skill, capable of decimating numerous foes in a brief span, unlike Annihilation, which necessitates a more methodical approach to targeting. Comparatively, the enhancement to Deep Dream is somewhat modest. Each target's demise within the dreamscape results in a 1-second stun for others. Though merely a second, with astute application, it can undoubtedly render all ensnared units incapable of resistance. This is commendable, as it significantly aids in impeding formidable foes from breaching the dream realm. In the ensuing moments, Gu Chen shall bestow the royal bloodline upon the undead golem. Advanced success, epic undead golem, legendary undead golem, level 13 health, 26, 700. Attributes, strength 231, agility 226, constitution 243, spirit 244. The summoning beast quality has been elevated from epic to legendary, receiving attribute enhancement. With the summoner's overall attributes increased by 100, the summoning beast acquires talents, with skills comprehensively strengthened. Irresistible legend. When the undead golem is in a stationary state, its defense and recovery increase by 1 per second. Targets within 10 meters of the undead golem suffer a 50 increase in negative effects. Extreme Fatigue 20 legend. Inflicts a state of fatigue on nearby targets, reducing their overall attributes by 50 and increasing the damage they receive by 100. Immune resistance not applicable. Black Death Plague 20 legend. Infects a target with a plague, reducing their healing effectiveness by 90. The plague is contagious. The more targets infected, the greater the continuous loss of health. Immune resistance not applicable. Forbidden Domain of the End 20 legend. The undead golem defines a forbidden area centered on itself, causing targets within to suffer damage that increases tenfold. With all consumption also skyrocketing tenfold legendary talents, coupled with fully leveled legendary skills. The excitement on Gu Chen's face was palpable. First came the enhancement of talents. When the undead golem remains stationary, its defense and recovery increase by 1 per second, which implies a need to forfeit the golem's mobility to maximize its potential. However, it is impossible for the undead golem to remain stationary while the team moves, nor can it attract all foes to its location. Were it any other time, Gu Chen would have struggled to fully utilize this talent. Yet, following his defeat of Wang Chongshan and his companions, Gu Chen had learned the skill of spatial exchange from a basic skill scroll. This skill allows him not only to swap places with the summoned unit, but also to interchange positions between summoned units. Thus, the undead golem can initially remain in one location to accumulate its status, and when combat ensues, it merely requires swapping positions with the bloodline descendant engaged in battle. Moreover, targets within 10 meters of the undead golem will have their negative effects amplified by 50, making the advantages of spatial exchange even more pronounced. While spatial exchange is merely an excellent skill, its synergy with a legendary summoning beast unleashes a formidable power. As for the other 3 skills, they received varying degrees of enhancement. Extreme Fatigue now inflicts an additional 50 damage. Black Death Plague gained contagious properties, eliminating the need for the undead golem to apply it individually, with continuous damage escalating as more targets become infected. Forbidden Domain of the End underwent the most significant transformation. Previously a tenfold consumption, it now also inflicts tenfold damage, leaving virtually no escape for targets within its range. It is settled. Observing the 3 summoned beasts beside him, Gu Chen felt a surge of confidence. Now, onward to the second level of the dungeon, for the sake of obtaining the record-breaking reward. It is time to hasten our pace. With that, Gu Chen commanded the bloodline descendant to clear the way, and Lin Yuan and others nodded in agreement, swiftly following suit. In the depths of the abyss, which could only be traversed swiftly to set a new record, Lin Yuan inquired about the pathway to the second level of the burial dungeon. Su Xia responded, explaining that a labyrinth lay behind the main prison, with the entrance to the second level located at the labyrinth's conclusion. So, we must navigate through the maze to access the second level of the dungeon? And there are puzzles involved. What a headache. Lin Yuan lamented, scratching the back of his head. Indeed, the strategy guide outlines 5 distinct routes through the maze. Yet each time one descends into the abyss, The maze presents itself anew, necessitating trials of each path, Susia added, despite having never ventured into the abyss himself. As a native of Wan City, however, he was intimately familiar with the burial dungeon, given its proximity. This is a tremendous waste of time, Gu Chen interjected. Shaking his head, I propose an alternative approach. What method do you suggest? I once read in a guide that at the maze's entrance stands a statue. If we place the Dwarven King's ring on its finger, we can directly access the second level of the dungeon. Indeed, the statue that receives the Dwarven King's ring will temporarily revive, but only by vanquishing the statue will the entrance to the second level emerge. Susia quickly clarified. After defeating the Beast Corpse chieftain, they had acquired 2 rare-grade pieces of equipment. One was the Dwarven King's ring, notable for its impressive attributes and effects, while the other was mithril armor, designed for warrior-class professions, which Gu Chen intended to list on the professional platform post-exit. Dwarven King's ring. Quality, rare, level, 16 attributes, strength 30, agility 30, constitution 30, spirit 30, effect, 100 damage increase against dwarven units. The aberrations within the burial dungeon were primarily crafted from the corpses of dwarves and orcs, meaning that donning the Dwarven King's ring would double the attack power against all subsequent foes, with a uniform attribute boost of 30 and a damage enhancement of 100. This boon was undeniably formidable, leading nearly all practitioners to prefer repeated attempts through the maze over relinquishing such a ring. However, for Gu Chen, seeking the record-breaking reward meant that he could not afford to be petty over trivial matters. The Dwarven King's ring was merely an accessory. The increase of 30 in all attributes was inconsequential to him, and the doubling of damage against dwarven foes was not irreplaceable. After all, the undead golem had ascended to a legendary level summoned beast, offering assistance far beyond what a single Dwarven King's ring could provide. As one delved deeper into the burial dungeon, the difficulty escalated significantly, with the Dwarven King's ring boasting a crucial damage enhancement for later challenges. Susia urged, moreover, the statue awakened by the Dwarven King's ring is level 20, possessing immense power and terrifying damage. Previously, a paladin with 60,000 health was obliterated by a single skill. It is an assault no one could withstand. Gu Chen, choosing to communicate his intentions through action rather than words, strode directly towards a stone wall behind the main prison. A square opening revealed itself in the stone wall, marking the entrance to the maze. Adjacent to a statue of a Dwarven King clad in armor and crowned, wielding a colossal stone hammer at his side. Gu Chen gave little thought before placing the Dwarven King's ring upon the finger of the stone statue. A brilliant light flickered from the statue, and its limbs began to move as if imbued with life. The Dwarven King statue then bellowed, wielding a colossal hammer as it approached. Challenger, do you wish to duel with me? The statue fixed its copper bell-like eyes upon Gu Chen. Witnessing this scene, Susia's expression shifted to one of apprehension. Race, Dwarven King statue. Level, 20, health points, 85, 200, attributes, strength 310, agility 177, constitution 192, spirit 170, skill, hammer impact, a level 20 ordinary creature with a health pool of 85,000. Gu Chen remained silent, a thought flickering in his mind as 2 streams of black light erupted from the undead golem, striking the Dwarven King statue. As the statue was not a living entity, the Black Death Plague proved ineffective. However, under the effect of utter exhaustion, the attributes of the Dwarven King statue halved, and it became more susceptible to damage, increasing by 100. The Dwarven King statue sensed its negative condition. Anger ignited upon its rugged visage as the colossal hammer in its grasp radiated golden light. Hammer impact. The immense golden hammer descended violently towards Gu Chen. Witnessing the imminent attack, Gu Chen exhibited no intention of evasion. Susia, observing from the sidelines, gasped in alarm. At that moment, Gu Chen's figure vanished, replaced by the nightmarish overlord, who appeared before the Dwarven King statue. Boom! The golden hammer struck down, and the black mist surrounding the nightmarish overlord surged. Being an energy entity, it sustained minimal damage from physical attacks. Subsequently, the black mist expanded, and 10 shadowy tendrils swiftly ensnared the Dwarven King, enveloping it in a thick shroud of darkness. Annihilation instant kill. The nightmarish overlord unleashed its skill, amplifying damage tenfold. And with the additional effect of utter exhaustion, the Dwarven King statue was subjected to a staggering 20 times the skill damage. Boom. A heavy wail echoed throughout the dungeon. Although the statue appeared unscathed, its health pool of 85,000 was instantly depleted. In the next moment, the brilliance on the statue's surface faded, returning it to its original position. Duel victory. Defeated Dwarven King statue. Experience gained. 3,687. The statue turned, and the hammer in its hand burst forth with golden light, striking violently against a nearby wall. The wall crumbled, revealing a vast opening leading to a deep stone staircase that descended into darkness. The Dwarven statue retracted its hammer and resumed its original stance, while the Dwarven King's ring vanished from its hand. Gazing at the staircase leading to the second level of the dungeon, Gu Chen's face broke into a smile. However, Su Xia remained in a state of disbelief. Was this truly the end of the duel with the Dwarven King statue? The legendary figure, known for slaying a holy knight with 60,000 health points in a single blow, was felled by a single strike from the nightmarish overlord? At this moment, Su Xia felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Yet, the image of Gu Chen leading a charge into the primary dungeon, accompanied by 3 summoned beasts wreaking havoc amidst a torrent of beast corpses, was vividly etched in his mind. He never anticipated that a summoner could wield such formidable power. No wonder Gu Chen exuded such confidence, boldly challenging the nightmarish depths of the abyss right from the outset. Su Xia regarded Gu Chen with a complex expression. Although he was not a professional, he could genuinely sense Gu Chen's overwhelming strength. This prowess completely shattered his previous perceptions of professional players. Shocked, this was merely the beginning. Lin Yuan stepped forward, clapping Su Xia on the shoulder. Come on, let us proceed to the second level of the dungeon. The real battle lies ahead. A throng of bloodline descendants surged into the entrance, stepping onto the stone steps as they advanced into the encroaching darkness below. Gu Chen glanced at the time. From their entry into the abyss until now, exactly 1 hour had elapsed. At this pace, breaking the record for rewards was undoubtedly assured. With a wave of his hand, the 3 summoned beasts trailed behind as Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and the others towards the second level of the dungeon. The second level was far more perilous than the first. The alien creatures here were no longer the failed experimental amalgams of beast corpses, but rather evolved beings endowed with both intellect and greater strength. After traversing a distance on the second level, a squad of armored beast corpses detected Gu Chen and his companions. The foremost beast corpse wielded 2 massive axes and, alongside its comrades, formed an attacking formation to block their path. Humans, vacate our lair. You are not welcome here. As it spoke, the attributes of these beast corpses materialized before them. Alien race, beast corpse warrior, level 17, health points 62,500, attributes, strength 180, agility 173, constitution 192, spirit 175, skill, battle formation charge. These ordinary level 17 aliens were the intermediaries connecting to the beast corpse chieftain of the first level. The earlier encounter with the level 20 Dwarven King statue was not part of the standard dungeon narrative, merely a branching choice within the storyline. Faced with the dozen or so beast corpse warriors, Su Xia's complexion paled. Brother Chen, it's best to strategically retreat for now. I am familiar with these beast corpse warriors. The greater their numbers, the more devastating the damage from their battle formation charge. If a conflict ensues, this squad can unleash combat power exceeding their own by several folds. Gu Chen nodded, but showed no inclination to withdraw. Beside him, the undead golem roared, casting 2 negative states upon the group of beast corpse warriors. The leading beast corpse warrior raised its battle axe high, emitting a low, menacing growl. How dare you strike us, humans? You seek death. Before the echo of its words faded, a flurry of gleaming silver bullets erupted within the dungeon, striking the beast corpse warrior's head with precision. With a resounding crack, the head shattered, and a headless body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Beast corpse warrior level 17 killed. Experience 2299. Simultaneously, 6 tendrils of dark mist emerged, launching an assault on the remaining beast corpse warriors. The battle was about to ignite. However, the remaining beast corpse warriors exhibited no signs of confusion. Instead, they quickly regrouped and charged towards Gu Chen with fervor. Indeed, these warrior corpses exhibit remarkable training, unlike the mere instinct-driven amalgamations of beastly remains. However, it remains insufficient. The Master of Nightmares, enveloped in a surge of dark energy, unleashed more than a dozen shadowy figures that swiftly ensnared the beastly warrior core. The battle formation's potency increases with the number of beastly warriors. Yet, a pertinent question arises. If they cannot charge forth, does their damage remain substantial? Several beastly warriors found themselves immobilized, continuously losing vitality under the affliction of a plague. The Bloodlord and the Master of Nightmares seized this prime opportunity, plunging into the ranks of beastly warriors like a tiger among sheep. Bullets whistled through the air as dark mist spread, and one after another, the beastly warriors collapsed to the ground. In a mere 3 to 5 minutes, numerous beastly warriors lay sprawled across the battlefield. Kill count: Beastly Warrior 17. Experience gained: 2236. Kill count: Beastly Warrior 17. Experience gained: 2250. Kill count: Beastly Warrior 17. Experience gained: 2247. Level up: Level 14. 2267895000. Strength: 457. Agility: 456. Vitality: 458. Mentality: 649. Summons: Bloodlord 14 Legendary. Master of Nightmares 14 Epic. Undead Golem 14 Legendary. The recent ascension of the Undead Golem from Epic to Legendary conferred upon Gu Chen a boost of 100 to all attributes. Consequently, his average attributes soared beyond 500, allowing him to dominate the majority of practitioners even among Tier 3. A talent currently available: a Dark Bloodline, as per tradition. The Dark Bloodline at level 14 is reserved for the summons at level 15. Meanwhile, Su Xia's pupils widened in astonishment. She had anticipated that the beastly warriors on the second floor of the dungeon would pose a significant obstacle. However, upon encountering Gu Chen's summons, they were reduced to mere fodder. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran, on the other hand, observed with exhilaration. Though they remained unscathed, they vicariously relished the thrill of invincibility through their association with Gu Chen. Upon reaching level 14, the Bloodlord's health skyrocketed to 56,340. Enabling the transformation of 80 bloodline descendants. It then activated its skill, expending 24,000 health to convert the corpses strewn upon the ground into 17-level bloodline descendants. Since Gu Chen aimed to establish a record, and the combat prowess of the bloodline descendants was not particularly remarkable, he refrained from deploying them in battle, instead utilizing them as scouts. Nevertheless, they should not be underestimated. Aside from a few exceeding level 20, the remainder were all above level 10. The self-detonation damage of those above level 20 reached 5,000, while those above level 10 dealt 3,000. Thus, should all 80 bloodline descendants self-detonate simultaneously, they could unleash an astounding 250,000 points of damage in an instant. This was Gu Chen's strategy to culminate in a grand finale. Continuing onward with the bloodline descendants leading the way, Gu Chen guided his companions deeper into the dungeon. The terrain of the second floor proved far more intricate than the first, with a labyrinthine network of passages. Even with Gu Chen's intent to locate the main prison of the second floor, he nearly became lost within its confines. Fortunately, Su Xia was there to assist. It is not that Su Xia is particularly familiar with the route. In fact, he is quite directionally challenged even on the second level of the dungeon. However, he possesses a remarkable piece of technology, akin to a scanner, which he developed himself. By scanning the map and then the surrounding environment, he can generate a holographic map. This holographic map displays the current location and can calculate the optimal path, effectively preventing one from getting lost in the intricate terrain. Preparations were made to embark on a journey of 10 kilometers, expected to take approximately 45 minutes. The advanced technology began its navigation. This duration was calculated based on the average speed of a level 14 professional. There might be slight discrepancies, but they should not be significant. Nevertheless, 10 kilometers is still quite a distance, so it was necessary to hasten their pace. Should I have a summon unit carry you? Gu Chen inquired, glancing at Su Xia. With navigation set, it was time to move forward, but Su Xia, being an ordinary person without a class change, could hardly keep up with the others. No need. I can keep up, he replied. As he spoke, Su Xia retrieved a mechanical apparatus from his spatial ring, skillfully donning it. The armor was a dark gray, accented with silver lines, its design robust yet sleek, conforming to the contours of the body. It featured armor on the shoulders, chest, and legs, equipped with a power device, while a supportive structure adorned the waist and hips, and the back was fitted with cooling fins and antennas. This scene left Lin Yuan wide-eyed in astonishment. Wow, old Su, are you wearing mecha? No, this is battle armor, Model 1. With a series of mechanical clicks, Su Xia began to warm up, flexing his joints and limbs, the armor emitting a symphony of mechanical movements. As he took a step forward, he resembled an agile leopard, leaping nearly 8 or 9 meters in a single breath. To reduce weight, I intentionally omitted the weapon systems, which has significantly enhanced my walking speed. Let us proceed. We should reach the main prison on the second level in 45 minutes. 80 bloodline descendants formed a phalanx at the front, leading the way, while Gu Chun and the others followed suit, activating a rapid march. Along their path, numerous beast corpses arranged in attack formations charged at them. Gu Chun, unwilling to waste time here, opted for a straightforward method to deal with these beast corpses. Once the beast corpses began their charge, he instructed the Nightmare Sovereign to summon nightmare servants, ensnaring the foremost beast corpses in place. Consequently, the following beast corpses fell into disarray, and by the time they regrouped to pursue, Gu Chun and the others had vanished from sight. The distance from the entrance of the second-level dungeon to the main prison was, even at the shortest route, still 10 kilometers. Without Su Xia's advanced navigation, they might have wandered for days in this labyrinthine dungeon. The complexity of the dungeon meant that many professionals, despite carrying strategies and maps, still found themselves taking considerable detours. Furthermore, the final condition required the demise of all ordinary foes, which made breaking the record for the burial dungeon's instance exceedingly difficult. 45 minutes later, Gu Chun and his companions arrived outside the main prison on the second level. Upon resolving the throng of soldiers drawn to him, the group entered the main prison. At first glance, the main prison bore no distinction from the other chambers of the dungeon. However, its interior was markedly more expansive, suffused with an intense, chilling aura. This must be the place, Su Xia observed as he surveyed his surroundings. Within the second layer of the main prison resided an elite of another race. The voodoo shaman had stitched together the corpses of the beast men and the dwarven queen, successfully creating a beastly queen endowed with both strength and intellect. As Su Xia spoke, a gust of ominous wind swept through, accompanied by low, guttural growls echoing around them. From the depths of the main prison emerged a hulking figure. The beastly queen appeared, her form shrouded in matted fur and iridescent scales, grotesquely exaggerated, almost unrecognizable as humanoid. This abomination was even more repulsive than the beastly clan leader, resembling a monstrous amalgamation of various beastmen and dwarves. Race, beastly queen elite. Level, 18, health points, 151, 500, attributes, strength 210, agility 197, constitution 212, spirit 190, skills, frenzied charge, acidic poison, beastly transformation, summon beast corpses, an 18-level elite of another race, possessing over 150,000 health points. Was indeed more fearsome than the dwarven clan leader. This beastly queen seemed formidable. Gu Chun immediately commanded his summoned beasts to launch an assault. The Blood Clan sovereign flickered into action, brandishing dual pistols as a torrent of bullets rained down upon the beastly queen. Bang, bang, bang. The queen's body erupted with gaping wounds the size of fists. The beastly queen emitted a piercing, shrill cry as she sustained damage. Following this, she exhaled a cloud of purple-black smoke, toxic and encompassing area damage. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Su Xia found themselves enveloped in this poisonous mist, their health rapidly depleting. Fortunately, having traversed a hellish dungeon with Gu Chun, their attributes had been enhanced, and they had acquired commendable equipment from the dungeon chests and initial rewards. This significantly bolstered their defenses, mitigating some of the damage. However, Su Xia was less fortunate. Merely passing through the noxious fog left him with a sliver of health. He survived solely because he had promptly utilized an invincibility scroll. With only a thread of life remaining, Su Xia's visage turned pale as he hastily consumed a health restoration potion, internally grateful for his quick reaction, for otherwise, he would have met his demise. Su Xia undoubtedly had more than one life. As a pivotal figure within the Eternal Life group, he surely possessed items akin to a resurrection cross. Nevertheless, even with such resurrection tools, their usage was not without limitations. A cooldown period ensued after each application. rendering it impossible to use a second time in quick succession, given that they had not yet traversed half of the abyss of the buried bones. Wasting a resurrection tool here would jeopardize their chances of survival in the later stages. Retreat for now, Gu Chen instructed the group without delay. Almost instantaneously, the sound of mechanical gears whirred to life within the armor. In the next moment, Su Xia took off running without a hint of hesitation. It dawned on him that the abyss was a realm far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like himself. Previously, witnessing Gu Chen rampaging through the first layer of the dungeon, effortlessly dispatching even the level 20 Dwarf King statue with a single blow, he had subconsciously let his guard down. This allowed Gu Chen to easily eliminate the first wave of Beast Corpse warriors on the second layer of the dungeon, leading Su Xia to develop a sense of disdain for these alien creatures. However, he now realized the grim reality. He was merely an ordinary individual, and any one of these otherworldly beings could easily take his life. What right did he have to underestimate them? Perhaps Su Xia's conspicuous appearance as a major target attracted attention, for the Beast Corpse Queen erupted in a surge of dark energy, her body hurtling toward him like a cannonball. Frenzied charge. Su Xia was struck with terror at the sight. This was the Queen's skill. If it were to connect, it would surely mean his demise. In a panic, he produced a teleportation scroll, narrowly escaping the Queen's deadly assault by mere inches. With a whoosh, Su Xia reappeared behind Gu Chen, his legs trembling and his clothes drenched in cold sweat. He had come perilously close to death yet again. Having narrowly escaped death twice in succession, Su Xia now huddled timidly among Lin Yuan and the others, shivering in fear. Meanwhile, outside the main prison, an overwhelming tide of Beast Corpse warriors surged forth with great ferocity. Human, you dare to slay my kin? You seek death. Gu Chen ignored the taunts and unleashed his skills. Swap position. In the next instant, the nearest bloodline descendant transformed into a towering, formidable bone golem. Since the golem required a stationary state to accumulate its talents, Gu Chen had left it in a previous location, where it had remained still for 10 minutes. This meant that the golem's defenses and recovery had multiplied sixfold. A hum resonated as a dense black light erupted from the imposing figure of the golem, causing all the alien beings, including the Beast Corpse Queen, to tremble, instantly afflicted by utter fatigue and black death plague. Annihilate them all, leaving none behind, Gu Chen stated coolly. For ordinary adventurers, the Beast Corpse Queen and the oncoming Beast Corpse warriors were insurmountable foes. Merely surviving such a battle would be considered an immense stroke of luck. Yet now, these alien entities appeared to Gu Chen as mere fodder. Their attributes halved, damage taken doubled, and their life force dwindling under the plague's affliction. What terror could they possibly invoke? Even elite adversaries were no match for him. The Bloodline Sovereign and the Nightmare Monarch swiftly joined the fray, bullets whistling and darkness enveloping the battlefield as the Beast Corpse warriors were ruthlessly harvested like chaff. A chilling glint flickered in the Beast Corpse Queen's fierce eyes. Rather than leading her warriors into battle, she fixated on the towering bone golem beside her. A debuff-type summoned beast, then I shall eliminate you first. With a fierce cry, the Beast Corpse Queen charged directly at the bone golem. The Beast Corpse Queen, an elite foe at level 18, unleashed her ability, Furious Charge, believing it would annihilate the level 14 undead golem. Yet, upon impact, the spell merely inflicted a meager loss of over 800 health points. The Beast Corpse Queen momentarily faltered, her expression betraying confusion as she beheld the paltry damage dealt. With the undead golem's health now at 32,600, such a loss was negligible. In fact, during this moment of distraction, the health she had just diminished began to regenerate right before her eyes. The Queen found herself bewildered, uncertain of how to proceed. Gazing upon the towering figure of the golem, she experienced a despair she had never known before. On the second level of the dungeon, dozens of beast corpses had amassed, nearly encircling her. Yet, the Queen felt a chill run down her spine. The Bloodlord and the Nightmare Sovereign had plunged into the throng of beast warriors, and even the previously inactive Bloodline descendants had joined the fray. The scene was clear. It was a massacre in which the odds were overwhelmingly against her. The Bloodlord unleashed a relentless barrage at the center, while the Nightmare Sovereign picked off foes from the periphery. With one being of legendary stature and the other of epic caliber, they were far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary foes. Although the attributes of most Bloodline descendants were comparable to those of level 17 opponents, their inherent vampiric traits endowed them with superior speed, strength, and regenerative abilities. Thus, the main chamber had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Enraged by this turn of events, the Beast Corpse Queen bellowed, unleashing a surge of crimson light from beneath her feet. Strands of bloodlight shot forth, striking the surrounding beast corpses, inciting them to roar in fury, their forms swelling ominously. This was her skill, Beast Corpse Frenzy, which thrust all beast warriors into a state of frenzy, granting them a 30% damage boost. Su Xia cautioned Gu Chun as he took refuge behind Lin Qingqing's robust figure, scarcely daring to expose himself. A 30% damage enhancement is indeed rare for most practitioners and can even turn the tide of certain battles. However, bestowing such a boon upon a group of frail warriors would ultimately yield no significant transformation. They remained weaklings, merely prolonging their demise slightly. Approximately 3 minutes into the conflict, under the relentless assault of the summoned beasts, over 40 beast warriors lay sprawled across the ground. The Blood Lord, relentless in his pursuit, pivoted to charge at the Beast Corpse Queen, who was still engaged in a futile struggle against the undead golem. Known as the most rational entity on the second level of the dungeon, her conduct was nonetheless perplexing. While she recognized the necessity of eliminating the golem first, her efforts were limited to ineffectual scratches, neglecting the broader battlefield. This was Gu Chen's assessment of the Beast Corpse Queen. With a piercing wail, the Beast Corpse Queen, drenched in dark, foul blood, perished beneath the twin guns of the Blood Lord. Slain the Beast Corpse Queen Elite 18. Experience 7268. Loot acquired. Mirror Ring 15 Rare Grade. Loot acquired. Fate Amulet 15 Rare Grade. Loot acquired. Enhancement Stones 10. Loot acquired. Life Restoration Potions 5. Level up. Level 15. 221. 216. 2400. Strength 467. Agility 466. Constitution 468. Spirit 669. Summoned Beasts. Bloodlord 15 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign 15 Epic. Undead Golem 15 Legendary. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline available, another level gained. At level 11, entering the first tier of the Abyss grants a 5-person experience exclusively to one. The speed of this progression is simply exhilarating. Gu Chen glanced at the experience bar. The required experience for the next level had surged to over 160,000, indicating that subsequent leveling would likely slow significantly. The Beast Corpse Queen dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a ring and an amulet. Mirror Ring, Quality, Epic, Level 15, Class Restriction, Summoner. Attributes, Agility 50. Spirit 100. Effect, Summoned Beasts can generate 2 mirrors, which possess all the talents and skills of the original and have 80 of all attributes, with damage increased by 50. It was indeed a summoner-exclusive piece of equipment, and an epic one at that. Such finds are rare. The increased damage to the mirrors signifies they will not endure for long, but this is merely true for ordinary summoned beasts. For the Blood Lord, however, the recovery ability is extraordinarily potent. After all, being a legendary summoned beast, even with mirrors only possessing 80 of the original's attributes, suffices to counterbalance this drawback. Thus, it effectively grants 2 formidable allies. Consequently, Gu Chun equipped the Mirror Ring on the Blood Lord. He then turned his attention to the second piece of equipment. Fate Amulet. Quality, Rare. Level 15. Class Restriction, None Attributes. Constitution 60. Effect, binds to a friendly unit. When health falls below 30, damage is borne by the bound unit. This is indeed a life-saving artifact. Without hesitation, Gu Chun donned the Fate Amulet and bound it to the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord inherently possesses high health growth, and after the first Bloodline Awakening, his talents received enhancement, granting him 10 points of maximum health for each unit slain. With these effects combined, his health escalated alarmingly, surpassing 30,000 compared to the equally legendary Undead Golem. After a brief respite, the offspring of the Bloodline resumed their path, and the group discovered the entrance to the 3rd level of the dungeon within a secret chamber behind the main prison of the 2nd level. In contrast to the complexities of the 1st and 2nd levels, the 3rd level appeared considerably less intricate. Upon descending the stone steps, one finds a spacious corridor extending into the darkness. Having traversed halfway, a deep, guttural roar echoes from the shadows. Shortly thereafter, 15 robust figures emerge, their heavy footsteps reverberating through the air. Leading the group are 3 beastly corpses, each wielding a massive hammer, their bodies marred by a patchwork of animal and human skin, with eyes glinting with a savage, bloodthirsty glimmer. Other race, Beast Corpse Warlord, level 19, health points 75, 200, attributes, strength 198, agility 183, constitution 192, spirit 185, skills, Bone Shatter Strike, skills, Heavy Hammer Stomp. The level 19 Beast Corpse Warlord represents a more advanced experimental entity than the Beast Corpse Soldier. According to the strategy guide, its 2 skills are single target burst damage and single target control. The formidable power of the Beast Corpse Warlord typically comes in squads of 5, meaning a single group can unleash a minimum of 5 control skills. For an average party of adventurers, this spells disaster. A moment's inattention could lead to a swift demise under overwhelming control. Upon entering the 3rd level of the dungeon, Chen immediately encounters 3 squads of Beast Corpse Warlords. Such misfortune is truly unparalleled. Why are 3 squads here all at once? Suxia's complexion pales momentarily. 3 squads, 15 Beast Corpse Warlords. Signify 15 control skills, a potential 15 seconds of being ensnared in a nightmare abyss. Suxia shudders at the thought, a chill creeping down his spine. Chen, fully aware of the potent control abilities possessed by the Beast Corpse Warlords, refrains from sending the Bloodline Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign into the fray first. Instead, he commands the Bloodline descendants to besiege the Beast Corpse Warlords. At a single command, 80 Bloodline descendants rush forward without hesitation, encircling the 3 squads of Beast Corpse Warlords to initiate an assault. The charge of the Bloodline descendants serves primarily to bait the skills of their foes. You possess formidable control, do you not? A hard control for 15 seconds? Come now, 80 Bloodline descendants, control as you wish. The battlefield devolves into chaos, intensely fraught. The level 19 Beast Corpse Warlords are by no means weak, yet slaying the Bloodline descendants proves a challenge. Ultimately, it is the combined efforts of the Bloodline Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign that restore order amidst the turmoil. Killed Beast Corpse Warlord 19. Experience 3080. Killed Beast Corpse Warlord 19. Experience 3060. Killed Beast Corpse Warlord 19. Experience 3090. As the ranks of Beast Corpse Warlords dwindle, a thunderous crash resounds. And 2 squat, scarred figures emerge from the darkness. They are dwarves, one brandishing a black heavy hammer and the other a black battle axe. If one were to overlook the centipede-like stitches adorning their skin, they would be the most human-like dwarves Chen has encountered since entering the Buried Bone Dungeon. However, in the next instant, Chen's eyelids flutter in shock. The 2 dwarves, stepping forth from the shadows, possess the heads of orcs, their faces marked by green skin and protruding fangs. Beast heads on human bodies. Race, Beast Corpse Commander Elite. Level, 20, health, 185,200. Attributes, strength 368, agility 293, constitution 372. Spirit 295, skills, Bone Shatter Strike. Skills, summon beast corpses, an elite of the alien race. The Beast Corpse Commander appeared alongside 2 companions. With its emergence, an overwhelming swarm of Beast Corpse warriors surged forth from all directions, madly charging towards Chen's position. Simultaneously, the ground trembled slightly, and a series of muffled sounds echoed from the darkness. Behind the Beast Corpse Commander, 2 colossal, muscle-bound aberrant giants slowly advanced. Their skin was a dark green, adorned with bulging veins, resembling twisted roots winding across their surface. Their murky eyes glinted with ferocity, while their massive mouths were filled with jagged teeth. Yellowish slime dripping from the corners, emitting a noxious stench. Race, Beast Corpse Aberration Elite. Level, 20. Health, 236,600. Attributes, Strength 378, Agility 223, Constitution 392. Spirit 205, Skills, Limb Grasp, Skills, Viral Mist, Skills, Frenzy. Yet another pair of elite aliens appeared, causing Chen to furrow his brow slightly. Including the 2 dwarf commanders with beast heads and human bodies, a total of 4 elite aliens now graced the battlefield. Fortunately, the Beast Corpse commander's health was relatively low. Aside from its crowd control ability, it possessed only a single target attack skill. In comparison to the 2 newly emerged Beast Corpse aberrations, the commander appeared rather feeble. Faced with 4 elite aliens, Chen hesitated not at all, He promptly activated the swap position skill, exchanging the status-accumulating Wraith Golem at the third-floor entrance. With a surge of black light spreading across the battlefield, many of the alien entities, including the Beast Corps Commander and the Aberrations, were afflicted with debuffs. Bloodline Descendants. Slay the Beast Corps Warriors. Bloodline Sovereign. Activate the mirror image and assist the Nightmare Overlord in vanquishing the elite aliens. Gu Chun commanded decisively. He had refrained from taking command in previous battles, as the summoned beasts were exceedingly capable of overwhelming the aliens. However, now, at the final stage of the Burial Ground dungeon, the difficulty had clearly escalated. Following Gu Chen's orders, the Bloodline Descendants charged forth without hesitation, targeting the continuously advancing Beast Corps warriors at the battlefield's periphery. A crimson glow emanated from the ring of the Bloodline Sovereign, and in an instant, two mirrored figures appeared at its sides, indistinguishable from the original. With a flash, the Nightmare Overlord materialized behind one of the Beast Corps aberrations, and the Nightmare servants transformed into shadowy forms, swiftly wrapping around the giant's massive frame. With a furious roar, the Beast Corps aberration released a thick cloud of green mist. The viral mist skill bore similarities to the Wraith Golem's Black Death Plague, both capable of inflicting persistent viral damage over time. However, the virulent green mist proved utterly ineffective against the Nightmare Sovereign, for it is a conscious energy entity, not a biological being. Such viruses cannot inflict harm upon it, much like how the Dwarf King's statue remains immune to the ravages of the Black Death. As the green mist spread, so too did the Black Fog. The Nightmare Sovereign, being a spellcasting summoner, activated its abilities as 10 nightmare minions ensnared their target. Sensing an imminent threat, the Beast Corps aberration let out a roar and attempted to evade the onslaught of the black mist. Yet, at that moment, it realized its body was ensnared by shadowy tendrils, rendering it unable to escape. Phantasmal execution was unleashed. In an instant, the dense black mist invaded the Beast Corps aberration, dealing catastrophic damage under the influence of debilitating effects, swiftly depleting its health. Slayed Beast Corps Aberration Elite 20. Experience 9312. Loot acquired. Rare Heavy Gauntlets 20. Loot acquired. Rare Teleportation Scroll. Loot acquired. Life Restoration Potion X3. Simultaneously, witnessing the demise of its kin. Another Beast Corps aberration emitted a thunderous roar, its body swelling with fury. Frenzy, it dropped to all fours, dense fur sprouting forth, claws elongating into sharp talons, transforming into a frenzied beast devoid of reason. Just then, a deafening gunshot echoed. The Bloodlord appeared like a specter before the frenzied Beast Corps aberration, bullets raining down like a torrent of steel, creating gaping wounds upon its massive form. The other two Beast Corps commanders fared no better, forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the Bloodlord's mirror images. Although the images possessed only 80 of the original's attributes, an 80 of a legendary summoner is still formidable, just as the Beast Corps forces seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Tendrils of eerie green energy emerged from the darkness. These energies surged into the three elite aberrants, instantly restoring their lost vitality. Simultaneously, a thick cloud of toxic mist swept forth from the shadows, rapidly expanding and causing the two mirror images to suffer severe health loss. Following that, a purple energy shot forth from the darkness, landing immediately upon the corpse of the Beast Corps aberration. With a roar, the Beast Corps aberration suddenly opened its murky eyes, its flesh corroded by the sudden influx of poison, its massive body draped in decaying flesh and white bones, resembling a zombie. In the next moment, that massive, zombie-like form stood upright. Alive? Gu Chen's eyelids flickered as he gazed at the creature that now resembled a zombie. Alien, Beast Corps Mutant Elite, level 20 health. Attributes, skills. Another elite aberrant? The Beast Corps mutant, apart from its name and level, remained shrouded in mystery. What exactly is this creature? Resurrected, the Beast Corps aberration had transformed into the Beast Corps mutant. The elite alien at level 20 possesses unseen life points, attributes, and skills. There are likely three reasons for the obscurity of these attributes. They may be concealed, the opponent's level could be too high, or the values simply do not exist. The Beast Corps mutation evidently falls under the latter category. Ultimately, it is merely a resurrected corpse, devoid of life points and attributes, which, from another perspective, can be regarded as a state of invincibility. Goodness! What is the difference between this and invincibility? Lin Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed at the figure resembling a zombie, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. How could they possibly defeat it? Without any values, even if Gu Chen's summoned beast inflicted catastrophic damage, it might still be insufficient. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran's faces turned slightly pale. Each fallen elite alien is transformed into a beast corpse mutation by the voodoo shaman, existing for 1 minute. They cannot be killed, yet once that time elapses, they perish instantly. Su Xia hastily exclaimed from the side. Upon resurrection, the zombie-like beast corpse mutation emitted a frenzied roar, launching a wild assault against the nightmarish overlord. An appendage sprouted suddenly from its side, lunging toward the nightmarish overlord. If this were a typical summoned beast, it would be ensnared immediately upon capture. However, the nightmarish overlord lacks a physical form, and the sharp appendage effortlessly pierced through the dark mist enveloping it, only to grasp at emptiness. The beast corpse mutation seemed oblivious to this fact, or perhaps having returned from the dead, it possessed no rational thought, relentlessly attacking the nightmarish overlord. Meanwhile, the battlefield was reaching a fever pitch, with 3 elite aliens left in a critical state. Surrounding the 3 bloodline sovereigns, crimson tornadoes erupted, unleashing a torrent of furious energy akin to enraged dragons, charging toward the 3 already battered elite aliens. Crimson feast, boom, 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 with 3 resounding crashes. The elite aliens were struck by the skill, their health plummeting dramatically. Subsequently, the second stage of Crimson Feast activated, inflicting additional damage based on 30 of the maximum life points of the bloodline sovereign, resulting in over 20,000 points of damage. In an instant, all 3 elite aliens perished. Almost simultaneously with their collapse, 3 beams of purple energy shot forth from the darkness, landing upon their lifeless forms. As before, the 3 elite aliens swiftly arose from the ground, transformed into zombie-like creatures. Beast corpse mutations. Level 20. With no life points, attributes, or skill information available. Swish. 1 beast corpse mutation extended its appendage toward the nearest bloodline sovereign with astonishing speed. The bloodline sovereign, being of legendary caliber, possessed extraordinary awareness and reflexes, narrowly evading the attack. However, another image, slightly slower in reaction, was instantly struck by the appendage of the beast corpse mutation. The bloodline sovereign was corporeal, and its mirror image was likewise flesh and blood. Thus, this limb puncture inflicted tangible harm, instantly piercing a gaping wound into the mirror's form. Immediately thereafter, the limb yanked violently, dragging the mirror before the beastly corpse's mutated entity, from which a deep violet toxic mist erupted, corroding the mirror into mere skeletal remains. With a crack, a heap of bones shattered upon the ground, the mirror barely having time to resist before meeting its untimely demise. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chan felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids. Such damage? Surely, this was preposterous. Even if the mirror were slightly weaker, it possessed the full attributes of an 80-level bloodline sovereign, yet it was instantaneously reduced to a pile of bones by the beastly corpse's mutated entity. Its 4-dimensional attributes were shrouded in mystery, truly terrifying. Upon the mirror's death, the beastly corpse's mutated entity did not pursue another mirror or the bloodline sovereign, nor did it target the nightmarish overlord, but instead charged directly towards the skeletal mage with astonishing speed. This was alarming. With such formidable attributes, even the skeletal mage, which had already stacked its defense tenfold, might not withstand the onslaught. The skeletal mage in its stationary state could accumulate defense and recovery, with a maximum limit of 10 times. Nonetheless, Gu Chun dared not recklessly place the skeletal mage in jeopardy. Should this summoned beast perish, he would essentially lose a trump card. His expression shifted slightly as he hastily activated a skill. Spatial exchange, in an instant. The skeletal mage swapped positions with the outermost bloodline descendant, almost immediately upon its appearance. The exchanged bloodline descendant was obliterated into a mist of blood by the beastly corpse's mutated entity. What the hell? That was a 21-level bloodline descendant. And it was annihilated just like that? Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. This was merely the nightmare level. How terrifying would it be at the hell level? Lin Qingqing's voice trembled slightly. We must stall. The beastly corpse's mutated entity can only exist for 1 minute. If we can buy enough time, we can end it. Su Xia furrowed her brows. 1 minute? It sounds brief, but given the speed of the beastly corpse's mutated entity, It is sufficient to kill us multiple times over. Su Ran's gaze flickered slightly. Having shattered a bloodline descendant, the beastly corpse's mutated entity did not relent, continuing its charge toward the skeletal mage's location. Along its path, bloodline descendants and beastly corpse warriors were struck, all transforming into sprays of blood mist scattered across the ground. Lacking rationality, it unleashed indiscriminate attacks, mercilessly slaying even its own kind. Simultaneously, another mirror succumbed to the onslaught of the beastly corpse's mutated entity, reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. Gu Chen dared not let his guard down, facing these elite extraterrestrials with attributes concealed in mystery. He immediately summoned the Bloodline Sovereign and the nightmarish Overlord back to his side. He then activated a displacement skill, swapping a nearby Bloodline descendant with the skeletal mage, bringing it to his side. Subsequently, all Bloodline descendants on the battlefield rapidly converged towards this location, surrounding Gu Chen and the three summoned beasts like stars encircling the moon. All summoned units have gathered around. What is he planning? Su Xia's face displayed clear confusion. Old Gu, you're being foolish. Isn't this inviting all the beastly corpses to encircle you? Lin Yuan shouted urgently. Stop your incessant shouting. Lin Qingqing pushed Lin Yuan aside. Indeed, the actions of the master are undoubtedly more intricate than we might initially perceive. Su Ran nodded in agreement. At this moment, the summoned entities, previously scattered across the battlefield, converged around Gu Chen, creating an impression of encirclement. This shift prompted all the beastly corpses to redirect their aggression, charging towards the center. The four elite did not hesitate, turning in unison and, with a roar, launched a frenzied assault aimed directly at Gu Chen and the three summoned beasts. Simultaneously, Gu Chen casually snapped his fingers. With a soft sound, the surrounding black mist of the nightmarish sovereign surged, establishing a profound dreamscape centered upon its current position. In an instant, the four rushing beastly corpses, along with dozens of surrounding beastly warriors, became ensnared in this deep dream. The dream's energy acted like an unseen quagmire, drastically slowing their speed and diminishing their vitality. The continuous damage inflicted by the deep dream caused the life force of all beastly corpses to plummet. The warriors found their movements stunted, as if trapped in a swamp, swaying under the impact of the dream's energy. Only the four beastly mutated entities, enveloped in a purplish-black aura, managed to break free from the dream's influence, charging towards Gu Chen and the summoned beasts. Unable to suppress them, Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This was the first time he had encountered that could evade the deep dream's interference. The existence of these mutated entities was fleeting, lasting merely a minute, which, though brief, felt exceedingly protracted in the throes of life and death combat. Fortunately, following the recent awakening of his bloodline, the deep dream had undergone another enhancement, not only increasing its damage but also augmenting its control capabilities. Initially, the attributes of the beastly warriors were halved. Now, under the assault of the dream's energy, their vitality plummeted at an alarming rate, with entire groups succumbing within just 2 breaths. As the beastly warriors fell, the advancing mutated entities suddenly halted, standing in a daze. Within the deep dream, each fallen target induced a 1-second stun on all nearby foes. Gu Chen and his kin remained within the deep dream, yet they were not the targets of the nightmarish sovereign, thus escaping the effects of the stun. Consequently, the 4 mutated entities, under the influence of the stunning effect, moved as if caught in a stutter, halting intermittently, their actions agonizingly slow. Thus, the mutated entities were effectively restrained for the time being. From all directions, beastly warriors and generals continued to surge forth, akin to moths drawn to a flame, plunging into the deep dream, an estimated 80 to 90 at the very least. Each fallen target inflicted a 1-second stun on all, and if this trend persisted, the 4 mutated entities could be controlled to their demise. Simultaneously, the deep dream suddenly dissipated a vast expanse of black mist, and a multitude of deathly tendrils materialized, striking fiercely at all beastly warriors. This was the effect of the fallen sphere. Each time the skill struck a target, a deathly tendril would manifest beside it. These tendrils existed for only 2 seconds, inflicting 6,000 damage, yet the sheer number of beastly corpses was overwhelming. Inflicting 6,000 damage upon a single beast corpse translates to an astonishing total of 480,000 damage against 80 of them. To achieve such a staggering amount within a mere 2 seconds is nothing short of explosive. With the threat of the mutated beast corpses eradicated, Gu Chen no longer restrains the Blood Clan Lord and the remaining mirror image. Go, eliminate them all. Whether they are beast corpse warriors or generals, under the debilitating effects, they have become mere targets, presenting an unparalleled opportunity. The two leaders, accompanied by a throng of Blood Clan descendants, charged at the beast corpse warriors. Under the influence of negative effects and the deep dream, the battlefield transformed into a one-sided massacre. Kill Beast Corpse Warrior 17. Experience 2199. Kill Beast Corpse Warrior 17. Experience 2250. Kill Beast Corpse General 19. Experience 3080. Kill Beast Corpse Warrior 17. Experience 2120. Except for the Skeletal Golem. The Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign have entered a harvesting frenzy, mercilessly slaughtering all the otherworldly beings present. Gu Chun's priest set radiated a vivid crimson glow. Priest set effect activated. Set effect. Conduct a sacrificial ritual on target units, granting the sacrificer a damage multiplier of 10 for the next period based on the number of sacrifices made, without hesitation. Gu Chun bestowed the set effect upon the Blood Clan Lord, while the sacrificial subjects were, naturally, the Blood Clan descendants present. Among the 80, he sacrificed 50 in one go. 50 brilliant beams of light surged into the Blood Clan Lord, whose form suddenly expanded, erupting in a blaze of scarlet flames that engulfed him. Damage increased 5-fold. The Blood Clan Lord propelled himself forward, transforming into a crimson blur as he burst forth from the deep dream to unleash a torrential assault upon the approaching beast corpses. His dual pistols exhaled crimson flames, with blood-red bullets incessantly firing, each striking true to the heads of the beast corpses. Boom, boom, boom. As each ferocious beast corpse drew near, their skulls were obliterated, leaving them as headless cadavers sprawled upon the ground. Normal attacks. Not a single skill was employed, it was all pure melee. In sacrificial state, damage surged 5-fold, resulting in an explosive output. No beast corpse could withstand a single shot. If one did, there would be a second. The swarming beast corpses fell like clay figures, one after another. Hiss. The onlookers, including Lin Yuan, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, contributing greatly to global warming. Although accustomed to Gu Chen's summoned beasts unleashing overwhelming damage, they never anticipated it would be this outrageous. To take down a level 17 beast corpse warrior with a single shot was already grotesque. Yet, a level 19 beast corpse general also succumbed to one shot? What was happening? Were the abyssal creatures collectively offering their heads? What a chaotic slaughter. It was exhilarating. Lin Yuan trembled with excitement. Gu Chun was responsible for the carnage, while he reveled in the chaos. Among the four, Su Xia was the most unrestrained. Having the deepest understanding of the burial dungeon, witnessing the terrifying lethality of the Blood Clan Lord left him in a state of complete shock. His worldview shattered. At level 15, the summoned beast can annihilate the nightmare-level abyssal beast corpses and beast warriors merely with basic attacks. Should he reveal this fact, he would undoubtedly be deemed insane and confined to a psychiatric institution. Yet, it is the truth. One by one, the beast corpses fell, while Gu Chun presided over the scene, his experience soaring. Soon, a minute had passed. Within the depths of the dream realm, the four mutated beast corpses collapsed in succession, utterly devoid of any signs of life. The experience and spoils had already been claimed upon vanquishing the aberrant corpses. The four elite otherworldly beings had directly contributed 36,000 experience points and 6 pieces of equipment, a delightful triumph indeed. The battle was settled, and no more beasts charged forth. When the last remaining beast corpse was slain, a chilling and piercing scream suddenly echoed in the darkness. Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and others immediately covered their ears, while Gu Chen's face lit up with excitement. This scream had finally triggered the conditions for the ultimate appearance. A whistling wind surged through the cavern, echoing like the wails of vengeful spirits. Lin Yuan and the others, along with the remaining 30 bloodline descendants, trembled violently, instantly immobilized by an overwhelming force. This was a mental assault. Gu Chun felt a wave of dizziness. Yet he remained unbound, for his overall attributes had surpassed 1,000, with his mental capacity being the highest among them. At last it had appeared. Gu Chun narrowed his eyes, gazing into the depths of darkness where an eerie silhouette could be faintly discerned. The first tier abyss. The Buried Bone Dungeon's nightmare-level voodoo shaman had manifested. The voodoo shaman had emerged. Over 4 hours had passed since entering the abyss, and Gu Chun wore a look of satisfaction. The record-breaking reward was assured. Next, he needed only to slay the voodoo shaman to successfully clear the nightmare-level abyss. The chilling winds in the dungeon seemed to weaken slightly, and the anguished wails of vengeful spirits gradually dissipated, accompanied by footsteps. A figure clad in dark beast hide emerged from the shadows, adorned with decorations carved from dried bones, and a gas mask obscured its true visage. In its hand, it wielded a grotesque staff, the top of which was set with a crystal that flickered with strange lights. Otherworldly being, voodoo shaman, level 20, health points 283, 100, attributes, strength 330, agility 310, constitution 290, spirit 360. Skills, purifying barrier, skills, death storm, skills, corrosive poison. The voodoo shaman approached, its dark eyes reflecting the littered corpses, and the mask turned toward Gu Chun and the others, a low, raspy laughter emanating from within. Ha ha ha, to have slain all the test subjects. Do you also wish to attain power that transcends death? The sinister laughter was laced with a chilling and malevolent intent. The voodoo shaman resembled a fervent scientific pioneer, engrossed in unfathomable biological experiments, such as fusing dwarf corpses with beasts or transforming orc bodies into aberrations. In summary, his objective is to transform corpses into monsters, which he perceives as a power that transcends death. Gu Chun, however, remains unconvinced. Do not misunderstand. I merely desire to eliminate you. At level 20, this is the most formidable alien entity he has encountered thus far. Should a team of 15-level practitioners arrive, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. The mortality rate in the burial dungeon ranks among the highest within the first-tier abyss, and this is no jest. Nevertheless, compared to the 5-fold damage inflicted by the Blood Lord, it pales in comparison. Kill me? Human, do you comprehend the words you utter? The voodoo shaman snorted, his form suddenly swelling, causing his beast hide cloak to rupture, revealing a robust body, entirely shrouded in a deep, dark hue, exuding an aura of explosive power. His body was marred with a multitude of stitched scars, resembling a grotesque corpse riddled with wounds. Suddenly, enormous bone wings unfurled from his back, akin to a scythe of death, adorned with jagged protrusions and sharp spines, seemingly capable of tearing anything asunder. With a low growl, the undead golem emitted a surge of dense black light from its surface, resembling 2 black meteors hurtling toward the voodoo shaman. Exhausted, Black Death Plague. Regardless of whether one is an elite or not, being afflicted by these 2 statuses would result in a significant loss of vitality. The voodoo shaman raised his hand, and the crystal atop his staff radiated blinding light, forming a protective barrier before him in an attempt to thwart these 2 skills. Pure Light Barrier. This defensive skill was designed to counteract skill damage. However, it is unfortunate that all the abilities of the undead golem are immune to such defenses. The 2 streaks of black light pierced through the barrier like meteors, instantaneously impacting the voodoo shaman. In the next moment, the debuff effect took hold. The voodoo shaman's momentum faltered, his attributes halved, damage taken doubled, and he began to suffer continuous damage under the plague status. Sensing the transformation within himself, the voodoo shaman erupted in fury, unleashing a furious roar as several bolts of black lightning coalesced around him. Death Thunderstorm. The Blood Lord immediately took action, undeterred. Charging directly forward, the black lightning unleashed a formidable force, accompanied by thunderous crashes upon the Blood Lord. Previously, this skill could have easily annihilated a 15-level alien. However, now, the Blood Lord's health merely diminished by a quarter. The voodoo shaman paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by the low damage output. Yet, he paid it little mind. After all, he was in a compromised state, and one skill failing to yield significant damage was understandable. Subsequently, a powerful black light erupted from his body, and he pointed at the Blood Lord, unleashing a vast expanse of purple-black toxic mist that surged toward him. Corrosive toxin, similar to the beastly corpse aberration before. It dealt toxic damage. Yet, the toxic mist conjured by the voodoo shaman was more than 10-fold stronger, coalescing into a nearly tangible storm of venomous fury rushing forth. As the Blood Lord made contact with the toxic mist, his health plummeted dramatically, prompting him to retreat swiftly while simultaneously aiming his twin guns at the voodoo shaman. pulling the triggers with determination. The deadly shot unleashed silver bullets entwined with blood flames, piercing through the poisonous haze and shattering the protective barrier, striking the voodoo shaman with relentless force. Bang, bang, bang. Concurrently, 6 deathly tendrils rapidly manifested around him. The voodoo shaman's massive form shuddered violently, forced to stagger backward as his health deteriorated at a visibly alarming rate. How could this be possible? Within the confines of his mask, the shaman's eyes widened in disbelief, as if confronted with the apocalypse itself. A mere level 15 summoned creature had effortlessly inflicted a staggering 150,000 points of damage with a single skill. How could such terrifying damage exist? It was well known that enhancements applied not only to health, but also to attack and defense. How could he appear so feeble? The undead golem was undeniably a formidable tool for slaying foes. This damage left Gu Chen elated. Although the Bloodlord's damage had quintupled, it still fell short of inflicting such monumental harm against the voodoo shaman. After all, he was a level 20 abyssal entity, and the defensive bonuses were no trifling matter. The explosive damage could be attributed to the shaman's positioning, which was fortuitously within 10 meters of the undead golem. Unstoppable, while the undead golem remained stationary. Its defense and health regeneration increase by 1 per second, and any target within 10 meters suffers a 100 increase in negative effects. This implied that, due to positioning, the voodoo shaman had just endured an additional 200 points of damage. A mere doubling of damage is trivial for an abyss. However, let us not forget that the Blood Lord was currently in a sacrificial state, amplifying his damage 5-fold. Consequently, what had initially seemed like a mundane skill, upon striking the voodoo shaman, erupted into 10-fold damage. 10-fold. Fortunately for the voodoo shaman, being an abyssal creature granted him significant defensive bonuses. Had he faced any other level 20 foes, he would have perished countless times over. Why? How could a mere level 15 inflict such overwhelming damage? The voodoo shaman let out a pained howl, his form severely battered by the bullets, even losing a portion of the bony wings on his back, tipping the scales of victory. The Blood Lord, undeterred by the abyss, declared, "If one skill fails to vanquish you, then let it be 2. Crimson Feast surged forth, a torrent of blood flames spiraling outward like an apocalyptic storm, carrying with it an overwhelming force that charged toward the voodoo shaman. This was the Blood Lord's ultimate strike, utterly inescapable. Boom! The blood flames transformed into a tempest, ravaging the voodoo shaman, leaving him riddled with wounds and swiftly reducing him to a state of critical health. Subsequently, the additional damage assessment activated. A blinding scarlet light erupted from the voodoo shaman, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of damage that overflowed. The voodoo shaman emitted a haunting cry of agony, desperately thrashing amidst the storm of blood flames, as his health bar was utterly depleted. In Lynching, the town hall stood silent. Within the mayor's office, Sulai stood apprehensively beside the desk. Ever since he had seen the notification of Gu Chen's entrance into the abyss, he knew that Gu Qingfeng would inevitably come to confront him. However, he did not anticipate the swiftness of their arrival. Generally, when adventurers enter dungeons or the abyss, the adventurer trading platform does not pay much attention, nor does it disseminate such information to all adventurers as it did this time regarding Gu Chen's descent into the abyss. Why, then, did so many adventurers receive news of Gu Chen's entry into the graveyard dungeon? The answer was simple: he had paid for it. The adventurer trading platform offers a promotional package whereby one can pay 100,000 to broadcast a message to all adventurers in the northern region. The message is restricted to 30 characters, excluding punctuation, and can only be sent once. In truth, this package is hardly advantageous, yet Gu Chen purchased it with the intent of humiliating the Leaf family. Little did he know that the Leaf family of Lin City had been utterly erased by a mere utterance from Gu Qingfeng. Your Majesty, I never imagined that Master Gu Chen would inadvertently enter a first-tier abyss. I am guilty and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Su Lai's voice trembled, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. As a mere mayor of a border town, he was acutely aware of Gu Qingfeng's status as the king of the northern region. A single word from him could determine Su Lai's career and even his life. The disparity was suffocating. No one understood why Gu Chen would venture into the graveyard dungeon, especially since he was only a level 10 adventurer. To the outside world, such an action could only be rationalized as a desperate act of defiance. But why would he choose to martyr himself? Was it merely due to being pursued by the Leaf family? No, That hardly seemed sufficient. To be hunted and then choose death only serves to provide one's enemies with a shortcut, rendering such reasoning invalid. Subsequently, some inquisitive individuals, having pieced together the events, uncovered a crucial point that clarified to the public why Gu Chen had slain the heir of the Lin City Li family. It was revealed that Gu Chen had successfully cleared the Hell-level temple ruins and achieved a commendable rating. This monumental news had been suppressed by the Li family. In fact, even the mayor's office had failed to announce the successful completion of the Hell-level dungeon. What was even more infuriating was that, to this day, many locals in Lin City remained unaware that the Hell-level temple ruins had been cleared. It must be noted that in other cities, when a transitioning adventurer achieves a commendable rating in a novice dungeon, the municipal office would undoubtedly issue a city-wide announcement within 10 minutes of the dungeon's notification. Following that, the district where the adventurer resides would release an announcement, and subsequently, the school attended by the adventurer would also make a declaration. Ultimately, several key officials, representing the mayor, would visit the dungeon square to take photographs with the prodigy and publicly affirm their endorsement for future opportunities. After all, such matters are a cause for public display, and typically, no one would keep them hidden. However, the handling of this situation in Lin City was exceedingly peculiar, leading one to suspect that there were ulterior dealings at play. Soon, the truth was revealed by none other than Li Wenhui, the eyewitness who had observed Gu Chen kill the heir of the Li family. In an effort to secure a guaranteed admission slot for Li Ranjia at the prestigious academy in the capital, the family head, Li Xiao, promptly communicated with the city hall to delay the admission process by a few days. This interval provided the Li family with the opportunity to ensure that Gu Chen could assist Li Ranjia in achieving a high evaluation, thus justifying the admission slot for him. Despite the coercion and temptations from Li Ranjia, Gu Chen did not yield. He resolutely ended Li Ranjia's life, embodying a spirit of defiance against tyranny that is admirable for the youth of our generation. I have disclosed everything I know. I implore you to spare my life. I do not wish to die. In a desperate bid to avoid being slain by the War King's guards, Li Wenhui recounted all he knew, without a word of falsehood. In a show of mercy, the steward Gu He allowed him to keep his life intact. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng, after a morning of searching in the wilderness, returned to the city only to learn of Gu Chen's descent into the abyss. With frustration boiling within him, Gu Qingfeng made his way to the city hall, his expression dark as he entered the city lord's office. He cast a cold gaze upon Su Lai, conveying an unmistakable chill. Lin City, you have managed it well. Those few words sent a chill down Su Lai's spine. Despite his position as the lord of Lin City, ultimately, everything in the city was dictated by Gu Qingfeng, the war king of the northern frontier, the sole ruler of the 7 cities, and his master. However, the fact that his master's son had encountered trouble on his territory was troubling, driven into the wilderness by the Li family, and worse still, obstructed from his guaranteed admission. Now, having entered the abyss, why would a newly minted level 10 practitioner venture into a first-tier abyssal dungeon? It was evident that he had been forced in by pursuers, left with no other recourse. The thought made Su Lai tremble, and his legs buckled as he fell to his knees. Your Majesty, I swear to eliminate all practitioners pursuing the young master. I beseech you to spare my life. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to respond, hurried footsteps echoed from the office door. Your Majesty, good news. Young Master Gu Chen has successfully cleared the nightmare-level abyss, emerging alive from the burial dungeon. Gu He's voice rang out, accompanied by Qin Yun, though her expression appeared somewhat strained. What? Is this true? Gu Qingfeng quickly turned, disbelief etched across his face. Has Chen'er truly emerged from the burial dungeon? Your Majesty, how could I jest at this moment? Please, take a look. Without further ado, Gu He activated the television in the city lord's office, revealing a bold announcement on the screen. Lin City practitioner Gu Chen has successfully led a team to clear the nightmare-level burial dungeon. Success in clearing the nightmare-level burial dungeon. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my son. Gu Qingfeng's somber demeanor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming joy that illuminated his eyes. Gu Chen not only survived but remarkably conquered the nightmare-level abyss, a feat that, even in the esteemed city of Gu Bei, would overshadow a multitude of prodigies. To candidly express, over the past decade, he had invested resources worth billions into his second son, Gu Xi. Yet, even so, Gu Xi hesitated to enter the first-tier abyss at level 10. The notion of successfully navigating the first-tier abyss and emerging unscathed, as Gu Chen did, seemed almost unfathomable. Contemplating this, Gu Qingfeng's visage radiated unrestrained excitement. Quickly, raise the floating battleship and head to the tomb dungeon. I must see Chen at once. Upon hearing that Gu Chen had cleared the nightmare-level tomb dungeon, Gu Qingfeng felt an acute urgency within. Never in his life had he yearned to see his son as he did now. After returning from the wilderness, he had specifically visited Gu Chen's school and consulted with the homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua, to comprehend the hardships his son had endured. It became evident that Gu Chen had faced numerous injustices, particularly after learning the reason behind Gu Chen's confrontation with Li Renjia. Gu Qingfeng was engulfed in profound regret. Had he been aware of his son's circumstances sooner, Gu Chen would not have been driven to the wilderness in desperation, nor would the Li family of Lincheng have dared to bully him. If only he had publicly acknowledged Gu Chen's identity. Who in the northern realm would have the audacity to harm Gu Qingfeng's son? Yet he did not act. His inaction resulted in Gu Chen enduring so many tribulations from a young age. The fact that Gu Chen not only survived but triumphed over the nightmare-level tomb dungeon was nothing short of miraculous. Gu Qingfeng was now impatient to reunite with Gu Chen, having resolved to compensate for all that his son had missed over the years. However, at that moment, Qin Yun interjected, "Your Majesty, please do not rush. It is not yet time to proceed." Gu Qingfeng turned to face Qin Yun, his expression abruptly chilling. "What do you mean? Do you not wish for me to bring Chen back?" "No, Your Majesty, that is not my intention. Given that Chen has just emerged from the abyss, he is likely planning to return to Lincheng. If we venture outside the city to find him now, we may find ourselves empty-handed. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether he has calmed down. If we approach him and he refuses to meet us, it would be rather embarrassing. Consider this. Your Majesty, Chen would rather face the pursuit of the Li family from Lincheng and flee into the wilderness than disclose his identity. It seems to me that he still harbors some resentment." Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. The reason his son was pursued by the Li family stemmed primarily from his failure to announce Gu Chen's identity. This burden rested upon him. Yet, one could argue that even without a public declaration, could Gu Chen not have revealed his lineage himself? Had Gu Chen proclaimed his heritage, the Li family, regardless of their disbelief, would not have dared to act recklessly. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Qingfeng's countenance darkened slightly. "Madam, what do you propose we do?" Qin Yun, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, replied, "Your Majesty, Gu Chen's successful navigation of the tomb dungeon is indeed a momentous occasion. I propose we host a celebratory banquet in Lincheng, both to welcome him and to extend our apologies." In the initial part of the conversation, Gu Qingfeng expressed his agreement, yet the latter half incited his ire. An apology? Gu Qingfeng's expression immediately darkened. In this world, which father would concede fault to his son? If this matter were to spread, how would the world perceive Gu Qingfeng? I have wronged Chen and shall undoubtedly make amends for it. But as for an apology, humph. I wish to hear no more of this matter. Gu Qingfeng, as the war king of the northern realm, a sovereign revered across the lands, would never easily bow his head. He acknowledges his mistakes and can rectify them, yet he would never admit to being wrong. Qin Yun displayed a troubled countenance, asking how he intended to resolve this. Chen was driven away by him, and without a clear stance, how could Chen be persuaded to return? The steward, Gu He, silently rolled his eyes at Qin Yun's words, recalling the day when her kneeling forced the young man to depart, only for her to now play the victim. Is this a reversal of fortunes? Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Although he yearned to see Gu Chen, the knowledge that his son was safe allowed him to maintain his composure. He had not rested for a day and a night in his search for Gu Chen. However, through Qin Yun's words, he suddenly realized that Gu Chen harbored no intentions of returning home. Could it be that the boy still bore a grudge against him? Recollecting the scathing remarks Gu Chen had directed at him in the family hall, a surge of anger welled up within Gu Qingfeng. His son would rather face pursuit, endure exile in the wilderness, or risk descending into the abyss than seek out his father. Was he truly intent on severing ties with him? This thought ignited Gu Qingfeng's ire. Despite the stringent expectations he had placed upon Gu Chen over the years, it was all for his benefit. As the saying goes, steel is forged through fire. Though Gu Chen had endured hardships for 18 years, look at his current achievements. Who among his peers could rival him? In the entire Divine Xia Empire, which level 10 practitioner could conquer the nightmare-level abyss without the aid of guilds or noble families, relying solely on their own strength? Throughout history, only Gu Chen, This precisely validated his educational philosophy. His rigorous approach had not been misguided. Had it not been for the tribulations that spurred Gu Chen's transformation, he might have become indistinguishable from the masses. Reflecting on this, Gu Qingfeng felt a resurgence of anger. It was his guidance that led Gu Chun to his current heights. Yet instead of gratitude, Gu Chen appeared resentful. Humph, this boy, having mingled with the wrong crowd, had developed a rebellious streak. If he did not discipline him while he was still young, who knew what troubles he might cause in the future? Qin Yun smiled gently, suggesting that perhaps Gu Qingfeng's expectations of Chener were excessively stringent. While her words ostensibly defended Gu Chun, the mention of his younger son, Gu Xi, solidified Gu Qingfeng's resolve. Gu Xi had always been by his side, excelling in both character and studies, displaying virtues of gentleness and humility. He was certain that had the same circumstances befallen Gu Xi, he would not have escalated matters to the point of severing ties with him. Seer was raised by me alone, always displaying filial piety towards his parents, never causing any trouble. What need is there for oppression? At this point, Gu Qingfeng let out a cold snort, and as for Chener, I have indeed neglected his moral guidance over the years. Although he has achieved a modicum of success now, if not corrected promptly, he will surely become a calamity in the future. After discussing a few matters with Qin Yun, Gu Qingfeng had already made up his mind. Gu Chun is the legitimate eldest son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. Such a temperament must be firmly restrained, or how will he govern the North in the future? Meanwhile, the steward Gu He listened to their conversation, feeling increasingly chilled at heart. No wonder Gu Chun would rather plunge into the abyss than return to the Gu family. With such oppressive education, even the thought of it is suffocating. Return home? To continue facing reproach and suppression? Any normal person would likely not choose such a life. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment, and then softly commanded, Su Lai. Su Lai trembled slightly, hurriedly bowing, Your Majesty, I am here. What is the situation regarding Gu Chen's direct admission quota? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I will immediately announce it to the entire city and expedite the allocation of the quota to young Master Gu Chen. No need for that. Gu Chun is my son and does not require your city's quota. Inform Gu Chen that if he wishes to secure a direct admission quota to the capital's academy, he must come to meet me in Gubei City. Yes, I will certainly convey Your Majesty's words to young Master Gu Chun. Gu Qingfeng ceased further conversation, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. In the depths of the abyss, within the bone burial dungeon, the moment the voodoo shaman's health was depleted, a series of notifications flashed before Gu Chen's eyes. Defeated the voodoo shaman. Experience. 15, 317. Acquired loot. Bone burial robe. Rare level. Acquired loot. Eternal source crystal. Rare level. Level up. Level. 16, 3, 789, 211, 500. Strength. 477. Agility. 476. Vitality. 478. Mentality. 689. Summoned beasts. Blood Clan Lord. Level 16. Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign. Level 16. Epic. Undead Golem. Level 16. Legendary. Talent. Current opportunity to acquire a Dark Bloodline. Congratulations. You have completed the Bone Burial Dungeon on Nightmare difficulty. Reward. 50,000 professional experience. Abyss Treasure Chest. Rare level. Exiting the Abyss in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, the Abyss Square was teeming with people, all searching for teams. Yang Lin found a relatively spacious spot on the outskirts of the square, seated himself on the ground, and began polishing his longsword. He had just emerged from the ordinary level abyss with his teammates. Though the haul was modest, they had managed to secure some experience. At this rate, with just one more clear run of the ordinary level abyss, he would reach level 13. This thought reminded him of the two peculiar individuals from that morning, a level 6 swordsman and a level 10 summoner. How could they dare to form a team and venture into the abyss? It was akin to courting death. Yang Lin scanned the square, yet he could not find the figures of those two from the morning. It appears that the two individuals must have perished in the abyss. After all, the Buried Bone Dungeon is among the most challenging realms within the first tier of the abyss, and any practitioner below level 10 entering it faces certain death. It is futile to advise the damned fool. He had previously cautioned those two, yet they refused to heed his warnings, leaving him powerless in the face of their obstinacy. At that moment, a notification suddenly flashed across the grand screen in the Abyss Square. Congratulations to the practitioner team for successfully breaking the nightmare level completion record of the Buried Bone Dungeon. Completion time, For hours. 32 minutes, 31 seconds. Team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin, Su Xia, Non-Professional. Rewards. 50,000 Practitioner Experience. 1 Personal Achievement. 1 Rare Level Record-Breaking Gift Box. Completion Evaluation. Yang Lin gazed at the announcement on the screen, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What is happening? A completion time of 4 hours and 32 minutes for the Buried Bone Dungeon? This surpassed the record set by Liang Yi, the Lord of Wanqing, by over 2 hours when he was at level 19. Who exactly is this captain named Gu Chen to possess such formidable strength? Instinctively, Yang Lin turned his gaze towards the screen displaying the historical records of the Abyss, only to find that the former nightmare-level record holder, Liang Yi, had been replaced by Gu Chen. This name seems somewhat familiar. The captain is a summoner, and one of the members is a swordsman. Impossible. Yang Lin's eyelids flickered, and he let out a startled exclamation. The practitioners nearby were taken aback, rolling their eyes in annoyance. Stop howling. The announcements of the Abyss are never erroneous. Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. Indeed, it had been years since there was any news. It was about time the Buried Bone Dungeon's record was shattered. I did a bit of research, and it turns out that the entire team consisted of freshly transitioned practitioners, with the captain only at level 10 when they entered the Abyss. Such a lineup managing to break the record is simply unheard of. It's them. I saw that team this morning. They were quite conspicuous, especially since none of them exceeded level 10. I remember now, one of their members is an ordinary person, presumably the non-professional mentioned in the announcement. I had privately mocked them earlier. Who would have thought the slap to the face would come so swiftly? The youth of today are truly becoming increasingly formidable. I should have made an effort to familiarize myself with Gu Chen back then. While several practitioners nearby engaged in fervent discussions, Yang Lin remained in a state of disbelief. How could it be that a summoner and a swordsman, with an average team level not exceeding 10, were indeed the very individuals he had encountered that morning? With their levels and such a composition, they managed to refresh the historical record of the nightmare-level Abyss? Yang Lin felt as if his perception of reality had shattered. While others lamented their missed opportunity to become acquainted with Gu Chen, he realized he had completely squandered the chance to soar alongside Gu Chen. Once, an opportunity for ascension had been laid before him, yet he failed to cherish it, only to regret it profoundly after its loss. There is no greater anguish in life than this. What a calamity! Yang Lin covered his face, overwhelmed with frustration to the point of nearly spitting blood. Every day, he rises early and stands in the Abyss Square, seeking powerful allies. Yet, when a formidable player extends an invitation to form a team, he outright declines, even advising them against descending into the Abyss, warning of swift demise. What folly is this? Fortune had favored him, yet he shattered his own prospects. It is simply deserved. Meanwhile, at the Municipal Hall of Want City, news of the shattered nightmarish record in the Buried Bones dungeon reached them promptly, prompting an urgent meeting. Lord Liang Yi examined the documents in his hand, his face betraying unrestrained excitement. Gu Chen, having conquered the temple ruins with a high rating, and now breaking the record I once set in the Buried Bones dungeon. Such a prodigy. How could he be suppressed by Su Lai and the Li family in Lin City? The Li family has been annihilated, and as of now, the recommendation quota has yet to be assigned to Gu Chen. What is Su Lai plotting? Regardless of his intentions, such talent as Gu Chen must belong to Want City. With a decisive slap on the table, Liang Yi exuded an air of inevitability. The recommendation quota is conveniently vacant. Let it be assigned to Gu Chen. I ponder. The recommendation quota, the rewards for clearing the hellish dungeon, and the rewards for conquering the nightmarish abyss. Secretary Li, there's no need for formal application. Directly allocate the funds from the Lord's office. Within 3 minutes. Prepare 3 sets of rewards to my office. Additionally, arrange for a teleportation array. I must reach the Abyss Square of the Buried Bones dungeon within 5 minutes. Secretary Li, momentarily taken aback, hesitated. Lord, might this be inappropriate? News has already spread in Lin City that Gu Chen is the son of the Northern War King. And what of it? Gu Chen would rather wander the wilderness than claim his connection to Gu Qingfeng, indicating he feels no allegiance to the Gu family. Just do as I instruct. What if Gu Qingfeng seeks accountability? How shall Want City respond? Accountability? Gu Qingfeng is the Northern War King, while Want City belongs to the Eastern Continent. Can he question us? Furthermore, There are royal families in the eastern continent. I fear them not. Spare me your chatter and prepare swiftly. Should there be any delays, I shall assign you to guard the abyss. Among practitioners, competition revolves around levels, equipment, items, and quotas. In contrast, cities vie for rankings, resources, and talent. Although Lin City and Wan City are neighboring, one is categorized within the northern region, while the other belongs to the eastern continent, with a wilderness separating them, resulting in minimal conflict of interest. However, this time is different. The Buried Bones dungeon is among the most challenging first-tier abysses, situated conveniently near Wan City, often referred to as the abyss at their doorstep. Yet, due to its formidable difficulty, numerous practitioners from Wan City have failed to clear it, even perishing within. Over time, the majority of Wan City's practitioners have subconsciously avoided this abyss, leading to a significant loss of talent. The exodus of practitioners and severe deficiency in talent supply have caused Wan City's ranking in the eastern continent to plummet year after year, resulting in the loss of substantial resources. This year marks the third year since Liang Yi assumed the role of the Lord of Wancheng, and, much like the previous years, the city has yet to yield any promising talent. This predicament weighs heavily on his mind. He senses that if Wancheng continues on this path, not only will the city face ruin, but so too will his own political aspirations. His frustration intensifies upon hearing that a transfer student with a prestigious ranking has emerged in the neighboring lynching. Why does fortune seem to elude Wancheng? However, he soon realizes that the situation is not as dire as he had imagined. Who would have thought that lynching, rather than valuing this esteemed transfer student, would conspire with the Li family to suppress him? What can a farmer's son, orphaned at a young age, do when faced with the combined forces of the city lord and a prominent family? His only option is to submit. Upon clarifying the events, Liang Yi perceives an opportunity. After all, if Lincheng does not appreciate a transfer student of such caliber, then Wancheng shall gladly welcome him. Yet, shortly thereafter, Gu Qingfeng appears in Lincheng and reveals the lineage of Gu Chun, causing Liang Yi to sigh in resignation. Even if Gu Chun is not a native of Lincheng, he belongs to the esteemed Gu family of Gubei City. Surely, he is beyond Liang Yi's reach. Just as he contemplates giving up, news reaches him that Gu Chun has been forced into the wilderness by the Li family, rekindling a flicker of hope within him. Could Gu Qingfeng's son truly be driven into the wild by the likes of the Li family? It seems implausible. The only logical explanation is that Gu Chun does not acknowledge his family's status, hence he has not invoked Gu Qingfeng's name throughout this ordeal. This revelation simplifies matters considerably. Since Gu Chun is being oppressed in Lincheng and does not recognize his family's identity, Wancheng stands ready to embrace him. Soon, news of Gu Chun conquering the nightmare-level burial dungeon emerges, solidifying Liang Yi's resolve. He must secure this individual. After all, Gu Chun is not only a transfer student of exceptional merit, but has also set a record for clearing a first-tier abyss burial dungeon, a prodigy that may not appear for decades. Allowing him to wander the wilderness would be a grave misfortune, given Gu Chen's displayed talent and combat prowess. He deserves to be treated with the utmost respect by Liang Yi, the city lord. My lord, the 3 rewards have been duly prepared, announced his secretary, Li Feng, as he knocked at the door. Additionally, I have discovered that Gu Chun has just reached level 16. Typically, a summoner gains an additional summoning slot upon reaching level 15. And having just emerged from the abyss, he likely has not yet contracted any new summons. Therefore, I have requisitioned a level 15 summoning skill book from Wancheng's treasury, one of the few rare summoning tomes we possess. Only rare? Liang Yi lamented. In a small place like Wancheng, summoners are exceedingly rare. To acquire an epic summoning book, we would have to purchase it from a central city, which not only comes at a high price, but also takes too long. Rising from his seat, Liang Yi nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be so for now. We can always offer him compensation later. Li Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. My lord, what if Gu Chun is unwilling to come to Wancheng? Liang Yi shot him a glance. We are going to secure him. Understand? His unwillingness is his own affair. It bears no significance to me. Furthermore, since Gu Chun was capable of slaying Li Renjia, it is evident that he is not the type to endure in silence. Would such a person continue to reside in Ling City? What if Su Lai were to apologize and offer additional resources as compensation? This possibility cannot be dismissed. If Su Lai were to provide enough, perhaps Gu Chun might indeed endure, but now that we from Wan City have intervened, Gu Chun will undoubtedly refuse to reconcile with Ling City. Regardless of how much Su Lai might offer, it could never surpass what I can provide. Liang Yi rose from his desk and strode purposefully towards the teleportation hall. Li Feng, carrying 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes, promptly followed suit. The chests and boxes could easily fit into his personal space, yet he chose not to do so. One must always show courtesy. At this moment, the Abyss Square was teeming with people. The historical record for the nightmare-level Abyss had been shattered, a rare spectacle indeed. And those professionals fortunate enough to witness this moment felt honored. As the sensation of dizziness subsided, Gu Chun and his companions were teleported to the Abyss Square. The surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy. Look, Gu Chun has emerged. Is that really Gu Chun? I heard he is a transfer student. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Spare me. Even if he doesn't, it's not your turn. Does he fancy you for your age or your low level? To break the historical record at such a young age is truly enviable. I'm green with envy. Gu Chun hails from Ling City. Has no one from the City Hall come to honor his achievement? Why would they? Gu Chun's nomination for automatic admission has yet to be confirmed. How could the City Hall officials dare to show their faces? Look, isn't that someone from the City Hall? I didn't expect them to arrive so swiftly. After all, he is a genius who has refreshed the nightmare-level Abyss record. It seems the City Hall of Ling City is eager. As the teleportation array in the Abyss Square illuminated with a blinding light, several impeccably dressed men emerged. The foremost among them donned a deep gray jacket, standing tall, with heavy brows above piercing eyes scanning the surroundings. No way, isn't that Liang Yi? The Lord of Want City. Don't joke, Gu Chun is from Ling City. How could Liang Yi be here? It truly is Liang Yi. Liang Yi is now level 50, the highest-ranked professional in Want City. What is he doing here? What else could it be? Just look at the attendants behind him, carrying treasure chests and gift boxes. They are clearly here to claim someone. Claim someone. Gu Chun is the son of the Northern War King. He is a prince in Gubei City. How could he possibly go to Want City? You may not be aware, but it has spread outside that Gu Chun has severed ties with the Northern War King. That explains it. He has been pursued by the Li family for so long that he preferred to flee into the wilderness in the abyss rather than speak the Northern War King's name. It seems there is a significant revelation here. Just watch. I estimate Gu Chun will soon become one of us from Want City, and when that happens, all professionals in Want City will benefit. Is that really the case? Gu Chun joining Want City is his own affair. What relevance does it hold for us? Given Gu Chun's current display of strength, regardless of which city he joins, the professionals in that city will undoubtedly reap the rewards. It is undoubtedly clear. Why does the Divine Summer Empire cultivate professionals? Because each time a player achieves a success in the abyss, it curtails the encroachment of abyssal forces upon this world. Although attaining an abyssal achievement is not as facile as securing a personal accomplishment, once one triumphs and obtains such an achievement, the difficulty of that particular abyss diminishes, and the rewards for completion correspondingly increase. The persistent high difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon is a consequence of the rarity with which professionals have secured abyssal achievements. To earn such an achievement, one must venture into the hell-level abyss. While Gu Chun may not currently meet this criterion, none would dispute his potential. After all, in the eyes of the world, he is an unequivocal genius. For such a prodigy, securing an abyssal achievement is merely a matter of time. At this moment, it finally dawned on some that the first to arrive at the Abyss Square was none other than the Lord of Want City. For Want City, the need for a talent like Gu Chun to aid them in obtaining abyssal achievements is paramount. Although the Buried Bones dungeon is classified as a first-tier abyss, its excessive difficulty has compelled many novice professionals to abandon this venture. If they cannot conquer the abyss at their doorstep, they are inevitably drawn to larger cities. Consequently, a considerable number of professionals from Want City have subtly drifted away. The loss of fresh blood signals the city's descent into decline, which, once initiated, spirals into a vicious cycle. At this juncture, some professionals hailing from Lin City suddenly recognized a grave concern. No, this cannot be allowed. If Gu Chun is seized by Liang Yi, he will become one of Want City's own. Even if he subsequently secures an abyssal achievement, we will reap no benefits. How can this be? After all, Lin City has produced a rare genius. We cannot allow him to be snatched away by Want City. But wait, are you not aware of how Lin City regards Gu Chun? How long has he held a high ranking? And what of his guaranteed admission? But wait. Why would Lin City residents venture into the Buried Bones dungeon? This is, after all, Want City's abyss. Indeed, If Gu Chen could catalyze one city's resurgence, I too would consider renting my balcony for 1,000 a month. Each harbored their own intentions. Those from Lin City, initially drawn by the allure of Gu Chen, found themselves restless. Initially, they did not pay much heed to the situation itself. They merely sought to observe the legendary noble scion and his differences from ordinary folk. After all, Gu Chen exists on an entirely different plane from them and would likely have no future connection with them. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Given Gu Chen's current display of talent, achieving an abyssal accomplishment is merely a matter of time. It is almost foreseeable that, in the near future, the difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon will decrease, and the rewards will become increasingly generous. In such a case, professionals from one city will no longer need to leave their homes in search of advancement. Once Gu Chen conquers the abyss, all professionals from one city can share in the bounty. It can be said that Gu Chen is the pillar of support for all professionals in one city. What on earth is happening in Lin City? The officials from the city hall have yet to arrive. The professionals in Lin City are growing anxious as they witness Liang Yi heading towards the direction of Gu Chen. How shameless can Liang Yi be? Is there anyone at the Lin City hall? Quickly, rally the troops. Hold on, I shall call the city lord right now. Wow, brother. You actually have the city lord's phone number for Lin City? ISNT their city lord hotline? Oh, then go ahead and make the call. If you get through, I'll concede defeat. At that moment, Gu Chen had just finished organizing the spoils from this abyss when he noticed several imposing middle-aged men appearing before him. Liang Yi stood in front of Gu Chen. Cutting straight to the chase, Gu Chen, greetings. I am Liang Yi, the city lord of Wan City. On behalf of the people of Wan City, I sincerely invite you to join us. All right, I accept, Gu Chen replied without hesitation, straightforward in his response. The reason was simple. Setting aside Liang Yi's status as city lord, it was evident that he came with genuine intent. The four individuals behind him carried 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes, regardless of their contents. No one had ever presented such generous terms to him since he arrived in this world. Upon hearing Gu Chen's immediate acceptance, excitement was unmistakably etched on Liang Yi's face. Li Feng, standing behind him, twitched his cheek, as Gu Chen's 4 simple words obliterated the 3 elaborate arguments he had painstakingly crafted. Is he really throwing the script out the window? Behind Li Feng, 3 negotiation experts exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into subtle smiles. It's settled, time to clock out. I've never had such an effortless task in my life. Just at this jubilant moment, another middle-aged man clad in a dark gray jacket approached, accompanied by several others. No way, the Lin City Hall officials are only arriving now. The opportunity is past. Leading the group was City Lord Su Lai, whom I recognized from recent news. A total of 5 individuals, yet all empty-handed? What kind of attitude is this? Do they truly not care about Gu Chen? Setting aside his noble lineage, he is a prodigy who conquered the nightmare-level abyss. Thank goodness I am from Wan City. I am certain that Lin City will crumble under the leadership of this Su Lai. Young Master Gu Chen. Su spotted Gu Chen and hurried over. Young Master, on behalf of Lin City, I congratulate you on successfully clearing the first-tier abyss, the Buried Bone Dungeon. The Leaf family has been eradicated. Please return with me to Lin City. The entire populace is eager to celebrate your achievement. As for the admission quota, indeed, the City Hall did not handle it properly. Rest assured, I have prepared a set of resources equivalent to a hell-level clearance reward as compensation for you. Su spoke rapidly, reciting the words prepared by his secretary, yet he failed to mention the status of the admission quota. Hearing this, Liang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. City Lord Su. Gu Chen has achieved a high rating and cleared the hell-level dungeon, the temple ruins, and has just refreshed the nightmare-level abyss, the Buried Bone Dungeon. Is this your compensation? Are you trying to dismiss him like a beggar? Su Lai let out a cold snort, disregarding Liang Yi as he continued to address Gu Chen, young master. You hail from the northern realm. It would be prudent to return to Lin City. What did you just say? Gu Chen interjected, cutting Su Lai off. Su Lai paused, taken aback for a moment before responding. I said we should return to Lin City. No, the previous statement. You mentioned I am from the northern realm. Who informed you of that? You are indeed a young master of the northern royal family. Su Chengzhu must have mistaken me for someone else. My name does not appear in the royal genealogy. Please, take your leave. Su Lai's expression faltered, rendered speechless by Gu Chen's words. After a brief moment, he spoke again. Young master, the king has made arrangements. Once you return to Gubei City, a guaranteed admission slot will be secured for you. Su Lai had come bearing a message from Gu Qingfeng, initially thinking it would be a simple errand. However, he was taken aback to find Gu Chen showing no inclination to return to the northern realm. In a moment of desperation, he relayed Gu Qingfeng's intentions. Before Gu Chen could respond, Liang Yi interjected, "What do you mean? Are you attempting to threaten Gu Chen with the reputation of the Northern War King?" Su Lai appeared distressed. "No, that's not it." "Then what of the guaranteed admission slot?" The king stated that once the young master returns to Gubei City, the admission slot will be immediately confirmed. "Isn't that a threat?" Gu Chen observed the unfolding scene in silence, fully aware that Liang Yi was exacerbating the conflict. Su Lai recognized this as well, choosing to ignore Liang Yi as he addressed Gu Chen, "Young master, if you accompany Liang Yi to Dongzhou, how will you ever face the people of the Northern Realm?" Gu Chen smiled. "It is not impossible for me to refrain from going to Dongzhou, but you must agree to 2 conditions." A glimmer of hope appeared in Su Lai's eyes. "Please, do tell. I shall do my utmost." Liang Yi, overhearing this exchange, suddenly changed his expression. "Wait, we had an agreement. Why the sudden change of heart?" "First, you must disclose how you conspired with the Li family to attempt to usurp my guaranteed admission slot. Make the entire process public and apologize to me." Su Lai's face tightened with concern. Should this be revealed, his career would come to an abrupt halt. "Young master, I am willing to make the process public, but I truly had no collusion with the Li family." "Very well, let me ask you this. Was the evaluation I received not mine?" "Indeed." "Then why was the admission slot not promptly issued by the municipal hall?" Su Lai fell silent. "No words? Then it seems I need not present my second condition." Su Lai furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Was it unreasonable to demand the revelation of his collusion with the Li family, attempting to seize Gu Chen's admission slot? For Gu Chen, the victim, it was hardly excessive. Yet, Su Lai was a city lord. How could he undertake such self-destructive actions? Choosing silence, then? "Very well, I have already afforded you the opportunity. If you refuse to comply, there is little I can do." Gu Chen turned to the surrounding professionals. Shrugging his shoulders, "Everyone has witnessed this. I merely seek a measure of justice. Yet even this trivial request is denied. If he cannot grant me a semblance of fairness, how can I expect him to provide my admission slot and resources? Certainly not. Thus, it is not that I wish to depart from Lin City, but rather it is Lin City that compels my departure." Su Lai's cheeks twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. The negotiations had collapsed. In truth, this matter required no deliberation. As long as Su Lai remained alive, he would never disclose his collusion with the Li family. After all, he was the lord of Lin City and a 5th-tier practitioner. Even Gu Qingfeng had chosen not to pursue him, and he would never act in a manner that would undermine his own foundation. Even though Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, it was hardly sufficient reason for him to sacrifice his future and prospects by revealing his own scandals. Ultimately, he was merely tasked with delivering a message to Gu Chen. Should Gu Chen choose to return, his mission would be accomplished. If Gu Chen declined, as a subordinate of Gu Qingfeng, would he resort to forcibly taking Gu Chen to Gubei City? Such a notion was preposterous. Presently, with the annihilation of the Li family in Lin City, he possessed no evidence to substantiate his interference with Gu Chen's nomination. Ironically, it was precisely because he had obstructed this nomination that he had inadvertently provided Gu Qingfeng with leverage over Gu Chen. However, no one anticipated that Liang Yi's arrival would present the most favorable option. The northern region would not grant him a nomination? Apologies. For the eastern continent had already extended an offer, accompanied by substantial resources as compensation. Gu Chen, with clarity akin to a mirror, readily accepted Liang Yi's proposition. Su Lai nodded, adopting a tone of feigned regret as he spoke. "I have conveyed the king's message. Since the young master is unwilling to return to Gubei City, I can only express my sentiments thus. As for the nomination, it is not that Lin City is unwilling to provide it. Rather, the king has made other arrangements. Should the young master wish to secure the nomination, I implore you to make your way to Gubei City promptly, lest the king be kept waiting." With that, Su Lai performed a respectful bow and turned to leave with his entourage. Liang Yi observed Su Lai's departing figure, an expression of peculiarity crossing his face as he turned to Gu Chen and remarked, "He obstructed your nomination, and you simply let him go? That hardly aligns with your customary approach." Gu Chen responded with a subtle smile. "Su Lai's reverence is directed towards the war king of the northern region, not towards me. Even if I demanded an apology, he would feel no remorse. Thus, to deal with such a person, one must strike at his vulnerabilities. Allow him to bask in his arrogance for a while longer. Once he faces the scorn and vitriol of the entire populace of Lin City, he will regret allowing me to depart today. As for Su Lai, Gu Chun had no intention of letting him off lightly. Since the other party had made their move, they would naturally have to face the repercussions. After all, he was not one to easily forget grievances. Upon returning to Lin City via the teleportation array, Su Lai immediately entered his office and addressed his secretary. Enough, the message has been delivered. Since the young master is unwilling to return, report the situation to the king accordingly. Next, under the auspices of the municipal government, release an announcement that all dungeons affiliated with Lin City will enjoy a 20 fee reduction for 1 month. Ultimately, our young master is merely a prodigious practitioner. How much damage could his departure truly inflict upon Lin City? By reducing dungeon fees for all practitioners throughout the city and generating buzz around this initiative, the focus will shift away from Gu Chun. As for the future, humph, in 2 years I shall no longer serve in the Northern Territory. Even if he is a prince of the royal lineage, what power does he hold over me? Understood. The secretary noted several key terms in her notebook and turned to arrange matters. Ultimately, Su Lai's only fear is the war king of the Northern Territory, Gu Qingfeng. As for Gu Chun, though he maintained a facade of courtesy and respect, he regarded him with utter disdain. A genius? What significance does that hold? Those who ascend to the position of city lord within the divine Xia Empire are far from ordinary. They are, in fact, exceptionally gifted individuals. A mere genius, yet to fully mature, bears no weight in Su Lai's eyes. He believes that if Gu Chun wishes to challenge him, he must first attain the status of a 5th-tier practitioner. However, it is unfortunate that Gu Chun has chosen the path of a summoner. No matter how formidable he may appear in the early stages, it cannot alter the fact that he will lack power in the later stages. The practitioner system has developed over a century, yet no 5th-tier summoner has ever emerged. It is said that nobles who transition to summoners become invincible among their peers. Indeed. But this is confined to the 2nd to 4th tiers, and only under the condition of substantial resource investment. As every 5 levels unlocks a summoning slot, no summoner can bear the resource demands required for the 5th tier. This is the very reason Su Lai looks down upon Gu Chun. Nevertheless, Gu Chun is no ordinary summoner. Before long, Su Lai will surely regret this underestimation. After negotiating with Liang Yi, Gu Chun received all the resources Liang Yi had brought. Among them was a guaranteed admission agreement to the capital's academy, a rare quality level 15 summoning skill book, a rare grade dungeon chest, and a rare grade abyss chest. Liang Yi made it clear that if Gu Chun could conquer the hell level abyss, he would be allowed to choose one legendary grade piece of equipment from the treasure vault in Wan City. However, there was a small stipulation. He must first clear the hell level burial dungeon. Gu Chun readily agreed, having just unlocked the hell level difficulty of the burial dungeon. He certainly would not enter another abyss in the meantime. Had it been any other 1st-tier abyss, he would have to start anew from the nightmare level, which would be utterly unwise. The conditions set by Liang Yi elicited open admiration from Lin Yuan and others nearby. The privilege to select a legendary grade item from the Wan City Vault is not granted even to the son of the city lord, a testament to Liang Yi's regard for Gu Chun. Once all matters were settled, Liang Yi escorted Gu Chun and the others through the teleportation array to Wan City. Accompanying them were Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran, all keen to follow Gu Chun into the hell-level abyss and certainly not returning to Lin City at this crucial juncture. Among them was also Su Xia, representing the Su family, the foremost clan in Wan City. To express gratitude towards Gu Chun, Su Xia graciously invited him and his companions to the Su family estate for a celebratory banquet. The materials Su Xia previously sought were the eternal source crystal dropped by the voodoo shaman. The two exchanged payment and goods as per their agreed terms. The cost of materials amounts to 800,000, while a single descent into the abyss requires 1 million, totaling 180,000. Su Xia requested Gu Chen's account and, without hesitation, transferred 500,000. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Gu Chun initially believed he had misread the figures. What was happening? Wasn't the amount 180,000? Why had he transferred me 500,000? Su Xia replied with a serious demeanor. The excess is considered a deposit. I wish to join the next descent into the hellish level abyss, and should an epic grade eternal source crystal be procured, I would like priority for its sale. No problem. Gu Chun readily agreed. After a sumptuous meal, Gu Chun received transfers from Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, totaling 200,000. The market price for actors entering a first-tier nightmare-level abyss hovers around 1 million. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingqing inquired, Great Master, you wouldn't consider changing teammates for the hellish-level abyss, would you? Give us an hour. Su Ran and I will go borrow money right away. Gu Chun pondered for a moment. No problem. The cost for a descent into the hellish-level abyss is 300,000, which should not be exorbitant, correct? Not exorbitant. But not cheap either, Lin Qingqing nodded eagerly. After bidding farewell to the others, she took Su Ran to seek funds. From having nothing before meeting Gu Chun to now being heavily in debt, neither Lin Qingqing nor Su Ran ever imagined they would owe such a substantial sum. Yet, they were more than willing. Having a formidable figure like Gu Chun, who merely pays the market price to participate in the next descent into the abyss, presented an extraordinary opportunity. Many female professionals have likely gone to great lengths to expedite their advancement, and such occurrences are not uncommon. Compared to those female professionals, Lin Qingqing and her companion considered themselves fortunate. At this stage, they held the initiative. As long as they wished to continue accompanying Gu Chun, he would gladly take them along. Thus, I shall grant you 2 hours. That should suffice for borrowing money. Let us convene at the teleportation hall entrance in Wansheng at 4 p.m. Understood. After the two departed, Gu Chun entrusted his identification card to Lin Yuan. The municipal office in Wansheng required him to complete certain formalities, which typically necessitated one's personal attendance. However, with Liang Yi facilitating matters, Lin Yuan successfully obtained a task as a runner. Subsequently, Su Xia provided Gu Chun with a tranquil room within the estate, allowing him to begin tallying his gains. He received 2 sets of rewards from the abyss. One set as a completion reward, which included 50,000 in professional experience and a rare-grade abyss treasure chest. The other as a record-breaking reward, similarly yielding 50,000 in professional experience, a personal achievement, and a rare-grade record-breaking gift box. The total professional experience amounted to 100,000. Although exceedingly high, it was justifiable, given that Gu Chun had single-handedly battled through the nightmare-level abyss. In contrast, Lin Yuan and the others received only 15,000 experience each, which paled in comparison to Gu Chun. Nevertheless, their combined 30,000 experience elevated them to level 11. It could be said that Lin Yuan and his companions now eclipsed 90% of their peers in the current transitional cohort. After all, today marks merely the 3rd day following the job transition ceremony, and the vast majority have yet to reach level 10. To draw a more vivid comparison, had Li Wenhui still been alive, he would likely have only just managed to attain level 11 by now. Imagine, Lin Yuan and his companions, mere commoners, have managed to reach the same level as Li Wenhui, the scion of the foremost family in Linqing. This is a testament to the remarkable pace of their advancement. It is not difficult to envision that even if they lag behind Gu Chun after reaching the 2nd tier, a bright future still awaits them. Next, Gu Chun first collected 100,000 experience points for his profession. Experience, 50,000. Experience, 50,000. Level up, level, 17, 4, 123, 321. 500. Strength, 487. Agility, 486. Constitution, 488. Spirit, 709. Summoned beasts. Blood Clan Sovereign 17 Legendary. Nightmare Overlord 17 Epic. Undead Golem 17 Legendary. He leveled up once more. Gu Chun couldn't help but marvel at the fact that a single abyss had propelled his level by 6. Entering the 1st tier abyss, the Grave Dungeon, at level 11. Accompanied by 4 actors, one of whom does not consume experience, was akin to soloing a 5-person abyss while shattering historical records. Within 5 short hours, he ascended from level 11 to level 17. Had any fragile profession heard of this, they would surely have been terrified. Only 3 levels remain until he becomes a 2nd-tier professional. If he successfully clears the nightmare-level Grave Dungeon next, he could potentially reach level 19. This implies that before reaching level 20, he has the opportunity to tackle another 1st-tier abyss for additional experience. The wilderness surrounding Wansheng harbors only the Grave Dungeon as a 1st-tier abyss. Gu Chun has no intention of repeating the endeavor, as it seems rather dull. It is rumored that there are commendable 1st-tier dungeons within Wansheng. Perhaps Liang Yi could arrange something in due course. Subsequently, Gu Chun laid all his acquisitions upon the table before him. 1 rare-grade dungeon treasure chest, 2 rare-grade abyss treasure chests, 1 rare-grade record-breaking gift box. and a summoning skill book. Which to open first? You have opened the rare grade dungeon treasure chest. Acquired shadow dagger 20 rare grade. Acquired teleportation scroll 1. Acquired strengthening stones 15. Acquired large life recovery potions 10. A piece of rare grade equipment. A teleportation scroll, along with various materials and consumables. The shadow dagger is an assassin's equipment, augmenting strength and agility, featuring an invisibility skill, and ensuring that the first attack after exiting the invisibility state triggers a critical hit. It is truly an instrument of assassination. Though the equipment is exquisite, it is not suited for him. Thus, Gu Chen took out his phone and perused the professional trading platform, discovering that the 20-level shadow dagger was priced around 3 million. This figure made his heart soar with joy. Although he cannot wield it himself, he can certainly sell it for a handsome price. Gu Chen stored the equipment in his personal space and affixed a sale label to it. Gu Chen thought of Su Ran, who also seemed to be an assassin. He wondered if she would desire this shadow dagger. If so, he could sell it to her at market price. Although Su Ran and Lin Qingqing had been borrowing money, they would receive treasure chests and gift boxes after each successful completion. Given that Gu Chen's completed challenges were of high difficulty, the equipment obtained was commendable. Therefore, for them, selling just a piece or two of equipment would swiftly enable them to repay their substantial debts. Next, Gu Chen's gaze fell upon the second treasure chest. You have opened a rare level abyss treasure chest. Acquired medium cloak 20 rare level. Acquired enhancement stones 15. Acquired mental recovery potions 5. Acquired large life recovery potions 10. The medium cloak. Let it not be gear for another class. Gu Chen remarked as he picked up the cloak and examined its attributes. Medium cloak. Quality. Rare. Level. 20. Class restriction. Summoner. Attributes. Constitution 50. Spirit 50. Effect. Choose a skill from a summoned beast as a medium. Both the summoner and the summoned beast may utilize this skill, exclusive equipment for the summoner class. This is indeed a valuable item. With this cloak, it is akin to acquiring an additional skill, and the ability to switch between the skills of several summoned beasts will significantly enhance his combat power. Gu Chen stored the medium cloak in his personal space and opened the third treasure chest. You have opened a rare level abyss treasure chest. Acquired echo necklace 20 epic level. Acquired enhancement stones 15. Acquired purification scroll 1. Acquired mental recovery potions 10. Gu Chen's eyes brightened. This time he had obtained an epic level piece of equipment. The probability of acquiring an epic item from a rare treasure chest is merely 1%. And Gu Chen never anticipated such extraordinary fortune. Echo necklace. Quality. Epic. Level. 20. Class restriction. None. Attributes. Spirit 300. Speed 300. Cooldown reduction 45. Recovery speed 45. Echo set. Echo necklace. Echo ring. Echo amulet. Set effect. Instantly recover 10 energy upon each kill. Upon acquiring this equipment, Gu Chen was almost mesmerized. This was one of the set pieces, and the set effect allowed for immediate recovery of 10 energy upon a kill. If the Nightmare Sovereign were to don this, could it not infinitely extend the duration of the deep dream? Powerful. Absolutely formidable. Based on the properties of the Echo Necklace, if the set were completed, significant increases would be observed in health, damage, defense, and recovery, truly deserving of its epic classification. Alas, he still required the other two pieces and would have to wait until level 20 to utilize it. Gazing at the prominent set effect, Gu Chen felt a wave of melancholy. He was still 3 levels away from 20. The journey from level 17 to 20 required a staggering 4 to 500,000 experience points. He would need to enter the high difficulty first tier abyss at least twice more to accomplish this. Gu Chen, with a sense of resignation, stowed the Echo Necklace into his personal space, then turned his gaze to the solitary record-breaking gift box that remained. Typically, gift boxes yield equipment or items corresponding to the profession of the practitioner. Rubbing his hands together, Gu Chen unsealed the gift box. You have opened a rare level record-breaking gift box. Acquired skill book, rare level 17. A skill book? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he hastily picked it up to examine. Skill book, spiked violent tortoise summon. Level, 17. Quality, rare. Effect, contract with the spiked violent tortoise. Since it was obtained from a gift box, its level and type were suitably aligned with the practitioner who opened it. Though the spiked violent tortoise excels in defense, it is not a tank-type summoning beast, but rather a warrior type. To his surprise, he had drawn a rare level summoning skill book. Gu Chen was somewhat astonished. as the summoning skill book Liang Yi had gifted him was also of rare quality. He then took that summoning book into his hands. Skill book, Nethercat Summon, level 15, quality, rare, effect, contract with the Nethercat. The Nethercat, known for its speed and explosive power, is an assassin-type summoning beast. Upon glancing at it, Gu Chun immediately lost interest, for the Nightmarish Sovereign was already an assassin-type summoning beast, capable not only of singular explosive attacks, but also possessing formidable area damage skills. If he were to contract the Nethercat as his fourth summoning beast, it would significantly impact his combat prowess. Thus, Gu Chun placed the Nethercat summoning book into his personal space, intending to list it on the practitioner's trading platform to see if it could be sold. If it were a rare level weapon, it would undoubtedly fetch around 3 million. However, for a rare level summoning book, he would be grateful to receive 1 million. After all, summoning beasts of this caliber are merely entry-level for summoners, and their prices are typically suppressed, making them difficult to sell. Otherwise, Zhang Songhua would not have casually gifted him the Bloodthirsty Bat summoning book. After organizing all his resources, Gu Chen noted that both the medium cloak and the echo necklace were excellent pieces of equipment, albeit with a level restriction of 20. At present, the only usable item he had was the summoning skill book. Reflecting on this, Gu Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was fortunate to have drawn a suitable summoning book from the gift box. Otherwise, he would still be troubled by the choice of summoning beasts. It nearly came to pass that he would have had no viable summoning beasts at all. It seems he must venture towards larger cities in the future. Regardless of whether it is Lin City or Wan City, within the Xinxia Empire, they can only be classified as third-tier cities, offering scant resources for the summoning profession. Liang Yi had previously explained to him that there were merely 3 level 15 skill books in the Wan City treasury, and this Nethercat summoning book was the most promising among the 3 rare level options. Liang Yi also mentioned that if this book did not meet his satisfaction, he could assist in searching in other cities, displaying an admirable attitude. Such dedication far surpassed that of Su Lai from Lin City. Currently, among Gu Chen's summoned beasts, the Bloodlord serves as a ranged damage dealer with explosive capabilities. The Nightmare Sovereign excels in instantaneous bursts and sustained output, and the Undead Golem specializes in debilitating impairments. What he lacks is a warrior-type summon. Fortunately, the Spiked Armored Turtle fits this role perfectly. From levels 14 to 17, Gu Chen's extraordinary talent had yet to manifest, and now presented itself as the ideal moment. He grasped the summoning skill book and learned it directly. You have successfully contracted with the Spiked Armored Turtle, summoned beast, Spiked Armored Turtle, rarity, rare, level, 17, health points, 11,220, attributes, strength 235, agility 200, constitution 230, spirit 195, talent, spiked heavy armor 20 rare, skill, spiked charge 20 rare, a deep, resonant roar echoed within the summoning space as a massive turtle clad in spiked heavy armor materialized. Gu Chen did not scrutinize the attributes of his new summon, for he intended to imbue it with the Dark Bloodline for advancement shortly thereafter. Activating his talent, he acquired 4 Dark Bloodlines in succession. You have obtained the Primordial Dark Bloodline. You have obtained the Descendant Dark Bloodline. You have obtained the Primordial Dark Bloodline. You have obtained the Primordial Dark Bloodline. It may have been a mere illusion, but Gu Chun sensed that with each level gained, the frequency of acquiring Descendant Bloodlines had diminished. Prior to level 10, a Descendant would manifest nearly every 2 levels. Yet this time, it took 4 levels to see even one. Alas, the Royal Bloodline had not appeared. Subsequently, Gu Chun bestowed the Primordial Bloodline upon the Spiked Armored Turtle, followed by utilizing the Descendant Bloodline for Bloodline Awakening, and then applied another Primordial Bloodline for star upgrading. Primordial Dark Bloodline Fusion successful. Summoned Beast Advancement. Spiked Armored Turtle evolved into Rare Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle Epic. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening successful. Summoned Beast Star Upgrade successful. Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle Epic. Level 17. Health points 76,220. Attributes: Strength 380. Agility 350. Constitution 360. Spirit 320. Talent: Woe of Ceasefire Epic. Rebounding Spiked Armor Epic. Skill: Shattering Impact 20 Epic. Skill: Roar of Fury 20 Epic. Skill: Dragon Blood Boil 20 Epic. With a resounding thud, the once dark brown turtle underwent a profound transformation, its size surging to resemble a towering hill. Its shell became tough and rugged, edged with a serrated line as sharp as a blade, and its surface was adorned with irregular spikes, akin to a formidable armor glimmering with a metallic sheen in the light. Its eyes shone like two brilliant sapphires, and its jaws sprouted sharp fangs, while its body was covered in hard, horned scales that glinted like daggers. Its claws resembled hooks forged from fine steel, exceedingly sharp, and its robust limbs stood like massive stone pillars, with bony protrusions jutting out at the joints, creating the appearance of a beast born for slaughter. Compared to the previous spiked armored turtle, the dark hunter dragon turtle emanated a far more formidable presence, exuding a bloodthirsty and frenzied aura of lethal intent. The wounds of ceasefire. The dark hunting dragon turtle, upon receiving damage, gains a damage increment of 10, which persists until it exits the combat state. Rebounding spikes. When inflicted with melee damage, it retaliates by returning 50 of the damage as true damage to the assailant, for every 20 points of constitution. The reflection rate increases by 1. Shattered charge. Initiating a ricochet, it surges forward, inflicting substantial damage and slowing down targets in its path, while delivering a knock-up effect to the target at the journey's end. Taunt of the Roaring Fury. It taunts targets within a specific area, compelling them to attack it. With each attack sustained, it gains an increase of 1 in attack speed. Dragon's Blood Boil. When its health drops below 30, it experiences a 300 increase in defense and a 300 enhancement in health recovery speed. With a health pool of 76,000, coupled with reflective armor, damage increments, and taunting capabilities, it embodies a true hexagonal warrior, capable of enduring, striking, taunting, and controlling. A natural killing machine, it is nothing short of invincible. This role is precisely the one that Chen has long been lacking. Only with the dark hunting dragon turtle can the Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign unleash greater damage. Thus, the summoning beast lineup has begun to take shape. As the afternoon swiftly passed, the news of Chen's joining Wan City became a sensational topic between Lin City and Wan City. This buzz extended even to several nearby cities, capturing widespread attention. At 4 p.m., another thrilling announcement emanated from Wan City. Breaking news. Chen has led a team of professionals into the graveyard dungeon at the Hell level. In an instant, major media platforms vied to report this development, igniting an unprecedented fervor, propelling Chen's movements to the trending charts. Chen seems rather confused. Having just cleared the nightmare level abyss in the morning, he ventures into the hell level abyss by afternoon. Who does he think he is? Does he genuinely believe the abyss is his personal domain? It appears he has become entirely reckless. If I were Chen, I would at least allocate a day for recuperation. Otherwise, success in clearing the dungeon would be unattainable. Disappointment. Such overwhelming disappointment. Initially, I thought that Mayor Liang Yi had brought a glimmer of hope to our Wan City, but it now seems to be a mere illusion. I had hoped Chen would achieve abyss accolades in the graveyard dungeon, but at this rate, is he merely offering himself as fodder? I must say you all are being rather excessive. Chen is a prodigy invited by Mayor Liang Yi, yet you, who cannot even pass the ordinary abyss, dare to critique his endeavors? The news of Chen entering the hell level abyss swiftly spread across short video platforms, especially between Wan City and Lin City, where it nearly reached a boiling point. For Lin City, the majority of professionals do not wish to see Chen continue to conquer the hell level abyss. From their perspective, Chen has betrayed Lin City. Conversely, from the standpoint of Wan City, there are those who harbor jealousy, those who find amusement, and those who hope that Chen will rise to fame through his battle in the hell level abyss. Essentially, all trending topics between the two cities began to orbit around Chen. However, these discussions did not endure for long. Just past 8 p.m., an announcement was made at the Abyss Plaza of the Graveyard Dungeon, declaring Chen's successful clearance of the hell level. Congratulations to the team of professionals for successfully setting a new record in the hell level bone burial dungeon. Completion time: 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 56 seconds. Team information: Captain, Chen, Summoner. Members: Lin Yuan, Swordsman; Lin Qingqing, Warrior; Su Ran, Assassin; Su Xia, Non-Class. The completion of this dungeon has sparked a flurry of discussions across major media platforms, with many expressing their astonishment and confusion regarding Chen's achievement in conquering the hell level abyss. The community of professionals eagerly engaged in spirited debates. With Gu Chun having once again broken the historical record of the Hell-level bone burial dungeon, questions arose as to whether this meant the abyssal record would remain unchallenged henceforth. If so, it would imply that Gu Chun merely reset the Hell-level record without meeting the expectations of Liang Yi and the citizens of Wan City. After all, countless inhabitants of Wan City hoped that Gu Chun would attain the abyss achievement to alleviate the dungeon's difficulty. If he exerted himself, yet still failed to secure the abyss achievement, would Liang Yi's extensive provision of resources not be in vain? Amidst the fervent discussions among the public, a video account quietly released a message. It stated that 4 hours and 2 minutes was not the ultimate completion time for the Hell-level bone burial dungeon. Absent the pursuit of the abyss achievement, the team could have completed it half an hour earlier. The account's credentials bore a singular, straightforward line. First-tier abyss achievement holder Gu Chun completed the Hell-level bone burial dungeon in 4 hours and 2 minutes, leaving no room for others to contest. Who can elucidate the significance of Gu Chun's record-breaking feat? Indeed, the record-breaking reward can only be claimed once and will not be redistributed. Given the inherent difficulty of the bone burial dungeon, his actions seemingly obstructed the paths of other professionals. How might others now secure the record-breaking reward? Gu Chun is indeed a petty individual. I must inquire, do none of you possess discernment? Have you not noticed Gu Chun's mention of the abyss achievement? The abyss achievement? Are you certain he has attained it? Following Gu Chun's earlier announcement, a cascade of comments swiftly emerged. Concurrently, the abyss square of the bone burial dungeon issued another announcement. Notice, the team of professionals has successfully completed the Hell-level bone burial dungeon and has earned the abyss achievement. Effective today, the completion difficulty of the first-tier abyss bone burial dungeon is reduced by 25, and completion rewards are increased by 25. All 5 members of the professional team have received the abyss achievement badge. Boom. This announcement caused a sensation across media platforms, leaving both the professionals of Wan City and Lin City in a state of indescribable shock. Who criticized Gu Chun just moments ago? Step forward and apologize. An apology is imperative. No excuses will be accepted. I warn you, apologize to Gu Chun immediately, or I shall expose you. The leader of Gu Chun's fan club is ready to battle. I knew it. A master like Gu Chun would undoubtedly achieve the abyss accomplishment. How could the Lord's judgment be mistaken? The difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon has been reduced by 25, and the rewards for completion have been increased by 25. This applies to the 4 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. It seems that the adventurers of Wan City are in for some good fortune. However, it irks me that Gu Chun, a resident of Lin City, should not partake in such blessings. To clarify, Gu Chun is now one of us in Wan City. Thanks to our commendable city lord. Ha ha ha, we must express our gratitude to the lord of Lin City. Without him, how could Gu Chun have come to Wan City? Why are the people of Lin City silent? I can only imagine 1,000 wild horses galloping through their minds. It frustrates me. I want to inscribe the word misery on Su Lai's leg. Ha ha. The citizens of Wan City are jubilant, actively sharing their unexpected joy across various platforms. Given the current trend, they seem determined to build their happiness upon the suffering of all Lin City adventurers. Upon hearing this news, Liang Yi, seated in his office at the municipal hall, nearly leapt from his chair. Abyss achievement. Gu Chun has entered the Hell-level abyss for the very first time and has astonishingly secured an abyss achievement. This far exceeded his expectations. In his plans, he anticipated that Gu Chun would need to reach level 19, just as he had, before attempting to obtain an abyss achievement in the Buried Bones dungeon. It is astonishing that Gu Chun has quietly achieved what no one else has managed to accomplish for years. No one understands better than him the tremendous enhancement this will bring to the adventurers of Wan City. He can even envision that, in the coming years, the combat strength of Wan City will experience an explosive surge. Rewards. There must be rewards. Gu Chun, this entire floor has been prepared as your residence by the city lord. After emerging from the abyss of the Buried Bones dungeon, Li Feng escorted Gu Chun and the others to a luxurious apartment building located in the heart of Wan City. Are you saying that this entire floor is my residence? Gu Chun momentarily struggled to grasp the reality. Yes, a spacious flat apartment with an area of 518 square meters, exquisitely decorated, with furniture and living essentials already in place. Ready for immediate occupancy, Li Feng replied with a smile, resembling a real estate agent in his earnestness. Gu Chun nodded and approached the grand double doors, inputting his facial recognition into the system. With a click, The door swung open automatically. Gu Chen waved to Lin Yuan and the others, and they stepped inside. The instant they entered, the smart home devices activated promptly. The lights illuminated, the curtains gracefully parted, and the window openers adjusted the windows to their fullest extent, allowing a gentle breeze to flow in, brightening the clean space. As they walked through the entrance, the living room showcased meticulous decoration, with many materials that Gu Chen could not even name, epitomizing understated luxury. This expansive flat must be worth at least 10 million. Lin Yuan mused while gazing out from the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in the breathtaking city skyline from the 33rd floor. To be precise, it amounts to 15,540,000. Although Wan City is a third-tier city, a flat in the city center does not come cheap, Li Feng clarified. Gu Chen nodded, a profound sense of unreality washing over him. At that moment, a vivid image of the dilapidated cottage on the outskirts of Lin City surged into his mind. In stark contrast to the opulence of the apartment before him, that previous dwelling seemed akin to a sewer. Indeed, regardless of the realm, the disparity among individuals remained strikingly palpable. Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated that Liang Yi would extend some lavish conditions to further entice him, and he resolved not to succumb easily. Yet, he soon realized he had underestimated the situation. Poverty had constrained his imagination. He could hardly fathom that the other party would bestow upon him a sprawling flat valued at over 15 million. It was a veritable upheaval of his worldview. This apartment was considered a top-tier luxury residence in Wan City, boasting the finest lighting and orientation. What do you think? Li Feng inquired. Quite impressive, Gu Chen acknowledged, suppressing his astonishment. While downstairs, Lin Yuan had advised him to maintain composure, regardless of what Li Feng presented, cautioning him not to appear diminished. It's acceptable, I suppose. Lin Yuan interjected, hands on his hips, nodding with a nonchalant air. However, mere seconds later, he could no longer conceal his excitement. Is it still possible for me to join Wan City? Lin Yuan turned to Li Feng, a grin spreading across his face. You too wish to join Wan City? Don't misconstrue my intentions. It's not for the resources or luxury apartments. Primarily, I hold great respect for Lord City Master Liang Yi, and the culture of Wan City evokes a sense of familiarity akin to returning home. Li Feng chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Such matters are beyond my jurisdiction. Once you gain admission to a prestigious institution, you may wish to focus on Wan City's talent acquisition policies. Very well. We shall discuss it later, Lin Yuan responded, rubbing his nose, seemingly noticing the amusement in Lin Qingqing and Su Rant's eyes. He added, in truth, Lin City is not without its merits, but Wan City offers a broader horizon. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere among the professionals of Wan City, the practitioners of Lin City were gnashing their teeth upon learning of Gu Chen's achievement in the abyss. At the plaza of the temple ruins, Gu Chen's name prominently adorned the records of the hell-level dungeon, glaringly bright. Numerous individuals acquainted with Gu Chen surrounded him, some who had once derided him, others who had envied him, including a few of his former classmates. Of course, this did not include Wu Zi, who had not shown his face at the novice dungeon plaza since betraying the team during a dungeon run, too embarrassed to return. Among the new novice practitioners, discussions predominantly revolved around Gu Chen. Have you heard? Gu Chen not only joined Wan City, but also achieved the abyss accomplishment in the Buried Bones dungeon. What envy! After clearing the novice dungeon, there's a high probability that Wan City's transitioning students will opt for the ordinary level Buried Bones dungeon. Given that the difficulty has been reduced by 25, let us not forget that not only has the difficulty diminished, but the rewards for clearing the Buried Bones dungeon have also increased by 25. Alas, Wan City is fortunate to have such a benevolent city master. Liang Yi has lured Gu Chen away, benefiting all low-tier practitioners in Wan City. What has the city master of Lin City offered us? It has come to my attention that Su Lai has reduced the fees for the dungeons in Lin City. However, this holds little significance. The difficulty of the dungeons remains unchanged, leaving us low-tier professionals with no prospects. Su Lai is nothing but a petty individual. While it appears he has provided benefits to the professionals of Lin City, in reality, he has only favored the nobility and the affluent, disregarding the plight of those at the bottom of the hierarchy. It is difficult to fathom the extent to which the professionals of Wan City will benefit from Gu Chen. It is all Su Lai's fault. Were it not for his collusion with the Li family to suppress Gu Chen, he would never have left. Su Lai is truly inhumane. In the Lin City office, Su Lai sat in his chamber, listening to his secretary's report, his expression dark enough to provoke a storm. City Lord. The citizens of Lin City are voicing their discontent across various media platforms, and negative news is on the verge of trending. Our credibility is gravely compromised. Suppress the information. Quash all negative news regarding the municipal office. Must I teach you how to handle this? It cannot be contained. These are mainstream media platforms. And it's not just Lin City. Surrounding cities, including one city, are also involved, demanding justice for Gu Chen. Su Lai fell silent, his countenance darkening even further. We have also received reports that a large number of students are organizing a protest, seeking an apology from the city lord for Gu Chen. Anger surged within Su Lai, and he retorted, Gubei City has sent word that starting this month, taxes in Lin City will increase by 15, and for the next 3 years. All subsidy policies from the northern region will not apply to Lin City. Proceed. Following the obliteration of the Li family, the 3 great families of Lin City have engaged in numerous violent clashes to seize the Li family's assets, severely impacting the city's public order. Are they all conspiring against me? Is this deliberate? Su Lai roared, his fists slamming down on the table, bloodshot eyes betraying his fraying sanity. Damn it, they're creating chaos at such a critical juncture. If I cannot suppress the online discourse, then I will shut down the relevant media platforms. I will see them all brought to ruin. A protest? Forcing me to apologize? I will crush it, with unwavering force. All participants will have their student statuses revoked and be sent for labor re-education in factories. In Gubei City, raising taxes by 15? Canceling subsidy policies? This is nothing short of blatant retribution. So, the great families are not playing fair, are they? Arrest every instigator. If Gubei City wishes to bleed me dry, then they must not blame me for retaliating. Su Lai's voice echoed with fury, as if he were striving to expel the raging tempest within him. Initially, he had dismissed this fallen noble, severed from royal ties, but a single oversight had unleashed a cascade of troubles. He had believed that after the annihilation of the Li family, his dealings with Li Xiao would vanish forever, yet all his secrets had been laid bare. In that moment, frustration, rage, and regret flooded through him. His anger was immense, and for once, he refrained from exercising restraint. He needed to vent. Yet, as the city lord, he did not completely relinquish control to his emotions. A minute later, he had regained his composure. With a deep sigh, any trace of anger had vanished from his face. He had come to terms with the fact that the cacophony of external voices held little significance. Even the position of the city lord was merely a job to him. In 2 years, his term would conclude, after which he would be reassigned to the western regions or the southern frontier. The noble scions of the northern kingdom, humph. I disdain you, and though I cannot provoke you, must I hide from you? Su Lai mused, his eyes betraying a hint of resignation. He had long resolved to let things be. At the Gubei City, in the residence of the War King, news of Gu Chen leaving the northern realm to join the eastern continent had reached the royal estate. Gu Qingfeng was filled with indignation over this matter. Had it not been for Qin Yun's intervention, he would have mobilized troops to invade Wan City. Your Majesty, Zier has called from the capital. The special admissions assessments at the academy have all been completed, and now we await the commencement of the term. Qin Yun's voice resonated with heartfelt joy and pride. Really? Zier is returning this afternoon? Indeed, this child still harbors thoughts for his parents, stating he wishes to spend more time with us before the school year begins. Oh, Zier has always been obedient and considerate. It is sufficient that he possesses such a heart. In that case, please instruct the steward to arrange a banquet in the hall tonight to welcome him home. Qin Yun nodded, though a trace of concern crossed her features. Your Majesty, if you depart for the eastern continent now, and Zier returns to find you absent, he may feel a sense of regret. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened slightly. Both Gu Chen and Gu Zi were his sons. As a father, he could not afford to neglect one for the other. The journey to the eastern continent, along with attending to matters regarding Gu Chen, would take at least 2 days, and it seemed that Gu Zi would not stay long upon his return. Contemplating this, Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed with a flicker of anger. Why must Gu Chen, his legitimate eldest son, constantly stir trouble outside? As an elder brother, why could he not be as worry-free as his younger brother, Gu Zi? It appeared his previous thoughts were indeed correct. Gu Chen, having grown up in the outside world, had become too unruly and must be reined in, lest he falter in achieving greatness. With a heavy sigh, Gu Qingfeng resigned himself to the situation. Very well. Leaving the northern realm was that rebellious child's choice. Even if he joined the eastern continent, he would likely not create any immediate disturbances. For the next few days, I shall remain in Gubei City to accompany you and your son, and after Zier departs the northern realm, I shall seek out that wayward child to hold him accountable. Qin Yun nodded in agreement, her tightly furrowed brows relaxing at once. The day following their harrowing experience in the abyssal tomb, Liang Yi fulfilled his promise. Li Feng escorted Gu Chun to the entrance of the Wan City treasury, which housed the greatest wealth of the entire city, containing countless weapons, items, and rare materials. Only the city lord and those who had made outstanding contributions to the city were permitted to enter and select treasures. Gu Chen's achievement in the abyssal tomb had indeed constituted a significant contribution to Wan City. Gu Chun acquired a golden card from Li Feng, which granted him the privilege to select any legendary grade equipment from the treasure vault. Go ahead, Gu Chun. You may choose any equipment of legendary grade or below, but this golden card can only be exchanged for one item, Li Feng remarked, his voice tinged with unabashed envy. Nodding, Gu Chun stepped through the grand entrance of the vault. Inside, the vault resembled an expansive exhibition hall, displaying an array of equipment and items, each at least of rare quality. The surfaces of these armaments and artifacts radiated a myriad of dazzling lights, creating a scene that sparkled with brilliance. Overwhelmed by the sheer abundance, Gu Chun felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, momentarily entranced. After a leisurely stroll, Gu Chun discerned that perhaps due to the rarity of summoners in smaller cities, there were not many items suited for the summoner class. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. While the options for his own gear were limited, there were ample choices for his summoned beasts. After perusing the legendary grade equipment section for a considerable time, he ultimately selected a piece of armor known as the Unyielding Black Armor. Unyielding Black Armor. Quality, Legendary. Level, 20. Class restriction, Melee class. Attributes, Constitution, 500. Health, 6,000. Effect, inflicts true damage equal to 5 of the wearer's maximum health per second to nearby targets. This effect is ineffective against ranged classes. Upon careful contemplation, Gu Chun resolved to claim this armor. While the statistics of Constitution 500 and Health 6,000 were impressive, it was primarily the armor's effect that captivated him. The target being enemy units. If he equipped the Unyielding Black Armor to his Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise, its health would rise from 76,000 to a staggering 82,000. Consequently, in battle, the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise would inflict over 4,000 true damage per second to surrounding foes. It is crucial to note, this is per second. The ability, Rageful Taunt, would compel nearby targets to attack itself, while Shattering Impact would deal damage and slow those in its path. Coupled with the effect of the Unyielding Black Armor, one could envision the havoc the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise would wreak once it plunged into the abyss. Truly, it was legendary. This is the one, he declared. Exchanging the golden card for the Unyielding Black Armor, Gu Chun exited the vault, thoroughly satisfied. Outside, Li Feng awaited his return. Your expression suggests you have selected a most satisfactory piece of equipment, he remarked with a smile. Yes, please convey my thanks to the city lord, Gu Chun replied with a nod. Next, you have the opportunity to enter a first-tier dungeon or the abyss. What are your plans? Li Feng inquired. Having reached level 19, Gu Chun noted that after clearing the hellish-level bone burial dungeon, his level had only increased by 2. The rate of leveling had slowed considerably compared to before. Initially, when his level 11 summoned beast defeated a level 13 beast corpse hybrid, it earned approximately 1,500 experience points. Currently, a level 17 summoned beast slays a level 15 beast corpse warrior and receives less than 800 experience points, a significant reduction. Furthermore, the experience required for leveling up has increased considerably. When entering the nightmare level tomb of the buried bones, Gu Chun was only at level 11, needing merely 20 to 30,000 experience points to advance a level. However, upon entering the hell level tomb, he had already reached level 17, requiring over 300,000 experience points for the next level. Additionally, the record-breaking rewards can only be claimed once. Subsequent completions of the hell level dungeon do not grant this experience bonus. As levels rise, the pace of advancement inevitably slows. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to enter a first-tier dungeon once more is an opportunity Gu Chun is keen not to miss. What does the city lord plan? Gu Chun inquired. Since Li Feng had broached the subject, he must have come prepared. Recently, a new first-tier dungeon was established in Wan City, And if you are interested, the City Hall can directly allocate a spot for you. This would exempt you from the dungeon usage fee, saving over $1 million in costs. A first-tier dungeon? What about the experience rewards? Chen felt a flicker of interest. Although it is an artificial dungeon, if tackled at hell difficulty, the experience rewards rival those of the Abyss, albeit with a significantly higher level of challenge. Yet, this is not the crux. As long as the gains are substantial, the difficulty is of little concern. Chen remained unfazed, considering it a first-tier dungeon. How challenging could it truly be? Then it is settled. If you agree, I can send you some dungeon information, Li Feng stated. Chen, however, was not in a hurry to agree. Wait a moment. Since we are entering a dungeon, could I request a small favor from the City Hall? Speak, Li Feng replied. I have heard that the difficulty level of artificial dungeons can be adjusted. I wish to tackle the hell level directly. After all, I am already at level 19. If I were to unlock it step by step from the difficult level, I would likely reach level 20 before ever entering the hell level. Once I become a second-tier professional, I will no longer be able to enter first-tier dungeons or the Abyss. This may be unfeasible for others, but since you have achieved the Abyss accomplishment, granting you direct access to the hell-level dungeon is certainly possible. Very well, I shall trouble Secretary Li. After deliberation, Li Feng sent some dungeon information to Chen and proceeded to arrange the dungeon slots and the opening of the hell-level difficulty. Upon returning to his spacious apartment, Chen summoned Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran were not residents of Wan City, so they all lived in Chen's apartment for convenience. Given the ample space, accommodation was never an issue. The team for this dungeon run remained unchanged, retaining the previous lineup, which included Su Xia. In their last expedition within the hell-level tomb of the buried bones, Chen had obtained an epic eternal source crystal, which Su Xia purchased for 5 million. He claimed that with this material, he could develop the new generation of 21 armor. Thus, Su Xia wanted to accompany Chen into the dungeon to test the combat capabilities of the new armor. Chen readily agreed. Su Xia could gather a crowd without sharing the burden of experience, and Chen was also quite curious about the new generation of the 21 battle armor. This was a world where everyone could change their profession. Could Iron Man be making an appearance? The difficulty of the first-tier dungeon, the Spider Cave, was it truly formidable? Lin Yuan sat on the floor of the living room, setting aside the controller, while gazing at the dungeon information displayed on the television screen. It is indeed quite challenging. Lin Qingqing remarked. There are rather numerous alien creatures within. Rather numerous? Su Ran tilted her head in inquiry. Lin Qingqing pondered for a moment before opting for a more suitable term. Extremely numerous. In fact, overwhelmingly so. After all, it is the Spider Cave. Does that imply that the experience gained will also be substantial? Lin Yuan asked. Not necessarily, Lin Qingqing replied. Even if we were granted access to hell-level dungeons directly, the experience harvested would merely equate to that of the first-tier Abyss. Even if it were plentiful, it wouldn't be exceedingly so. In that case, since it is all first-tier, why not continue grinding in the buried bone dungeon? Lin Yuan questioned. Wasn't this addressed by our high school teacher? Did you not pay attention in class? I would never neglect my studies. Go ahead, you explain, and I'll fill in any gaps. Lin Qingqing shot him a glance, but patiently elaborated. The Abyss possesses a self-protection mechanism. If one repeatedly grinds the same Abyss, the attributes of the adventurer will be suppressed, and the experience gained will diminish. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Thus, if the Urban Hall of Wan City can approve our quota, it would be most fortuitous, as it would spare us several million in dungeon usage fees, Su Ran remarked wistfully. Speaking of finances, Chen cleared his throat. The cost of the first-tier dungeon is equivalent to that of the first-tier Abyss, 3 million per person. That seems acceptable, does it not? Lin Qingqing grimaced at the thought of the expense. It's acceptable, but grant us a moment to sell some equipment. We are currently burdened with significant debt, and several online lending platforms have ceased to offer us loans. Suddenly, Chen recalled something and turned to Su Ran, asking, by the way, I have acquired a level 20 dagger, rare quality. If you desire it, I can sell it to you at market price. Oh, I am indeed in need of a level 20 weapon, but I must first sell a few items to gather some funds, Su Ran replied, scratching her head in embarrassment. Very well, let's proceed with that plan. You all take the day to rest and prepare. We shall enter the first-tier dungeon, the Spider Cave, at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Chen nodded, finalizing the arrangements for the dungeon. He had received a message from Li Feng confirming that the dungeon quota had been approved and that they had been granted direct access to the hell level, alleviating quite a bit of trouble. Once everything was confirmed, Lin Yuan resumed playing on the floor, while Lin Qingqing and Su Ran set out to sell their equipment. Although they could utilize the adventurer's trading platform, the process was rather sluggish, and with the dungeon looming tomorrow, time was of the essence. Thus, they headed straight to the equipment recycling shop in the center of Wan City. Su Xia volunteered to take charge of all preparations before the dungeon, including strategies, consumables, and food, among other essentials. Meanwhile, Gu Chen busied himself organizing his equipment. Within the hell-level buried bone dungeon, he had amassed a total of 3 epic items, 2 of which were the Echo Ring and the Echo Amulet. The third item is the Eternal Source crystal sold to Su Xia. Even Gu Chen did not anticipate that. With just a single hell-level dungeon, he would assemble the Echo set. The attributes provided by this set are quite remarkable, offering a total of 600 points in spirit, 500 in speed, and 300 in both constitution and strength. The most formidable aspect is the coveted set effect that Gu Chen has longed for. Upon each target's defeat, he instantly restores 10 points of energy. Upon reaching the next level, the Nightmarish Sovereign will be able to don the Echo set. Although it is an epic grade second-tier set without a star rating, it is still enough to evoke immense excitement. Early the next morning, Li Feng dispatched a vehicle to transport Gu Chen and his companions to the dungeon square of the Spider Cave. It was still not yet 7 o'clock, and the number of professionals at the dungeon square was sparse. However, upon Gu Chen's arrival, many recognized him. Gu Chen, what a coincidence. Are you also heading to the Spider Cave? Great one, you are my idol. Gu Chen, the people of Wanqing welcome you. In response to the greetings from those around him, Gu Chen politely nodded, acknowledging the warm salutations. Since he achieved the abyssal achievement in the buried bone dungeon, countless lower-tier professionals from Wanqing have sincerely referred to him as their benefactor. After all, Gu Chen's actions have enabled most of them to gain a significant advantage from the very start. As for the few who truly could not keep up, they harbored no resentment. In fact, they were quite grateful to Gu Chen. Now, they could rent out their modest balconies for prices exceeding 1,000 to the eager outsiders. Gu Chen did not linger and led Lin Yuan and the others through the dungeon square to the entrance, where he began the operation. Identity verification successful. The current dungeon has been unlocked to hell-level difficulty. Please choose with caution. Gu Chen instructed Lin Yuan and the others to prepare and decisively selected hell level. Current team average level is too low. Reformation of the team is advised. No, entering first-tier dungeon Spider Cave at hell level, please wait. The space vortex representing the dungeon entrance abruptly turned blood red, followed by an overwhelming aura of terror that engulfed Gu Chen and the 4 behind him. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere of the hell-level dungeon, the professionals in the square quickly turned their gazes, filled with astonishment and incredulity. Huh, it's Gu Chen. He is actually entering a hell-level dungeon. What? How did he manage that? How can he directly enter a hell-level dungeon? What is the big deal? Gu Chen is a favored figure close to City Lord Liang Yi. Unlocking a dungeon difficulty is no small feat for him. Sigh, I envy him. We are the same age, and he has already penetrated the hell-level dungeon, while I can't even clear the normal level. No, I'm not envious. I'm just tired of envy. Being a professional is too difficult. Perhaps working in a factory is more suited to me. By the way, the fastest record for clearing the hell-level Spider Cave is 7 hours and 32 minutes. Do you think Gu Chen will break the record this time? You're from the Abyss? Is that even a question? I'm not going to work in a factory anymore from now on. I'll reside at the Abyss Square and start a live stream. Dear family, come and take a guess at how long it will take the great Gu Chen to conquer this level. Oh my, you've certainly mastered the art of live streaming. As the excitement in the dungeon square began to escalate, Gu Chen found himself ensconced within a dark, frigid cave. Simultaneously, a series of dungeon notifications materialized before his eyes. You have entered the hell-level dungeon, Spider Cave. Deep within lies a ghost-faced king spider tainted by abyssal forces. You must prevent the king spider from unleashing a plague of insects. Otherwise, the abyssal power will completely corrupt this place. The outer region of the cave is inhabited by the Bugmasters clan. If you can persuade their chieftain, all Bugmasters will become your allies. Once his eyes adjusted to the dim surroundings, Gu Chen and his companions began to survey their environment. Everywhere their gaze fell, they encountered traces cloaked in spider silk. The gossamer strands hung in intricate patterns upon the walls and ceiling of the cave, where tiny, grayish-white spiders scuttled about. The ground was littered with chaotic remnants, exoskeletons of insects and desiccated bones scattered amidst the abundant spider silk, exuding an aura of decay. Lin Yuan stepped aside, glancing at the dense webs on the cave wall, and instinctively reached out to tug at one. In an instant, a cascade of dust fell, leaving him covered in grime. The texture and dust felt astonishingly real. Lin Yuan exclaimed in awe. First time in a dungeon? Look at your pitiful state. Lin Qingqing shot him a glance. Hee. It's my first time in a paid dungeon, and this one seems no different from the abyss. Although the dungeon is artificially created, everything here closely resembles the true abyss. Otherwise, why charge such exorbitant fees? The pricing standards in the dungeon square dictate that a hell-level dungeon costs 1 million per person per entry, an outrageous sum indeed. In the early days of the Divine Summer Empire, dungeons were monopolized by the aristocracy, leaving commoners entirely unqualified to enter. To level up, they had to risk their lives in the abyss. It was only after the current sovereign ascended to power and initiated a series of reforms, purging many obstinate nobles, that the ownership of dungeons was nationalized. Subsequently, the empire issued new policies allowing commoners to enter dungeons by paying a usage fee. Moreover, to provide more opportunities for adventurers to level up, the empire embarked on extensive infrastructure development, spending nearly a decade constructing teleportation arrays at every abyss square. As a result, the number of adventurers in the Divine Summer Empire surged dramatically. Even the renowned military figure, known as the God of Battle, Xiao Nanfeng, rose to prominence only after the implementation of these reforms. Thus, the opportunities for ordinary adventurers to excel are entirely thanks to the series of progressive reforms instituted by the sovereign of the Divine Summer Empire. At this moment, Su Xia stood beside Gu Chun and inquired, Brother Chun, according to the strategy guide, the Bugmaster's clan resides on the outskirts of the Spider Cave. If we can secure their assistance, we could expedite our progress. However, gaining their support requires persuading their chieftain, which poses a considerable challenge. Lin Yuan nodded pretentiously and leaned in. Old Gu, do you have a plan? At his words, all eyes turned toward Gu Chun. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chun affirmed. Indeed. Lin Yuan's face brightened with joy. This was precisely the response he had been anticipating, indicating that success was within reach. Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stepped forward, asking eagerly, Great One, what shall we do next? We have just entered the instance, and we are conveniently situated at the outskirts of the Spider Cave. Should we first persuade the Bugmaster's tribe? She continued, I have perused some strategies regarding the Spider Cave. The chieftain of the Bugmasters is exceedingly proud, and the entire tribe believes themselves to be exceptionally gifted. Thus they are rather reluctant to assist us ordinary individuals. To convince the chieftain, we would need to present 2 pieces of epic gear, and furthermore, we must share half of the experience gained from slaying the alien creatures. There's no need for such complexities, Gu Chen interjected, waving his hand to interrupt Lin Qingqing. My plan is quite simple. First, we eliminate the Bugmasters. Then we exterminate the spiders within the cave, and lastly, we vanquish the ghost-faced Spider King. Lin Qingqing was taken aback, nearly unable to comprehend his words. Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and Su Ran, noticing the myriad of complex expressions on their faces. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue and cautioned, Old Gu, we are here to slay the alien creatures, not the Bugmasters. Do not conflate the two. Gu Chen shook his head, speaking solemnly. In this instance, the ghost-faced Spider King is poised to unleash a plague of insects. The Bugmasters reside on the periphery of the Spider Cave, and they are at a critical juncture of survival. However, they show no inclination to resist the alien invasion. Instead, they deliberately hinder us, the adventurers. If that is the case, what use are they? Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. It made sense. Although the primary quest for adventurers was to prevent the ghost-faced Spider King from unleashing the plague, it could also be seen as indirectly saving the Bugmasters. Yet, the prideful Bugmasters, including their chieftain, looked down upon the adventurers entering the Spider Cave, demanding equipment and insisting on sharing experience. Even in a hellish instance, obtaining epic gear was not guaranteed. The chieftain of the Bugmasters was asking for 2 pieces of epic gear and wanted to share the experience with the adventurers, effectively claiming nearly all the benefits for themselves. Yesterday, Lin Yuan had spent the entire day playing and had barely glanced at the strategies. By the time Lin Qingqing and the others returned after selling their gear to gather enough money, Lin Yuan had yet to even encounter the Tiger Vanguard. Su ran, perplexed, approached and asked, "What game are you playing? Why do all the monsters look the same?" That lighthearted remark completely shattered Lin Yuan's defenses. He had been engrossed in the game until the late hours of the night, leaving him no time to study the strategies. Now that he was aware of the situation regarding the bug masters, he spat on the ground in frustration and declared, "Fine. Let us heed old Gu's advice and first eliminate those treacherous bug masters." However, the thought of confronting the bug masters seemed to heighten the difficulty. Su Xia felt a sense of insecurity creeping in. Prior to this, adventurers had primarily ventured in two directions within the spider cave. Firstly, one could directly infiltrate the cavern, battling through a multitude of spider-like creatures until ultimately vanquishing the spectral-faced king spider. However, this approach presents considerable challenges and demands absolute confidence. Otherwise, one might find themselves overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of these creatures, leaving no trace behind. After all, these spiders are of an alien breed, and devouring humans is merely a fundamental instinct for them. As for the second option, it involves seeking assistance from the insect masters. This clan possesses extraordinary innate talents, and their abilities inherently counter the spider-like entities, significantly easing the challenge of overcoming the dungeon. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that a substantial portion of the rewards would be claimed by them as well. Yet, Gu Chen's choice was unprecedented. He proposed to eliminate the insect masters first, followed by the spectral-faced king spider, which would drastically escalate the difficulty of the dungeon. After all, they are a collective. While Gu Chen's decision was somewhat difficult for others to accept, Su Xia chose to comply. A subtle gleam flickered across his spatial ring. With a resounding boom, a technologically sophisticated mechanical exosuit materialized before the group. Its striking red and gold exterior boasted sleek lines and an aura of power, epitomizing a perfect fusion of technology and artistry. Su Xia swiftly donned the exosuit, and the eternal source crystal embedded in its chest radiated a brilliant blue light, illuminating the dim cavern like a dazzling star in the vast cosmos. Let us proceed. Our target is the territory of the insect masters, and I shall guide the way. Su Xia's exosuit was equipped with an advanced navigation system, reportedly superior to the one used in the previous mission at the Buried Bone Dungeon. Once clad in the exosuit, he exhibited remarkable agility and dexterity, matching the speed of Lin Yuan and other level 12 professionals. As the group had only just entered the dungeon, they were not far from the insect master's territory. After a short distance, a massive spider suddenly leaped from the cavern's ceiling, lunging towards Gu Chen and the others. "Be cautious." Su Xia swiftly pivoted, and a dazzling beam of energy erupted from the palm of his mechanical arm, striking the spider squarely on its head. However, the colossal arachnid was encased in a formidable exoskeleton, rendering the damage inflicted by the energy beam negligible. Fortunately, Gu Chen was prepared. The Bloodlord beside him launched an assault. Bang! 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 Silver bullets whizzed through the air, and before the giant spider could land, it was obliterated mid-flight. With a thunderous crash, the spider's body hit the ground, its tough exterior riddled with cracks, green ichor splattering from its shattered form, and its razor-sharp legs twisted and broken. Kill the blade poison spider 20, experience 1050. This experience reward was rather meager. Gu Chen had anticipated such a return. The alien entities within the spider cavern were numerous, yet their individual combat capabilities were relatively low, resulting in diminished experience points. While a single poison spider was not particularly challenging to deal with, the difficulty arose from their propensity to appear in swarms within the cavern. Consequently, although the experience might be higher in such circumstances, so too would the difficulty. Thus, many professionals would prefer to incur certain costs to enlist the help of the insect masters. As soon as the first blade poison spider was vanquished, a cacophony erupted from the shadows, quickly revealing over 20 enormous spiders within the sight of the crowd. Consolidate the formation, Gu Chen commanded softly, summoning Su Xia back and subsequently unleashing the nightmarish sovereign. A single blade poison spider yielded a little over 1,000 experience points, yet with more than 20 present, that amounted to over 20,000 experience points. Gu Chen glanced at his experience bar. To reach level 20, he required over 500,000 experience points. It seemed that the early levels were truly exhilarating. If he were at level 11, merely confronting these alien creatures would suffice for his ascension. The nightmarish sovereign charged forward. These level 20 ordinary creatures were essentially fodder for an epic level summon. In an instant, the nightmarish sovereign vanished, reappearing among the poison spiders, and promptly unleashed its skill, Deep Dream. Although he faced a horde of level 20 blade poison spiders, being mere ordinary foes rendered them utterly vulnerable to the nightmarish sovereign's devastating attack. The illusory energy of the dream enveloped the area, inflicting continuous damage upon the spiders, causing their health to plummet rapidly, over 10,000 damage per second. Trapped within the depths of this dream, the 20-plus blade poison spiders could not withstand such overwhelming damage and were swiftly torn asunder by the dream's energy. The skill concluded in the span of merely 2 seconds, with an astonishingly minimal expenditure of energy. Kill Blade Poison Spider 20, experience 1050. Kill Blade Poison Spider 20, experience 1030. Kill Blade Poison Spider 20, experience 1080. With all foes dispatched, Gu Chen relished the bounty of over 24,000 experience points. Pure satisfaction. It was no wonder so many were enamored with Mo-Down games. Previously, whether facing the Fallen Guardians or Beast Core warriors, maintaining the Deep Dream for sustained damage was considerably taxing on energy. However, with the arachnid adversaries, merely lingering within the Deep Dream for a couple of seconds resulted in their annihilation, conserving energy significantly. This exhilarating sensation was truly unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, all blade poison spiders lay defeated, while Su Xia, clad in battle armor, stood awestruck. Incredible. His energy beam could only inflict a little over 600 damage to a blade poison spider, while Gu Chen summoned dealt instant damage exceeding 10,000. The disparity was staggering. Let us proceed, Gu Chen stated with a calm demeanor. Soon, they arrived at the territory of the bug tamers. Although termed a territory, the word outpost would be more fitting. Patrolling guards surrounded the perimeter, reminiscent of ancient military encampments. Upon seeing Gu Chen and his companions approach, a group of bug tamers clad in white cloaks immediately advanced. At the forefront stood a gaunt, bald man whose icy demeanor prompted him to raise a hand in obstruction. Outsiders, the territory of the bug tamers does not welcome you. If you seek assistance, you must first demonstrate sufficient sincerity, otherwise, I shall not permit your entry. The bald man cast a sidelong glance at the group, his tone dripping with unabashed pride and indifference. Gu Chen paid no heed to the offense lacing the man's tone, instead turning his attention to the attribute panel of the bald man. Race, Insect Tamer Guard. Level, 18 Health, 10, 500 Attributes, Strength 240, Agility 245, Constitution 240, Spirit 250, Skill, Insect Devourer Storm. A mere health pool exceeding 10,000? How pitifully weak. With an expression of calm, Gu Chen stated, I wish to see your clan leader. Summon him. Upon hearing the unmistakable disdain in Gu Chen's voice, the insect tamer guard's expression darkened, and he bellowed, impudent. The clan leader holds a noble status. How dare you? Before he could finish, a barrage of bullets roared forth like thunder, instantly transforming the bald man and the guards behind him into a grotesque mass of lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. The Blood Clan Lord issued a low command, activating a skill that caused his health to drop slightly. Blood Clan Legacy. In the next moment, the corpses on the ground were enveloped in a crimson glow, rising one by one, their eyes alight with a terrifying bloodthirst. The party now boasted 5 newly minted Blood Clan descendants. At this point, Lin Yuan and the others shuddered, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Even though they were aware of Gu Chen's intent to eliminate the Insect Tamer clan first, this was exceedingly audacious. This was murder. How could he be so swift and decisive? The bald insect tamer had barely uttered a word before a throng of guards had already met their demise. Kill Insect Tamer Guard 18. Experience 788. Kill Insect Tamer Guard 18. Experience 809. Kill Insect Tamer Guard 18. Experience 796. Gu Chen remained unfazed, glancing at the nearly motionless experience bar before striding directly into the heart of the insect tamer territory. Murder? No, in his eyes. It was merely a means to accrue experience. His strategy was straightforward, a relentless advance. The territory of the insect tamers was intricate, filled with numerous passageways. In any other dungeon, one might have to search for the alien creatures one by one, a cumbersome task. However, here, such concerns were non-existent. After dispatching several squads of guards, an alarm rang out throughout the territory, signaling an enemy incursion, followed swiftly by the emergence of over 50 insect tamers clad in white coats, their demeanor fierce and threatening. These were merely ordinary guards of the insect tamer clan. far from being their primary line of defense. Outsiders, how dare you commit murder within the realm of the insect tamers? You seek your own demise. Hearing their furious shouts, Chen raised his gaze toward the Blood Clan Lord. Eliminate them all, leave none alive. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, the Blood Clan Lord wasted no time. Directly unleashing deadly shot. With the skill's effect enhancing his power, a single bullet could inflict damage exceeding 10,000, the twin guns roaring to life with unstoppable force. The Blood Clan descendants surged forth to unleash a ferocious assault on the insect tamer guards. The nightmarish sovereign transformed into a wisp of black mist, swiftly penetrating deep into the insect tamer territory while simultaneously activating the deep dream. The guards charging forward were like moths drawn to a flame. Upon entering the dream realm, they were instantly torn to shreds. Chen and the others observed, witnessing a one-sided massacre as their experience surged exponentially. There were over 50 guards, which equated to more than 40,000 experience points. How delightful! This experience was acquired with such ease, merely standing still to collect it. Perhaps the ordinary guards perished too swiftly. Subsequently, a new wave of formidable insect masters emerged, greater in number than their predecessors. Nevertheless, even this could not withstand the powerful strikes of two summoned beasts. The Nightmare Sovereign unleashed a barrage deep within the territory, while the Blood Lord and his progeny executed their assaults from the periphery. Some astute insect masters chose to abandon the Nightmare Sovereign and charged towards Chen, only to be slain by the Blood Lord's gunfire, their corpses transforming into blood progeny. The ranks of the blood progeny continued to swell, rendering the territory akin to a slaughterhouse with a pervasive scent of blood. To Chen, what was considered a powerful insect master clan by other professions was merely a continuous source of experience. Defeated Insect Master Warrior 18, Experience 1026. Defeated Insect Master Warrior 18. Experience 998. Defeated Insect Master Warrior 18. Experience 1010. As the experience gradually increased, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. Old Gu, it seems an elder insect master approaches. An elder insect master? Chen glanced up, likely due to the overwhelming casualties among the insect master's guards and warriors. A group of individuals clad in gray trench coats appeared in the fray. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, his face marred by grotesque scars. He was enveloped in a voluminous gray coat, and as he walked, the ground became infested with tiny black insects no larger than grains of rice. Exotic race, Elite Insect Master Elder, level 19, health points 106,600, attributes, strength 278, agility 223, constitution 292, spirit 205, skills, insect division. Insectification, a level 19 elite from an exotic race, capable of serving as a final challenge even in a nightmare-level dungeon. His two skills included one akin to summoning and another that dealt area damage. Against an ordinary party of adventurers, this would spell disaster, Suxia remarked. The Elder Insect Master immediately noticed Chen, a fierce hatred manifesting on his face. You weak humans, lesser than insects, dare to invade my Insect Master's territory? I shall annihilate you all. In the face of the Elder Insect Master's wrath, Chen remained unfazed, showing no intention of engaging in battle. He took a few steps back, handing the Elder over to the Blood Lord. Swish! A subtle sound of air being sliced open reverberated, as the Blood Lord's figure appeared before him like a specter. The Elder Insect Master was taken aback, despite being a level 19 elite. He could not match the Blood Lord's elusive speed. In the next moment, shock on his face was replaced by agony, as the Blood Lord radiated an icy intent to kill, unleashing a barrage of silver bullets from the gun's muzzle, erupting with a terrifying might akin to thunder. The fatal shot shattered the body of the Elder Bug Master, leaving it a bloody pulp, with blood splattered across the ground. A pained scream escaped the Elder's lips. Despite being an elite of a different race, he could not match the speed of the Blood Lord, resulting in a third of his health evaporating in an instant. Simultaneously, the last bullet infused with a skill grazed the Elder's body, exploding the head of a Bugmaster guard. With a resounding crash, the notification chimed. Kill Bugmaster Guard 18. Experience 826. A reset was triggered, skills refreshed. The Blood Lord flickered, leaving behind a phantom as he appeared behind the Elder Bugmaster. Another fatal shot followed, a barrage of bullets raining down upon the Elder, who barely had time to respond with a skill. His body was riddled with gaping wounds, a horrifying sight. Without the guards, perhaps he could have exchanged a few blows with the Bloodlord. Yet now, he was reduced to a state of near death. Staring in shock and anger at the Bloodlord, exclaiming, "Impossible! Why are your skills not on cooldown?" In his rage, a vast expanse of black mist erupted from him. No, it was not mere mist, it was a swarm of black insects. Upon closer inspection, one could see these insects multiplying exponentially, doubling and quadrupling at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, a dark cloud of insects ascended into the air, surging towards Gu Chen's direction. Clearly, the Elder had a strategy: eliminate the summoner first. However, to the Elder's astonishment, as the swarm reached halfway, 5 blood descendants propelled themselves upward like cannonballs, then detonated. The explosion roared in unison, a fearsome conflagration soaring into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. The area damage instantly consumed the countless insects. Kill Insect 19, Experience 3. Kill Insect 19. Experience 3. Kill Insect 19, Experience 3. What? The Elder Bugmaster, witnessing this scene, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. The self-detonation of 5 level 18 blood descendants resulted in a total damage of 15,000, more than sufficient to obliterate the swarm. As the fiery explosion dissipated, all the insects were reduced to ashes. The Elder wore a complex expression, initially planning to unleash a tide of insects to devour the summoner to the bone, only to find his summoned swarm obliterated by the explosion. At that moment, the Bloodlord's gaze turned once more toward him. The Elder's heart raced. It felt as though death itself had set its sights on him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his skill. Insect transformation, accompanied by a piercing scream of agony. His body quickly hardened into a deep, rugged shell. Simultaneously, his limbs distorted, his bones reshaping with a spine-chilling crackle. Arms and legs grew robust and powerful, with sharp spikes protruding from his joints. In an instant, the Elder Bugmaster transformed into a humanoid insect. Suddenly, he emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, his razor-sharp appendages glinting with a chilling metallic sheen as they lunged towards the Blood Clan Lord before him. The transformation into an insectoid form was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Insect Master Elder's abilities. Yet, the Blood Clan Lord regarded him with an icy gaze, unflinching and unyielding. As the sharp appendages thrust forward, he effortlessly parried them, rendering any further advance impossible. In that moment, a stark expression of horror manifested upon the insectoid visage of the Insect Master Elder. This strike, intended to penetrate the Blood Clan Lord's body, had been effortlessly thwarted. Terrifying. We are all at level 19. Why are you so formidable? The Insect Master Elder trembled, relinquishing any notion of resistance, and implored Gu Chen, "Human, do not strike. I will take you to meet the clan leader. As long as the clan leader consents, the Insect Master Tribe will assist you in slaying the demon-faced spider." Upon hearing this, Su Xia and the others were taken aback. They surrendered so readily? The Elder's instinct for survival was indeed remarkably strong. However, Gu Chen shook his head with an expression of indifference, declaring, "Eliminating you would be the greatest aid to me." As his words fell, a crimson tempest erupted from the Blood Clan Lord. Crimson Feast, the Insect Master Elder's form was battered by the sanguine storm, shattering his insectoid body in an instant. And his health was swiftly depleted. Killed Insect Master Elder Elite 19. Experience 8212. Loot acquired. Insect Master Robe 19 rare. Loot acquired. Insect Master Boots 19 rare, just as in the Tomb of Burials before. The Elite exhibited varying levels of strength, and undoubtedly, the Insect Master Elder belonged to the weaker tier. Nevertheless, being an Elite, the experience gained from his demise was quite substantial. The 2 pieces of rare equipment that dropped were a robe and boots. Yet they were restricted to the Insect Master class for wear. The Insect Master is a rare profession, and it is likely that these items would fetch a handsome price on the trader's platform, within the territory of the Insect Masters. Witnessing their elder's death in battle severely dampened the morale of the Insect Master warriors, especially those few gray-clad Insect Masters who had accompanied the elder. Upon sensing the dire situation, turned and fled. It was absurd. If even the elder had been slain, what hope did they have? In an instant, the Insect Masters were thrown into disarray, retreating deeper into their territory. The Blood Clan Lord led over 30 Blood Clan offspring in pursuit. The Nightmare Sovereign also withdrew the deeper dreams, expending nearly half his mental energy to summon over 30 Nightmare Servants. The nightmare servants transformed into dark shadows, ensnaring a portion of the fleeing insect masters and subsequently fell upon them one by one, striking them down. Gu Chen, accompanied by a host of summoned beasts, pursued into the heart of the territory, leaving a trail of fallen insect masters in their wake. Killed Insect Master Warrior 18, Experience 1026. Killed Insect Master Warrior 18. Experience 998. Although the accumulation of experience was gradual, it steadily rose. They journeyed to the deepest recesses, arriving beneath a sculpture of alien insects fashioned from piled stones. The peculiar insect sculpture stands over 3 meters tall, comparable in size to a heavy-duty truck. As Gu Chen and his companions drew near, a woman clad in a black trench coat emerged from the sculpture, striding forth with an air of confidence. This woman possessed an enchanting beauty and an alluring figure. Beneath her open coat was a sheer, fishnet-like garment that accentuated her sensuality without a hint of modesty. Humans, did you not come seeking my assistance? How dare you assault the noble lineage of the insect masters? Her voice, cold and haughty, reverberated through the expansive cavern. Race, Insect Master Clan Elite. Level, 20 Health, 155. 200. Attributes, Strength, 338. Agility, 263. Constitution, 342. Spirit, 265. Skills, Swarm Devastation. Skills, Insect Master Enhancement. Skills, Complete Insect Transformation. This level 20 elite from the Insect Master Clan represented their most formidable entity, posing an insurmountable threat to ordinary practitioners. However, to Gu Chen, she seemed less daunting than the beastly aberration he had previously vanquished. The primary ability of the insect masters lay in summoning alien insects to launch attacks, yet to a myriad of vampires. The onslaught of these insects was akin to mere scratches. For the Nightmare Sovereign, it was even less significant. Noticing the insect master's condescending tone, Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Her demeanor radiated an unabashed arrogance, as if she regarded humanity as nothing more than ants beneath her feet. Noble? Gu Chen replied coldly. Then perish here with your so-called nobility. Infuriated by the murderous intent in Gu Chen's voice, the insect master let out a furious cry, releasing countless insects from her palm, which transformed into dark streaks that surged into the bodies of the surrounding insect masters. Insect Master Enhancement. As the black light burst forth, all the insect masters seemed to enter a frenzied state, their presence swelling with an overwhelming aura as their bodies morphed into a hybrid of man and insect. Their levels remained unchanged, yet their attributes surged by 45, rendering them even more formidable. Then, the insect master let out a piercing shriek. Swarm Devastation. The cavern trembled noticeably, with cracks erupting across the ground and walls under the immense force. A swarm of black insects crawled forth from these fissures, emitting a cacophony of shrill sounds as they surged toward Gu Chen and his companions. Retreat. Gu Chen commanded decisively, leading the group swiftly backward. The sheer number of these insects was terrifying for Lin Yuan and the others, who were mere ordinary practitioners. Being enveloped by the swarm would likely result in their complete consumption within mere moments. Seizing the opportunity, the vampire lord activated the effect of the mirror ring. His figure blurred, and 2 stern silhouettes clad in dark crimson attire materialized beside him. With a swift motion, the 2 mirrored forms lunged forward, unleashing a hail of bullets that shattered the approaching insects, covering Gu Chen and his companions as they withdrew. Meanwhile, the vampire lord himself charged toward the insect master, engaging her in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the Nightmare Sovereign unhesitatingly unleashed the depths of the dream realm, countless aberrant insects crawling forth from the earth's crevices, only to be ground to dust by the energy of the dream. The myriad notifications of experience points cascaded before the eyes, overwhelming in their abundance. Gu Chen could scarcely muster the energy to glance, for slaying a single aberrant insect yielded a mere 5 experience points. Relying on such trivialities for advancement would require an eternity. With a mere thought, radiant skills illuminated the surroundings, and a towering golem of dark magic materialized within the cavern. A mighty roar erupted, as the golem's stony form radiated a plethora of dark energy, bestowing 2 debilitating effects upon the insect tamers. Utter fatigue, Black Death Plague. The activation of these 2 skills diminished the strength of all the insect tamers, including their leader, who had just experienced a surge in power due to Insect Master Enhancement, only to swiftly become feeble and vulnerable. The Black Death Plague began to spread widely. Having been augmented since the last bloodline awakening, the greater the number infected, the more life force was lost per second. The insect tamer leader summoned swarms of aberrant insects. Yet rather than inflicting significant harm upon Gu Chen and his companions, this only escalated the devastation wrought by the Black Death Plague. The contagion spread exponentially. As one infection led to 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. While the Deep Dream Realm could only inflict damage within a fixed area, the Black Death Plague increased in lethality with the rising number of infections. This relentless plague was a cataclysmic strike against any race. After several breaths, swathes of aberrant insects lay lifeless, their carcasses forming a thick carpet on the ground, subsequently trampled to pieces amidst the conflict between the bloodline descendants and the insect tamers. Observing this scene, the Nightmare Sovereign decided to retract its abilities, taken aback by the sheer devastation wrought by the Black Death Plague in such circumstances. Gu Chen, too, had not anticipated this outcome. His intention in summoning the skeletal golem had merely been to suppress the insect tamers, and he had originally intended the Black Death Plague to affect only them. However, as it inadvertently spread to the aberrant insects and rapidly proliferated among the tide of creatures, it resulted in the untimely demise of countless insects. It was indeed a fortuitous surprise. The insect tamer leader, witnessing this calamity, felt her icy gaze contract, revealing an expression of indescribable shock. Impossible. What kind of skill is this? To annihilate thousands of aberrant insects in mere moments? How could a human possess such terrifying might? She could hardly fathom that her once proud swarm had perished so inexplicably. Moreover, the augmented damage from the Black Death Plague, having infected thousands of aberrant insects, caused her own health to plummet rapidly. At this moment, faced with the astonished insect tamer leader, the Bloodline Sovereign unleashed a barrage of bullets akin to a tempest, enveloping her in a thick mist of crimson. Observing that her skills failed to inflict any damage upon Gu Chen or the summoned beast, the insect tamer leader roared, emanating a powerful wave of energy that radiated from her being. Immediately, a colossal silhouette of a monstrous insect materialized behind her. The form of the insect master clan leader surged, morphing into a towering creature over 3 meters tall. This was not a mere half-human, half-insect transformation like that of the clan elder, but a complete metamorphosis into an insectoid form. Once fully transformed, the clan leader's exterior sprouted a robust exoskeleton, significantly enhancing both her offensive and defensive capabilities, granting her substantial melee advantages. In an instant, her combat prowess soared, as if she had truly become a gargantuan insect from the abyss, radiating a tempestuous aura as she fearlessly charged toward the Blood Clan Sovereign. However, she overlooked a critical detail. Despite her dramatic increase in power following her complete transformation, she was still afflicted by an extreme fatigue debuff that not only negated her attribute growth, but also severely diminished her overall capabilities. To make matters worse, any damage she sustained was amplified by 100%. As the gigantic insect barreled forward, the Blood Clan Sovereign raised her firearm and unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets that shattered the tough exoskeleton piece by piece. The razor-sharp limbs of the colossal insect became exceedingly fragile under the onslaught, with its legs being shattered and the exoskeleton fracturing in large sections, green blood splattering in all directions. The monstrous insect emitted a pained screech, having sustained severe injuries without even grazing the Blood Clan Sovereign's attire, leaving it on the brink of destruction. The insect master clan leader let out a despairing roar, incredulous at the outcome. How could this be? In a matter of moments, her prized ultimate skill had been obliterated by the Blood Clan Sovereign. At that moment, her will to fight dissipated, and she hastily retreated in the direction from whence she came. But how could escape be so easily attained? The Blood Clan Sovereign, a blur, advanced with a swift motion. The insect master clan leader sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind, and before she could glance back, she found a figure blocking her path ahead. In disbelief, she shouted, "Human! The insect master clan is the bane of the ghost-faced king spider. If you kill us, the ghost-faced king spider will summon a plague of insects to obliterate everything here, including you." A cold smile crept onto Gu Chen's face. "You dare to threaten me? No. Spare me, and I shall assist you in vanquishing the ghost-faced king spider." "Just you?" Gu Chen scoffed dismissively and exchanged a knowing glance with the Blood Clan Sovereign. Understanding the cue, she activated Crimson Feast, unleashing a blood-red storm that, without surprise, depleted the insect master clan leader's health entirely. Kill Insect Master Clan Leader Elite 20. Experience 11290. Loot acquired. Insect Master Skill Book 20 rare. With the clan leader's demise, the remaining insect masters disbanded into a chaotic flight, desperately fleeing into the surrounding caves. Gu Chun would not let this opportunity slip away. It was not the insect masters escaping, but a bounty of experience. In a fleeting thought, dozens of nightmares surged forth, enveloping the fleeing insect masters in shadows as the nightmare sovereign vanished, marking each fleeing insect master for pursuit. The two bloodline sovereigns seized the opportunity to unleash the bloodline inheritance. The fallen corpses, bathed in crimson energy, rose once more to launch a frenzied assault on the living insect masters. The bloodline sovereign, having dealt with the clan leader, ventured deep into the territory of the insect masters, entering a mode of slaughter against those clad in white or gray. Gu Chen's command was absolute. Not a single insect master was to escape this calamity. Slain Insect Warrior 18, Experience 1026, Slain Insect Mage 19. Experience 1326, Slain Grey-clad Insect Master 19. Experience 1302. Before long, the Insect Master clan was utterly exterminated. These arrogant beings, who regarded humanity as mere insignificant ants, perished here, taking their pride and nobility with them into eternity. Gu Chun felt no trace of pity. According to the scenario, if the professionals failed to slay the ghost-faced king spider, everything would be annihilated after the ensuing insect plague. In that event, the insect masters would face their doom, a consequence of their hubris. Death is an inevitable fate for all, yet it is far better to die meaningfully, transforming into Gu Chen's experience points. Level up, level 20, 312, 665, 1500. Strength, 517. Agility, 516. Vitality, 518. Mentality, 769. Summoned Beasts. Bloodline Sovereign 20 Legendary. Nightmare Ruler 20 Epic. Undead Golem 20 Legendary. Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle 20 Epic. Talent. Current ability to acquire a Dark Bloodline. Finally, the second tier has been achieved, Gu Chen mused. The time taken to level up had noticeably increased since entering the instance. Having slain a multitude of razor venom spiders and now annihilating the Insect Master clan, he had finally attained another level. Upon exiting this instance, he must delve into the second tier abyss. However, before that, Gu Chen planned to enhance his summoned beasts. The initial bloodline obtained at level 17 had yet to be utilized, and after leveling up to 19 in the Hellish Grave dungeon, he had acquired 2 more initial bloodlines. Gu Chen secretly hoped that this time, it might finally be the turn of the royal bloodline. Activating the talent. You have obtained Initial Dark Bloodline. Another initial? Gu Chen's face was clouded with frustration. Was the royal bloodline truly that rare? Nevertheless, he decided to proceed. The initial bloodline held its own merits. At least it could be used to elevate both the Nightmare Ruler and the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. With this thought, Gu Chen promptly bestowed all 4 initial bloodlines upon the Nightmare Ruler. Success in Summoning Beast Star Upgrade. Nightmare Sovereign Epic. Nightmare Sovereign Epic. Health, 11,290. Attributes, Strength 390. Agility 396. Constitution 395. Spirit 480. Acquired new talent Shadow Kill Arc Epic. Shadow Kill Arc. When the Nightmare Sovereign launches a skill attack from behind the target, if it directly kills the target, it inflicts equivalent damage on the target entangled by the Nightmare Servants. Talent Strengthened. Dreams Come True. The cooldown of the Nightmare Sovereign skills is reduced by 80. And the skill consumption, energy expenditure, and negative effects are all diminished by 80. Skills Enhanced. Nightmare Entanglement. Every 5 points of spirit can summon a Nightmare Servant. Targets attached by the Nightmare Servants will suffer multiplied damage, with a maximum of 20 times. Epic 5 stars. A new epic talent has been added. Shadow Kill Arc. Utilizing skills to eliminate targets from behind allows for equivalent damage to those entwined by the Nightmare Servants. This is remarkable. The Nightmare Entanglement skill has just been enhanced, with damage multipliers raised to 20 times, and it now requires only 5 points of spirit to summon a Nightmare Servant. With the Nightmare Sovereign's spirit at 480 points, it can summon up to 96 servants at once. This means that the originally singular burst skill, Annihilation Instant Kill, has transformed into a group attack skill after acquiring the Shadow Kill Arc talent. Now, the Nightmare Sovereign no longer needs to name targets one by one. Furthermore, the other talent, Dreams Come True, has also been strengthened, reducing skill consumption energy expenditure, and negative effects by 80. Consequently, the Nightmare Sovereign not only has enhanced offensive capabilities, but also improved sustained combat potential. After elevating the Nightmare Sovereign to epic 5 stars, Gu Chen eagerly retrieved the long-awaited Echo set, consisting of the Echo Necklace, Echo Ring, and Echo Amulet. Placing the set into the Nightmare Sovereign's equipment slot resulted in a significant increase in its attributes, with a total enhancement of 600 points in Spirit, 500 points in Speed, and 300 points in Constitution and Strength. The equipment effects are also impressive, with cooldown reduction of 45, recovery speed of 45, attack increase of 35, and defense boost of 30. The overall enhancements are striking. However, Gu Chen eagerly anticipated the set effect after gathering all 3 pieces. Set effect restores 10 energy after each target kill, a simple statement that is powerful enough to require no further explanation. This set effect, combined with the Dreams Come True talent, propels the Nightmare Sovereign into an infinite firepower mode. Gu Chen observed the various statistics on the panel, nodding in satisfaction. Although the Nightmare Sovereign remains an epic summoning beast, it is now comparable to legendary summoning beasts. Moreover, the gap between epic 5 stars and legendary summoning beasts is merely a mundane initial bloodline, even if the 21st level does not grant access to royal bloodlines. Gu Chen can still elevate the Nightmare Sovereign to legendary status through the initial bloodline. Thus, among the 4 summoned beasts bound by his contract, at least 3 had attained the legendary tier. In the entirety of the Divine Xia Empire, no second-tier summoner had ever possessed such a formidable entourage. Furthermore, Gu Chen had already reached level 20. Once he emerged from the Spider Cave dungeon, he would be able to contract his 5th summoned beast, which would propel his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. The combination of a summoner with divine talents indeed proved to be fearsome. After sweeping through the territory of the Bugmasters, Gu Chen's team expanded rapidly, with the level 20 Blood Lord transforming into 200 Bloodline descendants, who advanced with great momentum into the depths of the Spider Cave. Of the 200 descendants, more than half were second-tier Bloodline creatures, their strength surpassing that of ordinary adversaries of the same tier. Most crucially, each second-tier Bloodline creature could self-destruct, inflicting 5,000 points of area damage. 10 self-destructs would yield 50,000 damage, and 100 would reach a staggering 500,000. Gu Chen was concerned that if all 200 Bloodline descendants detonated, they might obliterate the dungeon itself. Ahead lay the lair of the Razor Venom Spider, within which an elite Razor Venom Spider awaited. Defeating it would grant passage to the next lair. Su Xia's voice echoed within the cavern. The Spider Cave housed multiple lairs, each guarded by an elite creature capable of summoning numerous ordinary spiders. Very well, onward, Gu Chen commanded, gesturing for the Bloodline descendants to charge ahead. Along the way, swarms of Razor Venom spiders emerged, yet they were no match for the Bloodline descendants. Each descendant merely needed to take turns attacking to dispatch the ordinary spider foes effortlessly. Before long, a throng of Bloodline descendants entered the lair of the Razor Venom Spider. Almost immediately upon entry, a cacophony of fragmented sounds resonated throughout the cavern. Subsequently, numerous strands of web descended from the ceiling like curtains, and one after another, the Razor Venom spiders descended along the threads, coming into view. How enormous! I can't bear it, Lin Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. The Razor Venom spiders emerging from the lair were larger than automobiles, their 6 crimson eyes strikingly vivid against the darkness. At first glance, there were easily 50 or 60 of them. All were level 20 Razor Venom spiders, their blood-red orbs fixated upon the intruders, emitting piercing shrieks. In an instant, the spiders surged forward, driven by a predatory hunger, perceiving Gu Chen and his companions as mere prey. Should an ordinary adventurer encounter such a scene, their fate would be sealed. Yet for Gu Chen, this was merely a prelude. Nightmare Sovereign, arise. With a commanding voice, Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Sovereign, which transformed into a swirling black mist around him. In an instant, numerous shadowy forms darted through the lair, swiftly ensnaring the advancing Razor Venom spiders. Over 50 Razor Venom spiders found themselves immobilized, struggling in vain against their bonds. 8 legs. They cannot take a single step. The spiders emitted furious, piercing shrieks. At that moment, a dagger-like venomous spider, entwined by 5 shadowy figures, was silently enveloped by tendrils of black mist. Before it could react, the dense black fog completely shrouded its grotesque form. Nightmare Entanglement. Illusionary instant kill, shadow kill arc, unleashed a quintuple damage eruption. The venomous spider emitted a piercing wail as its life force was entirely depleted. Following this, all the dagger-like venomous spiders ensnared by the nightmare minions shrieked in unison, experiencing the quintuple damage from Shadow Kill Arc as it erupted across more than 50 of their kind. With a resounding crash, the enormous bodies of the venomous spiders collapsed to the ground, appearing unscathed on the surface, yet their health was utterly extinguished. Kill Dagger Venomous Spider 20. Experience 1023. Kill Dagger Venomous Spider 20. Experience 1065. Kill Dagger Venomous Spider 20. Experience 1042. In an instant, the experience notifications began to scroll rapidly before Gu Chen's eyes, swiftly amassing over 50,000 experience points. All dead. Is this the skill of the Nightmare Sovereign? Su Xia's voice brimmed with astonishment. Impossible, I must be dreaming. How could there be such an outrageous skill? Lin Yuan was left utterly stunned. After all, it was the skill of a master. A little absurdity is to be expected. Lin Qingqing remarked, feigning nonchalance. It's wonderful that all the spiders are dead. Su Ran quietly sighed in relief. Just as everyone was taken aback, the ground suddenly heaved, forming a massive mound of earth. Soon after, a gigantic spider, resembling the dagger-like venomous spider yet adorned with red and green patterns, emerged from beneath the surface. This spider's head was even more menacing, its size double that of the venomous spider, as it uprooted debris from the ground and unleashed a sharp, ear-piercing roar, asserting its dominion. Alien, Elite Dagger Venomous Spider, level, 20 health, 165, 200. Attributes, Strength 328, Agility 253, Constitution 332. Spirit 245, Skills, Venomous Spider Carapace, Skills, Corrosive Venom Web, Skills, Regenerative Ability. The health of this elite dagger-like venomous spider stood at a mere 165,000, which, at first glance, did not seem particularly formidable. However, those who underestimated it had already fallen victim to its lethal blades. Its regenerative ability, one of its 3 skills, granted it a remarkable healing speed, impervious to negative effects that impede healing. Thus, the elite dagger-like venomous spider possessed a terrifying combat capability, proving more challenging to eliminate than cockroaches. Even if one were to obliterate its 8 blade-like limbs or sever its body into pieces, it could rapidly regenerate and restore its combat prowess within a short span. Moreover, it boasted a hard, sharp carapace coupled with a highly corrosive venomous web. One might say that aside from its relatively low health, this elite alien had no flaws in battle, being inherently crafted for combat. An elite alien born for battle? How fortuitous. Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise, arise. In Gu Chen's eyes, a fierce battle intent ignited. Rather than summoning the undead golem, he called forth the newly contracted warrior-type summoned beast, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cavern as the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle emerged, clad in spiked armor, resembling a fully equipped heavy warrior. Its eyes burned with an intense desire for combat, for to it, the thrill of battle and slaughter constituted the greatest joy. An overwhelming aura radiated outward, instilling an unprecedented sense of threat in the elite blade poison spider. Seemingly sensing the formidable presence of the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, the elite blade poison spider suddenly sprang into action, unleashing a piercing, shrill scream. This cavern was its lair, and within its territory, no creature that posed a threat was permitted to exist. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, brimming with battle fervor, faced this intense animosity, its robust legs firmly planted on the ground as it executed its skill. Shattering Charge, propel forward, inflicting significant damage and slowing down targets in its path, culminating in a knockback effect on the final target. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath it shattered as the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle launched forth like a heavy artillery shell, unstoppable in its advance. Simultaneously, the elite blade poison spider unleashed its own skill, exhaling a deep purple corrosive web aimed directly at the oncoming Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. Concurrently, crimson patterns erupted across its shell, enhancing its hardness, while its sharp, blade-like legs lunged towards the rapidly approaching giant figure. The corrosive web, imbued with potent toxins, enveloped the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle but failed to impede its ferocious assault, disintegrating upon contact with the spiked armor. In the next moment, the colossal figure collided with the elite blade poison spider. With a thunderous impact, fragments shattered from the elite blade poison spider, its razor-sharp legs splintering into several pieces, as its body was sent soaring into the air, entering a state of knockback. One skill, dealing over 80,000 damage. The explosion was simply astounding. Yet, despite such explosive damage, not a single drop of blood was drawn from the Elite Blade Poison Spider. Poison Spider Shell. The Elite Blade Poison Spider trembled as it stood, its shattered shell visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Its shell was not merely a defensive measure, it also functioned as a shield. Unless the entirety of its outer shell was utterly destroyed, true damage could not be inflicted upon it. No wonder the level 20 elite alien possessed only 165,000 health points. Despite its low health, its shield was formidable. 80,000 damage failed to penetrate that shield. Chen glanced at the Elite Blade Poison Spider's health bar, realizing that the earlier damage accounted for merely half of the shield's value. This indicated that the shield must be at least 160,000. It was no surprise that so many had perished at the hands of the Elite Blade Poison Spider. With 165,000 health points coupled with a shield nearly equivalent to its health, most would have been ground down to nothing in this place. In truth, the Elite Blade Poison Spider possesses no formidable offensive skills. Its sole strength lies in its substantial shield. Once this shield is breached, it boasts an exceptional recovery ability. To put it plainly, it relies on its resilience to engage in relentless combat. However, today, the Elite Blade Poison Spider has encountered the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, and it has met its match. With a thunderous roar, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise emanates a blinding orange aura. Roar of provocation forces targets within a specific area to attack itself. For every attack received, it gains a 1 increase in attack speed. Provoked, the Elite Blade Poison Spider erupts with fury and charges at the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, swinging its recently restored blade-like limbs. The impact resounds as the sharp appendage strikes the spiked armor, producing a shower of dazzling sparks. Yet, no armor is pierced and no health is lost. The damage is negligible. In fact, this attack triggers the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise's innate ability, significantly enhancing its imposing aura. Warwound. For every instance of damage received, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise gains a 10 increase in damage, lasting until it exits combat. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise swings its arm, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound, effortlessly cleaving through the tough shell. The Elite Blade Poison Spider does not evade. Instead, it retaliates, engaging in direct combat with the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise. Thud, thud, thud. Although the Elite Blade Poison Spider is colossal, it appears diminutive in comparison to the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, lacking in both stature and presence. After but a few exchanges, the Elite Blade Poison Spider finds itself thoroughly dominated, proving no match for its opponent. Anger surges within it, and relying on its formidable regenerative capabilities, it begins to retaliate with even greater ferocity. This spectacle only serves to invigorate the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise further. It possesses another innate ability, Vengeful Spikes. Vengeful Spikes. When receiving melee damage, 50 of the damage inflicted is returned to the attacker as true damage, for every 20 points of constitution. The return damage ratio increases by 1. Donning its indomitable black armor, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise's constitution rises to 730 points, with the return damage ratio soaring from 50 to an astounding 865. This is truly terrifying. The Elite Blade Poison Spider continues its relentless counterattacks, yet its injuries accumulate relentlessly. Before long, every inch of its shell is in tatters. Even with the Elite Blade Poison Spider's formidable regeneration, it cannot mend its shattered exterior in time. With a resounding impact from the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise's claws, the shell is utterly obliterated. The shield of the Elite Blade Poison Spider is completely shattered. The Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise lets out a roar, its combat prowess and spirit reaching their zenith. Its claws burst forth with a chilling radiance. With a swift slash, its talons slice through the distended abdomen of the Elite Blade Poison Spider, scattering colorful internal fragments across the ground. The Elite Blade Poison Spider emits a cry of pain, abandoning its counterattack and, for the first time, retreats. As the Elite Blade Poison Spider withdraws, it becomes evident that the battle is drawing to a close. The Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise exists solely for the purpose of combat. Once it enters a state of battle, it becomes increasingly formidable, rendering it invincible. The Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise? What manner of summoned beast is this, so fearsome indeed? Lin Yuan was taken aback. unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Generally speaking, as one's level rises, the cultivation of summoned beasts becomes progressively more challenging. I cannot fathom how, having summoned a fourth beast, it can still exhibit such terrifying prowess. Su Xia's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly questioning the very nature of her existence. If the divine Gu Chen were to maintain such overwhelming strength, it is beyond imagination to consider how fearsome he would be once he commands an army. Lin Qingqing, amidst her astonishment, could not help but express her admiration. For an ordinary summoner, due to limited resources, the quality of summoned beasts typically diminishes as their quantity increases. Yet, judging by the present circumstances, Gu Chen's summoned beasts grow increasingly powerful, entirely contradicting common perceptions. As the dark hunter dragon tortoise pursued the elite blade poison spider, the Blood Lord, accompanied by numerous bloodline descendants, battled the nightmare sovereign at the perimeter of the lair, vanquishing the ordinary poison spiders that had been summoned. While the number of ordinary poison spiders was indeed vast, the 200 descendants transformed by the Blood Lord were no less formidable, especially with the nightmare sovereign wielding the shadow-killing arc. The summoned beast squad effortlessly harvested these ordinary foes. A growing number of blade poison spiders perished within the confines of the lair, as they found themselves with no means of retreat. The elite blade poison spider unleashed a piercing shriek and charged madly towards the dark hunter dragon tortoise. Unfazed, the dark hunter dragon tortoise regarded this elite creature as little more than a spent force, incapable of affecting any real threat. It unleashed its skill once more, its feet shattering the ground as its body propelled forward like a cannonball with irresistible momentum. Boom! The elite blade poison spider, already on the brink of death, was unable to withstand the full force of the dark hunter dragon tortoise's skill, its remaining health instantly obliterated. The mangled insect body was reduced to a mere heap of indistinct fragments under the ferocious impact. Kill elite blade poison spider. 20. Experience. 9216. Loot acquired. Blade poison spider blade. 20 rare grade. Loot acquired. Blade poison spider heavy armor. 20 rare grade. Loot acquired. Enhancement stone. 20. Loot acquired. Venomous spider silk. 5. The experience garnered from slaying the elite creature remained substantial. And the two pieces of rare grade equipment, one suited for assassins and the other for warriors, could fetch several million on the professional trading platform, yielding a considerable profit. An elite creature offered nearly 10,000 experience points, while defeating the ordinary creatures on the periphery accumulated over 80,000 experience points, marking a commendable gain. Gu Chen was filled with anticipation for the next spider lair. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly echoed from the surrounding darkness. Following this, a swarm of blade poison spiders emerged, their numbers greater than before. Here they come again. How can they arrive so swiftly? Su Xia exclaimed in surprise. According to the strategy guide, upon the death of the elite blade poison spider, a small-scale insect tide would erupt from this lair. However, it was unexpected for it to occur so soon. Just in time, Gu Chen thought, a smile gracing his face. Though the experience of a razor-bladed venomous spider is limited, when the tide of bugs arrives, it heralds an immense fortune. Catch it. It must be caught. The anticipation is palpable. Descendants of the Blood Clan, forward. With a commanding shout from Gu Chen, dozens of Blood Clan descendants surged forth, launching self-destructive attacks against the oncoming swarm. Boom, boom, boom. Each explosion dealt a staggering 5,000 damage. 10 explosions equated to a total of 50,000, all inflicted in a wide area. The dim cavern was illuminated in a fiery crimson by the intense blood flames, utterly consuming the razor-bladed venomous spiders. In mere moments, 15 Blood Clan descendants detonated, exterminating over 40 of the venomous spiders. Seizing the opportunity, 2 mirrored Blood Lords unleashed their skills, transforming the corpses of the fallen spiders into 15 new Blood Clan descendants, replenishing their ranks. The transformation skill was not constrained by the type of target. Having previously transformed beast corpses, it could now also convert venomous spiders, provided they were indeed carcasses. The newly spawned Blood Clan venomous spiders bore little difference from the razor-bladed variety, save for their bodies entwined with a rich, sanguine energy, making them easily recognizable. Gu Chen cared not for the form of the Blood Clan descendants. Be it humanoid or insectoid, the damage from their self-detonation remained unchanged. Consequently, a multitude of transformed Blood Clan venomous spiders surged outward, initiating self-destruction against the onrushing razor-bladed spiders. If the elite razor-bladed spider still drew breath, the spectacle before it would surely drive it to madness. It could never fathom that the lifeless bodies of its kin could unleash such terrifying damage at Gu Chen's command. All the foreign beings slain by the Blood Clan descendants were counted as the achievements of the Blood Lords. After all, the Blood Clan descendants were an extension of the Blood Lords' abilities when the descendants struck down an enemy. It was as if the Blood Lords themselves had delivered the fatal blow. Thus, for every razor-bladed spider vanquished by the Blood Clan descendants, the Blood Lord's health would increase by 10 points. As the self-detonations continued, the health of the Blood Lords soared ever higher. Meanwhile, Gu Chen's vision was filled with a continuous stream of experience notifications. Kill razor-bladed spider 20, experience 1056. Kill razor-bladed spider 20, experience 1029. Kill razor-bladed spider 20, experience 1045. The echoes of explosions reverberated throughout the cavern. Aside from Su Xia, clad in battle armor, the other four instinctively covered their ears. The razor-bladed spiders seemed to dwindle in number. Before long, Su Xia noticed that the spiders were diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. This indicated that the wave of bugs was nearing its conclusion. It appears we have successfully obliterated the first spider nest, Lin Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Let us proceed to the second spider nest, Gu Chen replied. After eliminating the last razor-bladed spider, Gu Chen took a brief respite. Then, Su Xia resumed navigation, and the group set forth toward their next destination. The two mirrors of the Blood Lords had already dissipated, as their existence could not exceed 15 minutes. Before the time limit expired, Gu Chen transformed all remaining health of the two mirrors into Blood Clan venomous spiders to bolster the team. By now, the offspring of the Bug Masters, transformed into Bloodline descendants, have all been accounted for, with 200 Bloodline descendants having morphed into a uniform legion of blood-poisoned spiders. Guided by their navigation, these 200 blood-poisoned spiders carved a path through the cavern, vanquishing several waves of aberrant insects, until the group finally approached their destination. This was the second spider lair, as Su Xia indicated ahead. Upon entering through an opening barely taller than a man, they found themselves in an oval-shaped cavern. Raising their eyes, they were met with a sight that sent shivers down their spines. The walls were draped with spider eggs larger than human heads, clustered in overwhelming numbers that defied counting. Spider eggs? There must be thousands of them. Su Xia and Lin Yuan felt a pallor sweep across their faces, their scalps prickling with unease. The sight before them caused Gu Chen's expression to shift, involuntarily revealing a hint of gravity. The sheer multitude of spider eggs instilled a visceral discomfort, an overwhelming sense of pressure. Previously, they had only encountered such descriptions and strategies without truly grasping their implications. Now, immersed in the scene, an instinctive chill coursed through them. Indeed, these must be the eggs of the bone-creeping evil spider. Su Xia gestured for the group to retreat. Lowering his voice as he cautioned, maintain silence. If we create a disturbance here, the bone-creeping evil spiders will emerge from their eggs and launch an assault against us. As his words settled, Lin Yuan and the others hastily retreated, each feeling a surge of dread upon gazing at the countless spider eggs within the lair. The strategy had indicated that an elite bone-creeping evil spider resided nearby. Slaying it outside the lair would allow them to pass without disturbing the eggs. Hence, we could simply withdraw. Su Xia's thoughts were interrupted as he noticed the swarm of blood-poisoned spiders surging into the cavern. He turned instinctively to Gu Chen, only to find his companion's eyes gleaming with unabashed excitement. Withdraw? There were thousands of spider eggs within the cavern? No. That translated to thousands of experience points. This was nature's bountiful gift. In mere moments, 100 blood-poisoned spiders had infiltrated the lair. At his command, these blood-poisoned spiders detonated in unison. Boom. Accompanied by a cataclysmic roar, a torrent of blood flames erupted within the lair, illuminating the space with a blinding radiance. The damage from a single second-tier bloodline self-detonation was 5,000. 10 amounted to 50,000, and 100 reached a staggering 500,000. Within this nearly enclosed cavity, the explosive devastation reached its zenith. The blood flames surged like a sea of fire, relentlessly cascading within the lair. As the multitude of spider eggs, once a source of dread, were instantly consumed in the inferno, reduced to ashes amidst the terrifying blood flames. Such a maneuver? Lin Yuan was left aghast, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. While he had known that bloodline descendants could self-detonate, he had never envisioned employing such a tactic in this scenario, nor had he anticipated that Gu Chen could orchestrate the simultaneous self-detonation of 100 bloodline descendants. It was utterly terrifying. The sheer magnitude of damage surpassed even that of an elemental mage's ultimate spell. No, a second-tier elemental mage could never conjure such a formidable incantation. Su Xia's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated by the display. It is not horror, it is absurd. Lin Qingqing remarked. Let us not forget that only 100 blood tribe venomous spiders entered the lair just now. This implies that such a degree of explosion can be unleashed once more by the great god Gu Chen. Ah, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. Her cherry lips slightly parted, at a loss for words. Gu Chen was currently enveloped in a sense of exhilaration, emanating an invigorating clarity throughout his being. As the saying goes, when impoverished one nurtures oneself in solitude, when affluent one unleashes chaos. He had contemplated employing this tactic while entombed in the dungeon. However, the number of bloodline descendants at that time was limited, and the self-destruct damage was not substantial. Now, not only had the numbers increased, but so had the damage. Kill of the ankle-biting evil spider 19, experience 789. Kill of the ankle-biting evil spider 19, experience 813. Kill of the ankle-biting evil spider 19. Experience 829. Though the experience gained was modest, it surged wave after wave, steadily ascending. Soon, the power of the explosions began to wane. Once the blood flames extinguished, the lair appeared utterly transformed, the ground strewn with the corpses of the ankle-biting evil spiders, piled high like a mountain. Yet, a small fraction of the ankle-biting evil spiders had survived the explosion, and even from some concealed corners, a multitude of them re-emerged. These spiders did not flee. Rather, they charged recklessly toward Gu Chen and his companions outside the lair. Have these aberrant beings lost their minds? Lin Yuan expressed his astonishment. To survive such a devastating onslaught, and then recklessly charge forth was akin to a suicidal assault. These lower-tier aberrations likely possessed no intellect, driven solely by their instinct to attack, attempting to wear us down with sheer numbers. Su Xia remarked from the side. That works perfectly. The more they come, the more experience we shall accrue. Gu Chen mused with great satisfaction. For the spider aberrations, their numbers were their advantage, but in the face of Gu Chen, that advantage vanished entirely. The more spider aberrations that approached, the faster Gu Chen's level ascended. After dispatching 400 or 500 ankle-biting evil spiders, Gu Chen's level rose to 21. Level up, level 21, 212, 980, 1500. Strength, 527. Agility, 526. Vitality, 528. Mentality, 789. Summoned Beasts. Bloodline Monarch, 21 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign, 21 Epic. Undead Golem, 21 Legendary. Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, 21 Epic. Current talent. 1 Dark Bloodline available at last. He had leveled up. Gu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, his current rate of advancement was already considerably swifter than that of ordinary practitioners. However, due to the ease of his earlier levels, this rate now felt excruciatingly sluggish to him. Without further ado, he activated his talent. You have acquired Primordial Dark Bloodline, Primordial Bloodline. Another Primordial Bloodline. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming frustration, nearly to the point of spitting blood. One must wonder, has the royal bloodline been discontinued? Why is it so challenging to obtain a royal bloodline? Nonetheless, it was fortunate that although this was yet another primordial bloodline, the Nightmare Sovereign had already attained 5 stars in the epic tier, thus providing a perfect opportunity for him to advance to the legendary level. Subsequently, Gu Chen bestowed this primordial bloodline upon the Nightmarish Sovereign. Summoned Beast Ascension successful. Nightmarish Sovereign's Epic Chaos Spirit Legend. Level 21. Health points 36, 350. Attributes Strength 350. Agility 596. Constitution 325. Spirit 680. The Summoned Beast quality has been elevated from Epic to Legendary, resulting in attribute feedback, with the summoner receiving a boost of 100 to all attributes. Talents: Unspeakable Legend, Dream Fulfillment Legend, Shadow Kill Arc Legend. Unspeakable. The Chaos Spirit's form is intertwined with the Void, enabling it to absorb a certain degree of magical and physical attacks, allowing it to traverse freely between the Void and reality. Dream Fulfillment. The cooldown, consumption, and negative effects of the Chaos Spirit skills are reduced by 90. Shadow Kill Arc. When the Chaos Spirit skill directly slays a target, all targets ensnared by the Chaos Shadow will suffer equivalent damage. Skills: Dimensional Assassination 30 Legend. Skills: Chaos Entanglement 30 Legend. Skills: Ultimate Ruin 30 Legend, Dimensional Assassination, opens a dimensional space. Disregarding terrain and distance, inflicting fatal damage upon a designated target. If the target is slain directly, the skill's damage is permanently increased by 2. Chaos Entanglement. For every 5 points of spirit, 1 Chaos Shadow can be unleashed, which ensnares the target in place and deals multiplied damage, with a maximum damage multiplier of 30 times. Ultimate Ruin opens a chaos domain within an area, exerting a gravitational effect on surrounding targets. Those trapped within will suffer continuous damage, and with each target's demise, the remaining targets in the domain will experience 1 second of dizziness. A legendary summoned beast, the Chaos Spirit. This ascension marks a monumental enhancement for the Nightmarish Sovereign. Firstly, the 4-dimensional attributes have surged dramatically, with the average attribute at level 21 skyrocketing to approximately 487. What does this imply? Even a level 30 practitioner typically possesses an average attribute of around 460. Thus, the average attribute at level 21 surpasses that of a level 30 practitioner, meaning it can utterly dominate level 30 practitioners based solely on attributes. Furthermore, both talents and skills have ascended to the legendary level, with all talents reaching their maximum potential at this stage. To begin with, Unspeakable connects the Chaos Spirit's body to the void, allowing it to absorb a certain extent of both physical and magical attacks. Previously, the Nightmarish Sovereign had a high immunity only to physical attacks, but now the Chaos Spirit enjoys a degree of immunity to both physical and magical assaults. Dream Fulfillment has also been enhanced, reducing several of its consumptions to 90. Although the increase from this ascension is relatively modest, its effects are profoundly powerful. Shadow Kill Arc has also seen improvement. The previous condition required a skill to be executed from behind the target to share damage with other ensnared targets. After the ascension, this restriction has been lifted. As long as a skill directly slays a target, the damage can be shared. Next, we delve into the skills. Dimensional Assassination is the evolved form of instant obliteration. Previously, the Nightmarish Sovereign had to approach its target to unleash its lethal skills. Now, it can directly access the dimensional space, allowing for remote targeting and execution from distances of up to a kilometer. Inflicting fatal damage does not necessarily equate to an immediate kill, but it significantly increases the probability of a one-hit demise. However, this suffices. Anything insufficient will be delegated to the Nightmarish minions, or rather, the Chaotic Shadows. The skill, Nightmare Entwined, has advanced to Chaotic Entwined, enabling the release of a Chaotic Shadow for every 5 points of mental energy. The Chaotic Shadows are akin to the earlier Nightmarish minions, but with an enhanced damage multiplier cap of 30 times. 30 times. How terrifying. It is evident that a spellcaster is indeed formidable. The final skill, Ultimate of the Void, releases a realm of chaos. Unlike the deep dreamscape, this chaotic domain draws surrounding targets within and continuously inflicts substantial chaotic damage. Furthermore, with each target that perishes, the remaining targets will experience 1 second of stun. After meticulously reviewing the details of the chaotic essence, Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, there is a slight disappointment. The maximum health of the chaotic essence is just over 36,000, slightly surpassing that of the level 13 elite Black Robe Steward. Alas, being an assassin-type summon creature, its low health is a significant flaw. Nevertheless, it suffices, for the body of the chaotic essence is intertwined with the void, absorbing a considerable portion of the damage it incurs. Just then, a sharp, piercing roar echoed from a distant cave. From the darkness emerged a grotesque spider-like creature, swiftly closing the distance and soon coming into view. Boom. 8 thick, spiked legs plunged deeply into the cave's stone wall like twisted daggers. The monstrous spider revealed itself, its head grotesquely fearsome, with 8 eyes glowing with a sinister green light, and its fangs as sharp as daggers, tainted with a purplish-black toxin. Its entire body was adorned with eerie markings, extending from its head to its legs, resembling some mystical sigil radiating an ominous aura. Alien, bone-piercing evil spider elite. Level, 20 health, 196, 700. Attributes, strength 368, agility 293, constitution 352, spirit 274. Skills, carapace penetration. Skills, malevolent gaze. Skills, frenzied state, goodness. This bone-piercing evil spider elite is indeed an elite creature capable of entering a frenzied state. With nearly 200,000 health points, It is neither negligible nor excessive for a level 20 elite. Its 4 primary attributes are also somewhat below average at this level. It hardly qualifies as a worthy opponent for the chaotic essence. Roar. The dark hunting dragon tortoise emitted a battle cry filled with fervor, propelling itself forward with a powerful leap. Shattering impact, whoosh. The bone-piercing evil spider swung its spiked legs, unleashing a barrage of chilling carapace spikes. Carapace penetration. In the face of the bone-piercing evil spider's skillful assault, the dark hunting dragon tortoise stood unfaltering, its spiked armor colliding head-on. Boom, boom, boom. In the past, the sharp armor-piercing claws could strike the dark hunter dragon tortoise, yet they were utterly shattered, dissipating into nothingness without inflicting any damage. At this moment, the dark hunter dragon tortoise charged directly towards the bone-gnawing spider elite. With a resounding crash, the bone-gnawing spider was sent flying, its shell splintering extensively, releasing a deluge of green blood. An astounding damage of over 80,000. The health of the bone-gnawing spider plummeted significantly, seizing the opportunity while it was airborne. The dark hunter dragon tortoise, without a moment's hesitation, swung its sharp claws, severing the razor-like limbs at the root. The bone-gnawing spider elite emitted a wretched cry of agony and, without hesitation, attempted to retaliate. However, before it could make a move, the dark hunter dragon tortoise's claws swept in once more, effortlessly creating a gaping wound in its swollen abdomen. A damage of 20,000. In the blink of an eye, the health had plunged from 196,000 to a mere 86,000. The bone-gnawing spider elite, now critically injured, deeply felt the terror of the dark hunter dragon tortoise. In the next instant, the bizarre patterns adorning its body glowed with a ghostly purple light, instantly entering a state of fury. With a furious roar, the bone-gnawing spider elite unleashed a tremendous aura, a dark, ominous light emanating from within. This dark energy coalesced into razor-sharp limbs, compensating for the damage to its body, while its emerald eyes erupted with unprecedented mental fluctuations. Evil gaze, hundreds of spider-like pupils manifested, radiating a chilling glow that instantly plunged the dark hunter dragon tortoise into a state of dizziness. This was a rare and formidable mental assault. Chen furrowed his brows, instinctively sensing a profound threat from this skill. Before Chen could react, the bone-gnawing spider elite leaped into the air, its 8 sharp limbs wielding terrifying power, mercilessly striking the dark hunter dragon tortoise. With a resounding impact, catastrophic damage erupted upon the dark hunter dragon tortoise, causing its massive form to tremble, and its health to drop sharply. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of retaliatory damage erupted from the surface of the dark hunter dragon tortoise, crashing into the bone-gnawing spider elite. Caught off guard, the elite was struck by an overwhelming force, its grotesque body disintegrating into a shower of limbs. As an elite creature, upon entering a state of frenzy, the bone-gnawing spider unleashed its most powerful strike, only to be met with the dark hunter dragon tortoise's vengeful retaliation. Its demise was truly tragic. Kill bone-gnawing spider elite. 20. Experience. 13. 880. Loot acquired. Poisonous blade. 20. Rare. Only after the demise of the bone-gnawing spider elite did the dark hunter dragon tortoise recover from the effects of evil gaze. With a furious roar, it instinctively prepared to retaliate, yet in the next moment, a look of confusion flickered in its fierce eyes. What was happening? The bone-gnawing spider elite was already dead? How did it perish? Unbelievable. Was this truly an elite creature, defeated by its own retaliation? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe his eyes. The suddenness of it left Su Xia at a loss for words. Indeed, the master is truly a master. I am so eager to see the attributes of his summoned beast, but alas, he bears the black butler insignia. Lin Qingqing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightening. Su ran. Why not sneak and steal the black butler insignia from the master? Su Ran was taken aback. Me? Steal? Yes, are you not an assassin? She replied. The elite alien species, upon their demise, left behind the skeletal spiders, which hardly posed a challenge and were swiftly dispatched by a few summoned beasts. Although many were slain, the relatively low experience yielded little advancement in the experience bar. Conversely, the Bloodlord reaped the greatest rewards from this battle, having slain nearly 10,000 spider eggs within the cavern, thereby augmenting his health by over 100,000 points. Now, the Bloodlord's maximum health had surged to over 199,000, on the verge of surpassing the 200,000 mark. This development brought immense joy to Gu Chen. His fate amulet was bound to the Blood Lord, meaning that when health fell below 30, all damage incurred would be transferred to the Blood Lord. This arrangement significantly enhanced his survival rate. Generally, a level 21 practitioner has a maximum health of just over 10,000. However, due to Gu Chen's earlier consumption of attribute fruits, coupled with the reciprocal enhancement from his summoned beasts, his attributes far surpassed those of his peers, rendering his health nearly double that of others at the same level. Now, with the Blood Lord's almost 200,000 health, he was assured a position of invincibility in battle. Subsequently, the transformed blood spiders unleashed a systematic sweep around the nest, ruthlessly eliminating every alien creature without an escape route. Approximately 5 minutes later, the last skeletal spider in the nest was vanquished by the Blood Lord, and the cacophony within the cavern fell into complete silence. The efficiency was almost beyond imagination. After a brief respite, Gu Chen and his companions traversed the skeletal spider's lair, delving deeper into the cavern. Faced with the subsequent alien spiders, the efficiency of the summoned beasts in dispatching foes remained unchanged, with every kill accomplished as they advanced. Their momentum entirely unaffected. Kill Ghastly-Faced Demon Spider 20, Experience 1150. Kill Ghastly-Faced Demon Spider 20, Experience 1160. Kill Ghastly-Faced Demon Spider 20. Experience 1180. Having crossed the second lair, they now found themselves in the latter half of the spider cavern. The ghastly-faced demon spiders encountered along the way were descendants of the final ghastly-faced king spider. With Gu Chen releasing all his summoned beasts, the speed of elimination increased significantly. Deep within the cavern, the army of summoned beasts reaped lives like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting every ghastly-faced demon spider in their path. The advance was swift and unstoppable, without any sense of obstruction. Soon, the Blood Army had eradicated all ghastly-faced demon spiders in the cavern and reached the final lair. Next, they would confront the ultimate ghastly-faced king spider. Gu Chen cast a fleeting glance at his meager experience points. Despite his relentless slaughter along this path, the experience he had accrued barely met 1/10 of the requirements for leveling up. Given the current circumstances, even if he were to vanquish the final boss, he would still be unable to ascend a level. After all, the ghost-faced Spider King was merely a level 20 creature, incapable of bestowing hundreds of thousands of experience points upon him. Inside the cave, the jagged rocks loomed ominously, with the majority of the space ensnared by stark white spider webs. The entire cavern exuded an eerie darkness, creating an oppressive atmosphere. In the dim corners of the cave, a creature that seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell lay quietly atop an immense web. Its colossal form flickered in the shadows, the inky blackness of its body adorned with spots that eerily shaped a visage resembling a grimace of both sorrow and mirth. This ghastly face, positioned at the center of its abdomen, appeared to be a sealed curse, radiating an unsettling aura. The ghost-faced Spider King. Upon detecting Gu Chen and his companions, its grotesque form suddenly surged forth, its sharp mandibles directed at them, emitting a piercing roar. Alien species, ghost-faced Spider King, level 20, health points 214, 650, attributes, strength 300, agility 350, constitution 240, spirit 350, skills, plague of spiders, abyssal power. As the final guardian of this infernal dungeon, the ghost-faced Spider King possessed only 2 skills. Though few, they were not to be underestimated. The first skill, plague of spiders, referred to the pestilence noted upon entering the dungeon. The primary quest of this hellish realm was to thwart the ghost-faced Spider King from unleashing the plague. Should the spider's lair become inundated with it, all within would be obliterated. The second skill, abyssal power, functioned as an enhancement ability. Once activated, it would significantly amplify all of the creature's attributes, thus rendering the plague even more ferocious. The strategy indicated that the key to defeating the final boss lay in timing, specifically in interrupting the ghost-faced Spider King's activation of abyssal power. Suxia interjected at this juncture, affirming the validity of the strategy. However, this method of conquest was not what Gu Chen desired. With a command from the Blood Clan Lord, a multitude of bloodthirsty spider minions surged into the lair, akin to a torrent rushing across a river, charging towards the ghost-faced Spider King at the heart of the colossal web. The final act of the ghost-faced Spider King? A mere explosion sufficed. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty spiders reached the ghost-faced Spider King and, without hesitation, detonated themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The intense explosions erupted in succession around the ghost-faced Spider King, and torrents of crimson flames rapidly enveloped its form. With each explosion, a powerful shockwave reverberated, charring vast patches of the creature's exterior, while strands of green blood oozed from its surface. Hiss! The ghost-faced Spider King emitted a roar filled with fury. As the sovereign of the Spider Kin, how dare a horde of diminutive spiders challenge its supremacy? Enraged, the ghost-faced Spider King erupted with a fervent wrath, a brilliant red glow suddenly flaring across its surface. Almost immediately, a massive black vortex materialized at the apex of the cave. The skill Plague of Spiders was activated, and within the depths of the black vortex, numerous dark silhouettes danced ominously. In the depths of the cave, hundreds of ghastly-faced demon spiders emerged, forming an ominous mass that continued to swell. In the blink of an eye, these creatures blanketed the entire lair, encircling Gu Chun and his companions. Surrounded by this multitude of ghastly-faced demon spiders, the cave resonated with their sharp, fragmented shrieks, creating an atmosphere of extreme tension. Countless pairs of eerie green eyes fixated on Gu Chun and his group, their icy gazes brimming with cruelty and an overwhelming thirst for blood. Above, a dark vortex persisted, from which an unending stream of demon spiders descended. This was the terrifying nature of the ghastly-faced king spider. The crux of conquering the hellish spider lair lay in withstanding a relentless tide of these creatures and then interrupting the king spider's second ability just as it teetered on the brink of death. Failing to seize that critical moment would allow the king spider to summon an incessant wave of demon spiders, culminating in a catastrophic infestation. For ordinary adventurers who had labored to reach this point, such a scenario was an unimaginable nightmare. Many had perished, overwhelmed by hundreds or even thousands of ghastly-faced demon spiders, simply because they had failed to interrupt the final skill in time. This vital strategy was not something one could glean from a mere glance at a few guides. Su Xia had utilized his connections within the Eternal Life Consortium, expending a considerable fortune to acquire this secret. However, he had not anticipated that it would not apply to Gu Chun. At this moment, as Gu Chun beheld the ever-growing horde of ghastly-faced demon spiders, an unmistakable thrill illuminated his countenance. Having just vanquished all the spider monstrosities outside, he had been lamenting the lack of experience to level up, only to be greeted by the king spider's summoning of hundreds of demon spiders. It was truly a generous boon. How should one articulate this sensation? It felt akin to dozing off only to be presented with a pillow. What could be more timely than the king spider's summoning skill? Were these creatures a catastrophe? No. They were a veritable bounty of experience. A divine ability. This summoning skill was undoubtedly a miraculous boon. The demon spiders within the cave emitted a cacophony of sharp cries, surging toward Gu Chun in a relentless wave. Simultaneously, nearly 200 bloodkin demon spiders charged forward fearlessly, launching themselves into the fray with reckless abandon against the oppressive shadows of the cave. The Bloodlord stood guard beside Gu Chun and his companions, activating the skill of the Mirror Ring, summoning two replicas, each endowed with full attributes of 80, to his side. With a swift motion, the two replicas lunged forward, attacking the swarm of demon spiders. Almost immediately, a summoning array illuminated the ground, and a colossal necromantic statue materialized before Gu Chun and his allies. With a thunderous roar, the undead statue unleashed a growl directed at the countless demon spiders surrounding it, the sound echoing like a deep thunderclap throughout the cave. The air vibrated, and a black radiance radiated outward, creating visible ripples that enveloped the entire cavern. In the realm of the forbidden domain of the end times, the undying horror summoned a zone wherein targets within would suffer a tenfold increase in damage, alongside a tenfold escalation in resource expenditure. With the activation of this skill, all ghost-faced demon spiders were rendered mere fragile shells, reliant on a singular ability. Concurrently, the black vortex atop the cavern became tumultuous, resulting in a swift decline in the number of summoned ghost-faced demon spiders. Within the confines of this skill's reach, even the ghost-faced Spider King found itself affected, struggling to maintain its own ability, the doom of the demon spiders. Witnessing this, Gu Chun exhibited a glimmer of urgency in his eyes. "Spare the ghost-faced Spider King," he commanded, leading the undying horror to exclude the Spider King from its targets. Gu Chun nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance. Should the summoning of the ghost-faced Spider King be inadvertently interrupted, the repercussions would be far from trivial. Subsequently, the chaotic primordial spirit and the dark hunting dragon tortoise surged forward, launching assaults against the dense throng of spiders. Bereft of skills, they relied solely on basic attacks. Under the influence of the tenfold damage amplification, these ordinary minions were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the summoned beasts. The dark hunting dragon tortoise need not even lift a limb, as the surrounding demon spiders succumbed in droves. Clad in the unyielding black armor, it dealt over 4,000 damage per second to nearby targets, which escalated to over 40,000 within the forbidden domain. Despite being level 20, the ghost-faced demon spiders could not endure such terrifying damage, perishing en masse like blades of grass cut down. Slain ghost-faced demon spider 20. Experience 1050. Slain ghost-faced demon spider 20. Experience 1060. With the demise of numerous ghost-faced demon spiders, Gu Chen's experience began to rise steadily. Meanwhile, the ghost-faced Spider King remained entrenched at the center of the vast web, sustaining the black vortex at the cavernous apex. It was unclear just how significant the skill enhancement of that Spider King was, as its summoning ability persisted, continuously producing ghost-faced demon spiders. The cavern was teeming with the shadows of the black spiders, an unending tide. The battle seemed interminable, although the summoned beasts boasted formidable strength as the conflict wore on. The number of demon spiders surrounding each summoner escalated. From a handful to dozens, and even surpassing 30, the swarm of spiders multiplied. Rather than fatigue, the summoned beasts became invigorated by the slaughter, driven into a frenzy. The severity of this hellish dungeon was astonishing. How did other adventurers navigate through such a relentless swarm of demon spiders? Su Xia furrowed his brow. In that moment, he faintly grasped the despair experienced by those adventurers who had failed to clear the dungeon when faced with the overwhelming tide of ghost-faced demon spiders. In such circumstances, the use of teleportation scrolls was futile, as no matter where one fled, the multitude of ghost-faced demon spiders would remain inescapable, unable to endure. The only fate that awaited was death. Lin Yuan and the others remained silent, although they were not directly threatened. The sheer volume of spiders instilled an instinctive sense of dread. Before long, after a brutal and bloody massacre, the bodies of the demon spiders began to pile like mountains, their numbers gradually dwindling. It appears that the summoning skill is nearing its conclusion. Meanwhile, the ghostly-faced king spider, lying at the center of the vast web, suddenly emanates an unprecedented aura. From its abdomen, a sinister visage bursts forth, radiating deep purple energy. Su Xia's face instantly reflects urgency upon witnessing this scene. According to the critical strategy he had acquired, this moment is nothing less than a precursor to the king spider activating its second skill. Chen Gu, quickly instruct the dark hunter dragon tortoise to use shattering impact. As long as we can induce a launch state, we can interrupt the king spider's skill. Gu Chen glanced at Su Xia, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Interrupt the king spider's skill? Are you jesting? Hurry up, the strategy clearly states this. Su Xia urged with an anxious gaze. Indeed, the strategy is correct, Gu Chen nodded, his smile serene. However, the issue lies in my disinterest in following the strategy to conquer this challenge. Just as they exchanged words, the king spider's form suddenly swelled, and a grotesque phantom of its ghastly face materialized behind it. The monstrous body rose upright from the web's center, emitting a piercing roar towards Gu Chen and the others, unleashing an unprecedented surge of formidable energy. At the cave's apex, a chilling and malevolent aura erupted from the black vortex. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of ghostly-faced demonic spiders emerged from the whirlpool, appearing throughout the cavern. Empowered by the abyssal strength, these demonic spiders had more than doubled in size, significantly enhancing their offensive and defensive capabilities compared to before. In the blink of an eye, the abyssally empowered demonic spiders charged forth, launching a ferocious assault against the summoned beasts. Gu Chen observed the ensuing carnage with indifference, making no response. After all, this lair was already shrouded by the skills of the undead magic statue. Despite the overwhelming number of demonic spiders, they possessed no capacity for resistance under the weight of tenfold damage and consumption. Even with the augmentation of abyssal power, this remains a mere grass-cutting game, fundamentally unchanged. The primary objective of the Hell-level dungeon is to prevent the king spider from unleashing the plague of insects, prompting most practitioners to exert their utmost to thwart the king spider's casting of its second skill. Yet, to Gu Chen's perspective, annihilating all summoned demonic spiders equally serves to avert the plague. The outcomes are identical, yet his method evidently yields greater experience. Why not revel in that? The Blood Lord, the chaotic primordial spirit, and the dark hunter dragon tortoise all surged forward, the three summoned beasts subtly competing, as if in a contest of kill counts. The level 21 Blood Lord can transform into 220 bloodline offspring. The blood-red radiance emanating from the bloodline demonic spider surged into the surrounding horde, unhesitatingly initiating self-destruction. Following the detonation, It continued to transform, with 2 mirrors nearby providing a total of 320,000 health points for transformation. Transforming a second-tier offspring requires a mere 3,000 health points, and coupled with the Blood Lord's formidable regenerative capabilities, it can effortlessly match the pace of self-destruction. With each explosion resonating, 56 Abyss-empowered ghost-faced demon spiders were obliterated. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle exhibited no signs of weakness. Its spiked armor conferred exceptional defense, complemented by the relentless damage inflicted on surrounding units by its indomitable black armor. It need not deliberately attack, as it charged through the swarm of spiders. Death followed in its wake. Meanwhile, the chaotic primordial spirit flickered into existence directly beneath the swirling black vortex, promptly unleashing its ability. In an instant, the ultimate ruin manifested. Radiating a dark golden halo centered around the chaotic primordial spirit, expanding outward to create a chaotic domain twice the size of the black vortex. A multitude of ghost-faced demon spiders, newly emerged from the vortex, plummeted into the chaotic realm, scarcely having time to utter a cry before being disintegrated by the overwhelming chaotic power into a myriad of fragments. Despite being a spellcaster, it possessed unparalleled area of effect skills. Almost 70% of the ghost-faced demon spiders met their demise the moment they entered the chaotic domain, swiftly transforming into a fine powder. Furthermore, the chaotic power coalesced into dark golden, semi-transparent tendrils, continuously dragging the nearby ghost-faced demon spiders into the domain. This spectacle left both the Blood Clan Lord and the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle envious. It's exhilarating to witness such carnage. It stirs my blood, Lin Yuan exclaimed, clenching his fists. The attack power is astonishing, Su Xiao marveled from the side. I can only wonder how ordinary practitioners, aside from the esteemed Gu Chen, would respond to such a calamity, Lin Qingqing suddenly inquired. Facing a plague of this magnitude, fleeing is not an option. Even if you wish to escape, you wouldn't succeed. The only course of action is to unleash your skills and attack at the earliest opportunity, Lin Yuan declared decisively. And then, Su Ran pressed urgently. For ordinary practitioners like us, even with a preemptive strike, we cannot hope to contend with such ferocious hordes. That may be true, but at least if you heed my advice, you will perish with dignity, Lin Yuan retorted, earning an eye roll from Su Ran, who chose to ignore him thereafter. Kill Ghost-Faced Demon Spider X20, Experience 1050. Kill Ghost-Faced Demon Spider X20, Experience 1060. Kill Ghost-Faced Demon Spider X20, Experience 1080, as waves of ghost-faced demon spiders fell. Their individual experience points were scant, yet their sheer numbers compensated abundantly. Gu Chen observed his experience steadily climbing, his spirits lifted. Suddenly, from within the swarm, a dark silhouette surged forth, propelling itself toward Gu Chen and his companions. It was an elite alien creature. Gu Chen's eyes widened in mild surprise. Yet he stood his ground, unperturbed. A semi-transparent shield materialized before him, effectively intercepting the elite ghost-faced demon spider's assault. The priest's robe bestowed a shield with a total attribute bonus of 10, and with Gu Chen's current attributes, the shield's value had reached an impressive 22,200. The level 20 elite alien's attack was insufficient, merely chipping away 18,000 from the shield without breaching its defenses. Though he was nearing the limits of his shield, Gu Chen did not act recklessly. Even if the shield were to shatter, he could evade attacks through dimensional shift. And should he be unable to evade, his constitution had reached an impressive 528 points, enabling him to withstand this onslaught of damage. To take a hypothetical step back, even if he could not endure. Once his health dipped to 30, the Destiny Amulet would transfer any subsequent damage to the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord, after all, possessed over 200,000 health points. Even if the elite ghost-faced spider unleashed its most formidable skill, it would pose no threat to the Blood Lord. At that moment, the Blood Lord turned, and an unprecedented murderous intent erupted from his icy gaze. Any entity attempting to attack the summoner would be met with the most intense hostility from the summoned beasts. The Blood Lord, closest to the ghost-faced spider, wasted no time. A layer of crimson radiance burst forth from him. Crimson Feast unleashed a bloodstorm that surged toward the elite foe. Simultaneously, a chaotic shadow entwined itself around the elite creature. Although the chaos spirit was the furthest away, it activated dimensional assassination at once, slashing indiscriminately through terrain and distance. Immediately after, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle charged forward. Shattering impact, its massive form barreled forth like a fearsome cannonball, crashing into the elite creature. Almost simultaneously, the skills of the three summoned beasts struck the ghost-faced spider elite. There was a thunderous roar. The ghost-faced spider elite exploded on the spot, reduced to a pile of debris. Kill ghost-faced spider elite 20, experience 11, 369, loot acquired. Rare ghost mask 20. To Gu Chen's astonishment, the ghost-faced spider could summon elite creatures? This was far beyond his expectations. However, it was ultimately inconsequential. Even elite beings posed no threat under the influence of the endless magic forbidden domain. Despite the enhancement from abyssal power, the plague could not amass significant scale. Before long, the black vortex representing the spider plague exhibited signs of disruption, and the number of summoned ghost-faced spiders began to dwindle. This was nearing its conclusion. The abyssal power could no longer sustain the summoning capabilities of the ghost-faced spider. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Remarkable. A summoning skill that lasted nearly 20 minutes. Lin Qingqing exclaimed with genuine admiration. Then, once we eliminate the ghost-faced spider on that web, we can clear the level, correct? Su Ran's tone lightened considerably. No. It is not yet over. Gu Chen's words interrupted the group's optimistic musings. Have you considered what would happen if we do not slay this ghost-faced spider? Not kill it. But the ghost-faced spider is the final boss. Why would we not eliminate it? Lin Yuan inquired, perplexed. Is it possible that if we allow the ghost-faced spider to recover, it could unleash its skill once more? A look of eager anticipation spread across Gu Chen's face. Hiss. Lin Yuan and the others were momentarily stunned, completely taken aback by his words. Their gazes toward Gu Chen transformed entirely. Restore the status of the ghost-faced king spider, allowing it to unleash its summoning abilities once more. And then continue your slaughter? This would lead to the complete annihilation of the ghost-faced spider lineage. Surely, you must be a devil. Such a malicious scheme could only stem from a fiendish mind. However, upon reflection, it may not be insurmountable. Su Xiao's face displayed a conflicted expression, pondering whether this would disrupt the cosmic balance. It might indeed disturb the balance, yet it would not harm human harmony, Gu Chen retorted. In the next moment, he retrieved a basic restoration scroll from his spatial pocket. Witnessing this, Su Xiao's face transformed into one of enlightened realization. It appeared that Gu Chen had not acted on a whim, but had long harbored this intention. Upon further contemplation, though this approach was somewhat extreme, it undeniably served as an excellent method for farming monsters. After all, Gu Chen had reached level 21, and once he completed this dungeon, he would no longer be able to enter first-tier instances. Naturally, he must seize this final opportunity to maximize his experience gain. Incredible. Truly, my brother possesses such ingenious tactics. Lin Yuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Gu Chen advanced with the basic restoration scroll in hand, employing it in a manner typical of such scrolls, by channeling his mental energy to activate it and unleash its effects. He designated the ghost-faced king spider as the target for the healing scroll and activated it. A brilliant golden light erupted from the scroll's surface, cascading over the ghost-faced king spider like a luminous veil. In the next moment, a glimmer of disbelief flickered in the spider's eyes. It sensed the golden energy surging into its body, rapidly replenishing the vitality it had expended, an experience it had never encountered before. Meanwhile, excitement radiated from Gu Chen's countenance. The scroll truly worked. In a conventional game, healing scrolls could not be utilized in such a manner. Yet, the realm he inhabited was a gamified world. The ghost-faced king spider was not merely a cold datum, it was a living entity, a being of life. Thus, the restoration scroll could indeed affect it. However, should this usage of a restoration scroll become known, it would undoubtedly shatter the worldview of countless adventurers. Moments later, the golden light from the restoration scroll began to wane, signaling the completion of its healing effects. Under the scroll's influence, the previously depleted energy of the ghost-faced king spider was fully restored, along with the minor injuries inflicted upon it by the bloodkin spiders. At this point, the ghost-faced king spider ascended to the edge of its web, surveying Gu Chen and his companions with a chilling gaze from its elevated position. Ultimately, the ghost-faced king spider was merely an insect among the alien species. Its understanding could not fathom why these humans would extend their assistance. Kill. Gu Chen refrained from explaining. His aid to the ghost-faced king spider did not stem from benevolence. With a command, the bloodkin spiders, who had been poised for action, surged forward, unhesitatingly launching their assault on the ghost-faced king spider. Under the ferocious onslaught, the spider's life force began to dwindle. Amidst this relentless attack, the ghost-faced king spider quaked violently, emitting an enraged roar. With a swift leap, it broke through the siege of the Blood Clan's demonic spiders, landing at the center of the enormous web. Immediately, a vibrant red glow erupted from its form. It was the prelude to unleashing its summoning skill. A flicker of joy ignited in Gu Chen's eyes as he promptly commanded the swarm of Blood Clan spiders to retreat. In the next moment, a colossal black vortex manifested at the cave's apex. Shadows writhed within, and one by one, the ghost-faced demonic spiders emerged from its depths. In the blink of an eye, the cavern was once again teeming with these sinister creatures. Behind Gu Chen, Su Xia and Lin Yuan exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. It worked. The ghost-faced king spider was summoning once more. It was indeed feasible. If this method held true, it meant that as long as they prepared an ample supply of recovery scrolls, they could continue to vanquish foes within the dungeon indefinitely. Once the ghost-faced king spider reached exhaustion, they could simply use a recovery scroll. Once its state was restored, it could once again activate its summoning ability. This way, they could ceaselessly accumulate experience points. It was a brilliant strategy, albeit one that would surely bring tears to the eyes of capitalists. As countless ghost-faced demonic spiders flooded the cave, the three summoned beasts fixed their gaze, their eyes ablaze with fierce combat fervor. They roared in unison and charged into the dense throng of spiders, reigniting the chaos of battle. Slay ghost-faced demonic spider 20, experience 1030. Slay ghost-faced demonic spider 20. Experience 1050. Slay ghost-faced demonic spider 20, experience 1070. Experience notifications continued to pop up, a knowing smile gracing Gu Chen's face. Lin Yuan and the others were positively elated. As long as they could maintain the ghost-faced king spider's condition, they could bask in the experience gains. This experience was simply unparalleled. By the way, old Gu, how many recovery scrolls did you bring? Lin Yuan suddenly inquired. Not many. I only brought 3, Gu Chen replied, a hint of regret in his tone. The reason for having only 3 was that before entering the dungeon, he had approached it with a trial-and-error mindset, believing that 3 basic recovery scrolls would suffice. However, he had not anticipated that such a tactic would indeed facilitate recovery. Just 3? That's an enormous loss. Lin Yuan exclaimed, his expression one of palpable dismay. Not only Lin Yuan, but even Lin Qingqing and the others displayed similar looks of distress. Gu Chen had already reached level 21, and after this dungeon run, he would be eligible to enter the second-tier abyss. The difficulty of the second-tier abyss was significantly higher, with stricter entry requirements, but Gu Chen was certainly capable of entering. However, whether he could take the 3 of them along remained uncertain. Thus, this hell-level dungeon run could very well be their last opportunity to cling to Gu Chen's coattails. A desire to maximize their benefits was entirely understandable. 3 should be sufficient, Gu Chen mused. Even if they could utilize the recovery scrolls to transform the ghost-faced king spider into an experience extractor, slaying the enemies would still require time. The experience from the spider cave was inherently low, primarily relying on sheer numbers to secure victory. In other words, the longer one spends here, the lower the cost-effectiveness becomes. Subsequently, the summoned army unleashed a fierce assault on the ghost-faced demon spider, and experience points began to accumulate rapidly once more. Witnessing the mass retreat of the demonic spiders, the ghost-faced king spider did not hesitate to activate its second skill. Yet, as before, despite the augmentation of abyssal power, the densely packed hordes of demonic spiders could not withstand the onslaught of the summoned forces. Soon, with a feeble wail from the ghost-faced king spider, a slight disruption appeared in the black vortex, and the summoned demonic spiders began to dwindle. Gu Chen stepped forward again, activating the scroll as a radiant golden light, symbolizing restoration, surged into the ghost-faced king spider, revitalizing its state. The ghost-faced king spider regained its peak form, erupting from the center of the web with a sharp, piercing shriek, its icy gaze fixated firmly on Gu Chen and his companions. The summoned army did not relent, continuing their assault against the multitude of demonic spiders, while some bloodline demonic spiders even dashed forward to the ghost-faced king spider to initiate self-detonation. After more than 10 minutes, the ghost-faced king spider faltered once again. Gu Chen approached, utilizing the final restoration scroll. Moments later, the ghost-faced king spider's condition returned to its zenith, and after a brief cooldown, it commenced the summoning of its skills once more. However, this time, it did not summon the ghost-faced demon spider, but rather transformed into a ghost-faced demon spider larva. Race: Ghost-faced demon spider larva. Level: 15. Health points: 8,360. Attributes: Strength 120, Agility 173, Constitution 142, Spirit 175. Skill: Malevolent Gaze. How has it transformed into a larva? Isn't the experience lower now? Lin Yuan's eyes revealed surprise. It seemed that even with an ample supply of restoration scrolls, it was impossible to perpetually extract experience from the ghost-faced king spider. Gu Chen recognized this predicament. Faced with the level 15 larva, the bloodline overlord could not even be bothered to utilize skills, unleashing a barrage of basic attacks instead. Bang, bang, bang. Killed ghost-faced demon spider 15. Experience 548. Killed ghost-faced demon spider 15. Experience 533. Killed ghost-faced demon spider 15. Experience 569. The experience gained was shockingly meager. Gu Chen soon lost patience, commanding the summoned army to charge once more, ruthlessly commencing a massacre, until the third wave of demonic spiders was annihilated. The total experience gained in this instance amounted to only over 600,000, still leaving more than 200,000 to go before leveling up. Gu Chen shook his head, realizing it was time to conclude. With a command from the bloodline overlord, all bloodline demonic spiders disregarded their lives and charged towards the ghost-faced king spider at the cave's apex, unhesitatingly initiating self-detonation. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the health of the ghost-faced king spider was ultimately reduced to 0. Defeated the phantom king spider. Experience 13890. Acquired loot. Epic spider longbow 20. Acquired loot. Rare spider gauntlets 20. Acquired loot. Teleportation scroll 1. Acquired loot. Enhancement stones 20. Acquired loot. Abyssal emblem 1. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the hell level of the spider cave. Earning a reward. Practitioner experience 100000. Rare dungeon chest 1. Dungeon concluded. Exiting the current scene in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 at the spider cave dungeon square. An unexpected announcement flashed across the screen, causing numerous practitioners present to pause in astonishment. Congratulations. Practitioner team has successfully refreshed the hell level completion record of the spider cave. Completion time, 3 hours 22 minutes 15 seconds. Completion team information. Captain, Gu Chen. Summoner, members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin, Su Xia, Non-Professional. Rewards earned. Practitioner experience 100000. Personal achievement 1. Record-breaking gift box 1 rare. Completion evaluation. Clearing a hell level dungeon in under 3.5 hours. The practitioners waiting at the dungeon square were all in shock. This was a first-tier hell level dungeon. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 7 hours to clear. Yet Gu Chen had managed to reduce that time by more than half, a feat that seemed almost unbelievable. However, despite the astonishment, no one questioned the validity of this completion time. After all, it was Gu Chen who had conquered the hell level dungeon. Before Li Feng escorted Gu Chen to the dungeon square, the City Hall of Wan City had already prepared the announcement of Gu Chen's successful completion. When news of Gu Chen entering the Spider Cave dungeon spread, the staff at the dungeon square had already set up a congratulatory banner in anticipation. Various media platforms were speculating on just how much time Gu Chen would take to break the historical record of the hell level dungeon. All signs indicated that no one in Wan City doubted Gu Chen's ability to conquer the hell level dungeon. After all, Gu Chen had previously achieved the abyssal achievement in the hell level grave dungeon, so clearing a mere hell level dungeon was merely a trivial task for him. In the Lord's office, upon receiving the news of Gu Chen's completion, Liang Yi could no longer contain his excitement. He, along with Li Feng, promptly made their way to the teleportation hall. Upon arriving at the dungeon square, the person in charge was already waiting nearby. Has Gu Chen emerged yet? Li Feng inquired of the official. Lord Mayor, Secretary Li, you have arrived just in time. Gu Chen has just exited the dungeon, the official replied, beaming with joy. Liang Yi nodded and followed the direction pointed out by the official, only to see the entrance of the dungeon square surrounded by an exuberant crowd. The staff had unfurled the congratulatory banner, and practitioners with phones and flowers filled the area, while reporters from various media platforms had set up their cameras and equipment. The grandeur of the occasion was extraordinary. One might have thought a high-tier abyssal dungeon had been conquered. Gu Chen, you are my idol. Gu Chen, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. After emerging from the instance, Gu Chen and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. They had merely completed a dungeon, yet a press conference seemed to be unfolding in the square. Look over there, there's a man calling you husband. Lin Yuan remarked with a mischievous grin. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. The fervor was overwhelming. He was merely a summoner, Yet he was being treated as if he were a celebrity. It was evident that the people of Wanqing truly embraced him. Eventually, it was Liang Yi and Li Feng who intervened to rescue Gu Chun from the excited crowd, while Lin Yuan and the others were pushed forward to engage with the enthusiastic citizens of Wanqing. Gu Chun followed Liang Yi and Li Feng to the Lord's office located in the Wanqing Municipal Building. Haha, this reception is even more exuberant than what I experienced in my early days. Gu Chun, you must feel the warmth of our Wanqing populace. Liang Yi laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. Gu Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was fortunate that Liang Yi and the others arrived just in time, or he might have been unable to extricate himself from that overwhelming situation. Gu Chun, would you like something to drink? Li Feng inquired as he placed a teacup beside Liang Yi. Coke, please add some ice. Thank you, Gu Chun replied with a smile. Li Feng hesitated momentarily, realizing that the refrigerator in the Lord's office likely did not contain Coke. Please hold on, he said as he stepped out. Liang Yi, his face alight with joy, remarked. Gu Chun, congratulations. The novice dungeon has only been open for 7 days, and the majority of newly transitioned players have just reached first tier, yet you have already attained second tier. Your rate of advancement is indeed rare, not just in Dongzhou, but across the entire Divine Xia Empire. Gu Chun expressed his gratitude, sensing that the Lord's eagerness to see him was motivated by more than mere congratulations. Well, I prefer dealing with intelligent individuals. It is straightforward and efficient, Liang Yi said, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Let me be direct, Gu Chun, have you considered joining the Jinyuan army? Upon hearing this, Gu Chun's expression turned peculiar. I have already secured a recommendation to the capital's academy. Are you suggesting I enlist? Perhaps my wording was not precise. Both the capital academy and the Jinyuan army are not as simple as they appear. They involve various factions, Liang Yi continued. Gu Chun's eyes reflected confusion as Liang Yi elaborated. For practitioners of second tier and above, not all abysses can be freely entered. Many high-reward abysses are controlled by major factions. To put it simply, if you do not align with a faction, you will have little opportunity to access the abysses they govern. Thus, abysses for those above second tier are akin to resources, and to obtain these resources, one must affiliate with a faction. This includes the academy faction represented by the capital academy, the military represented by the Jinyuan army, and the guilds formed by prominent families, among others. Therefore, before you embark on your journey to the capital academy, I hope you will consider carefully whether you wish to join the Jinyuan army. Gu Chun remained silent, lost in contemplation. To speak candidly, he had always believed that gaining admission to the prestigious academy in the capital was the pinnacle of achievement for a professional. However, through Liang Yi's discourse, it became evident that both the academy and the Jinyuan army were factions within the Divine Xia Empire, each wielding control over different abysses. It was clear that the Jinyuan army commanded the greatest share of these abysses. Perhaps sensing Gu Chun's silence, Liang Yi continued, in simple terms. The academy oversees the most instances, while the Jinyuan army guards nearly 80% of the abysses within the Divine Xia Empire. Comparatively, entering an instance incurs a higher cost. Even as a member of the academy, one must pay a steep usage fee to enter. The advantage, as you are aware, lies in its manageable difficulty and enhanced safety. In contrast, the abyss's present challenges of a far greater magnitude, fraught with unforeseen dangers at any moment. Each year, tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers perish on the battlefield of the abysses. Gu Chun furrowed his brow, questioning, given such peril, why should I even consider it? Liang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, my suggestion for you to join the Jinyuan army is not merely to cast you as a mere foot soldier. You may have surmised that my faction is the Imperial Military Department, and I happen to possess a recommendation slot that could grant you entry into the most elite organization within the Jinyuan army. What organization? Gu Chun inquired. Due to confidentiality regulations, that information cannot be disclosed to you at this moment, Liang Yi teased, lifting his teacup for a sip while scrutinizing Gu Chun from head to toe. By the way, you are already at the second tier. Have you contracted your 5th summon beast? Just returned from an instance, and I haven't had the opportunity yet. That's good to hear. Good to hear? What do you mean by that? Gu Chun sensed an undercurrent in Liang Yi's words. Are you suggesting I should not contract my 5th summon beast? Is there a reason? A mysterious smile graced Liang Yi's face as he replied, let me put it this way. If you manage to join the most elite organization within the Jinyuan army, the 5th summoned beast you contract will undoubtedly be extraordinarily powerful. Oh, how powerful? Gu Chun pressed further. Unprecedentedly powerful. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gu Chen asked, "Can you be more specific?" Lowering his voice, Liang Yi inquired, "Are you familiar with the dragon race?" The casual mention caused Gu Chen's pupils to constrict in astonishment. The dragon race. These were formidable beings at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy. Contracting a dragon. The very thought ignited a fervor within him. "Are you implying that if I gained entry into that organization within the Jinyuan army, I could contract a dragon as my summoned beast?" Placing his teacup down, Liang Yi chuckled, "I told you, conversing with an intelligent individual is always straightforward and efficient." Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and asked, "What are the conditions for joining that organization? Are there any restrictions?" "That is an astute question. Although I am affiliated with the military department, my role is merely to provide a recommendation and an opportunity. It is solely up to you to pass the Jinyuan Army's evaluation to qualify for membership. As for restrictions, well, as long as you do not commit treason, the military department will impose no limitations on your personal freedom. Indeed, should one excel in the depths, exceptional merits and privileges may be bestowed, such as priority access to particularly lucrative abysses. Is such fortune truly attainable?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Jinyuan army commands nearly 80% of the abysses within the Divine Summer Empire, implying that joining the military faction would grant him preferential rights to these depths. Moreover, he could forge a pact with a dragon. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. As for the assessment from the Jinyuan army, who could it possibly look down upon? If he were to fail, it would mean no one from this cohort of the Divine Summer Empire could succeed. Contemplating this, Gu Chen's gaze shifted to Liang Yi. "Oh, while dragons are indeed scarce, if I were to enroll in the Shangjing Academy, would I not also have the chance to contract with a dragon?" Liang Yi, without reservation, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, with your innate talent, should you enter the Shangjing Academy, you would also have the opportunity to bond with a dragon. Though you would have to wait until next year at the very least." "Next year?" Gu Chen was slightly taken aback. "Yes, your brother Gu Xi has already been accepted into the Shangjing Academy. He possesses the rare vocation of Dragon Knight, which means that the Academy's quota for that lineage has already been filled. I trust you understand my explanation? As the name suggests, a Dragon Knight is a profession capable of commanding dragons in battle, much like a summoner who contracts with summoned beasts. A Dragon Knight must also enter into a pact with a dragon to fully unleash their combat potential. However, Gu Chen did not anticipate that the opportunity to contract with a dragon within the Academy's ranks had already been claimed, and by none other than his half-brother, the prodigious Gu Xi. At this juncture, Liang Yi continued, "Dragons are among the anomalous beings of the abysses, boasting a lineage that they claim flows with the noble blood of dragon gods, regarding humans as mere insects. For the vast majority of dragons, they would rather perish at the hands of humans than enter into a contract, as such an act is deemed a profound disgrace. Consequently, for humanity, the chance to forge a pact with dragons is an opportunity that is both rare and precious. The only path to attain this opportunity is to join the Jinyuan army. Should you successfully pass the assessment, you would ascend to the rank of junior officer, receiving a base salary of 30,000 yuan each month, with benefits commencing from your first month of service, including 6 insurances and 3 funds. Should you venture into the abysses, the military would also provide additional subsidies. And the military merits gained from slaying anomalous beings could be exchanged for equipment, items, and materials. Beyond this, the officer status within the Jinyuan army would afford you certain privileges, including the aforementioned preferential rights to the abysses, wartime command authority, and unconditional cooperation from local departments. What more is there to discuss? The Jinyuan army offers him the chance to contract with a dragon. The officer status bestows social standing and privileges. And slaying anomalous beings yields military merits, which can be exchanged for resources in the military treasury. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Chen declared without hesitation, "I am willing to join the Jinyuan army. There is no choice. The military's offerings are simply too bountiful." Upon hearing Gu Chen's response, Liang Yi's lips curved into a noticeable smile, and despite his rigorous training, he could not suppress the joy illuminating his face. According to military regulations, if he successfully recommends a newcomer who passes the assessments of the Jinyuan army, he shall receive a corresponding reward. Given Gu Chen's demonstrated talent, he is undoubtedly capable of passing the Jinyuan army's evaluations, and even joining that esteemed organization is not beyond reach. At that juncture, as the recommender, he would be entitled to a considerable resource as a reward. Liang Yi felt a surge of excitement within him. Nearly unable to contain the urge to escort Gu Chun to the Eastern Continent Military District immediately. Nonetheless, he granted Gu Chun a couple of hours, for he too required time to submit an application to the Jinyuan army. Gu Chun shared a farewell meal with Lin Yuan and the others. Over the span of 7 days, they had traversed a hellish abyss, a nightmare-level abyss, and 2 hell-level dungeons alongside Gu Chun. Beyond merely leveling up, they also reaped substantial resources. Henceforth, even without Gu Chun, they could effortlessly manage first-tier abysses by forming their own team. Among them, Su Xia was the most reluctant to bid farewell to Gu Chun. According to him, each time he accompanied Gu Chun through these challenges, his physical prowess saw a notable enhancement. While this did not grant him the combat strength to defeat otherworldly foes, possessing a robust physique would enable him to wield even more formidable armor. Gu Chun sensed that Su Xia harbored some unavoidable predicament, for how else could a core figure of the everlasting group find himself frequently traversing abysses or dungeons? Gu Chun refrained from inquiring, knowing that, given Su Xia's disposition, even if he had asked, the latter might not have been inclined to divulge anything. After their farewells, Liang Yi led Gu Chun into the teleportation hall of the city hall. A brilliant silver light emanated from the intricate and esoteric patterns of the array, dazzling and intense, swiftly engulfing the two of them. As the scene before them transformed, Gu Chun instinctively glanced around, realizing they had arrived at a base nestled within a desolate wilderness. The base was situated in a valley, shrouded in gray mist outside, yet unaffected by it within. Curiosity flickered in Gu Chun's eyes as he followed Liang Yi to a hall to register information. After answering a few questions, he was escorted to a closed elevator door. Well, from here on, the path is yours to tread alone. Liang Yi's gaze revealed a mix of emotions. He understood that from this moment onward, this young man before him would inhabit a world entirely separate from his own. Just as Liang Yi was about to depart, he suddenly turned back to offer a reminder. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, those eligible to participate in the assessments are all exceptional practitioners from Wanqing and its neighboring cities. If any conflict arises here, resorting to force is the most effective means of resolution. Gu Chun nodded and stepped into the elevator, which descended without revealing how many floors it traversed. When the doors opened, a young soldier clad in military attire guided him through the labyrinthine corridors of the base, ultimately arriving at the assessment venue. This venue was approximately the size of 2 basketball courts, with 4 to 5 dozen transfer students scattered throughout. Gu Chun glanced around, noting that the vast majority of these individuals possessed rare professions and were equipped with shielding artifacts, rendering their levels and attributes imperceptible. Thus, he concealed his own level and attributes, leaving only his profession perceptible. Upon entering the venue, he was surrounded by murmurs of low conversations. A considerable number of prodigies had come to participate in the Town Abyss Army assessment. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Among them was Zhou Xiaotian from Wanqing, a rare profession demon hunter, already at level 16, equipped with epic weapons and armor. With him present, the rest of them could only be considered as mere participants. Zhang Shuran from Linqing was also noteworthy, at level 15, a rare profession space mage, exceptionally formidable in both survival and output. Listening to the discussions around him, Gu Chun felt a sense of familiarity. Having grown up in Linqing, he was well acquainted with the name Zhang Shuran. It could be said that Zhang Shuran's family was the largest clan in Linqing, second only to the Li family. As for Zhou Xiaotian from Wanqing, Li Feng had mentioned his name to Gu Chun before entering the Spider Cave, inquiring if Zhou Xiaotian could join his team. However, at the time, Gu Chun's team was already full, and he had declined the offer. Upon Gu Chun's entrance into the assessment venue, numerous gazes turned towards him. A summoner is here for the Town Abyss Army assessment? Is this not courting death? He must be merely a filler, probably not even level 10. Though he had donned a concealment item that obscured his level, Gu Chun was certain he was the lowest-ranked individual present. His arrival instantly captured the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Even Zhou Xiaotian and Zhang Shuran, standing at the center of the venue, glanced in his direction. Another summoner has arrived? Zhang Shuran exclaimed in surprise, studying Gu Chun's handsome visage, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu. Zhou Xiaotian merely cast a disdainful glance in Gu Chun's direction before dismissing him entirely. He had no regard for this suddenly appearing summoner. Ignore him. A summoner daring to participate in the Town Abyss Army assessment. Does he consider himself the protagonist of the world? In battles against summoners, the first target is always the summoner. Just wait. As soon as the assessment begins, he will undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. Zhang Shuran refrained from engaging in this line of conversation and instead asked, "Do you not find this person somewhat familiar?" "Familiar?" Zhou Xiaotian scoffed. "Forget it. I have no interest in wasting time on an unknown individual. Someone so unaware of their situation, daring to join the Town Abyss Army assessment, is simply oblivious to the dangers. If such a person were to venture into the abyss, they would surely be the first to perish." His unreserved words reached Gu Chen's ears without restraint. Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Even amidst the Town Abyss Army assessment, there were still such fools. What business did his participation concern them? And to claim he was oblivious to the dangers, asserting he would be the first to die in the abyss? Gu Chen raised his gaze, only to find Zhou Xiaotian looking back at him with an expression of utter contempt. The demeanor he exhibited was as arrogant as that of a brash novice, exuding an inexplicable sense of superiority that seemed ready to spill beyond the confines of the screen. Gu Chen was far from being magnanimous. A sudden chill flickered in his gaze as he unleashed the skill of the chaos primordial spirit through the medium of his cloak. In an instant, a terrifying spatial fluctuation manifested above Zhou Xiaotian's head. A fleeting expression of panic crossed Zhou's face. Before he could react, his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Observing this, Zhang Shuren rushed to assist Zhou Xiaotian, yet when she looked at him, her beautiful eyes widened in horror. He was dead. Zhou Xiaotian had been slain. Zhang Shuren's face drained of color, and as she gazed at the lifeless body before her, a chill ran down her spine. Murder? How dare he? This was the examination venue of the Zhenyuan army. Others soon took note of Zhou Xiaotian's demise, casting wary glances toward Gu Chen. The murmur of conversation within the venue abruptly ceased, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence. In a flash, a brilliant golden light erupted from Zhou Xiaotian's form. He had revived. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, his health reduced to a mere 30, and he had entered a state of weakness. Zhou Xiaotian's eyes were filled with terror. Had he not possessed a revival cross, he would have been truly lifeless. He glared at Gu Chen. Anger and frustration etched on his face. "I merely misspoke, a careless error, and you resort to murder?" "Misspoke? A careless error? Do you truly wish to hear your own words? At your age, do you truly believe such foolishness is excusable?" Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. "Oh, you simply misspoke? You would do well to remember this. Next time, you may not have a revival item at your disposal. One must take responsibility for their mistakes. If you cannot accept that, shall I end your existence once more?" Gu Chen possessed a notable trait. He was receptive to counsel. When Zhang Songhua urged him to deal decisively with Li Renjia, he complied. When Liang Yi asserted that action was the most effective means of resolution, he acted. His intention had merely been to impart a lesson, yet Zhou Xiaotian's weakness led to an instantaneous defeat. What could Gu Chen do? Could he be blamed for this? Zhang Shuran, her expression darkened, turned away. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish to defend him? How many revival crosses do you possess?" Zhang Shuran's expression shifted, and she suppressed her discontent, daring not to utter a word. She disapproved of Gu Chen's actions. Yet, what could she do? She had barely witnessed the manner of Zhou Xiaotian's demise, and should Gu Chen direct his wrath toward her, she would meet a similar fate. A reminder: combat between candidates is prohibited. The examination will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, echoed a mechanical voice throughout the venue. Gu Chen paid no further heed to the two, finding a spot to sit on the ground. Others instinctively distanced themselves from him, whispering amongst themselves. "This is a true master." I could scarcely comprehend how he acted. With a single skill, he dispatched Zhou Xiaotian. Just how high is his level? This is utterly terrifying. This individual indeed possesses some remarkable abilities, yet his arrogance knows no bounds. The moment someone utters a misplaced word, he resorts to violence, entirely disregarding the value of human life. You should silence yourself, lest you become the next victim. What is there to fear? Before his energy is entirely spent, he may not be able to eliminate all of us. At this moment, Zhou Xiaotian stood pale, his body trembling involuntarily. The apprehension in his gaze towards Gu Chen was palpable. Clad in epic great armor, he had been vanquished in a single blow. The realization transformed his initial trepidation into profound terror. He was frightened, to the extent that even thoughts of revenge were extinguished. Gu Chen's icy stare felt akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Previously, he had looked down upon everyone, dismissing his peers entirely. As a rare profession, the demon hunter, armed with epic-grade weaponry and armor, he had relied on these assets. However, before Gu Chen, they were as fragile as mere straw. Although he had narrowly escaped death, He had succumbed to a state of weakness that could not be remedied, only slowly mended by the passage of time. Henceforth, it was clear that this assessment would no longer concern him. The assessment is about to commence. After a period of anticipation, a colossal vertical eye formed from golden nebulas abruptly materialized on the ceiling of the venue. A voice, devoid of any emotional inflection, reverberated through the space, as if it emanated from a distant realm, yet resonated intimately, imbued with power and authority that compelled a sense of submission. The eye of the secret realm. The assembly of candidates looked up, their expressions shifting, bodies instinctively tensing. It became evident that the assessment would unfold within the secret realm. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling an unprecedented mental impact emanating from the golden vertical eye. This immense eye exuded a sense of grandeur, its golden nebulae swirling slowly, as though harboring a terrifying power capable of captivating the soul. At the center of the eye, the pupil, composed of countless stars, appeared boundless and profound. Merely gazing upon it was enough to dazzle the mind. The emotionless voice resounded once more. All candidates, heed the command. The explanation of the rules is about to begin. This assessment is categorized into 4 levels of difficulty: ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the greater the points awarded. The results of this assessment will be ranked according to the points accumulated, which can later be converted into military merit. To achieve the objectives of this assessment, the use of restorative items is strictly prohibited. Any candidate found using restorative items during the assessment will have their qualifications revoked. The rules have been proclaimed. Now, all candidates prepare. The secret realm is about to open. Upon hearing the assessment rules, the candidates in the venue stood frozen, their expressions heavy with gravity. The prohibition on restorative items. How could the assessment of the Genuine army be so harsh? This left no room for survival. The eye of the secret realm loomed above, its overwhelming pressure instilling a lingering dread in every participant. Moments later, a myriad of golden luminescence emanated from the pupils, shooting forth towards the assembly of individuals within the venue. The candidates, enveloped in this golden radiance, vanished in an instant, leaving the entire hall desolate. Subsequently, the brilliance on the surface of the eye of the secret realm gradually faded, hovering above the venue, devoid of any further transformation. Only the golden nebula within continued to swirl languidly.